I was born under peculiar circumstances, hiding within a coffin to survive. At the tender age of 12, I was compelled to wed a ghostly bride, marking a pivotal turn in my fate. However, my tranquil existence, having taken the abandoned grave as my mentor, was abruptly disrupted when I discovered that my ghostly spouse had long been lurking nearby, and strange events began to unfold once more. Chapter 1. The Ghostly Suitor. On the night of my birth, the moon was eclipsed, and the deities turned a blind eye. In that pitch-black darkness, 8 paper figures adorned with white paper entered my family's courtyard, carrying 4 large red boxes emblazoned with the character sheet to present him. Why betrothal gifts? My grandfather was a well-known geomancer in the surrounding area, having spent his life assisting others in selecting burial sites. He had witnessed countless oddities, yet upon seeing the 8 paper figures in our yard, he furrowed his brow and remained silent for a considerable time before uttering 6 words. A ghostly suitor, an offering from the underworld. If my grandfather was taken aback, my father was utterly bewildered, having never encountered such a spectacle. He was rendered speechless and hurriedly inquired of my grandfather what should be done. My grandfather took a deep breath, ignited the pipe resting on his back, and sat on the threshold of the main hall, contemplating for quite a while before advising my father. In the early hours, you must go to Dyewater Town and ask Uncle He for a coffin crafted from cypress wood. Inform him it is for me. Remember, it must be made at night and returned before dawn. Though my father had not inherited my grandfather's true legacy, he had absorbed some understanding of the intricacies and taboos surrounding these matters throughout his life. After hearing my grandfather's words, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Father, a coffin made from cypress wood at night is not meant for the living. The mortuary workers typically refrain from crafting coffins after dusk for those fashioned in the night. Are destined to house spirits. Go as instructed. My grandfather thundered, nearly delivering a kick to my father's backside. My father, sensing the urgency, barely had the time to cradle me, newly born, before he hastily pedaled away. Before dawn broke, he returned, breathless, bearing an unvarnished coffin. My grandfather lifted me from my mother's arms, smeared the soot from the pot's bottom across my entire bow, and swathed me in a crimson cloth, gently placing me within the coffin. He then instructed my father to light an oil lamp at the head of the coffin. The soot was applied to render me invisible to spirits, while being enclosed in the ghostly coffin was intended to obscure my vitality with its seen sheet, effectively concealing me from the world. The oil lamp positioned at my head served as a beacon of longevity, its extinguishment signifying death. Moreover, my grandfather emphasized that I must remain within the coffin from the hour of the rat to the hour of the rabbit, with no one permitted to disturb me. After these arrangements, it was indeed true that the 8 paper figures in the courtyard disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. By dawn's early light, it was whispered throughout the village that each household had received wedding invitations the previous night. The bride, Lin Suan the groom, Zhang Qingyuan, with festivities set for 3 days, inviting 100 families to celebrate. Thus, lying within the coffin, I survived. However, my mother was far from pleased, for I was a piece of her flesh, and who could bear the thought of their child weeping in a coffin? Through the night, until their voice grew hoarse. On the 7th day following my birth, my mother stealthily rose from her slumber in the dead of night and took me from my coffin. Having received a few years of education, she had always regarded feng shui and destiny as mere superstitions, never placing her faith in spirits or deities. However, after that fateful night, her beliefs underwent a profound transformation. Just as she cradled me in her arms and had yet to step out of the hall, she beheld, standing in the courtyard, a bride clad in a flowing crimson robe, her head adorned with a red veil, appearing as if summoned from the shadows. With each deliberate step she took towards my mother, the oil lamp beside the coffin flickered dimmer. My mother, gripped by terror, was momentarily paralyzed, forgetting even to scream. Fortunately, my wailing awakened my father and grandfather. Without even donning his shoes, my grandfather leapt from his bed, snatched me from my mother's embrace, and hurriedly turned me to the confines of the coffin, securing the lid with urgency. He urged my father to capture a large rooster from the coop, and after swiftly severing its neck, he doused the coffin with the steaming blood, pouring it profusely. As the crimson fluid splattered upon the coffin, it reacted as if it had struck a searing iron, instantly releasing tendrils of dark vapor that filled the hall with an overwhelming stench of blood. After a considerable time, the ominous black mist gradually dissipated, restoring an eerie tranquility to the space, save for a pair of red embroidered shoes outlined in golden nichari had left at the doorway. My grandfather instructed my father to suspend the shoes from the beams of the hall using a black cord soaked in the rooster's blood, cautioning that no one must dare to touch them as the days passed monotonously. Aside from the necessity of resting within a coffin each night, I was not dissimilar to an ordinary child. However, despite my family's utmost vigilance, an incident occurred during my 12th year, the first of my life's pivotal cycle. That winter was particularly frigid, and in the countryside, there exists an old adage. In the depths of winter, even pigs and dogs succumb to the cold. Although our region did not experience the extreme winters of the north, icicles would inevitably form along the eaves as winter descended. One night, compelled by an urgent need, I emerged from my coffin to seek relief. Upon my return, I inadvertently caught sight of a figure squatting outside the courtyard. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, I discerned that it was a woman, her brows resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist, her skin akin to a blooming peach, her hair owing like ethereal clouds, and her eyes sparkling like stars. She was exceedingly beautiful. She donned a striking red garment, reminiscent of the attire worn by brides in ancient times, her bare feet resting upon the cold stone slabs, and her delicate phoenix eyes exuded an enchanting allure that rendered it impossible to look away. I blinked, swallowed hard, and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The woman curled up, cradling her knees, and with a voice that seemed to penetrate to the very marrow of my bones, replied, "I am searching for something. Dear sir, have you seen it?" Surveying the desolate surroundings, I found nothing and thus asked, "On such a cold night, what is it that you seek?" The woman informed me that she was in search of a pair of red embroidered shoes, expressing her firm belief that they had been misplaced in my home. She added that without those red embroidered shoes, she would be unable to marry. I rubbed my arms, which had begun to break out in goosebumps from the chill, and replied, "I have never seen them. Could you be mistaken?" The woman gracefully rose to her feet and pointed towards the interior of my home, declaring, "I cannot be mistaken. Those shoes are hanging from the beams of your hall." Her words jogged my memory, and indeed, I recalled a pair of dust-laden embroidered shoes hanging from the beams of my hall. They had been there for as long as I could remember. Thus I was certain they could not possibly belong to the woman before me. Yet, gazing upon her, a tinge of pity stirred within me, compelling an unconditional belief in her words. Upon reflection, I realized it was a moment clouded by folly. I responded, "Sister, there's indeed a pair of embroidered shoes on the beams of our home, but I assure you they are not yours." She gently pressed her vividly red lips together and softly replied, "Whether they are mine or not can easily be determined if you bring them to me for a try." Contemplating my thoughts, I figured it would not matter much, so I led her into the hall and retrieved the pair of embroidered shoes from the beams using a clothes drying pole. With a gentle pat to remove the dust, they appeared as pristine as if newly made. That moment, the woman seated herself on a nearby stool, slowly lifting her long skirt to reveal her delicate and charming little feet, indicating her desire for me to adorn her with the shoes. Though a lad of my age should ostensibly lack any physiological impulses towards women, I found myself at that moment feeling a flush of warmth in my ears, parchedly. P.S. and a racing heartbeat. I could not help but muse inwardly that having such a beautiful bride would undoubtedly bestow great honor upon me. Thus, compelled by some unseen force, I cradled her icy bare feet and adorned them with a pair of red embroidered shoes, which, as fate would have it, fit her perfectly as if they were custom made. Just as I had slipped the embroidered shoes on her feet, I raised my gaze and was startled to discover that the room had, unbeknownst to me, filled with 8 stiff-faced paper figures. The bright red lanterns hung high, casting an intense crimson glow throughout the hall. Looking back at the woman, I noticed that a red veil had mysteriously appeared atop her head, exuding an aura of sinister nobility. At that moment, my mind was remarkably clear, yet my body was inexplicably compelled to bow to the heavens and the earth alongside her. Just as the ritual concluded and I prepared to lift the bride's veil to consummate our union, a sudden, commanding voice pierced the air from outside. "Wretched creature, how dare you?" It was my grandfather's voice, and I felt an immediate surge of relief. No sooner had the words left his lips than a chilling wind swept through, extinguishing my life lantern and process. My grandfather burst through against the gale, hurling his cherished copper coin sword towards the ghostly bride. The sword transformed into a beam of golden light, only to shatter upon striking something unseen. Countless copper coins clattered to the ground, and my grandfather swiftly stepped forward, embracing me in my moment of weakness. His expression was grave as he gazed out the window, where a woman's sharp, piercing laughter echoed ominously. "Ha! The Zhang family son-in-law is mine to claim. You cannot stop me." Chapter 2. The Immortal's Grave. That night, our family sat in the living room, the atmosphere heavy with an air of mourning. My mother clutched me tightly, weeping uncontrollably, while my father, gritting his teeth, struck his thigh repeatedly as he addressed my grandfather. "Father, it is said that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. We cannot allow Yuanzi to remain confined in his coffin for eternity. This child possesses an innate spiritual sensitivity. Perhaps if he were to enter the mystical realm, he might reclaim his life." Though our family hailed from a lineage of geomancers, a long-standing family rule dictated that the art of feng shui could not be passed down beyond 3 generations. My grandfather was the 3rd generation, which meant he had not imparted this knowledge to my father, and, consequently, it could not be bequeathed to me. Yet in this dire situation, with life hanging by a thread, who could still adhere to such traditions? My grandfather remained silent, his only action being the steady puffing of his pipe, which contributed to the oppressive atmosphere. My mother, still weeping, lamented, "If my child were to be lost, I would have no reason to live." After what felt like an eternity, my grandfather let out a long sigh. It is not that I am unwilling to break tradition. Even if I did, guiding him into the mystical realm would be futile. That path is too perilous. Our family cannot protect this child. What? What should we do then? My father snapped, frustration evident in his voice, feeling powerless. My grandfather tapped the pipe against his shoe, inhaled deeply, and gazed up at the night sky. "It seems we have no choice. Whether it works or not depends on the child's fate." None of us understood the true meaning of my grandfather's words, only to find out the following morning that he took me out, subtly urging my parents to prepare for the worst. Although I was still quite young at that time, witnessing my mother weep inconsolably, I sensed that this journey might portend dire consequences. My grandfather guided me through a series of arduous travels until we arrived at a desolate village. Following a local's directions, we ascended along a small stream named Qingzhua Creek, ultimately halting before an unmarked solitary grave nestled in a mountain hollow. Without offering any explanation, my grandfather instructed me to kneel before the grave, producing an array of offerings that had been meticulously prepared. He lit 5 incense sticks, handed them to me, and urged me to pay my respects by bowing reverently 5 times before the grave. In that moment, I was oblivious to the significance of these actions, dutifully complying with my grandfather's request. It was only later that I discovered he intended for me to pay homage to this solitary grave as my master. The reason for the 5 incense sticks was steeped in meaning. 3 for mortals, 4 for wandering spirits, and 5 for deities, signifying that 3 sticks are offered when honoring the deceased, for lost souls, and only 5 when beseeching divine beings. Many years later, I came to understand that this grave belonged to an immortal. After completing the rituals, my grandfather produced a silver needle, gently pricking the tip of my left index finger to extract 5 drops of blood, which he let fall into a cup filled with wine before the grave. Instantly, the blood diffused, tinting the liquid a delicate shade of red. Sucking on my pricked finger, I watched my grandfather circle the grave, murmuring words I could scarcely comprehend, as he placed 5 sheets of paper money into the flames of the burning pyre. I cannot ascertain how much time had elapsed, but just as my legs were on the verge of succumbing to numbness, I suddenly beheld the wine glass before me. Remarkably, the 5 drops of blood that had previously fallen within began to coalesce anew. Gradually, they ascended, as if cradled by an invisible hand, floating ethereally in midair. I swallowed hard, my attention utterly captivated, fixated on the 5 drops of blood swirling around me. Moments later, with astonishing swiftness, the 5 droplets descended upon the 5 significant acupoints on my body, Bai Wei, Shenting, Tianju, Lingtai, and Mingmen, before vanishing into the ether. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, my grandfather was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of happiness. He and I prostrated ourselves before this solitary grave, offering 25 deep bows, signifying that the tomb's master had accepted me as a disciple and that my life had been spared. My grandfather hurriedly brought me home, and upon seeing me unscathed, my parents, who had been preparing for my funeral, wept tears of joy. That night, I experienced my first slumber upon a proper bed, and though I was still quite young, I understood that I would no longer have to lie in a coffin. On that very night, I had a peculiar dream. In the depths of darkness, I beheld a turtle shell the size of a grinding stone. The shell was intricately inscribed with an array of strange and mysterious characters, and directly beneath it lay an intangible taiji symbol, with its 8 distinct orientations corresponding to Qian, Kun, Zhen, Jin, Li, Kan, Sun, and Dui. In addition, corresponding to the taiji yin-yang diagram, above the tortoise shell, there hovered another nameless disk, tangible yet insubstantial, much like the diagram itself. I tiptoed, striving to draw closer for a clearer view. Just then, the tortoise shell trembled abruptly, and within its intricate patterns, blood appeared to seep forth slowly. Suddenly, the entire shell seemed to animate, vibrating uncontrollably with fervent intensity. In an instant, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the night, illuminating the shell with a stark, pale glow. Subsequently, a wisp of azure smoke descended from the disk above the tortoise shell. As the smoke coalesced, it thickened and transformed into the shape of a grand bird. With its golden beak and resplendent crimson feathers, it radiated the majesty of the avian sovereign. It was none other than a phoenix. In the fleeting moment, our gazes met. The phoenix unfurled its wings, spiraling gracefully twice in the air before emitting a low cry. Harnessing the flash of lightning, it suddenly dove downward, unannounced, hurtling towards me. Amidst the tumultuous chaos that ensued, I gradually awakened, the dawn lightening the sky. Just as I began to believe it was merely a dream, I turned to resume my slumber, only to find something at my pillow's edge. It was a white jade disc wrapped in red cloth, inscribed with the 4 characters Luan Feng He Ming. Almost simultaneously, my father gently pushed open my door and, without a word, carried me into my grandfather's room. There, I beheld my grandfather propped against the headboard, his face pale as parchment, his breath frail as a wisp of silk. In just a single night, he appeared to have aged significantly. Upon my entry, my grandfather gestured for me to approach his bedside and then requested my parents to step outside. Tears streaming down my face, I grasped his withered hand and inquired about his condition. An instinctive sense informed me that his time was drawing near. He asked, "Did your master seek you out last night?" Wiping away my tears, I opened my palm to place the jade disc into his hand. I was oblivious to who had placed this jade disc by my pillow or what it symbolized. Yet in my grandfather's gaze, I discerned that this jade disc was a gift from my master, the master of the unclaimed solitary grave. My grandfather revealed that this disc was a betrothal token arranged by my master, with its counterpart held by a young woman. He emphasized the necessity of adhering to my master's guidance and warned me not to utilize the powers imparted by him until I encountered the maiden bearing the other half of the jade disc. The reasons for this I would eventually come to understand. After imparting this solemn message, my grandfather carefully returned the jade disc to my hands and urged me to safeguard it diligently before slowly closing his eyes. He departed with a serene smile, leaving this world peacefully. Ever since that moment, I have found myself visiting a woman in my dreams, seated upon a lotus throne, her hands forming the seal of meditation. Clad in garments as white as snow, with cascading black hair, she imparted to me the knowledge of mountain medicine, divination, geomancy, and the mysteries of the 8 trigrams and thunder talismans. Perhaps it was the undisturbed focus in my dreams that allowed me to learn swiftly Yet it also brought forth considerable confusion. During my high school years, I once observed our young and beautiful English teacher, her brow furrowed with worry and her eyes glistening with a haunting melancholy. I sensed that misfortune was looming over her, yet after much hesitation, I chose not to warn her. 2 days later, as she was returning home from work one evening, she was accosted by a group of inebriated ruffians who dragged her into an alley. On another occasion, I noticed that my deskmate's complexion had darkened, a faint glimmer of blood seemingly surfacing on his face. That very day, he fell down the stairs of our dormitory, sustaining multiple fractures. Although these events were not directly related to me, they weighed heavily on my conscience. I silently counted the days, yearning for the arrival of my future wife, hoping her presence would alleviate my inner turmoil. I even attempted to divine her whereabouts using the divination techniques taught by my mentor, but ultimately, I found no answers. All I could do was wait. Finally, at the age of 21, the person I had longed for appeared. Chapter 3. Is this my wife? In my junior year, as was customary, I returned home during the holiday to collect my living expenses, only to find a white Maserati parked by the roadside outside my house. Though I harbored little interest in cars, I had heard my dormitory mates speak of them frequently, and thus I had absorbed some knowledge. In our remote village, we seldom encountered automobiles, with the exception of a few domestic vehicles during the festive season. To lay eyes on a luxury car worth over $1 million was an unprecedented experience for me. A group of gossipy villagers had gathered, speculating about something in the direction of my home. I quickened my pace as I returned home. Upon entering the courtyard, I noticed a distinguished middle-aged gentleman in a suit conversing with my father in the living room. Behind him stood a tall young woman, adorned with large headphones. She wore a white-fitted t-shirt emblazoned with a whimsical cartoon design, paired with light blue denim shorts, and her pristine white Nike sneakers were spotless. She exuded a youthful charm, combined with an undeniable allure. Upon noticing my arrival, she removed her headphones and turned to me, her features striking and beautifully defined, with a subtle smile dancing at the corners of her lips as she greeted me. I nodded slightly, feeling a rush of shyness that compelled me to divert my gaze, my heart inexplicably racing. My father was seated on a long bench, a lit Chinese cigarette delicately held between his fingers. It was likely a gift from the middle-aged man, for my father seldom indulged in such an expensive brand. UNZ, may I ask if your grandfather arranged a marriage for you? This matter of my engagement was something I had never disclosed to anyone, not even my parents, who remained oblivious. I nodded, instinctively raising an eyebrow at the young woman, while secretly delighting in the realization that, if all went as expected, she was indeed the one my master had chosen for me. As the saying goes, from the moment I laid eyes on her, I had already envisioned names for our future children. I removed the white jade pendant from around my neck, indicating that it served as a token of our engagement. The middle-aged man sat resolutely, his expression as stoic as a mountain. As the evening descended, I inquired, "Is this the jade bai?" Lu Xiangwan's luminous eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and she gently removed a jade bai from her neck. I noticed that her jade bai was inscribed with the words "Mandarin ducks dance together." It was evident that she had come bearing this jade bai as a token related to our betrothal. To be frank, the disparity in our material circumstances instilled a sense of inferiority within me. At that moment, Lu Xiangwan's father, Lu Changming, spoke up. 100,000. How does that sound? 100,000? I furrow my brow. While that amount was indeed substantial for families like ours, it was relatively commonplace for newlyweds in the surrounding villages to demand a bridal price of 80 to 100,000. Considering the circumstances of others, asking for such sum did not seem unreasonable. I discreetly glanced at my father, yet remained silent, for this was a matter he needed to decide upon. My father's expression remained grave. This engagement was arranged by Yuanzi's grandfather, and I believe. Before he could finish, Lu Changming interjected, "Then let it be 200,000. I only desire the jade bai in your possession to annul the engagement." Annul the engagement? As the true intent of their visit dawned upon me, I felt as though I had been struck by lightning, my legs nearly giving way beneath me. They were not here to discuss my union with Lu Xiangwan, but rather to dissolve the engagement. My father took a deep breath and looked at me, pausing momentarily before stating, "Yuanzi, you must decide on this matter. Prior to this matter, My father was entirely unaware, thus he hesitated to make any decisions on my behalf. Lu Changming turned to face me, extracting a cigarette from a crimson case and offering it to me, yet I subtly shook my head in refusal. As he lit the cigarette, he spoke. "You are Zhang Qingyan, are you not? I understand that this may come as a shock to you. I harbor no contempt. You and Xiang Wan have lived your entire lives without even knowing who one another truly is. Do you not find such a betrothal rather absurd? As a father, I must consider the future happiness of my daughter. There exists an insurmountable chasm between you two. Therefore, annulling this engagement would bear no detriment to either you or Xiang Wan. If you agree, not only will you receive 200,000 immediately, but I also pledge to secure you a position with an annual salary exceeding 300,000 upon your graduation. Reflect upon this. It is a height that many toil throughout their lives to attain and never succeed. Think carefully." Though he claimed to bear no disdain, each word he uttered dripped with an inherent sense of superiority. What was I to say? 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty. I acknowledged that from any perspective, Lu Xiangwan and I were mismatched. Yet, I could not withdraw from this marriage, not out of stubbornness, but because this union was intrinsically linked to my very existence. I swallowed hard, reattaching the jade pendant around my neck, and instinctively glanced at Lu Xiangwan, hoping to gauge her reaction. Lu Xiangwan, however, did not express her thoughts directly. Instead, she mimicked my actions and adorned herself with the jade disc around her neck. I could not discern if it was merely my imagination, but I sensed that Lu Xiangwan's demeanor appeared to diverge from that of her father. Noticing my silence, Lu Changming's expression darkened further, his jaw tightening as he addressed me, urging me to think carefully and reminding me that I could contact him at any time. He warned, "I advise you not to indulge in dreams of pursuing unattainable desires." He then left behind a business card and departed without a backward glance. I thought to myself, is it truly necessary to exhibit such disdain? If you had approached me with civility, I would not have been so obstinate. Yet now, your words compel me to consider administering a dose of medicine to your daughter, alongside a glass of milk. After the two departed, my father exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, "Ah, Yuan Zai, we cannot aspire to such heights." I understood his implication. This marriage must be reconsidered, though not immediately. At the very least, I needed to comprehend my master's intentions behind this arrangement. I nodded slightly, poised to articulate my thoughts, when a long, flowing ponytail unexpectedly caught my eye. Lu Xiangwan, with her elegantly long legs, had turned back towards me, a smile gracing her lips as she extended her hand, asking, "May I borrow your phone for a moment?" At that moment, I was somewhat bewildered, my ears slightly flushed as I mechanically retrieved my phone from my bag and handed it to her. "Unlock it, please." After I had done so, I observed Lu Xiangwan swiftly dial a number, and soon her own phone began to ring. All set. Lu Xiangwan returned my phone to me, retreating as she waved goodbye to my father and me, then making a gesture as if to indicate a phone call. This scene reminded me of a song. She always left only her phone number, never allowing me to escort her home. Chapter 4. Blood flowers covering the top soon. The white Maserati at the village entrance departed amidst the cacophony of barking dogs. Before long, I received a text from Lu Xiangwan. "You are Zhang Qingyuan, right? I am Lu Xiangwan. Pleased to meet you. I apologize for my father's bluntness. Please don't take it to heart. He does not have control over my affairs." I frowned slightly. Was this an apology? To be honest, I hadn't taken it to heart at all, and it hardly felt like a humiliation. Considering the objective circumstances of our families, there was indeed a stark contrast. If I were to put myself in her shoes, if I had a daughter as beautiful as Lu Xiangwan, I too would not wish for her to marry into a family like mine. After a moment of contemplation, I replied to her message, "It's nothing. I completely understand." I truly did not dwell on it. Lu Xiangwan was undeniably beautiful, and while we were indeed bound by engagement, that did not alter the fact that she was merely a transient figure in my life. Perhaps we would never have the opportunity to meet again. I spent 2 days at home before taking the 1,500 yuan for living expenses to school, continuing with my uninspiring university life. As soon as I pushed open the dormitory door, I found my 3 roommates gathered together, animatedly discussing something with great fervor. Upon seeing me enter, the one leaning against the bed urged, "Quick, close the door." The monkey, known as Ho Guiqing, hails from the northeast and is characterized by his boisterous and chivalrous nature. The other two are Pang Jiahao, a portly fellow, and Peng Fei, who is fond of congregating with the ladies and is often referred to as Yin Yangren. What is all this about, shrouded in mystery? Has teacher Hashimoto released a new episode? I casually tossed my bag onto my bed and sat down with keen interest. For someone like me, who has wielded the stabilizing sea needle for 2 decades without ever subduing a female enchantress, sharing the treasures found on my hard drive has become a cherished tradition in our dormitory 506. Peng Fei, with his fingers delicately arched like a flower, mimicked the tone of a eunuch from a television drama, saying, "Ah, while teacher Hashimoto's works are certainly worthy of savoring, the practical experience of our dear Pang should be thoroughly contemplated." I raised an eyebrow, casting a teasing glance at Pang. "Have you found love? Has your invincible physique been compromised?" Pang, who had been shyly lowering his head, slowly lifted it upon hearing my inquiry, licking his lips. In that moment, I noticed a misty veil enveloping his forehead, dimming the divine light that usually radiated from above, hinting an impending extinguishment. This phenomenon is known in physiognomy as blood flower covering the crown, where the white mist is destined to transform into a blood-red hue within 3 days, heralding certain doom for Pang. He grinned at us, giving a thumbs up, and declared, "I must say, that sister truly excels in her craft." The monkey and Yin Yangren eagerly bombarded him with inquiries about details of depth and size, while I remained solemn and deeply concerned. The chubby fellow is my dormitory brother. I cannot stand idly by as he faces peril. Moreover, my grandfather previously advised me that I must refrain from employing any magical arts until my fiancée appears. Now that Lu Xiangwan has indeed made her entrance, does this signify that I may formally embark on my journey? I resolved firmly within myself that, regardless of the circumstances, I would not turn a blind eye to this matter. Both the chubby one and the monkey are students from other provinces, and thus, during these 2 days of holiday, they have chosen not to return home. Those with girlfriends take their partners on nearby excursions, perhaps even securing a hotel room, while those without are left to seclude themselves in the dormitory, entertaining themselves with the images of their beloveds stored on their hard drives. These two are well-versed in theory, yet remain untested in practice, constantly pondering how to find a girlfriend and engage in clandestine adventures in secluded groves. In pursuit of this, the chubby one even approached the most unattractive girl in our class, Liu, who bears a conspicuous large black mole on her face, yet his intentions were too apparent, resulting in a cruel rejection. Approximately 2 to 3 hours ago, the monkey and the chubby one resolved to explore the alley opposite the school. I have ventured there a few times. It is often frequented by scantily clad streetwalkers, enticing clients, predominantly migrant workers from nearby construction sites, seeking to satisfy their physical needs. Of course, there are also adventurous university students like the chubby one. Initially, they intended to go together, but the monkey hesitated at the last moment. The chubby one, however, steeled himself and ordered a quick meal from a woman in her 30s. The monkey, tilting his head in contemplation, jested, 5 minutes no longer. Upon hearing this, the rotund individual's face flushed crimson, and he defiantly retorted, "If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try, coward? I wager you wouldn't last 3 minutes." The lady interjected, claiming, "I consider myself rather formidable in this realm, and I haven't even charged you yet." It was only later that I discovered that such establishments typically offer complimentary services for most novices on their first visit. The intent behind this is to allow one to experience earthly pleasures, casting a long line to catch a bigger fish. Once you savor the taste, escaping becomes a challenge. After the rotund fellow animatedly shared his invaluable first-hand experiences, I clear my throat to steer the conversation in a different direction. Ahem, my dear chubby friend. Have you encountered any peculiar occurrences in recent days? I was certain that he must have attracted some unwelcome entity. Peculiar occurrences? What do you mean? I've been in the dormitory all this time. I only ventured out with Monkey this afternoon. Our dormitory group was rather reclusive and not particularly fond of physical activity. Aside from occasionally accompanying each other to the corridor at the school gate to admire the fair-skinned, leggy seniors and their luxurious cars as they drove away, our primary source of entertainment was the traditional pastime of watching films. Noticing my somewhat peculiar demeanor, the trio turned to me, with one of them, a flamboyant individual, inquired, "What's up, UNZ? If you're curious, why not try yourself? All talk and no action is just pretentious. Besides, it doesn't even cost anything." I found myself at a loss for words. They evidently remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, mistakenly believing I was eager to indulge. I extended my hand toward the rotund fellow, saying, "Chubby, extend your hand." The rotund fellow, oblivious to my intentions, extended his left hand without hesitation, driven by trust in his roommate. Both hands together, I grasped his wrists, exploring until I located his pulse. After a moment's contemplation, my heart sank in tandem with my countenance. What could be the matter? Surely, engaging in such indiscretions has not led to an affliction. Perhaps it is HIV or syphilis. At this moment, the chubby man's face bore a hint of amusement. I declared, "It is not an illness. It is a ghostly pulse." A ghostly pulse? The three of us echoed in unison, directing our gazes towards him. I nodded and elaborated. Indeed, 3 long and 2 short signifies a ghostly pulse. The rotund fellow's pulse reveals 3 long beats on the left and 2 short on the right, signifying he has attracted unwelcome attention and impending calamity awaits. "Let me see," Monkey interjected, seizing the chubby man's hands and mimicking my actions with squint. A moment later, he exclaimed, "Lo and behold, it truly is 3 long and 2 short." The yin-yang man, witnessing this, followed suit and remarked, "I cannot discern whether it is 3 long and 2 short, but indeed the pulses in your hands are distinctly different." As our discussion intensified, the rotund fellow grew increasingly restless. "What do you mean by 3 long and 2 short? What is this ghostly pulse you speak of? By your reasoning, I must have encountered a ghost. Yet here I stand, perfectly fine." In response to his queries, Monkey and the yin-yang man found themselves at a loss, instinctively casting their gaze upon me. I swallowed hard, maintaining my composure as I surveyed the chubby man from head to toe. "Get up and take a few steps barefoot." In an effort to dispel any notion of having encountered a ghost, the rotund fellow promptly slapped his thigh and stood up, pacing back and forth on the dormitory floor several times. Not only could he manage a few steps, but he could easily traverse 10. I waved my hand, urging him, "Don't walk so fast. Slow down a bit." The hefty chap snorted dismissively, proclaiming as he walked, "Not only can I walk, but I can run and jump too." Wait. Can you refrain from tiptoeing while you walk?" Before I could finish, the monkey had already discerned the issue, furrowing his brow as he fixated on the hefty one's heels. Earlier, we hadn't noticed because of his brisk pace, but as he slowed down, it became glaringly apparent to all 3 of us. The hefty fellow wasn't allowing his heels to touch the ground. Chapter 5. Possession. This phenomenon is colloquially referred to as ghostly tiptoeing in folklore. As beings born of the earth and sky, we are meant to stand firmly. The heel contains an acupoint known as the Yongquan point, through which the earth's energy can surge upward, igniting the spirit fire within a person, represented by the 3 vital lights located at the shoulders and the center of the forehead. When the heels do not make contact with the ground, this earth energy cannot rise, causing the 3 vital lights to dim progressively. Once these lights extinguish, one's demise is not far off. Observing the serious expressions beginning to settle on our faces, the rotund fellow stomped his feet forcefully on the ground. "Why aren't my heels touching the ground? Everything seems perfectly fine to me. Don't try to scare me. My grandmother says I have the destiny of Neza, impervious to all ghosts." This time, we observed more clearly. Despite the stout man stomping his feet vigorously, his heels never touched the ground, and he remained blissfully unaware. The eccentric individual, quick-witted, turned to Monkey and me, instructing, "Wait a moment." He then rose and entered the restroom, emerging shortly after with a bag of laundry detergent. I watched as he poured the powder onto the floor, creating a thin layer. Once the preparation was complete, he pointed to the ground and commanded, "Plump fellow, take a stroll." The stout man grasped the implication of the eccentric's words and, trembling, stepped onto the powder. This time, we all distinctly observed the footprints he left behind, each one perched delicately on the surface. When he turned to look, panic washed over him, causing his legs to weaken and his breathing to become erratic. "UNZ, what? What is happening?" he stammered. I replied, "It is a possession by a ghost." Upon hearing this, the other three in the dormitory lost their composure. The eccentric leapt onto the bed, clutching his knees tightly, and inquired, "UNZ, how did you know it was a ghost possession?" I explained, "My grandfather is a feng shui master, and I have absorbed some knowledge from him." It was that I was unwilling to share the truth. Rather, the axiom, the taller the tree, the harder it falls, resonated with me. Setting aside other concerns, if I were to reveal that a woman instructs me in esoteric arts every night, I risked being captured for dissection by those who would seek to exploit such knowledge. "Brother Yuan, what do you think about this matter?" It is evident that the chubby fellow is genuinely frightened at this moment. Typically, he would casually refer to me as UNZ, but now he has elevated it to Yuan Ge. I gently patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be overly anxious. Let me assess the situation first. It shouldn't be too serious." I then turned to the monkey and the androgynous individual beside me and instructed, "Monkey, please draw the curtains. And you, find a candle." I recalled that during a power outage earlier this year, many students had purchased candles for illumination, so there should still be some in the dormitory. Soon, the curtains were drawn, and the room was enveloped in darkness. I took the candle from the androgynous person's hands, borrowed a lighter from the monkey, and after igniting it, I urged the chubby fellow to sit at the table. I pinched a small fire seal between my fingers and softly chanted, "By the authority of the 5 elements, bound by the 6 harmonies, as decreed by heaven, belonging to the 9 palaces, swift as the law commands." With that, I extended my right index and middle fingers, delicately capturing a flicker of the candle's flame. I slowly brought this tiny spark near the chubby fellow's third eye and deftly pressed the flame onto his brow. The purpose of the fire seal is to intensify the divine fire within him, thus serving to repel malevolent spirits and banish evil. As the saying goes, every grievance has a source, and every debt has a master. Although this world is rife with wandering souls and restless spirits, love does not arise without cause, nor does hatred. Most encounters with the supernatural stem from misfortune and a weakened life force, which provide opportunities for these lost spirits. However, the vast majority of these spirits do not pose a threat to life. At worst, they may siphon off one's vitality, leading to severe illness. If the entity tormenting the rotund fellow were merely a mischievous spirit, then under the influence of the divine fire seal, the very essence of his own yang fire would suffice to compel it to depart. However, what I never anticipated was that as I pressed the divine fire seal onto the center of his forehead, he suddenly froze, his eyes rolling back, and he stood upright with a stiffened posture. At that moment, I observed dark, serpentine lines flickering across his face, while an unsettling chill radiated from him, causing goosebumps to rise involuntarily on my skin. Even the flames of the candles on the table trembled, shifting into an eerie green hue. The monkey and the yin-yang person, having never witnessed such a spectacle, instinctively recoiled behind me, clutching my shoulders tightly on either side. "Yuan Ge, what is happening?" The yin-yang person quivered, whispering in fear. I remained silent, my gaze fixed intently on the rotund figure before me, my hands weaving a trio of dispelling incantations, bracing myself for an inevitable confrontation. "Ha ha ha! Must I? Must I?" At that moment, the rotund fellow erupted into a maniacal laugh, his voice no longer his own, but that of a woman. "Look, the shadow behind the fat man." The monkey swallowed hard, pointing at the silhouette cast by the flickering candlelight behind the rotund figure. To my astonishment, it was the silhouette of a graceful woman with flowing hair. I grasped the fat man's wrist firmly with one hand while preparing the trio of dispelling incantations in the other. "Reveal yourself, you lurking specter." At this moment, the corpulent man had begun to froth at the mouth, and the woman's voice echoed once more from his throat. "He must die. He must die." A sense of foreboding gripped me, The situation had escalated beyond the ordinary. This was no mere possession by a ghost. A malevolent spirit had intertwined itself with the man's very essence, his 3 souls and 7 spirits entwined in a perilous dance. A common talisman would be utterly ineffective against such a formidable entity. I could not directly cast the dispelling incantation upon him, for doing so would also jolt his souls, potentially leading to memory loss or, in the worst-case scenario, a complete disintegration of his mind. Under no circumstances could I act recklessly without a dire necessity. Swiftly, I retracted the triple dispelling spell I had prepared and instead reversed my wrist to form a protective golden seal, murmuring incantations under my breath. The golden light manifested with great speed, safeguarding my true self. Urgently, I pressed the golden seal against the man's chest, and a radiant beam of light erupted forth, gradually receding into his being. Under the protection of the golden seal, his 3 souls and 7 spirits found solace, his eyelids drooping and his knees weakening, causing him to slump along the edge of the table. Fortunately, the adept yin-yang practitioner and the monkey acted swiftly, one on each side, supporting him and dragging him to the bed. At this point, he had succumbed to unconsciousness, yet with the golden seal in place, his life was not in immediate danger. The monkey reached out to check his breath, confirming he was still alive, and then turned to me with a concerned expression. "UNZ, what is happening here?" The voice we just heard was not that of the man. The yin-yang practitioner nodded repeatedly, his fingers elegantly arched like orchid petals, his face awash with tension as he gazed at me. I took a deep breath and proclaimed, "The malevolent spirit has entwined itself with the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the stout man. If we fail to dispel it, it shall claim his life." Chapter 6. Summoning Souls and Spirits. Is it truly possible for someone to die? The practitioner Adam S. Apple bobbed nervously, and when he glanced back at the stout man, he instinctively recoiled behind the monkey, his fear palpable. "What shall we do now? Should we inform a counselor?" The monkey licked his lips and turned his gaze towards me. However, the yin-yang practitioner, without a moment's hesitation, shook his head. If a ghost were to possess him, what could the counselor possibly do? He might even panic more than you. I had heard from the elders that if a spirit were to possess someone, showing the middle finger could cause the spirit to flee. Shall we give a try? I slightly shook my head. While it is true that such a method could work for ordinary possessions, the stout man's situation was anything but ordinary. Previously, I had attempted to use the divine fire seal to drive away the malignant spirit clinging to him, and it had proven ineffective. Thus, it was clear that this ordeal was not merely a standard possession. It seemed as though someone had placed a ghostly curse upon him. Extraordinary? Then what should we do? The monkey and the yin-yang practitioner turned their expectant gazes toward me, awaiting my decision. I pondered for a moment, stroking my chin, and, after a brief pause, I said, "Let's not rush. The stout man is not in immediate danger. Yin-yang practitioner, please find a mirror, the kind a woman uses for her makeup. Monkey, devise a way to fetch 2 bottles of well water. It must be well water, not tap water. I am currently keeping watch over the rotund fellow in our dormitory. This evening, I shall first converse with that ghostly woman to ascertain her true intentions. Just moments ago, I inscribed a protective golden seal upon a hefty man, ensuring that even if that malevolent spirit were to entangle itself with his essence, it could not claim his life in the short term. Tonight, I plan to attempt communication with this spectral woman to uncover the deep-seated animosity she harbors towards him." "Are you truly going to negotiate with that ghostly woman?" one of my companions inquired. "Do you feel confident in your abilities? Do not jeopardize yourself." The monkey, evidently uneasy, was concerned that I might find myself in perilous circumstances. After all, to them, I am merely a novice, having acquired knowledge through osmosis from my grandfather, a theoretical expert, but a practical novice. "Rest assured, I have matters under control," I replied. Once our plans were set, the 3 of us embarked on our respective missions. The practitioner of yin and yang had a favorable rapport with women and, after sending out 2 messages, quickly secured a mirror from a female classmate. Before long, he returned to the dormitory with the mirror in hand, accompanied by a few images of Guanyin, one of which he graciously offered to me. I procured this from a nearby 2-yuan shop. He said, "The The proprietor assured me of its efficacy. I was momentarily at a loss for words. I would sooner believe a sow could climb a tree than place faith in such an object. Nevertheless, I refrained from voicing my skepticism, accepting the item and draping it around my neck. The yin-yang practitioner then carefully placed a small figure of guanyin upon the hefty man's chest, performing 3 respectful bows in the process. In comparison, the monkey's task was considerably more arduous. Due to our school's urban location, he struggled to locate an ancient well. He managed to contact a friend from his hometown, and near the normal university, outside of over 30 bus stops. He finally located an ancient well from which he could draw water. He filled 2 large mineral water bottles and returned around 6 in the evening. UNZ, will 2 bottles suffice? Monkey inquired, seated on the edge of the bed while lighting a cigarette. I nodded. It's enough. In fact, it's more than we need. That's good. By the way, when I mentioned this to my classmate at the normal university, he told me that recently there had been an incident involving a student encountering a ghost at their school. Upon hearing this, both the yin-yang person and I turned our gaze towards Monkey. Encountering a ghost? What does that entail? The yin-yang person asked. Well, Monkey replied. My classmate recounted that just last Wednesday, a student from the boys' dormitory left in the dead of night and headed straight to the shower room. He was discovered the next morning, having died in the shower. The yin-yang person frowned slightly. Is that truly an encounter with a ghost? It could simply have been a sudden illness. Nonsense. Do you know how he died? Monkey retorted. He was scalded to death under the shower head with boiling water. They say his skin peeled off at the slightest touch. It's utterly horrific. If it weren't for a ghost, who would willingly pour boiling water over themselves? He paused, then added, Moreover, I believe there is a striking resemblance to what happened with the fatty. The entity that entangled him might also be a female ghost. When he died, she had applied thick red lipstick. I noticed the yin-yang person's Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke to me. UNZ, do you think this could be the same female ghost? I shook my head and said, It remains uncertain for now. Let us proceed according to our original plan and wait until the sun sets. After that, I intend to converse with that female ghost. Would you prefer to keep your distance? After all, their presence offers little assistance, and if fear is a concern, it may be best to avoid the situation altogether to prevent lingering apprehensions. But who could have anticipated that these two would be so audacious? The monkey thumped his chest and proclaimed, In my youth, I absorbed knowledge from my grandfather. I've learned a few tricks. I nearly performed a spirit summoning as a child, and a mere female ghost could be dispelled by a splash of my youthful essence. Though the yin-yang man appeared effeminate, his demeanor did not betray cowardice. With a defiant posture, he declared, We share both fortune and adversity. He then produced a guanyin pendant and handed it to the monkey. This is a protective guanyin I acquired at Putuak Temple this afternoon, meant to ward off evil. The monkey inspected it with exaggerated seriousness before adorning it around his neck, exclaiming, You truly think ahead. I chuckled and shook my head. To be prudent, I performed a protective golden seal on my hand, gesturing for the yin-yang man to turn around. I then gently slapped the area between his shoulder blades. Ah, he moaned, his face lighting up with pleasure as he exclaimed, Wow, that feels incredible. The monkey, perplexed, asked, What on earth? Is it really that pleasurable? I replied, This is the golden protective seal. It invigorates the spirit, hence the sensation of joy. If I were to describe it, it would be akin to the feeling of being ensconced in blankets, experiencing fervent excitement with fifth miss. Upon hearing this, the monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly turned his back to me, exclaiming, Then quickly give me a slap. I nodded slightly, and, with a swift motion, formed a protective seal of golden light, placing my hand firmly on the monkey's back. Ah, truly, it was exhilarating. As I applied the second golden seal, a sudden rush of searing energy coursed through my chest, bringing with it an intense warmth. My brow furrowed, but fortunately, I soon returned to normal. I did not dwell on this incident. Instead, I instructed the monkey and the yin-yang man to help the plump man sit up from the bed. I then unscrewed the cap of a bottle filled with well water and began to gently apply the water onto the mirror. The well water, being grounded in the earth, is associated with the yin, and mirrors, often harboring spirits, also belong to the realm of yin. According to folklore, If one applies well water to a mirror at midnight while silently reciting the name of the deceased, one may glimpse their departed loved ones within mirror. Do not attempt this lightly. I placed the mirror upright on the table, directing it toward the plump man's position, and quietly chanted the soul-calling incantation. After a brief moment, wisps of mist began to rise from the polished surface of the mirror. Once the mist dissipated, the figure that should have appeared in the mirror as the plump man transformed into a disheveled woman. Chapter 7. The ghost spell. As the plump man remained in a state of unconsciousness, it required the monkey and the yin-yang man to support him, one on each side, to help him sit up. At that moment, I observed through the mirror that the expressions of the monkey and the yin-yang man were exceedingly grim, resembling frightened quails, as they clung tightly to the plump man's arms, lacking even the courage to glance back. It is likely they are afraid to turn and discover that the person they're gripping is not, in fact, a hefty individual. I remain untroubled, for their fear stems from psychological causes. Under the protection of the golden light talisman, ordinary spirits cannot approach them. Calmly, I gaze into the mirror at the disheveled woman and inquire, "Who are you? Why do you cling to my brother?" As I speak, my hand, concealed beneath the table, forms the breaking evil seal, channeling the energy circulating within my dantian to amplify its potency. Uncertain of the depth of the malevolent spirit's power that has ensnared the hefty fellow, I must prepare for the worst, if necessary. I shall disregard any potential impact on his soul and spirit, taking the initiative to ensure her swift demise. In the mirror, the woman hangs her head low, obscuring her features, yet I can distinctly see the strands of hair drifting in front of her forehead, seemingly animated, undulating slowly in the air. "Kid, I didn't realize you possess some skill. Don't say I didn't warn you. This matter does not concern you. Mind your own business, or the next to perish will be you." Her laughter is chilling. Suddenly, the woman lunges forward, her entire face pressing against the mirror. Countless strands of hair erupt like a wild explosion, revealing a visage that evokes discomfort at first glance. Her face appears as if it has been cracked and hastily reassembled, riddled with writhing veins that resemble earthworms. Her bulging eyes are merely bloodshot whites, contorted into a grotesque expression, while a blood-red tongue repeatedly licks the water in the mirror, creating an unsettling scene. At this moment, since the four of us were seated side by side, I could sense that both the monkey and the hermaphrodite were nearly paralyzed with fear, especially the hermaphrodite sitting beside me, whose legs trembled uncontrollably beneath the table. I understood that their reluctance to flee was not due to camaraderie, but rather the weakness in their knees. I clenched my jaw and raised the tattered talisman that had been folded thrice beneath the table, slamming it forcefully onto the surface before me. "Oomph. If you seek my demise, feel free to try." Instantly, a wave of formidable energy, capable of instilling dread in 100 demons, radiated outward from the center of my palm like ripples on water. A piercing shriek echoed through the air as a noticeable crack began to extend across the mirror surface. The woman reflected in the glass abruptly recoiled, her face marred by fissures that appeared to be corroded by starlight, glimmering with flickering embers. Seeing that I had momentarily subdued the ghostly figure, both the monkey and the hermaphrodite found their resolve, exhaling in relief. I gazed deeply into the mirror at the now wary specter and commanded in a stern voice, "Depart at once, or I shall obliterate your very essence." The ghost's eyes, now merely whites, shifted slowly before it retreated, ultimately vanishing into the figure of the portly man, whose silhouette appeared in the mirror alongside it. Phew! That truly terrified me. UNZ, you possess remarkable talent. I concede, my friend. With the mirror now silent, the monkey finally exhaled a long breath, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. The androgynous figure collapsed onto the table, intending to speak, when suddenly the stout man opened his eyes, exuding an eerie aura. "Humph, do not presume that I fear you. Even under the curse of the specter, I shall claim his life within 3 days, and you shall not hinder me." The voice that emanated was neither that of the stout man nor the previous female ghost, but rather that of a man, gravelly yet filled with vigor. The abrupt utterance nearly startled the monkey and the androgynous figure, who were gradually relaxing into oblivion. The monkey jolted upright, his head crashing heavily against the iron bed frame, rendering him breathless from the pain. The androgynous figure fared no better. A slip of the foot sent them tumbling to the ground. However, I had no time to attend to their plight. I raised my hand and pressed a soul-soothing talisman gently onto the stout man's forehead, causing him to descend once more into slumber. I then embraced him, lifting my leg to give the androgynous figure a kick. "Are you dead? If not, lend a hand." The androgynous figure rubbed their backside and stood up, joining me in hoisting the stout man back onto the bed, while the monkey, recovering his senses, now sported a sizable bump on his head. "UNZ, what on earth is happening? One moment it's a woman, the next a man?" The androgynous figure sat cross-legged on the bed, casting wary glances toward the stout man's resting place, seemingly apprehensive that he might suddenly awaken. "The stout man has been cursed by a ghost. His life is to be claimed within 3 days." "A ghost curse? 3 days?" The monkey and the androgynous figure widened their eyes in astonishment. I nodded. "As you have seen earlier, the specter that appeared in the mirror was bound to the portly man through a malevolent curse, intertwining with his 3 souls and 7 spirits. The man speaking behind us is likely the one who cast the curse, and that female ghost serves as his medium." The two exchanged a glance, half comprehending. When the monkey inquired, "Does this mean the portly man has but 3 days to live?" I turned to look at him and replied, "Fear not. The portly man shall not perish. Within 3 days, someone will surely come seeking us." My confidence stemmed from the nature of the curse itself, which is a double-edged sword. Should the cursed individual survive beyond 3 days, the one who crafted the medium shall face dire consequences. Although the entanglement of the ghost and the portly man's essence prevents me from dispelling the malevolence without harming him, I still possess a means to safeguard his life. If dispelling is unfeasible, then I shall proceed with sealing. First, I will employ the golden light protective seal to safeguard his 3 souls and 7 spirits, and then use the portly man's body as a vessel to simultaneously confine him and the ghost. Within 3 days, the one who conjured the medium will inevitably become restless and come seeking us. Will he return?" the yin-yang practitioner asked, somewhat apprehensively retracting his neck. The monkey, cradling his bandaged head, said, "If he does return, do you think he will come with reinforcements?" As he spoke, he gestured towards the window and the doorway. I comprehend his meaning. The mere presence of a female ghost has already left him utterly terrified. One can only imagine the horror if a multitude of spirits were to ascend through the window simultaneously. Who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? "Fear not, for there shall be no calamity. You two go ahead and remove the rotund fellow's garments, and while you're at it, give his body a thorough cleansing." My inability to deal with that female ghost is not due to her profound abilities, but rather because she has taken residence within the stout man's body through a ghostly curse. Otherwise, a mere talisman would suffice to send her soul into disarray. Hence, I harbor no fear of that sorcerer summoning additional assistance. In fact, I harbor doubts regarding his prowess as a master of the yin and yang. For truly skilled individuals would not trouble an ordinary university student. The two of them gazed at me in confusion, inquiring, "What do you intend to do by removing his clothing?" I chuckled wryly. "I have no interest in men, nor in female spirits. I need to inscribe a talisman upon the stout man, so do not dawdle." They nodded in understanding and proceeded to change his attire, leaving only his undergarments unchanged. I prepared my ink and brush, and before midnight struck, I inscribed a total of 18 talismans upon the stout man's body. At this point, not even a rogue capable of casting ghostly curses, let alone the denizens of the underworld, will be able to easily take him away. Having completed my task, I rose and entered the bathroom. Just as I turned on the faucet to wash my face, I suddenly felt a peculiar sweetness in my throat. Almost immediately, a wave of constriction engulfed my chest, accompanied by a searing heat that surged violently within my chest cavity. I lost control and expelled a copious amount of blood, which splattered dramatically across the mirror of the bathroom sink. I leaned my hands against the wash basin, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in my head and a lightness in my feet. The reflection in the mirror began to blur, appearing somewhat ethereal. In the fleeting moments before I lost consciousness, I caught a glimpse in the mirror of a figure standing behind me, a woman clad in red embroidered shoes. Chapter 8. The woman has always been there. When I awoke again, I found myself lying on a hospital gurney in the corridor, the air thick with the scent of disinfectant, and an intravenous drip attached to my hand. I struggled to open my eyes, realizing that I had likely been brought to the hospital after fainting the previous night, courtesy of the monkey and the enigmatic figure. With that thought, I abruptly sat up, vividly recalling the woman who had sought to claim me as her son-in-law since my birth. She had appeared once more. However, as I surveyed my surroundings, I found no trace of her, only Lu Xiangwan sitting by my bedside. "You're awake? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Lu Xiangwan asked, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Although this was only our second encounter, I sensed a genuine concern in her tone. I rubbed my temples, perplexed. What was happening? Where were the others? Lu Xiangwan pouted slightly. "I don't know. When I called earlier, your roommate answered. They said you had fainted, so they brought you here. The blood test results indicated you have low blood sugar." As she spoke, I noticed her lively eyes darting around playfully, seemingly skeptical that my fainting was merely due to low blood sugar. I am indeed aware that it is not due to hypoglycemia, but rather the adverse effects brought on by the use of Taoist practices. This was precisely what my grandfather cautioned me about before his passing, a warning that I must refrain from using such practices until I encounter my betrothed. However, what perplexes me is this. Since Lu Xiangwan has clearly appeared, why am I still subjected to backlash? Furthermore, after I fainted, why did the woman in the red embroidered shoes not seize the opportunity to take advantage of my vulnerability? Just as my thoughts spiraled into confusion, the androgynous figure hurried over. "You're awake. I hope everything is well. You and the monkey truly frightened me." I waved my hand dismissively. "I am fine. By the way, how is the chubby one? What would be wrong with him?" "He's still asleep. Just now, the monkey called, mentioning that a person named He Qingchuan is looking for you." I furrow my brow slightly. I am unfamiliar with this individual. If all goes as expected, he should be the one who cast a curse on the chubby one. "What did he say?" "He stated that he is awaiting your presence at the CAF located at 56 Yulin Road this afternoon. He also insisted that you must attend. He must already be aware that I have sealed off his medium, hence his impatience." Nodding, I rose from the bed and looked at Lu Xiangwan, feeling somewhat apologetic. "I sincerely apologize, but I have some urgent matters to attend to. I shall call you once I am finished." Lu Xiangwan raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to my ear, whispering, "Are you going to meet that Yin-Yang master who harmed your roommate?" At that moment, she was so close that I could distinctly perceive her subtle fragrance. I caught a glimpse of the enigmatic figure, and it seems that during my unconscious state, this peculiar person had conveyed the events to Lu Xiangwan. I did not conceal anything, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Lu Xiangwan then inquired, "So, by this logic, the ancestral art of feng shui in your family has not been severed in its transmission through you?" From her tone, it was evident that she was aware that the practice had ceased with my grandfather's generation. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that I had been diligently apprenticed to my master for nearly a decade, and it was highly likely that she was unaware of my master's existence altogether. Feeling somewhat awkward, I scratched my head and replied, "Well, during my childhood, I often accompanied my grandfather on various tasks, and through that, I picked up a few superficial skills, just enough to be of use. If Lu Xiangwan were my wife, I would undoubtedly have no secrets from her. Yet she is not, and only 2 days prior, she had come to my home to annul our engagement. Thus I felt the need to remain cautious." "Are you certain that you only possess superficial knowledge?" Lu Xiangwan's long eyelashes fluttered as she gazed at me with a hint of amusement in her eyes. For someone like me, a young man inexperienced in romantic affairs, being scrutinized by such an exquisite young woman was undeniably a source of embarrassment. I averted my gaze, unable to meet her eyes, and shifted the conversation. "By the way, do you know how our marriage pact was established?" As I spoke, I instinctively gestured towards the jade pendant hanging around her neck, implying my curiosity about its origin. Lu Xiangwan countered, "You truly do not know?" I shook my head. I genuinely had no knowledge of the matter. However, my master arranged this marriage for me, undoubtedly for a reason, though I am yet to comprehend it. Or perhaps the moment has not arrived. Lu Xiangwan took a deep breath and spoke. I am also uncertain. This jade was entrusted to me by my grandfather before his passing. He claimed it was a decree from heaven and asserted that you would become the most formidable feng shui master of the Zhang family lineage. I coughed softly a couple of times, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the public praise of being the most exceptional feng shui master of my ancestry. Thank you for your grandfather's generous compliment, but do I truly appear to be a formidable feng shui master? I replied with a wry smile. Lu Xiangwan nodded non-committally and countered with a question. Do you know who my grandfather is? I remained silent, sensing that her inquiry implied her grandfather was likely also a figure of significance within the realm of mysticism. However, my understanding of this arcane world is limited to fragmented recollections from my grandfather's casual conversations before I turned 12. Noticing my silence, Lu Xiangwan continued. My grandfather's name is Lu Qingmu, famously known as One Glance at Kunlun. At this point, she paused momentarily before adding, he is a disciple of Ziwei Do Shu and has never misread a fortune in his lifetime. The implication that her grandfather was a master of divination, coupled with the assertion that he has never erred in his predictions, suggests an extraordinary level of expertise. Although I never had the opportunity to meet this long-departed elder, I could sense the considerable renown he must have possessed through Lu Xiangwan's few words. It is worth noting that I have also been studying the primordial 64 hexagrams under my master's guidance. However, when I endeavored to ascertain the whereabouts of Lu Xiangwan, my divinations proved ineffective. Yet, Lu Xiangwan possesses intricate knowledge of my personal details, including my name and home address, which indicates that her grandfather is far from an ordinary man. Thus, do you also practice Ziwei Do Shu? Lu Xiangwan shook her head. No. Since my father's generation, the art of Ziwei Do Shu has not been passed down. My grandfather stated that it can only be transmitted across 3 generations. Otherwise, the descendants will face calamity. Therefore, Ziwei Do Shu is taught solely through oral tradition. My father once expressed regret over its potential loss when my grandfather was gravely ill, to which my grandfather simply replied with 4 words, heaven bestows its gifts. From Lu Xiangwan's words, I began to comprehend that the Lu family's practice of Ziwei Do Shu is akin to our family's feng shui techniques, both of which can only be inherited for 3 generations. Beyond that, they are entombed within the coffins of their forebears. Historically, both feng shui and Ziwei Do Shu have repeatedly resurfaced. If indeed they could only be passed down for 3 generations, they should have long since vanished. The reason, I surmised, lies in what Lu Xiangwan referred to as heavenly bestowal, a secret art transmitted through divine means. In that case, could my studies with my master be regarded as a form of heavenly endowment? I remarked, although we have never met. I firmly believe your grandfather must be an extraordinary figure. As for the betrothal between us, once I clarify certain matters, I shall naturally acquiesce to your family's desire to annul it, for such a pact holds little binding power. I am not the type to cling stubbornly to a situation. After all, I have never met Lu Xiangwan before, and there exists no foundation of affection between us. Relying solely on a verbal promise of marriage indeed seems rather absurd. However, my foremost concern is that I do not wish to be looked down upon. Therefore, you share my father's sentiments, believing that we are ill-matched and destined for failure? As she spoke these words, Lu Xiangwan's expression grew somewhat grave. I gazed into her eyes, as dark as black buttons, and found myself at a loss for words. To me, Lu Xiangwan resembled the moon, suspended high in the sky, with our closest proximity occurring only upon the tranquil surface of a lake. Noticing my silence, Lu Xiangwan averted her gaze, took a deep breath, and declared, regardless of the outcome, I shall respect your choice. Yet before that, you must accompany me to a certain place. I furrowed my brow slightly and inquired, where is this place? You will understand once we arrive. My grandfather once remarked that this location can only be comprehended by you, and you alone possess the means to unravel its mysteries. Chapter 9. The medium Lu Xiangwan remained at the hospital until I completed my intravenous drip, during which we exchanged anecdotes from our childhoods. We agreed that once I had settled my affairs, I would call her. I cannot tell if it is merely my imagination, but I sense that Lu Xiangwan did not harbor any aversion towards me, at least not to the extent of insisting on a cancellation of our engagement. Upon exiting the hospital, I called Monkey to inquire about Fatty's condition. Monkey reassured me over the phone, saying, "There is nothing to worry about. I've been keeping an eye on Fatty, and he is perfectly fine. A man named He Qingchuan has requested to meet with you. Should we accompany you? It would be wise to bring along a few brothers. In case anything goes awry, we would not feel intimidated." I understand what Monkey means. He is concerned that this individual may pose a threat to me. I replied, "There's no need for that. He has invited me to meet at a CAF, in a public setting where he would not dare to act against me. Moreover, it is he who seeks my assistance. Bringing too many of us would only suggest that we are afraid of him." After a moment of contemplation, Monkey said on the other end of the line, "Well, just be cautious. Call me if anything arises." After hanging up, I casually sought a nearby restaurant outside the hospital, ordered a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice, and, after satisfying my hunger, glanced at the time. Estimating it was about time, I hailed a taxi and headed towards the CAF on Yulin Road that He Qingchuan had mentioned. Upon my arrival, the CAF was relatively uncrowded. There were 2 delivery boys at the front counter. I bypassed them and ventured inside. Shortly thereafter, a man seated in a booth towards the back gestured for me to come over. Upon closer inspection, I noticed he was dressed in a loose black shirt and dark blue jeans, wearing a black baseball cap, a mask, and large sunglasses resembling a paparazzo from film. He must be He Qingchuan, I thought. Having met me through a medium the previous night, it was not surprising that he recognized me. "Please take a seat, Dao Yi," he said, slightly bowing and gesturing for me to sit. I was momentarily taken aback. Just yesterday, he had referred to me as a foul little brat, and today he addressed me as Dao Yi. I settled into my seat, and He Qingchuan inquired, "What would you like to drink, Dao Yi?" I waved my hand dismissively. "No need for pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point. What do you desire?" He Qingchuan paused, hesitating in his choice of words for a moment before clasping his hands together and addressing me. "Oh, esteemed Taoist, your powers are unparalleled. It was my offense last night, and I humbly beseech you to retract your divine abilities and spare my life. Should you have any requests, I will endeavor to fulfill them." I sat across from He Qingchuan, my legs crossed casually. The curse of the 3-day soul lock was in place. If the caster failed, they would inevitably suffer some degree of backlash, which I had anticipated. However, it was evident that this backlash had not yet reached a fatal threshold for He Qingchuan. Thus, I sealed his spirit medium within the body of the fatty, confident that He Qingchuan would seek me out within 3 days, at which point he would naturally lift the curse from the fatty to avert the impending retribution. "Spare your life? On what grounds do you say that?" I inquired, somewhat perplexed. At that moment, He Qingchuan slowly removed his sunglasses, mask, and hat. My heart sank as I beheld him. His face resembled parchment, his eyes tinged with a sinister orange hue. One of his front teeth was missing, and his hair appeared as withered as dry straw, devoid of any vitality. It is no exaggeration to say that He Qingchuan now possessed no more than half a life. Regrettably, after sensing the sealing of the spirit medium last night, I had attempted to break the seal. Yet the 18 talismans left by the Taoist on that young man were too formidable. I could not breach even one, and thus, I lost half my life. I see. Last night, uncertain of He Qingchuan's abilities, I prudently inscribed 18 talismans on the stout fellow. In retrospect, it may have been an excessive measure. After discerning He Qingchuan's intentions for seeking me, I felt reassured. It was he who appeared anxious. I inquired, "Why do you wish to harm my friend?" He Qingchuan, unperturbed, donned his hat once more, followed by mask and sunglasses. "Esteemed Taoist, to be candid, I have no desire to harm your friend, nor have I ever done so." "Then what is the nature of the curse afflicting my friend?" I exclaimed, slamming my hand upon the table. Should He Qingchuan fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, his life would be forfeit. "Sansing Mai." He Qingchuan hastily clasped his hands and implored, "Esteemed Taoist, please temper your anger. Allow me to explain. While I have indeed crafted numerous spiritual mediums, I swear I have never intended harm to anyone. I ensure that these mediums are properly managed, receiving offerings until their malevolent energies are dissipated, allowing them to be reborn. Strictly speaking, He Qingchuan could be classified as a money-driven practitioner of yin and yang. However, unlike most practitioners who, when confronted with vengeful spirits, typically resort to forceful suppression or direct exorcism, He Qingchuan, perhaps due to his limited capabilities, can only transmute the malevolent spirits into mediums, subsequently eradicating their hostile energies through offerings. He continued, upon discovering that the medium I had refined was present on your friend's person, I too found it perplexing. Yet, I find myself in a predicament. The Taoist priest should be aware that should the 3-day soul-locking fail, I shall face repercussions. Consequently, a misstep has led me to entertain malevolent thoughts. As for the identity of the individual who cast the ghost curse upon the Taoist priest's companion, the timing and method remain a mystery to me. Over the years, He Qingchuan has concocted at least 80 spirit mediums, if not 100. However, he is truly uncertain which specific medium has faltered. Can you lift the ghost curse from my friend? If all that He Qingchuan has stated is indeed accurate, he is merely a scapegoat. He Qingchuan lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. The Taoist priest should understand that the methods of casting ghost curses are manifold. If we cannot uncover the means by which the curse was enacted, forcibly extracting the medium may inadvertently cause harm to your friend, and the manner of the curse's execution eludes my knowledge. I inwardly scoff, questioning his utility. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I heard He Qingchuan continue, however, with your remarkable abilities, finding the one who cast the curse should not pose a challenge, correct? I grasped He Qingchuan's implication. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. If we can successfully locate the caster, we may lift the curse afflicting the portly fellow. What do you think, Taoist priest? We can trace the ghost's curse back to its origin through the spirit medium. The method is quite simple. You merely need to dispel the malevolent aura surrounding the medium, allowing her to regain her consciousness from life, and then you may inquire to glean all the necessary information. Would you not agree? With a sudden realization, I smacked my thigh. Indeed, I had been blinded by my own narrow focus, fixated solely on deciphering the ghostly incantations and binding the restless spirits, while neglecting a more straightforward method. It is worth noting that, in comparison to unraveling the ghostly curse, dispelling the malevolent aura surrounding the medium and restoring her sanity would be considerably simpler. With this thought in mind, I promptly rose to depart. But He Qingchuan hastily called out to me, "Please wait, Taoist master." I turned to face him, inquiring if there was something further. He Qingchuan cleared his throat softly and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Last night, while attempting to breach your talismanic seal, I inadvertently sustained injuries from your formidable powers. Now a chaotic energy courses through my meridians. I hope you might be gracious enough to retract your abilities. After some contemplation, I replied, "There is no rush. Once I identify the one who cast the spell, I shall assist you in resolving this matter." Ultimately, my hesitance stemmed from a lack of trust. Despite He Qingchuan's current plight, one must remember that those who evoke pity often harbor their own faults. If I were to alleviate his predicament only for him to turn against me later, what then? Chapter 10. The Spirit Gathering Array. Upon leaving the CF, I returned to my dormitory, where the portly fellow remained in a deep slumber. The monkey and the yin-yang man were seated nearby, one engrossed in a video game, while the other was watching a new series. Upon hearing the door open, they both turned to look at me. "UNZ," I said, "if the portly fellow continues to sleep like this, will anything untoward happen? Perhaps we should notify his parents. If he truly does not awaken, we will find ourselves at a loss for explanations." At the outset, everyone was filled with fervor and enthusiasm, lacking other thoughts. However, as time passed, a sense of caution began to emerge. If the hefty fellow were to emerge unscathed, it would be a relief. Yet, should misfortune befall him, we would be unable to shoulder the burden of such responsibility. Fear not, for I have devised a plan to rescue him. Upon hearing this, both individuals stood up in unison. Was it that He Qingchuan who harmed the hefty fellow? The monkey inquired with curiosity. Yes and no. The individual who crafted the medium is indeed He Qingchuan, Yet it is another who has employed this medium to cast a malevolent curse upon him. The yin-yang person pursed their lips and turned to the hefty fellow, asking, "Who is the true perpetrator?" I took a deep breath and furrowed my brow. This is a question best posed to the medium that has ensnared him. Monkey, go procure a large rooster, and remember, it must be a crowing rooster. Additionally, acquire a packet of vermilion. As for you, yin-yang person, venture to the northernmost part of the school and find a largest tree to retrieve a southward growing branch. It will serve an important purpose. I intend to set up a spirit congregating array within the dormitory to harness spiritual energy and dispel the malevolence surrounding the hefty fellow. In truth, I could utilize talismans and seals to dissipate the negativity. However, having experienced the backlash yesterday, I am now filled with trepidation. Just because that vengeful spirit did not claim me yesterday does not guarantee my luck will hold for the next encounter. Caution is the mother of safety. Given the uncertainty of how to counteract the backlash of my techniques, I must minimize their application as much as possible. Before long, both individuals had gathered all the necessary items. I said to the monkey, "Go to the restroom, but first kill the chicken and just keep the blood." Normally fearless, the monkey immediately began shaking its head in refusal. No. I am merely a university student who has never killed a chicken or even attended a poultry class. This task is certainly suited for a practitioner of the yin-yang arts. The practitioner shot me a glance of exasperation. Why didn't you mention that you only needed the chicken blood? Why not allow the monkey to slaughter it at the market and bring it back? The nearest market to the school is at least a 30-minute walk, by which time the blood would have coagulated. What use would that be? With that, I took hold of the rooster and turned to enter the restroom. For a child accustomed to a life of comfort in the city, this indeed posed a challenge. However, I felt no moral qualms as I proceeded. Moments later, I returned with a steaming bowl of chicken blood, poured in the vermilion powder, and stirred it until it was well mixed. I then dipped my brush into the blood and inscribed the 5 elements gathering spirit talisman onto the branch that the practitioner had brought back. The malevolent energy surrounding the medium was of yin nature, so I instructed the practitioner to cut a branch facing south, symbolizing the extraction of fire from water. The north represents the position of Xuanwu, associated with the element of water, while the south represents Zhuke, associated with fire. By combining the potent essence of the chicken blood, the vermilion powder, and the 5 elements gathering spirit array, I aim to harness the yang energy of the entire dormitory building to dissipate the malevolence afflicting the medium and restore its sanity. As I completed the final stroke, the branch emanated a shimmering red light, as if it were ascending in waves of intense flame. I instructed the monkey and the hermaphrodite to assist in lifting the corpulent figure from the bed. With a brush dipped in vermilion and chicken blood, I inscribed a spirit summoning seal upon his forehead, intending to guide both the corpulent man and the medium out of this corporeal vessel. Through the 3 realms of the underworld, illuminating the palace of the 9 abysses, I heed the decree of heaven and earth, shattering the gates of existence. Swiftly, as the law commands, as I held the spirit summoning seal, I reached forth and drew a wisp of black smoke from the center of the corpulent man's brow, gently entwining it around a branch inscribed with the 5 elements spirit gathering talisman. Once the black smoke had completely enveloped the branch, I could distinctly sense the searing heat emanating from the 5 elements talisman gradually dissipating. Simultaneously, the markings of the talisman were being erased at a visibly accelerated pace. This was due to the gathering spiritual energy continuously counteracting the malevolent aura, and in order to thoroughly eradicate this negative energy, I needed to continually mend the spirit gathering talisman. As time passed, I remained engrossed in my task, oblivious to the changes in the surrounding environment. Why is it suddenly so cold? The monkey instinctively rubbed his goosebumps and glanced at the hermaphrodite, who shared the same sensation. I remained focused, continuing to mend the talisman as I explained. The 5 elements spirit gathering talisman essentially draws in the surrounding spiritual energy the tighter it binds. The more energy is lost from the body. The dissipated energy is being utilized to diminish the malevolent aura surrounding the corpulent man, which is why you feel the chill. Just hold on a little longer. It will soon be resolved. The two nodded vigorously, biting their tongues in determination. After a while, I began to feel the intense heat emanating from the spirit-gathering talisman growing stronger, signaling that the malevolent energy surrounding the medium I had summoned had completely dissipated. I stored the talisman away and glanced back at the portly fellow. His complexion was gradually regaining its rosy hue, and the flame in his brow had returned to normal. Although the medium was still entwined with his 3 souls and 7 spirits due to the ghostly incantation, the situation was no longer dire. I mused that one might mistake this for the depths of winter. The monkey shivered a couple of times, leaping onto the bed and wrapping itself in a blanket. Once I was certain that the malevolent energy had entirely vanished, I began to weave my fingers in a ritualistic manner and silently recited the summoning chant. In the unity of the cosmos, with the sun and moon as my guide, I would chant 5 verses and embrace the tranquility of the Tai Chi urgently, as commanded. A flicker of golden light sprang from my fingertips, striking the center of the portly man's brow. In that instant, 2 semi-transparent figures gradually rose from his form. One was the portly man, and the other was a woman. They embraced each other tightly, as if inseparable. "You and Zai, save me." The portly man was the first to open his eyes, gazing at me with a pitiful plea for help. Without hesitation, I raised my hand, forming a finger into a sword, and pointed it at his 3 souls and 7 spirits. "Be silent for now. Where are we? Who are you?" The woman then slowly opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings with a vigilant gaze directed at me. Her ability to speak clearly indicated she had regained her senses. With my hands clasped behind my back, I took a deep breath and stated, "You are deceased, having been crafted into a medium and bound to my friend through a ghostly incantation. Do you recall what you uttered before your demise?" I have perished. I have ceased to exist. How could this be? No, it is impossible." The woman shook her head incessantly, seemingly struggling to accept the harsh reality of her death. I once heard my grandfather speak of how, for a considerable period following death, the soul finds it difficult to grasp the truth of its own demise. I surmise this is likely tied to an innate sense of unwillingness. Regardless of belief, this remains an undeniable fact. She fell silent, bowing her head as silent sobs began to escape her lips. Chapter 11. A young lady must learn to protect herself. None of us spoke. She required time to absorb these truths. I am uncertain how long it transpired, but eventually, her quiet weeping subsided. I exhaled deeply, stating, "Death is irreversible. Perhaps you endured great suffering in life, yet those experiences are immutable. All I can promise is to perform a rite for you once the curse is lifted, hoping you may find happiness in your next life." She let out a couple of choked sobs, and with the dissipating anger within her, she appeared as a fragile maiden, utterly defenseless. "I am Tang Jia, a sophomore at Jinling Business College." "Jinling Business College?" The monkey and the yin-yang person widened their eyes in astonishment. "So you are our senior?" Tang Jia glanced around at the 3 of us with surprise. "Are you also students of Jinling Business College?" "This is indeed the boys' dormitory of Jinling Business College." "Which cohort do you belong to?" the monkey inquired. "I am from the class of 2019. I recall that day vividly. After finishing my part-time job, I passed by the commercial street across from the school. There, I encountered a man who asked me for a favor. He claimed that his girlfriend was experiencing her menstrual cycle and needed sanitary pads from the women's restroom. Without much thought, I accepted the sanitary pads from him and entered the restroom he indicated. To my shock, I discovered that there was a pregnant woman inside. Seizing the opportunity when I was distracted, she pressed a damp cloth over my mouth and nose. I attempted to struggle, but within moments I lost consciousness. When I regained awareness, I found myself lying on a bed, devoid of any clothing, with my hands and feet bound. I cried out desperately for help, and soon, a man entered the room. It was the same individual who had requested my assistance with the sanitary pads. He struck me viciously across the face twice, threatening me to remain silent, or he would take my life. In fear, I refrained from screaming. I pleaded for him to spare me, assuring him that I would keep this ordeal to myself. He replied that he might let me go, but only after he had his fill of pleasure. As I trembled in despair, I felt his weight upon me, and the pain was unbearable. I waved my hand dismissively, unable to continue. What happened next? Did he kill you? Tang Jia inquired further. He tormented me for 5 days and nights, employing every conceivable method. Realizing that my survival was bleak, I resolved one day to bite him fiercely. Enraged and humiliated, he seized his belt and struck me with great force, causing my skin to rupture and flesh to splatter. Subsequently, he tightened the belt around my neck, constricting it ever more until I found it increasingly difficult to breathe. My vision blurred, and I yearned to struggle and cry for help. Yet I possessed no strength whatsoever. After that, I remember nothing. The rare practitioner of yin and yang slammed his fist onto the table, seething with unspoken fury. I turned to the monkey and inquired, "Monkey, did the fat man visit that commercial street prior to the incident?" The monkey nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, there's a printing shop there." I then addressed Tang Jia, asking, "If you were to see that man again, would you recognize him?" Without hesitation, Tang Jia nodded. "I would recognize him, even if he were reduced to ash." I declared, "Very well, let us proceed to that commercial street, where you shall reveal to us who has wronged you." Tang Jia nodded in agreement. I etched a golden protective symbol in my palm and gently pressed it onto the monkey's back, guiding Tang Jia's spirit and the fat man's essence to rest upon the monkey's shoulders. Why must it be me? The monkey cast a nervous glance my way, fully aware that he bore the weight of a ghost, and it is only natural that such a burden would unsettle anyone. A practitioner of yin and yang inherently carries an excess of yin energy, making this situation quite untenable. As for me, I must also prepare for unexpected situations. "So you are the best candidate. Will this shorten my lifespan?" The monkey asked with a grim expression. "Rest assured, your urine can ward off evil spirits. Their malevolence has dissipated and poses no threat to us." Once all was in order, the three of us exited the dormitory, and it was already 8 in the evening. Upon reaching the door of the adjacent dormitory, I heard someone sneezing. This cursed weather is truly bizarre. How could it suddenly become so cold? The monkey led the way, crossing the pedestrian crossing and entering the commercial district. The red light district is somewhat like this. Not long after, the monkey pointed to a nearby alley and said, "This is where the fat guy had his fast food. At this hour, those ladies should be around here, soliciting business. There's a construction site nearby, and many workers come here to unwind." Just then, Tang Jia suddenly exclaimed, "I know that person. It's her." Following the direction of her finger, I saw a woman in a black, body-hugging dress, with a 36D figure, smoking a cigarette and surveying the passers-by, searching for potential clients. "Who is she?" I inquired. Tang Jia replied, "That day when I entered the restroom, it was this woman who covered my mouth with a wet towel." The monkey chimed in. "It was also her who served the fat guy his fast food." I nodded, realizing that Tang Jia's demise and the curse on the fat guy were undoubtedly linked to this woman. So what do we do now? Should we confront her directly? The hermaphrodite clenched his fist. "No need," he declared. "I possess a method to compel her to divulge every word, leaving no room for obfuscation. Even if we were to confront her directly, no one would take us seriously, for we lacked tangible evidence. After all, mere ghostly tales cannot be regarded as truth. Since they delight in playing underhanded games, I shall indulge them in their little amusements." We returned to the dormitory. Due to the necessity of souls remaining tethered to their bodies for only a limited duration, I guided the essence of the corpulent fellow and the shade of Tang Jia back into his corporeal form. Subsequently, I retrieved my phone and dialed He Qingchuan. "Have you managed to clarify the situation, Taoist master?" I inquired. "It is largely understood now, but I require your assistance," He Qingchuan replied. "Please do tell. I shall do my utmost. I have discerned who has cast a ghostly curse upon my friend. Could you ascertain whether she has sought your services?" "Certainly. Provide me with an address, and I shall be there forthwith." Having been wounded by the talisman I inscribed upon the rotund fellow, He Qingchuan had a vested interest in my survival, so it was assured that he would heed my directions without question. Approximately 40 minutes later, He Qingchuan called again. "Taoist master, I have arrived at the entrance of the business school. What might you be?" "One moment. I shall descend shortly." After ending the call, I instructed the monkey and the hermaphrodite to remain in the dormitory and keep watch over the corpulent fellow while I ventured out alone. I led He Qingchuan to the mouth of a narrow alleyway on the commercial street, and he remarked, "Taoist master, this place seems somewhat familiar." I turned back to gesture for him to continue. Approximately 3 years ago, I undertook a business transaction here, wherein I crafted spirit mediums within the abode of a streetwalker. 3 in total. Chapter 12. Beasts Worse Than Pigs and Dogs 3? I gazed at He Qingchuan with a hint of astonishment. The process of crafting spirit mediums is akin to the practices of folk exorcists in banishing malevolent spirits. However, there exists a fundamental distinction. Exorcism typically emphasizes direct annihilation. For instance, had I been the one to handle the situation, I would have opted for the most straightforward and violent approach, obliterating the vengeful souls to mere ashes. In contrast, He Qingchuan's method of crafting spirit mediums is far more humane. The mediums receive offerings of incense, which serve to dispel the malevolence they harbor. Over time, as their spirits regain clarity, they transition into a state of ethereal existence, ultimately entering the cycle of reincarnation. Yes, I distinctly recall there were indeed 3. At that time, I was equally astonished. I charged the client 100,000 yuan and established 3 altars, impressing upon them the necessity of maintaining a continuous offering of incense. He Qingchuan paused before continuing. However, this does not align with my understanding. If the client adhered to my instructions regarding the unbroken offerings, then 3 years of incense should have sufficiently alleviated the malevolence of the 3 mediums. Why, then, does the situation remain so dire? I remained silent. This matter was within He Qingchuan's domain, and he naturally possessed greater insight. Esteemed Taoist, might I take charge of this affair? The client, having acted without He Qingchuan's consent, had improperly employed the mediums he crafted to cast a curse, thereby violating He Qingchuan's protocols and now placing his very life in jeopardy. Thus, He Qingchuan harbored a breath of tension within him. I nodded, for the very reason I had summoned He Qingchuan was to undertake this task. Please wait a moment. Master Dao, he said, adjusting his mask and securing his hat as he slightly hunched and approached. I found a stool at a street-side barbecue stall and settled down, observing He Qingchuan engage in a negotiation with a woman before following her into the dimly lit alley. Approximately 10 minutes later, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Master Dao, I have completed the task. Please come in. I mused whether He Qingchuan's efficiency was a tad too swift. Was it possible to undress and disarm in such a brief interval? I acknowledged him, sliding my phone back into my pocket, instinctively glancing around to ensure no acquaintances were in sight before lowering my head and slipping into the alley. He Qingchuan stood at the junction of a staircase in the alley, waving me over as I approached. Master Dao, it is on the 2nd floor. I followed him up the stairs of an old residential complex, where various odds and ends cluttered the landing. Along the pipes affixed to the walls, large rats scurried about, and the air was thick with a faint, musty odor of decay. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, I noticed the security door on the left was slightly ajar. He Qingchuan gently opened the door and stepped inside first. I followed closely behind and stepped inside, revealing a typical 2-bedroom apartment. The living room was cluttered with disarray, and a small boy, around 2 or 3 years old, was peering at us from behind a child safety gate, clutching a plush toy in his hands. His gaze fixed intently upon the 2 strangers. Noticing my attention on the child, He Qingchuan explained, "This is Sun Yiwei's son." My brow furrowed slightly. Did he always regard unfamiliar men entering his mother's room with such scrutiny? Following He Qingchuan, I entered another room where a woman named Sun Yiwei lay limply on the bed, various safety and lubrication items scattered on the nightstand. I was uncertain of the methods He Qingchuan had employed, but at that moment, Sun Yiwei was utterly immobilized, her eyes wide with terror fixed upon us. Little Taoist, I have used my ghost servant to control her movements. You may inquire directly, He Qingchuan stated. It was not unusual for someone like He Qingchuan to keep 1 or 2 little spirits by his side. Following this, He Qingchuan produced a yellow talisman from his person and softly chanted a few incantations, after which the talisman ignited violently. A wisp of azure smoke gracefully descended upon Sun Yiwei, causing her to emit a muffled groan before breaking into a fit of coughs. "He Taoist, what are you doing? Why are you harming me?" Sun Yiwei managed to speak, yet her body remained bound by the ghost servant, rendering her unable to move. "You have invoked the spirit medium I crafted for you to cast a ghostly curse upon another, and you question me about harming you?" Sun Yiwei fell silent, not a word escaping her lips for a long while, as He Qingchuan continued to speak. "This individual is a master of profound Taoist arts, and he has inquiries to pose to you. It is in your best interest to respond candidly. Otherwise, I shall ensure you do not witness the dawn of another day." Sun Yiwei's eyes darted back and forth before finally settling upon me. I inquired, "Do you know Tangjia?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yiwei shook his head and replied, "I do not know her." I let out a cold scoff, "Yet she is familiar with you. 3 years ago, you and a man lured her into a restroom, subjected her to torment, and callously ended her life." No, I have never killed anyone. I do not comprehend what you are saying." Sun Yiwei vehemently denied the accusation. Not forthcoming, I slipped my hands into my pockets and discreetly glanced at He Qingchuan, who stood beside me. I observed He Qingchuan deftly twisting a plum blossom seal, then gently pressing it onto the Yintang acupoint of Sun Yiwei. "Ah!" Instantly, Sun Yiwei emitted a shuddering moan. "I possess 9 more seals. Should I say, would you prefer to experience them all?" As I spoke, He Qingchuan began to twist a second incantation. However, before he could bring his hand down, Sun Yiwei began to plead for mercy. I will tell you everything. I do not know who this Tang Jia is, but I did deceive a girl." "Only one?" I inquired. Sun Yiwei cast a glance at me and then at He Qingchuan, seemingly apprehensive, before he confessed. Five in total. But I did not kill them. The murderer is Ding Lei, that heartless beast, lower than a mere animal." I felt a sudden tremor in my heart. 5. Those were 5 vibrant lives, trampled upon like mere weeds. Sun Yiwei adjusted her emotions and said, "I met Ding Lei at the card table. He is generous and possesses a charming way with words, and before long, we established a romantic relationship. His desires in matters of intimacy are quite intense, and often I find myself overwhelmed, pleading for mercy. Shortly thereafter, I discovered I was pregnant, and it was at this juncture that Ding Lei began to grow increasingly indifferent towards me. He sought companionship outside, claiming that if he did not indulge in such affairs daily, he would feel discomfort, as if his entire being were ablaze. With no alternative, I had no choice but to turn a blind eye. As time passed, my belly grew rounder, and I found myself devoid of financial resources, unable even to afford his escapades. Consequently, Ding Lei began to incite me, stating that he had grown weary of the women he had dallied with and craved something novel, something untouched. He urged me to assist him in enticing female university students from the nearby business school. Initially, I resisted, but fear gripped me. Fear of Ding Lei abandoning me. Fear that my child would enter this world without a father. I bit down hard on my molars, suppressing the fury within. "So you acquiesced him?" Chapter 13. The one who ties the knot must untie it. At first, I believed he was merely jesting. Yet as we gazed upon the resentful eyes of those girls, a chilling realization dawned upon us. We feared they might report us. Thus, Ding Lei confided in me, suggesting that since we were already entangled in this web, we might as well proceed without hesitation, for no one would ever discover the truth. Once he had satisfied his whims, he would eliminate them. After one has erred, if there exists a lack of courage to confront the mistake, it is highly likely that another transgression will be committed to obscure the previous one, leading to a perpetual cycle of wrongdoing. Was it merely the act of killing them? I cast a cold gaze upon Sun Yiwei. He Qingchuan had remarked that Sun Yiwei had fashioned 3 mediums for this particular venture, while Sun Yiwei confessed that they had cruelly harmed 5 young maidens. In other words, among the 5 tragic souls, 3 had succumbed to overwhelming resentment, transforming into vengeful spirits intent on seeking retribution from Sun Yiwei and Ding Lei. It is evident that these 5 individuals must have met with a most harrowing demise. For only those who have endured profound anguish in life can harbor such intense rage and discontent, ultimately becoming vengeful specters. Sun Yiwei hesitated before revealing, "It was Ding Lei." All of this was his scheme. He murdered those girls, subsequently dismembering them in the restroom, meticulously packaging their remains into numerous refuse bags, mingled with kitchen waste, and discarded them across various trash bins. Having achieved success once, Ding Lei's audacity began to swell. He started to target increasingly attractive maidens, and each attempt resulted in triumph. During my pregnancy, I assisted him in luring 5 young women into his clutches. Yet, to my astonishment, shortly after my son was born, strange occurrences began to unfold at home. Whenever the child remained within the house, he would cry incessantly, day and night. As night falls, I can hear the sound of blades clashing emanating from the kitchen and restroom. A sense of dread envelopes me, prompting me to seek the assistance of Mr. He, a man of considerable wisdom, through a mutual acquaintance. Upon his arrival and subsequent assessment, he revealed that my dwelling harbors 3 malevolent spirits, all of them female. He inquired about the circumstances surrounding this haunting, hesitant to divulge the truth. I merely stated that the house was a rental and that it was likely a young woman had met her demise within its confines. After presenting Mr. He with a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan, he consented to transform these spirits into mediums, placating them with a spirit altar, continuously attended to with offerings, thereby gradually alleviating their pent-up resentment. At this juncture, Mr. He raised his hand, poised to cast a seal upon the medium, Sun Yi, yet I intervened, halting his motion. Enraged, Mr. He exclaimed that had he known this would transpire, he would have allowed the spirits to claim my life instead. I urged him to allow Sun Yi to continue. She swallowed hard before continuing her tale. Initially, all seemed to be in harmony, and according to Mr. He, within a few years, the 3 vengeful spirits would be sent away. However, tragedy struck when my son was a mere 6 months old. That scoundrel Ding Lei abandoned us, never to return. Left with no alternative for survival, I was compelled to leave my child at home while I descended to solicit clients. Even when my son wailed inconsolably in the living room, I feigned ignorance, for those vile men demanded their release. On several occasions, I neglected to offer tributes to the mediums, inciting their unrest, which became increasingly intolerable. After extensive inquiries, I discovered a method of employing mediums to cast ghostly curses, transferring those malevolent spirits onto others. This technique, however, could only be executed on men who had not yet experienced carnal knowledge. Otherwise, the spirits would inevitably return. My first target was a simpleton from the countryside, whom I lured into the village's cattle shed, oblivious to my intentions. He drowned the next day in the ancient well at the eastern edge of the village. To my delight, the spirit indeed vanished. Subsequently, I connected with a physical education student from a normal university through social media. After only a few conversations, we found ourselves in a hotel room near his campus. 2 days later, the student met an unfortunate demise, scalded to death in the bathroom by boiling water. Men who have yet to experience a woman's touch are far easier to deceive, with merely a flirtatious glance and a subtle sway of my skirt. They would willingly follow me to bed, eager to meet their end on my behalf. I exchanged a knowing glance with He Qingchuan, recognizing that Sun Yi had cunningly exploited human desire, casting the ghostly curse in a most critical yet inconspicuous manner. To be candid, I could hardly blame the chubby fellow. Had I been in his position, I might not have exercised restraint either. He Qingchuan inquired, "Little Taoist, what are your plans now?" I inhaled deeply, contemplating my response. Now that I am aware of the method and location for casting the ghostly curse, it is imperative that we lift it. I can only cast curses, not lift them. Sun Yi, reclining on the bed, interjected repeatedly. I shot her a sidelong glance, saying, "You need not concern yourself with that. I have my own means." I turned to He Qingchuan and said, "Taoist He, kindly instruct your ghostly servant to release her. Remain here and keep an eye on the children. I must escort her back to school." The solution to the problem lies with the one who caused it. The rotund man's curse was rooted in his desires, and to unravel it, a woman must ignite his yearning, with Sun Yi being the most suitable candidate. I requested He Qingchuan to stay behind to care for the children, fully aware that Sun Yi understood my intentions and thus had no choice but to cooperate, especially since her child remained in He Qingchuan's custody. Very well, young Taoist. Be swift in your return. He Qingchuan then retrieved a paper talisman and a small black porcelain jar from his bag. With a flourish, the talisman ignited fiercely, releasing a plume of ashen smoke that wafted from Sun Yiwei's nostrils, swirling twice in the air before entering the small porcelain vessel. Following this, Sun Yiwei regained her mobility. I instructed her to change into less revealing attire and accompany me back to school. The doorman of the boys' dormitory was not as stringent as the matron of the girls' dorm, who allowed the females to come and go freely, while the boys faced stern glares should they attempt to peek inside. Upon entering, Monkey and the yin-yang person immediately stood up and approached, observing the newcomer behind me. Monkey inquired, "What brings her back?" I signaled them with a glance. "No need for questions, just step outside." The yin-yang person and Monkey nodded and exited the dormitory. "How shall I assist you?" Sun Yiwei gently closed the dormitory door and asked. I cleared my throat and looked at her, preparing to respond. "I would prefer you to remove your clothing first." Sun Yiwei, being a streetwalker, experiences no psychological burden in undressing in front of men, especially with her son in my possession. Before long, Sun Yiwei shed the last remnants of her modesty. Frankly, despite having given birth, her figure remains quite alluring, apart from some stretch marks on her abdomen. The rest is indeed provocative. Although I had mentally prepared myself for this moment, I couldn't help but feel a parched throat. A flush crept across my face as I licked my dry lips and declared, "Turn around. I shall inscribe the talisman upon you." Sun Yiwei nodded in acknowledgement. "Is this the bed?" "Indeed." I inhaled deeply, retrieving my brush for drawing talismans. After pricking my fingertip to mix my blood with vermilion, I commenced the inscription on her lower back. Her skin was smooth and delicate, warm to the touch like jade, which stirred a sense of thirst within me. I endeavored to maintain my composure, directing all my focus onto the brush. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, I completed the spell-breaking talisman upon her. "You shall follow the incantation process as instructed. When you feel a warmth in your lower back, do not cease until a chilling sensation arises," I explained. Sun Yiwei looked at me with uncertainty and asked, "Do you mean I am to share the bed with him?" I glanced awkwardly at the rotund man before responding, Yes. Chapter 14. The recruitment of a son-in-law. Sun Yiwei said nothing, merely nodding slightly before climbing onto the rotund man's bed and beginning to remove his clothing. As I reached for the doorknob, just as I was about to step outside, Sun Yiwei suddenly inquired, "Aren't you going to keep an eye on things?" A wave of awkwardness washed over me. What did she mean by that? As an experienced driver, did she truly require my guidance? No need for that. I'll wait for you outside. With that, I opened the door and stepped out, retrieving my phone to dial He Qingchuan. "Hello, little Dao. How is everything on your end?" I asked. "It's nearly done. Meet me at the park next to our school in half an hour, on the bench beneath the largest billboard." "All right, little Dao. I've noted that." After hanging up, I waited for nearly 5 or 6 minutes before the dormitory door swung open. Sun Yiwei emerged, her light brown hair cascading as she stepped out in high heels. "Is that it?" I regarded her with skepticism, questioning her combat readiness. "Well, he tends to be rather sensitive, hence the haste. Is there anything else you require of me?" Sun Yiwei approached and asked. I shook my head, replying, "There's nothing more. You may go." "Okay." Sun Yiwei nodded and turned toward the staircase, but after a couple of steps, she halted and turned back to me. "Brother, could you spare me? My son is not yet 3 years old." I understood her implications. Should I expose her involvement with Ding Lei in the tragic fate of 5 female university students, she would undoubtedly face legal repercussions, condemning her to a lifetime in prison. Taking a deep breath, I replied, "This matter is beyond my authority. I certainly do not possess the right to forgive you on their behalf. I am not the chivalrous swordsman who intervenes in injustices. In this inherently frigid world, many have learned to observe with a cold gaze, and I am no exception. Those who meddle in the affairs of others seldom meet a favorable fate. Ultimately, this matter bears little consequence to me. Sun Yiwei and Ding Lei have indeed committed transgressions. Yet I possess neither the authority to punish them nor the right to forgive them on behalf of the victims. As for reporting to the authorities, unless Sun Yiwei confesses, it is likely to fade away due to insufficient evidence." The 3 of us returned to our dormitory, with a portly fellow lay soundly asleep. a content smile gracing his face. With the curse lifted, Tang Jia transformed into a wandering spirit, having detached from the essence of the portly fellow. Now floating in the corner by his bed, I gazed at Tang Jia and inquired, "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" "The matter of vengeance does not count. I am incapable of that." Tang Jia nodded in understanding. "I wish to see my parents and grandmother one last time." Taking a deep breath, I nodded in agreement, dipped my brush in ink, and crafted a spirit-capturing talisman. With a gentle wave of my hand, the talisman radiated a crimson glow, enveloping Tang Jia's spirit as it settled upon the talisman paper. I folded the talisman into a triangular shape and tucked it into my pocket, planning to take her home tomorrow at an opportune moment. Having completed these tasks, I addressed the monkey and the yin-yang person, saying, "All right, the portly fellow is now safe. He should awaken by tomorrow morning at the latest. Keep an eye on him while I step out for a moment." The monkey and the yin-yang person nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the school gates, I felt a twinge of hunger, prompting me to purchase a hamburger, a pair of grilled wings, and a cup of cola. As I indulged in my meal, I made my way towards the park adjacent to the school. At this moment, it was the perfect time for the square dance enthusiasts to gather, while in the more discreet corners of the shade, pairs of students were passionately kissing. I circled beneath a billboard, yet I failed to spot He Qingchuan. Just then my phone rang. "Hello, Dao Yi, I'm over here, by the subway entrance." I turned a glance in the direction of the subway, where I noticed He Qingchuan waving at me. "Didn't we agree to meet over there?" I inquired, crumpling my wrapper and tossing it into a nearby trash bin. "I was indeed waiting for you there, but that group of ladies came over with a large speaker, and the noise was excruciating to my eardrums." He Qingchuan continued, "If necessary, we could find a hotel." I waved my hand dismissively. If I went to a hotel with a man, others might misconstrue my sexual orientation. "No need. What symptoms are you experiencing?" He Qingchuan's condition could be simply described as an internal injury. The power of the talismans I inscribed upon the rotund figure could not dissipate within him. And if this persisted, even if he survived, he would be left with lifelong repercussions. He expressed, "I feel a heaviness in my chest, accompanied by a tearing sensation in my lower dantian and a searing heat coursing through my entire body. It is quite unbearable." After listening to him, I nodded in acknowledgement. "You have suffered a grievous blow from the Thunderfire talisman." I inscribed this talisman on the lower back of the rotund individual. "The winds and thunder are incessant. Extend your hand." He Qingchuan obediently extended his left hand towards me. Using my finger as a brush, I inscribed a rain-summoning talisman in the palm of his hand. "By the command of this talisman, you shall always obey. Any disobedience shall not escape the wrath of Thunder's axe." Swiftly, as decreed, as my words echoed, a flash of golden light flickered in He Qingchuan's palm, and soon after, he turned and began to retch violently in the greenery. The gathering of 5 thunders heralded the impending rain. Should the rain fail to descend, the thunder would not dissipate. The rain-summoning talisman would cause him to vomit to the brink of dehydration, yet correspondingly, it would also dispel the 5 thunders and extinguish the searing flames. Seizing the moment while He Qingchuan continued to heave, I crossed the street to procure 2 bottles of mineral water for him. This entire episode lasted nearly 5 or 6 minutes, and it was only when He Qingchuan had nearly expelled all his bile that he finally ceased. He accepted the water I offered with gratitude, gulping it down voraciously, and then collapsed onto the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Thank you, little Taoist. I feel as if I have been reborn." After a brief respite, He Qingchuan sat on the steps of the subway entrance and inquired, "Little Taoist, such remarkable powers you possess, I had never heard of them before. Surely you must have come for the marriage selection for the Jinin group?" I furrowed my brow slightly. "Marriage selection? What marriage selection?" He Qingchuan appeared equally astonished. "Little Taoist, you are unaware?" I shook my head. "The current chairman of Jinin Group, Lu Changming, extended an invitation to those of the Xianmen half a month ago. He will be seeking a suitor for his daughter, Lu Xianwan, by the end of this month." Lu Changming's father was once a prominent figure in the Xianmen, revered like the Great Mount Tai and the Northern Dipper. He is famously known as One Glance at Kunlun, possessing the ability to divine the celestial realm of the 9 palaces and to assess the fates of monarchs. Regrettably, he left no disciples behind. It is said that he bequeathed a particularly intricate geomantic configuration, declaring that only the grandson-in-law he personally designated could decipher it. However, it was later rumored that this chosen grandson-in-law was an utter simpleton, prompting Liu Changming to extend an invitation to the world's heroes. Whoever could unravel this geomantic enigma would earn the privilege of marrying into the Liu family. I initially presumed that the young Taoist priest had come for this very matter. Given his age and remarkable abilities, he seemed entirely worthy of Liu's daughter. Why not give it a try? With your prowess, I believe there is a genuine opportunity. After all, Liu's daughter is reputed to be an extraordinary beauty. Chapter 15. Fulfilling a last wish. This was my first encounter with the story of the Liu family's recruitment of son-in-law. If this were the case, Liu Changming's decision to withdraw his marriage proposal from my family was not due to any disparity in our material conditions, but rather because he recognized that our family's geomantic arts, akin to the purple star divination, could only be passed down for 3 generations. Thus, he was convinced that I was merely an inept fool. If this were indeed true, then the geomantic configuration left by Liu Qingmu must hold considerable significance for the Liu family. Otherwise, Liu Changming would not have made such a grand show of seeking out talented individuals capable of deciphering the geomantic puzzle. Might it be that the place Liu Xiangwan mentioned taking me to is, in fact, this very geomantic site? Nonetheless, returning to the matter at hand, it appears to me that Liu Xiangwan is somewhat more astute than Liu Changming, or perhaps she simply approaches her endeavors with greater caution. Upon discovering that I had not inherited my grandfather's true legacy, Liu Changming's response was to directly confront me to annul our engagement. In contrast, Liu Xiangwan's demeanor was more reserved. She chose to first ascertain whether I was genuinely devoid of ability. Little Taoist, as I momentarily lost myself in thought, He Qingchuan waved his hand before my eyes. Little Taoist, are you all right? I'm fine, just reflecting on a few matters. Have you nearly recovered? I inquired, scrutinizing He Qingchuan. Thanks to your auspicious fortune, I'm almost completely well. I nodded in acknowledgement. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. He Qingchuan gestured respectfully before bidding farewell. Little Taoist, travel safely. I hope to see you again. Upon returning to my dormitory, I found that the fatty had awakened. Although his lips appeared slightly pale, he seemed to be in good spirits. He was lying on the bed, regaling the monkey and the yin-yang man with a tale of a particularly enchanting dream, where he found himself in a state of blissful embrace. As if in a dreamlike reality, the monkey and the yin-yang man succinctly recounted the gist of events to him. Fatty, while you indulge in your reveries, had it not been for Brother Yuan, you would have been thoroughly drained by the female ghost, corrected the yin-yang man, patting the monkey's arm. What Brother Yuan? From now on, Fatty should address him as Father Yuan. So hurry and call him Father. Our laughter echoed through the room, and the atmosphere in 506 returned to its usual joviality. In a gesture of gratitude towards our trio of friends, the portly fellow generously decided to treat us to an assortment of peanuts, sunflower seeds, and delicacies such as marinated meat and barbecue dishes from a nearby establishment. He also procured a case of beer from the supermarket. The 4 of us intended to indulge in a revelry of intoxication. Men, at times, find contentment in the simplest of pleasures. They require neither expensive cosmetics nor designer handbags. A mere bottle of liquor and a handful of peanuts suffices to help them forget the myriad troubles of the world. As the evening progressed, with the alcohol flowing generously and the dishes savored, I let out a satisfied belch and turned to the portly fellow, saying, "Let us return Tang Jia tomorrow, for it is her final wish." He had previously heard about Tang Jia from the monkey and the yin-yang person, so he was aware of who she was. It is only right. It is only right. In truth, I understood his concern. He feared that if he did not fulfill Tang Jia's last wish of returning her to see her home, she would haunt him indefinitely. That night, the 4 of us drank to the point of inebriation, knowing that the following day held no academic obligations, as we could enlist the help of our classmates for attendance. I lay in a stupor on my bed, with my hands resting behind my head. In that hazy state between wakefulness and slumber, I suddenly beheld a woman approaching me, adorned in red embroidered shoes. I recognized her, She was the very woman to whom I had gifted those shoes when I was 12 years old. She nestled tenderly in my embrace, her slender fingers tracing my chest, her soft lips whispering in my ear, "My beloved, regardless of how many women you may have, I shall always be your wife, and the others may only be concubines." Abruptly, I awoke from this dream, my body drenched in cold sweat. This vengeful spirit truly would not rest. I took a couple of deep breaths, realizing that I had recently faced a backlash, which had given her an opportunity to approach me. Glancing at the clock, I noted it was around 4 in the morning. I adjusted my pillow, reclining on the bed to regulate my breathing and close my eyes in a moment of tranquility. I was acutely aware that Lin Suin possessed considerable cultivation. Otherwise, my grandfather would not have remarked that the Zhang family's feng shui techniques could not protect someone like me. I had once inquired with my master about the origins of this woman, but he had merely stated that I would come to understand in due time. Having a ghostly woman shadowing me, ever prepared to share a marital bed, would unsettle anyone. I needed to find a way to reconcile with her, for after all, the paths of humans and spirits diverge, and there would be no fruitful outcome for us. Lost in such thoughts, I drifted back into slumber, only to awaken again at 8 in the morning. I rubbed my slightly swollen temples before rising to brush my teeth and wash my face. Today, I intended to accompany the stout fellow to bid farewell to Tangjia for the last time, while the monkey and the yin-yang man would provide cover during our class. After breakfast in the cafeteria, the stout fellow and I made our way to the transportation headquarters, where we purchased 2 tickets for a direct bus to Gunningtown. While waiting, he quietly asked me, "Yuan Ge, when I was unconscious, did Tang Jia truly sleep beside me the entire time? You must admit, she was quite something." Observing the way he licked his lips, as if preparing to ask the ghostly woman for a leave of absence, I swiftly delivered a slap to the back of his head. "What are you thinking? Do you realize that your reckless indulgence almost cost you your life?" In truth, the portly fellow must be reminiscing about Sun Yiwei, for in terms of experience, Sun Yiwei undoubtedly surpasses Tang Jia. However, at that moment he lay in a stupor, mistakenly believing that the one performing squats on him was Tang Jia. After all, even beneath the peony blossoms, one may find a certain charm in death. Yet I digress. It was quite exhilarating. The portly fellow and I exchanged a few ribald remarks when we heard the announcement over the waiting area intercom that our bus was now boarding. We boarded smoothly, locating 2 adjacent seats where we settled in. Approximately 2 hours later, we disembarked at the bus station in Gunningtown. Tang Jia informed us that her home was situated in a residential complex to the west of the town square. Following her directions, we knocked on the door of Unit 302 in Building 3. Having devised our cover story, we were high school classmates of Tang Jia, and since we had been unable to reach her for a reunion, we sought her out using the contact information from our yearbook. Before long, a woman's voice echoed from within. "Someone's here." Shortly thereafter, a young woman, clad in a loose-fitting long dress with her hair elegantly swept up, appeared at the door. Looking to be under 30, the portly fellow and I exchanged glances, silently wondering if this could be Tang Jia's mother. She seemed far too youthful. The young woman inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Clear my throat, I replied to him, "We are looking for Tang Jia. We were wondering if she is home." The young woman furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before recalling, "Tang Jia? Are you referring to the daughter of Tang Xingde? His daughter went missing during her university years, and to this day, there has been no trace of her." In their desperate search for their child, the couple relinquished their jobs and sold their home. Yet they remain without results. "Who are you?" the young woman inquired, lifting her gaze towards us. "Oh, we are high school classmates of Tang Jia. We came to see if we could reach her since we couldn't contact her for the reunion." "In that case, we shall not disturb you," she replied politely. I nodded in acknowledgement with my companion and turned to leave. "Yuan Ge, should we not reveal the truth to Tang Jia's parents? Their efforts seem destined to be in vain." I ponder aloud. My friend, truth holds varying significance for different individuals. Had they known the truth from the onset, it might have dealt them a crushing blow, yet I believe they could have endured. However, now, the truth represents the shattering of their hopes. "Perhaps it is kinder to allow them to cling to their illusions," he responded thoughtfully. I sought a relatively secluded spot. Retrieving the spirit-summoning talisman from my pocket, and gently unfurling it. A wisp of azure smoke began to rise, and Tang Jia's wandering spirit materialized before us. Well, you should be aware of the events that transpired. We can assist you only to this extent. Although you have suffered the injustices of this world, those events are immutable. Life is inherently unfair. I hope you can find peace with this, I conveyed. Tang Jia nodded slightly, expressing her agreement with my decision to withhold the truth from her parents. Thank you both. What should I do now? She inquired. After your demise, burdened by resentment, you have transformed into a vengeful spirit, thus missing the opportunity to be reborn in the underworld. I shall compose a list of grievances on your behalf, serving as a posthumous clarification, which will enable your smooth reincarnation. With that, I retrieved a pre-prepared list from my bag, detailing the reasons for Tang Jia's delay in reaching the underworld, which also serves as her death certificate. Using a pen, I inscribed a talisman on the list, and with a gentle flick of my fingers, it ignited in flames. Almost immediately, a chilling wind swept through the alley, carrying the remnants of the burning list into the air. Let's go. Do not dwell on past lives, and do not look back. The cold breeze enveloped Tang Jia's wandering soul, spiraling westward until she vanished from sight, forever lost to this world. Chapter 16. My girlfriend on our way back. Both Thea and I remained silent, our hearts weighed down by an unspoken heaviness. The education I received throughout my life instilled in me the belief that evil would ultimately be punished. Yet, when the naked truth confronts you, where does the sword of justice, which ought to enact that punishment, reside? I found myself unable to provide a definitive answer, as perhaps this world is inherently murky, and not all questions yield satisfactory resolutions. In the ensuing week, we refrained from discussing the matter further. There were moments when I even felt as though it had never transpired, continuing instead with our somewhat unfulfilled and slightly decadent campus life. During this period, there was an exchange of messages between Lu Xiangwan and myself. Occasionally, we would engage in video calls in the evenings. Although our conversations lacked flirtation, I remained uncertain about her feelings and intentions. Nevertheless, I found myself experiencing the subtle stirrings of affection. On Friday evening, around 7 o'clock, Lu Xiangwan inquired about my plans for the weekend. I sensed that she intended to take me to a particular place. Yes, I replied, followed by a series of ellipses from her. I have a date with a girl. I added, is she your girlfriend? She asked. Not yet. She hasn't agreed to be my girlfriend. During my hospitalization, she mentioned wanting to take me to a mysterious location. I hoped she would wear her hair in a high ponytail, reminiscent of our first meeting. Lu Xiangwan sent me a playful head-smacking emoji, and I smiled at it without responding further. The next morning, while my 3 dorm mates were still in slumber, I discreetly used the water from the monkey-shaped thermos to wash my hair, arranging it neatly in a more mature style before the mirror. As I approached the school gate, I seized a moment when the security guard was distracted to pluck a still-budding rose from the flower bed. I then crossed 2 roads and arrived at Ox Square beside the school, where I found Lu Xiangwan. Today, she wore a light cherry-colored pleated skirt paired with a mustard-yellow short-sleeved blouse, complemented by a pair of black Dr. Martens, exuding both coolness and elegance. Upon spotting me, Lu Xiangwan waved and dashed over, her high ponytail swaying gracefully. Have you been waiting long? She asked. Feeling a tad bashful, I scratched my head. It was somewhat embarrassing to keep a girl waiting on our first date. Not at all. I merely popped into the supermarket to pick up a few essentials. And I had just finished watching a couple of short videos when you arrived. I replied, these roses, are they intended for your girlfriend? Lu Xiangwan tilted her head, revealing 2 delicate dimples on her face as she gazed at the roses in my hand. Indeed, but I am uncertain whether she will appreciate them, I said, casually handing the roses to her. Lu Xiangwan graciously accepted them and brought them to her nose for a sniff. Such beautiful flowers. I am certain she will adore them. I smiled and inquired, where are we headed? Come on, the car is over there. You will find out once we arrive. Following Lu Xiangwan through the underground parking lot of Ix's Plaza, I spotted the white Maserati I'd seen before. Lu Xiangwan produced the car key and gently pressed it, causing the headlights of the white Maserati to flicker. Do you have a driver's license? No. Last year, during the new year, my father mentioned that after I graduate, he would have me obtain a license, and the family would buy me a car worth over 100,000, so I could take him out for drives when time allows. I will be happy to teach you. Lu Xiangwan laughed as she opened the car door, gracefully adjusting her skirt before settling into the driver's seat. Naturally, I took my place in the passenger seat. Is this car yours? Upon sitting down, the interior of the vehicle radiated a youthful exuberance, with even the seat cushions adorned in a shade of pink. Yes, I bought it shortly after obtaining my license at 18. By the way, purchasing a luxury car worth millions puts immense pressure on someone like me, whose aspirations are limited to vehicles costing merely hundreds of thousands. Lu Xiangwan's driving is not particularly fast, yet is remarkably steady, likely attributable to the car itself. By the way, what place are you referring to? I inquired earnestly from the passenger seat. Lu Xiangwan, hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, glanced at me and replied, "That is the resting place of my grandfather. Shortly after he entrusted me with this jade disc when I was 12, he departed this world. He chose the burial site himself. He also instructed our family not to pay respects or visit after his interment. Yet this year, we must relocate his grave, and it must be you who does so. However, my father has looked into your circumstances, and like our family, yours withdrew from the mystical realm during your grandfather's generation. Consequently, my father sought others to assess the feng shui of that site, which is said to be perilous. Mere mortals who disturb it meet with death. Thus, he has extended invitations to numerous masters within the mystical community, promising that whomever can unravel the feng shui arrangement left by my grandfather shall have my hand in marriage." I nodded slightly, as this echoed what He Qingchuan had mentioned. Lu Xiangwan's grandfather held a significant position within the mystical community, and it was evident that the feng shui arrangement he left behind was no simple matter. Our journey on the highway spanned over 600 kilometers, during which we paused at 2 service areas for refueling, dining, and restroom breaks. After exiting the highway, we traveled several dozen kilometers along a national road, ultimately winding our way into a continuous expanse of mountainous terrain. The mountain path winds its way upward, flanked by sheer cliffs on one side and steep precipices on the other, with verdant peaks rising majestically against the picturesque landscape. As we reached the mountain's midsection, the temperature plummeted, and the steam rising from the mountain stream coalesced into a magnificent mist, cloaking the surrounding peaks in an enigmatic veil. After traversing the perilous mountain trail for over an hour, Lu Xiangwan's vehicle finally came to a halt beneath a massive rock formation, with a clear sound of water echoed beneath the shrouded cliffs. "Put on a jacket. It's a bit chilly in the mountains," Lu Xiangwan said, retrieving a jacket from the trunk, still bearing its tag. Without hesitation, I accepted it and donned it, following Lu Xiangwan along a narrow path overgrown with weeds. After another 15 to 20 minutes of walking, Lu Xiangwan stood atop a small mound and pointed to a nearby location. "That is my grandfather's grave," she declared. Upon saying this, she turned to me, her gaze seemingly probing whether I could discern the nuances of the situation. I licked my lips, aware that while my knowledge of feng shui was not expert, I was far from an ignorant novice, surveying the area with a hand shielding my eyes from the mist. I shook my head. "This place is enveloped in fog, obscuring the contours of the mountains, so I cannot ascertain the feng shui configuration at present. However, I can intuitively sense a formidable energy here, a relentless and powerful force that is ever present. Let us go take a look," I suggested. Lu Xiangwan nodded and led me to her grandfather's grave. As I stood before the gravestone, I felt a subtle undulation beneath my feet, as if something alive were imprisoned deep within the earth. I furrowed my brow slightly, gesturing for Lu Xiangwan to step back a bit. "Please move away." Without further inquiry, Lu Xiangwan nodded and retreated to a distance of several meters. I formed a Tian Gang seal with my hands, channeling the profound yang energy from my dantian, and knelt on one knee, striking the stone slab before the tomb with my palm. With a throw of the cosmos, the sun and moon dimmed. The Tian Gang seal radiated outward rapidly, and in the next moment, I sensed a tremor from beneath the ground, followed by a long, resounding roar emanating from the depths below. The sound pierced the clouds, struck the stones, and consumed the mountains and rivers, as if it could shatter all defenses within the human heart in an instant. It was the roar of a dragon. Just moments ago, obscured by thick fog. I could not discern the sun and moon, nor could I perceive the terrain of the mountains, which led me to underestimate the significance of this place. Little did I anticipate that beneath this tomb lay a dragon vein. Chapter 17. The manifestation of the dragon upon entering. The pervasive fog concealed the contours of the mountains, leaving me unable to ascertain the direction of the dragon vein. Thus, I did not recognize this location as a site of dragon manifestation. A site of dragon manifestation refers to the emergence of a dragon vein above the surface. On this sacred land, 12 principal branches extend from the Kunlun Mountains, the majority of which remain hidden beneath the earth, with rare occurrences of dragon manifestation. Once a dragon vein surfaces, it is susceptible to the wrath of heavenly thunder, which can lead to calamity. What has transpired? Was that truly the roar of a dragon? From a distance, Lu Xiangwan evidently heard the sound that had just occurred. I hurriedly approached her, taking 2 steps for every one, and gazed at her with utmost seriousness, only to furrow my brow in confusion. Something felt amiss. What is it? What seems to be wrong? Lu Xiangwan inquired with a hint of concern. Surely you heard the sound as well? This is a place of dragon significance. In other words, your grandfather was laid to rest atop a dragon vein. Ordinarily, with your ancestors' grave situated on such a sacred site, you should possess the noble aura nurtured by the dragon vein. Yet, I perceive none of that regal essence within you. Is your family not of royal lineage? I questioned, puzzled. Royal lineage? Are you referring to the Qing dynasty? As far as I know, that cannot be true. What relevance does this have? Lu Xiangwan replied, her expression a mixture of understanding and confusion. Of course, it holds significance. While a dragon vein is highly esteemed in feng shui, not everyone can be interred upon one. If one is not of royal descent, the dragon vein can spell disaster rather than fortune for their descendants. Tell me, how has your family situation been since your grandfather's passing? I mean in terms of fortune. Lu Xiangwan's luminous eyes flickered momentarily, her countenance darkening. Not well. Ever since my grandfather's departure, our family's business has declined year after year. Although the Jinan Group still holds a semblance of reputation, it has been suffering consecutive losses for several years now. Moreover, in my family, spanning to my generation, there are 2 elder brothers and 1 younger brother. However, within a mere 3 years, both elder brothers met with tragic accidents. The eldest drowned while vacationing by the sea, and the second suffered a car crash that left him permanently disabled. Only my younger brother and I remain unscathed. My father speculates that perhaps my grandfather had foreseen these misfortunes, which is why he insisted on relocating the grave this year. I nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, the predicament faced by your family stems from an inability to contain the dragon vein, resulting in its backlash. Lu Xiangwan appeared somewhat flustered. What should we do then? The feng shui master my father consulted warned that my grandfather's grave is not to be disturbed by ordinary individuals. I took a deep breath and replied, I am aware of that. However, I'm still puzzled as to why your family, not being of royal descent, would choose to be buried in such a prominent dragon vein location. Your grandfather should have understood better than anyone that the dragon vein poses more harm than benefit to the Lu family. He had no reason to jeopardize his descendants in such a manner. There must be numerous factors at play that I am yet unaware of. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully and continued. As for the matter of relocating the grave, it is better to remain still than to act hastily. Let us descend for now, and after the rain falls this evening, I will analyze the celestial patterns and ascertain the feng shui configuration before making further plans. Lu Xiangwan looked at me in confusion. How do you know it will definitely rain tonight? I smiled faintly. This is a place of dragon manifestation, where the dragon's veins surface, heralding a rise to greatness. If the dragon's energy cannot ascend and instead stagnates here, the surrounding flora will inevitably wither and the fauna will vanish. However, the reality reveals no such abnormalities, leading me to surmise that it rains almost daily, dispersing the dense mist in the mountains and allowing the dragon's energy to escape. We returned to the parking area, where Lu Xiangwan retrieved a plethora of food items from the trunk, including 2 self-heating hot pots. Your mastery of numerology must surely be a true inheritance from your grandfather, correct? Yet, It stands to reason that the feng shui practices of your family should not differ from ours, where the transmission of such knowledge cannot exceed 3 generations. My grandfather once recounted tales of those in history who, driven by selfish desires, continued the secret transmission, inevitably meeting tragic fates. I twisted open a bottle of soda water and handed it to Lu Xiangwan. Our circumstances are not dissimilar. The lineage of feng shui knowledge in my family was severed with my father's generation, and as for my own skills in numerology, they originate from a different source. I gestured towards the jade disc hanging from my waist. Lu Xiangwan, possessing remarkable intelligence, often discerns meanings without the need for overt expression. I see. You have not continued your family's feng shui legacy, but have instead forged a new path of inheritance, receiving the blessings of heaven. I smiled silently, for the truth of whether this is indeed a divine endowment remains unclear to me. Let us just assume it is. We had a light meal and then sat in the car, engaging in casual conversation, which allowed me to gain a relatively detailed understanding of the Lu family. Our family, since my father's generation, has adhered to a rule established by my grandfather to withdraw from the martial world. Subsequently, he founded the Jinin group, which has been under my father's leadership ever since. Perhaps due to my grandfather's prominent status in the martial arts community, our family's business has flourished and expanded significantly. However, one day, my grandfather unexpectedly presented me with a jade disc, stating that he had arranged a marriage for me and thus sealed my fate. From that moment on, our family's business began to decline. My father, seeking answers, approached my grandfather regarding this issue, inquiring about a solution. At that time, my grandfather pointed at me and advised that I should start anew, establishing a new company that could not have any ties to Jinin Group. At the age of 14, I became the general manager of Jinin Group and simultaneously the chairman of Ruixing Company. Strangely enough, despite being a high school student with no understanding of business, merely holding a title, the company experienced remarkable growth, particularly in recent years, with Ruixing poised to surpass Jinin Group. Therefore, when my father took me to your home to annul the engagement, I told you that he could not dictate my life. Only trust my grandfather. Becoming the chairman of a publicly traded company at the tender age of 14, my net worth is now measured in billions. Although Lu Xiangwan presents an image of a neighborly sister, a pure school beauty, understanding her background brings an undeniable sense of pressure that leaves me somewhat uneasy. I briefly recounted my experiences from childhood to the present. In my view, my life pales in comparison to Lu Xiangwan's, which she found exceedingly intriguing. Ghostly son-in-law. Who is that woman? What happened next? Women are naturally curious, especially about matters involving spirits and supernatural beings, eager to listen despite their lack of experience. I narrated my first encounter with Lin Suan during my childhood, as well as the recent events surrounding her hospitalization, weaving them into a story for Lu Xiangwan. Before we knew it, the sky had gradually darkened, the distant and near sounds of insects and birds blending with the rumbling sound of water. Suddenly, a heavy rain began to pour down the mountainside. This deluge lasted barely half an hour before it ceased, leaving the air imbued with the refreshing scent of damp earth. The fog has truly dissipated. Lu Xiangwan opened the car door, lifted her skirt, and gazed up at the star-studded sky, a gentle smile illuminating her face. The dragon's energy is rising. Time is limited. Let us proceed. Lu Xiangwan nodded, seized a powerful flashlight from the car, and closely followed me as we ascended the mountain once more. Chapter 18. The suspended needle of the moonlight poured down like a cleansing stream, casting its glow upon the serene mountain peaks, enhancing their majesty and solemnity. As the grass was still adorned with droplets from the recent rain, and with concerns about the presence of snakes, insects, and rodents, we progressed cautiously, occasionally using branches to clear the overgrown vegetation flanking our path. Upon rounding the mountain's waist, the landscape unfolded before us. 5 towering peaks stood majestically, resembling 5 fingers poised in a clenched fist. Upon witnessing this peculiar pattern, an involuntary chill coursed down my spine. What could be amiss? Is there some underlying issue? Noticing my abrupt halt, Lu Xiangwan followed my gaze and glanced around. My brow furrowed slightly as I raised my hand to indicate the 5 surrounding peaks. Observe how the dragon's aura lingers here. This is indeed a rare place of dragon manifestation. The dragon vein traverses these 5 mountains, thereby forming a geomantic configuration akin to the dragon shedding its armor. If our ancestors are interred in this locale, and if one can successfully harness the dragon vein, they may wield unparalleled power. Yet if one fails to subdue it, it spells the end of their lineage. Lu Xiangwan gasped, her mouth agape, and as she reflected on the recent tribulations her family had faced, a sense of unease washed over her. So, does this imply that merely relocating the grave would suffice to ensure peace? Lu Xiangwan, with a measure of self-awareness, recognized that the Lu family was not of royal descent and thus could hardly dominate the dragon vein. In truth, none of the Lu family members had ventured into politics, rendering the prospect of wielding supreme power utterly implausible. Taking a deep breath, I continued, I surmise this must be why your grandfather insisted on relocating the grave this year. However, I still find it perplexing. Such an evident geomantic pattern should not escape your grandfather's perception. If he is indeed aware, why would he risk so much to entomb his own remains here? According to the configuration of the dragon shedding its armor, unless a specific individual is interred, the descendants are destined to face calamity within 3 to 5 years, or even sooner. Although Lu Xiangwan's 2 elder brothers met with tragic fates, appearing to be victims of the geomantic backlash, it evidently does not align with the formidable implications of the dragon shedding its armor. As I stood before the tomb with Lu Xiangwan once more, I raised my powerful flashlight to survey the surroundings, only to discover that not a single blade of grass grew around the grave. Earlier that afternoon, I had paid little heed to this detail, but upon reflection, the situation seemed far from ordinary. Lu Xiangwan informed me that her grandfather had instructed that no memorials should be held after his passing, implying that no one should come to tend a grave. Yet, the surrounding forest was lush and verdant, while the area around this particular grave was strewn with withered branches and leaves, devoid of even a single weed. I inquired whether any special measures had been taken during her grandfather's burial, such as pest or moisture prevention. Lu Xiangwan gazed thoughtfully at the gravestone. At that time, I had been engulfed in sorrow and was not well versed in funeral customs, so I was unaware of any special arrangements. All I knew was that a thick layer of lime had been spread beneath her grandfather's coffin, followed by a layer of mugwort, and then another layer of white ash, with mugwort applied once more, repeating this threefold before the coffin was lowered into the ground. Upon hearing this, a realization dawned upon me. So that was it. Truly, her grandfather was a master of the occult, capable of preserving the sanctity of the burial site. Lu Xiangwan, however, seemed perplexed by my words. What do you mean by the needle does not fall? I clasped my hand behind my back and, looking at the 5 surrounding peaks, explained, this location embodies the feng shui principle of the dragon shedding its armor. Logically, if your grandfather were buried here, your family would face extinction within 3 years due to an inability to contain the dragon's vein. Yet, the evidence suggests that although your family has faced misfortune, it has not been extinguished. The reason lies within this very principle of the needle does not fall. The needle hangs suspended, akin to a bowstring drawn taut yet unloosed. To put it more plainly, your grandfather has yet to be laid to rest, merely occupying this auspicious site. Lu Xiangwan felt a sudden clarity and nodded gently, saying, so that is the case. But what could be my grandfather's purpose in all of this? I turned to Lu Xiangwan, and this was precisely the conundrum that perplexed me as well. Why did her grandfather insist on positioning his coffin at this particular geomantic spot, and subsequently refrain from allowing the needle to fall in order to avoid the backlash of the feng shui? I took a deep breath and turned back to Lu Xiangwan, saying, give me your hand. Lu Xiangwan, unsure of my intentions, obediently extended her hand. I used my finger as a pen to inscribe a Tranquil seal upon her palm, then gently close her hand, advising, hold it tightly. If anything unexpected occurs, use the Tranquil seal on your hand to pull me out of the Liangyi formation in that direction. I pointed toward the direction of the tombstone, intending to arrange a rudimentary Liangyi formation with branches and employ geomantic techniques to discern the specific feng shui patterns surrounding us. The liangi gives rise to the 4 symbols, which in turn generate the 8 trigrams, capable of divining all things. While I remained uncertain of the exact motivations behind Lu Xiangwan's grandfather's actions, I was convinced there existed profound and hidden significance. I hoped to gain insight into these mysteries once I comprehended the specific feng shui layout of this realm. Lu Xiangwan clenched her hand into a tight fist, nodded slightly, and with a serious expression, stepped aside to inquire, "Will there be danger?" As I gathered the scattered branches around me, I lifted my gaze towards the heavens, using the stars as guiding beacons, and laid out a 2-element formation on the ground. Uncertain yet prepared, if I merely employed the 2-element formation to utilize geomantic techniques and glimpse the flow of feng shui patterns, there would naturally be no peril. My true concern lay in whether I would face backlash after invoking these mystical arts. For I had previously encountered such a consequence while assisting my portly companion in exorcising spirits and inscribing charms, which inadvertently allowed Lin Suan to exploit the opportunity. Although my grandfather had advised me during his final moments not to engage in numerology until I found my fiancée, Lu Xiangwan, he did not explicitly state that her presence would shield me from any backlash. By having Lu Xiangwan grasp the universe seal, I was merely adding another layer of protection for myself. Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain. I fear that I might falter and inadvertently place you in jeopardy. Lu Xiangwan expressed her concern. At that moment, I had already positioned the 2-element formation in the clearing before the grave, clapped my hands, and reassured her, "Fear not. Should you sense anything amiss, simply drag me out of the formation." Lu Xiangwan hesitated, her hand outstretched, yet ultimately chose silence and obediently retreated to the side. "Very well. If any unforeseen event should arise, I shall certainly pull you out." I nodded, turned, and stepped into the 2-element formation, sitting cross-legged upon the ground, visualizing the tortoise shell in my mind, and soon entered a state of deep meditation. As I willed it, the vividly animated tortoise shell materialized before me. With the art of geomancy in operation, the surrounding landscape and geographical contours unfolded in their entirety around the shell. I observed that the ley lines of this area stream from the southwest, proceeding towards the northeast, and this site, renowned for its dragon symbolism, was, astonishingly, a severed dragon vein. Here, for reasons unknown, the dragon's essence had been abruptly severed. Chapter 19. The 4 divine beasts raise the coffin, the dragon vein severed. Chaos envelopes the world. In the era of feudal dynasties, such a rupture in the dragon vein could very well herald the calamity of a national demise and the extinction of a lineage. At last, I comprehend why the venerable Lu Qingmu chose to inter the spiritual coffin at the site where the dragon sheds its armor. He was not coveting this auspicious land, nor was it to ensure that his descendants would wield great power. His intention was to reconnect the dragon vein. He recognized the peril inherent in this severed dragon site, thus employing the method of suspended acupuncture to mitigate the impact of geomancy on his progeny, utilizing his lifetime of cultivation to restore the dragon's flow. However, while this approach is indeed feasible, it merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. The old master Lu Qingmu has only temporarily re-established the dragon vein, allowing the dragon's energy to flow smoothly from his spiritual coffin. Yet, as time progresses, this remedy will falter, leading to a significant leakage of dragon energy, which could potentially incite widespread turmoil. Lu Qingmu was acutely aware of this, hence his decree to resolve this geomantic configuration within the year. Just as I marveled at the profundity and righteousness of Lu Qingmu's arrangements, I suddenly heard a resonant dragon's roar emanating from beneath me. Before I could react, the tortoise shell before me began to tremble violently, and wisps of crimson smoke began to seep through the crevices of the shell. Suddenly, within the geomantic diagram formed by the surrounding terrain, a magnificent golden dragon ascended into the air, gracefully twisting and turning, its majestic presence gazing down upon me. In that moment, I was profoundly awestruck by the regal aura it exuded, even feeling an innate urge to kneel in reverence. Almost simultaneously, the red smoke emanating from the shell began to coalesce above my head, eventually materializing into a resplendent phoenix adorned with fiery feathers and a golden beak. It flapped its wings, summoning waves of scorching heat, while emitting a resonant cry reminiscent of the deep tones of a temple bell. It stood defiantly against the distant golden dragon. After a brief moment, the brilliance of the dragon gradually faded until it vanished completely. The fiery phoenix soon followed suit, transforming back into crimson smoke and retreating into the tortoise shell, where it slowly dissipated. My heart remained tumultuous, and as I gathered my thoughts, I clasped my hands together. Just as I aimed to conclude my meditative state, a sudden heaviness pressed upon my chest, akin to a colossal stone suffocating me, rendering my breaths laborious. I forced my eyes open, and with a gasp, a sweet taste surged in my throat as I expelled a copious amount of blood. What? What is wrong with you? Don't frighten me. My vision blurred, and just before I succumbed to unconsciousness, I caught a glimpse of a figure in a flowing red gown appearing beside me, and then darkness enveloped me. When I awoke once more, I was enveloped by the resounding thunder that echoed around me, as torrential rain cascaded down upon the mountains, each droplet striking the car roof with a dull thud. My eyes struggled to open, and I felt as though my head rested upon something soft, the air infused with a subtle fragrance that sent shivers down my spine. A cough escaped my throat, which felt uncomfortably scratchy, prompting a fit of violent coughing. Water. I fought to rise, yet my body felt utterly incapacitated, as if it had been disassembled. Ultimately, I succumbed to the temptation of lying back down. It was then that I realized I was reclining on Lu Xiangwan's lap. In this position, there was merely a thin layer of fabric separating my lips from her abdomen, and I could even sense her warm body heat. Initially, in a state of unconsciousness, it was manageable. However, upon awakening to my predicament, I instinctively experienced a man's primal reaction. Lu Xiangwan instinctively glanced in the direction of my feet, only to hastily avert her gaze, her cheeks flushed, as she uncapped a bottle of mineral water and brought it to my lips. Are you all right? I blinked heavily, and with her assistance, I managed to sit up, albeit with some difficulty. As I took the bottle from her hand, ready to quench my thirst, I suddenly became aware that I was clad in nothing but a pair of shorts. Instinctively, I turned to Lu Xiangwan, who sat beside me in the back seat, gazing out at the pitch-black night sky. Previously, you coughed up a considerable amount of blood and then fainted. As I carried you back to the car, a torrential rain began to fall. My initial intention was to rush you to the hospital immediately. However, the downpour was relentless. I feared that we might encounter landslides or flash floods on the way, which deterred me from driving, compounded by the lack of signal on my phone. Eventually, I noticed that you had developed a fever, prompting me to remove your clothes, drenched by the rain, and use the alcohol in the vehicle to help reduce your temperature. I took a sip of water and donned my still damp shirt from the front passenger seat, while also contemplating whether you had seen the instinctive reaction upon waking a moment ago. Once dressed, I awkwardly settled into the plush seat, and the atmosphere became momentarily stifling. After a while, I recalled and inquired, by the way, what about the woman in the red dress? Lu Xiangwan turned to look at me. Is she Lin Sowen? I nodded. Lu Xiangwan continued. When you were meditating, I felt the ground tremble slightly, followed by an inexplicable dragon's roar, and then a phoenix's call. Soon after, you suddenly clutched your chest and spat out a significant amount of blood. Remembering your earlier instructions, I attempted to pull you out of the formation. But just as I was about to reach you, a woman in red suddenly appeared by your side. And then I pressed on. She glared at me, raised her hand, and slapped me, commanding me to leave. She struck you? I hurriedly grasped Lu Xiangwan's shoulders, and as I leaned closer under the dim glow of the car's interior light, I noticed a vivid red handprint, tinged with a hint of bruising, on her face. What on earth does this madwoman intend to do? My fingers clenched in a futile grip, strength eluding me. Never mind, as long as you are unharmed. My minor injury is inconsequential. I cast a guilty glance at her, and for reasons unknown, courage surged within me, prompting me to take her hand in mine. It is entirely my fault. Henceforth, I must prioritize my own safety in any circumstance. Lu Xiangwan instinctively attempted to retract her hand, but after a brief struggle, she relented and softly murmured, Imagine. I inquired. You are aware she is a ghost, and yet you are unafraid? Lu Xiaowan pouted, replying, how could I afford to be afraid? I was more concerned about her posing a threat to you, which is why I forcibly pulled you away from her grasp. Thankfully, she did not pursue us. Why apologize? This matter has nothing to do with you. I tightened my grip on Lu Xiaowan's hand, gazing at her with a twinge of sympathy. Her expression slightly contorted as she softly remarked, you're hurting me. I quickly released her hand, but just as I intended to withdraw my fingers, Lu Xiaowan reached out again, gently brushing against my fingertips before intertwining her hands. If it weren't for me, you would not have suffered such a backlash, and Lin Suin would not have appeared with such predatory intent, nor would you have endured that high fever earlier. I gently tugged her closer, allowing her head to rest upon my shoulder. How can this possibly be your fault? It is a test set forth by your grandfather. I cannot simply stand by and watch you at another. Lu Xiaowan nestled against my shoulder. So, does this mean you have a way to relocate my grandfather's grave? I nodded. The reason your grandfather's grave remains undisturbed is not merely to claim the auspicious feng shui of this place. Rather, it is to continue the dragon vein. If I am not mistaken, at the 4 cardinal points surrounding your grandfather's grave, there are indeed 4 spirit beasts, which is referred to as the 4 gods carrying the coffin. On the surface, it may appear that your grandfather wishes for you to move his grave, but in truth, he seeks to continue the lineage of the dragon. If one does not comprehend the underlying reasons and rashly relocates the grave, it could result in the leakage of dragon energy, potentially stirring chaos and turmoil in the world. Thus, before the coffin is raised and the burial site changed, it is imperative to first ensure the continuation of the dragon vein at the site of the dragon's manifestation. Chapter 20. Continuing the dragon vein. Continuing the dragon vein? Lu Xiaowan tilted her chin, gazing at me with a hint of curiosity. Precisely, it is about continuing the dragon vein. Your grandfather was a remarkable individual. He maintained this dragon vein for many years using the 4 gods carrying the coffin, and now it has reached its limit. However, I cannot undertake this task at present. I must return and meticulously plan to ensure absolute certainty. Naturally, I dare not speak too confidently, for continuing the dragon vein is a feat even Lu Xiaowan's grandfather could not accomplish. While I have glimpsed a potential solution, my confidence remains tenuous. My primary concern is the possibility of backlash from disturbing the dragon vein. One can never be certain if Lin Suin might seize the opportunity to draw me into her embrace. There is no rush. Let us discuss this matter once you return and have fully recuperated. We nestled closely together in the back seat of the car, listening to the soothing sound of rain outside. And before we knew it, we drifted off to sleep. When I awoke once more, daylight had fully graced the world, and a resplendent rainbow arched across the valley, with wisps of mist rising like ethereal clouds, creating an enchanting scene. Lu Xiaowan lay against my chest, her alabaster arms gently encircling my neck, breathing softly as she slept, her presence a sweet fragrance of tranquility. Though I had no intention of disturbing her slumber, my hand had grown numb and felt almost devoid of sensation. Lu Xiaowan stirred slightly, sitting up with a sleepy gaze at her wristwatch. It was nearly 10 o'clock. We alighted from the car to breathe in the fresh air after the rain. Lu Xiaowan stretched lazily in the sunlight, her figure graceful and captivating. After a light meal, we set off on our journey back. Fortunately, the torrential downpour from the previous night had been localized, although I possessed no concrete evidence. I suspected it was perhaps stirred by our disturbance of the dragon vein. We hadn't walked far when the mountain paths ceased to be muddy, and just as we were nearing the highway, Lu Xiaowan inquired, "Is your body all right? Shall we visit a local hospital first?" With confidence, I patted my chest and assured her, "I am fine. A few days of rest will suffice." Lu Xiaowan grasped the steering wheel tightly, gently biting her lower lip. Her expression tinged with concern. "Are you certain?" she asked. I nodded earnestly. "It's nothing serious. See, I am perfectly well." "Very well, then. We shall visit the hospital upon our return. Indeed, the medical facilities here are quite limited." Lu Xiaowan pressed the accelerator, and the car surged onto the highway. I leaned back in the passenger seat, taking a deep breath to steady myself. I sensed that my condition this time was considerably worse than before. I could not ascertain whether it was due to lingering injuries from the previous encounter or if this time, having disturbed the dragon vein, the repercussions were more severe. If indeed it was the disturbance of the dragon vein that caused such a backlash, would I not be risking my very life to reconnect with it? Upon returning, Lu Xiangwan promptly took me to the hospital. Despite my repeated assurances that I was fine, she resolutely initiated the admission process. Enough of your protests. It's best if nothing is amiss. If something is, early detection and treatment are vital. Consider it a comprehensive health check. At that moment, Lu Xiangwan exhibited a domineering and assertive demeanor, leaving me no room to interject. She whisked me through blood tests, urine samples, ultrasounds, CT scans, and MRIs, ensuring not a single examination was overlooked. While we awaited the results, Lu Xiangwan received a phone call. All right, understood. Tell them to wait a moment. My phone was dead earlier, and I have a few matters to attend to before I come over. Observing Lu Xiangwan's demeanor as she took the call, her expression that of a stern business executive, I cautiously inquired, is it work-related? She put away her phone and nodded. Well, most of the time, the company is managed by professional executives. I merely act as a figurehead. However, this time, a delegation from a foreign trade sector is visiting, and I need to personally attend to it. Then you should hurry. I casually took a stack of examination documents from Lu Xiangwan's hands. However, I am not a child, and besides, there are numerous nurses in the hospital. It is of no concern. Lu Xiangwan furrowed her brow slightly, then pointed to several documents in my hand, saying, this one requires a blood test, and I've already made an appointment for you. Remember to go tomorrow morning. I will arrange for a caregiver for you shortly, and you will stay in the hospital tonight. This will be more convenient. The establishment Lu Xiangwan brought me to was a private hospital, where not only the medical conditions, but also the service attitude of the staff enveloped one in a refreshing and comforting atmosphere. I found myself with no alternative but to stay in the hospital. After dinner, I reclined against the headboard, watching the bland television programs, while my thoughts were consumed by the matter of how to connect the dragon vein. To connect the dragon vein, one must first comprehend its roots. Analyzing the trends of mountains and earth could yield insights. Yet this method is inevitably time-consuming and laborious, so I decided to consult the oracle. I sat cross-legged, visualizing the tortoise shell in my mind, focusing my consciousness on the back of the tortoise, and invoked an oracle with the auspiciousness of revealing the dragon's armor. The outcome indicated that this dragon vein is one of the 12 principal branches of the world's master dragon vein, and it is also the most perilous of these branches. It emerges from the southwest, stretching for thousands of miles, with uneven elevations that are difficult to fathom. To successfully connect with this dragon vein, it is essential first to pacify it, followed by a period of sealing to allow spiritual replenishment. Within the feng shui disk of the dragon's manifestation, one must embed a vital channel of feng shui to truly establish the connection. However, this endeavor is far more complex than it appears. This dragon vein stretches for thousands of miles, and I must identify the corresponding dragon eye along its course, utilizing the dragon-suppressing nails to temporarily seal the vein. The most daunting aspect of this procedure lies in the synchronization of placing the dragon-suppressing nails. Achieving harmony over such vast distances is indeed a formidable challenge. Should we fail to maintain this synchronization, the dragon vein may awaken, wreaking havoc along its path. As I pondered this, I took a deep breath to regain my focus. Just as I intended to consult Lu Xiangwan about the operational details, I opened my eyes to find a figure standing by the window of my hospital room. Clad in a crimson bridal gown, with golden-threaded embroidered shoes and flowing long hair, her brows and eyes were like ink. What brings you here again? What do you truly desire? The figure at the window was none other than Lin Sun. The moment I laid eyes on her, my senses heightened, and I sat up straight, concealing my right hand behind me while discreetly conjuring a fierce fire talisman. If she dared to make a reckless move, I would be prepared to confront her with fatal resolve. Lin Sun crossed her arms and shot me a sidelong glance. Is it really necessary to be this agitated over a mere slap delivered to your little girlfriend in a moment of desperation? Some matters I must caution you about. Do not court danger. The dragon vein is not something you can tamper with lightly. Your master may have saved you once, but there is no guarantee she can do so a second time. After all, she is but a fragment of consciousness, a fact you are more aware of than I am. Take a moment to ponder whether your affection for that dear girl is truly worth it. Do not find yourself in a position where others have sold you out while you unwittingly tally their gains. Furthermore, do not regard me with the same vigilance as one would a thief. Had I intended to harm you, you would not be alive to this day. As Lin Suan spoke those latter words, she transformed into a wisp of crimson mist, gently dispersing with the soft breeze outside the window, until the last trace of red settled upon my brow. In that instant, a wave of tranquility washed over me, alleviating the heaviness that had weighed upon my chest. Chapter 21. A sword suspended above my head curiously. As that faint red light gradually spread across my forehead, I felt enveloped by a tender force. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of security arose within me, leaving my body in an unprecedented state of relaxation. I succumbed to slumber on the hospital bed. I slept soundly, and it was not until the dedicated nurse came to draw blood for tests that I reluctantly rose from the bed. I gently patted my chest, and the sensation of constriction seemed to have vanished entirely. Even my breathing was more effortless than before, particularly after the doctor interpreted my chest x-ray and confirmed that all was well. I felt a profound realization dawn upon me. It seemed that Lin Suan had been tending to my wounds the previous night. Not only this time, but also when I had been struck back while crafting charms for the chubby fellow, she had appeared to offer her healing touch. In her own words, she had wished for my demise. Had she truly desired to harm me, it would have been all too easy, especially in my weakened state following my internal injuries. However, what perplexes me is why Lin Suan would choose to assist me in my healing. Furthermore, what was the true intent behind the advice she offered me last night? What could her motives be? Just as I was enjoying my breakfast and scrolling through short videos, I received a call from Lu Xiangwan. Where are you? Why is there no one in the ward? I sipped my soybean milk gently and replied, I'm having breakfast in the cafeteria. Don't you have work to attend to? There is no need for you to come over. Lu Xiangwan chuckled on the other end. It's nothing. I'm merely stopping by to express the company's concern and attentiveness. The specifics of our collaboration will be handled by professional managers. Just wait, I'll be down shortly. Before long, I spotted Lu Xiangwan at the entrance of the dining hall. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she wore a white knitted, lacy off-shoulder sweater paired with a knee-length skirt. Her long legs, elegantly encased in black stockings, were perfectly complemented by her light brown knee-high boots. Have you had breakfast? She inquired. Not yet. What about your test results? I handed her a transparent file containing the reports. She glanced through them and remarked, There doesn't seem to be any significant issues, but your blood sugar is still a bit low. Have you consulted the doctor for any recommendations? I peeled an egg and handed it to her, diverting the conversation. I saw Lin Suan again last night. Lu Xiangwan's lips, which had just parted in anticipation of a bite, froze. She. Didn't he do anything to you, did she? No, quite the opposite. In fact, I feel as though she has helped mend my wounds. I conveyed my conjectures to Lu Xiangwan, who furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing them. If that were the case, then the reason she struck me was because I hindered her from healing you? This implies she has been by your side all along. Yet why is she rarely visible? I replied, that seems to be the case. A ghost with spiritual prowess can render themselves invisible to an ordinary person if they so desire. At least this indicates she poses no immediate threat to me, so there is no need for concern. Lu Xiangwan pouted and remarked, of course, after all, she's your wife. I couldn't help but detect a hint of jealousy in her tone, reminiscent of a wronged concubine overshadowed by the legitimate wife. Noticing this, I quickly cleared my throat to change the subject. Regarding last night, I have contemplated the feng shui arrangement of the dragon's retreat. To reconnect the dragon vein, one must first stabilize it, then employ a method of spiritual compensation to restore the connection. Lu Xiangwan nodded earnestly, but then, with a hint of pride, she gazed at me and said, Isn't your wife against you meddling in such trivial matters? Aren't you afraid of disturbing the dragon vein and facing a backlash that might jeopardize your life? Here it comes. Indeed, a woman's mind can be rather narrow. It seems this matter still weighs heavily on her. I took a deep breath and replied, "What is life in the face of love? To die for beauty is no fear at all." Lu Xianwan giggled, rising with the bag containing my examination materials, and said, "There's no rush. Let us at least wait until you've healed before proceeding. Since there is nothing to do now, I will go and handle your discharge procedures. Please wait for me at the hospital entrance after you finish your breakfast." I nodded, and after eating, considering that Lu Xianwan had yet to have her meal, I packed a steamed bun and 2 meat buns for her. I had barely stood at the hospital entrance for a moment when I heard someone calling my name from behind. "Zhang Xingyuan?" Instinctively, I turned around to see a woman approaching, gracefully swaying in a light-hued dress, holding a delicate little bag. "Is that really you?" I stared for a while, nearly failing to recognize her. After scrutinizing her closely, I finally realized who she was, my high school classmate, Yang Qianqian. To say that Yang Qianqian and I had some personal grievances would not be an exaggeration. Back in high school, it was all the rage to date, with students referring to each other as husband and wife. In truth, most of the time, the girls treated the boys as free labor, assigning them tasks like fetching water, queuing for meals in the cafeteria, and handling various daily arrangements, all of which fell to the boys. The only reward they received was a stroll around the playground hand in hand after evening study sessions. As for kissing or sneaking into the woods, such notions were utterly out of the question. Our dorm was filled with such unfortunate souls, and I happened to be one of them, targeted by Yang Qianqian. As an artistic athlete majoring in dance, she had an enviable figure and was not lacking in looks. Every Valentine's Day, Christmas, and birthday, she would receive countless love letters. While others viewed her situation with envy, she found it quite distressing, primarily because many of those boys were, frankly, hard to look at. Thus, she devised a plan. On Valentine's Day of our sophomore year, she penned a love letter to me, intending to use me as a shield while simultaneously employing me as her unpaid servant. In her estimation, I should have been overwhelmed with excitement, but to her surprise, I declined her advances. For I was already bound by a promise of marriage and could not indulge in frivolous affairs. This matter could have been left in the past, yet the following day, I discovered that my confession to Yang Qianqian had been rejected. Several close friends offered me consolation, and thus a rift between Yang Qianqian and me was established. It turned out that the enchanting beauty, Yang, had become even more exquisite with time. Indeed, it had been a while since we last met. "What have you been up to lately? Surely, you are not here delivering takeout?" Yang Qianqian raised her delicately manicured finger, expressing mild disdain as she pointed to the flour roll and 2 small meat buns I was carrying. It seemed she had mistaken me for a delivery boy. I smiled faintly, reflecting on how Yang Qianqian now presented herself impeccably. "Did you find satisfaction in stepping on me?" I shrugged and replied, "Not particularly. I haven't even graduated from university yet. I presume you've purchased a new home recently?" Upon hearing this, Yang Qianqian appeared astonished, though her expression soon morphed into one of pride. "I suppose you've heard it from our old classmates? I've just acquired a 3-bedroom apartment in E-City, a modest space of just over 120 square meters. It will suffice." I nodded non-committally. My knowledge of Yang Qianqian's recent purchase did not stem from rumors, but rather from the unmistakable glow of accomplishment radiating from her visage. Certainly, while Yang Qianqian may exhibit a penchant for ostentation, she would not go so far as to emblazon the words "I have purchased a house" upon her visage. Her nose, high and rounded, emanates a luminous sheen, symbolizing her financial prospects. This suggests that in recent times, Yang Qianqian has come into a considerable fortune, likely exceeding $1 million. Moreover, given her previous discretion and the lack of reports regarding her engagement in lucrative endeavors, I surmise that she must have acquired property not long ago. However, beneath the skin between her brows lies a faint black line, extending downward and traversing her financial palace. In the art of physiognomy, this phenomenon is referred to as a sword hanging above the head, indicating that this sword's passage through her financial realm may be closely tied to her recent unexpected wealth. A fortune that she may have the means to acquire, but not the capacity to enjoy. I had initially contemplated advising her with the kindness befitting classmates, yet it appears that such counsel is entirely unnecessary. I would be foolish to risk backlash by guiding her toward a clearer path. Oh, congratulations indeed. I have matters to attend to, so I shall be in touch later. As I exchanged a few pleasantries and attempted to depart, to my surprise, Yang Qianqian called out to me. Wait a moment. Given our shared history as classmates, seeing you in this state stirs my sympathy. Coincidentally, my fiancé runs a company in this area. I can arrange a job for you, which would certainly be preferable to working as a delivery person. Just as I was about to decline her offer, stating that I had already found someone to support me, a middle-aged man approached, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of gentility, yet significantly older than Yang Qianqian. Observing Yang Qianqian smiling brightly as she linked her arm with another, I surmised that this must indeed be the fiancé she had mentioned. Hello, Uncle Lin. I am Yang Qianqian's high school classmate. The middle-aged man's eyes twitched slightly, a look of exasperation evident upon his brow. Yang Qianqian hastily cleared her throat. Ahem, allow me to introduce. This is my fiancé, Ling Guan, the director of Xingtai Pharmaceutical Factory, and this is my high school classmate, Zhang Qingyuan. After making the introductions, Yang Qianqian leaned in close to Ling Guan's ear, whispering a few words. Though her voice was low, I managed to catch part of the conversation. It appeared she was recounting how I had pursued her during our high school days, only to be met with her rejection. I pouted and smiled, extending my right hand towards Ling Guan in a gesture of politeness. It turned out to be Uncle Lin rather than Uncle Yang. How rude of me. You and Qianqian truly make a splendid couple. I wish you both a harmonious union, and may you soon be blessed with children. Initially, Ling Guan seemed poised to shake my hand, but upon hearing me address him as Uncle Lin, he retracted his hand, letting out a cold huff and turning his face away. Guan, please do not take offense. My classmate is rather oblivious to social nuances. She added, by the way, didn't I hear you mention recently that your factory was in need of workers? He is about to graduate from university. Perhaps you could arrange a position for him? I discerned Yang Qianqian's ulterior motive. Should I work under Ling Guan, she would undoubtedly keep me beneath her thumb. I swiftly shook my head, insisting no need, as my major does not align with your industry. At this moment, Lin Guowen straightened his posture, scrutinizing me before inquiring, what is your major? There is no field of study that does not suit my factory. Speak up. On Qianqian's behalf, I might consider granting you a chance. At that moment, Lu Xiangwan strolled over, casually linking her arm with mine, not even sparing a glance at Yang Qianqian and Ling Guan. All set, let us depart. I handed her the flower roll I had been holding, still warm to the touch. Lu Xiangwan smiled sweetly and expressed her gratitude. Noticing my hesitation to leave, Lu Xiangwan turned her head to glance at the other two. Do you know them? I nodded. This is my high school classmate, Yang Qianqian, and her fiancé, Ling Guan. This gentleman, Uncle Lin, even intends to introduce me to a job. Lu Xiangwan smiled gently and graciously shook hands with Yang Qianqian and Ling Guan. Lu Xiangwan, fiancé of Zhang Qingyuan. It is true that Yang Qianqian could be considered a beauty, yet in comparison to Lu Xiangwan, I realized that my initial rejection of her was undoubtedly the right choice. Lu Xiangwan. Lin Guan blinked, pondering, as if the name rang a bell, yet he couldn't quite place it. Lu Xiangwan spoke. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. Ling Guan nodded. Oh, all right. Xiao Zhang, should you have made up your mind, feel free to inform Qianqian, and I can arrange a job for you. Out of politeness, I smiled at Ling Guan, indicating that it was unnecessary. Is there really a need for such introductions? What sort of job do you desire? After walking a distance of about 10 meters, Lu Xiangwan tilted her head and inquired. Just as I was about to respond, I heard hurried footsteps behind me. Ling Guan hurriedly caught up. President Lu, wait a moment. We both turned around to see Ling Guan adjusting his glasses as he addressed Lu Xiangwan. May I ask, are you the chairman of Wei Xin Group, Lu Xiangwan? Yes. Is there something you need? Lu Xiangwan replied, sizing up Ling Guan. I am Ling Guan from Xingtai Pharmaceutical Factory. We met 2 years ago back then. It was evident that Ling Guan recognized Lu Xiangwan and was eager to rekindle their acquaintance. However, Lu Xiangwan did not afford him the opportunity to finish his sentence. Oh, it's a pleasure, but we have matters to attend to. Perhaps we can converse another time. Despite Lu Xiangwan's seemingly benign appearance, her decisiveness in rejecting others was unwavering, exuding the aloofness of an ice-cold beauty CEO. Chapter 22. Gift-giving should embody health. Although Lu Xiangwan's company is managed by professional executives, she remains the nominal chairman. Given her relatively young age, she often took a hands-off approach in the past. Yet, as the company has grown, certain matters can no longer be ignored, and she must step up when necessary. Thus, it is not surprising that Lin Guan encountered Lu Xiangwan on certain occasions. However, having a casual acquaintance is an entirely different matter. Lu Xiangwan would not engage in lengthy conversations simply because someone knew her. As she drove me to the school gate, she reminded me with a few words before I alighted. Remember to eat on time. If you feel unwell, make sure to visit the hospital immediately. Moreover, do not engage in any clandestine activities behind my back with Sister Lin. As I sat in the passenger seat, I listened to Lu Xiangwan's nagging, reminiscent of a mother hen, particularly the last remark, which nearly brought me to tears. Previously, she referred to Lin Suwen in a casual manner, but upon realizing that Lin Suwen's presence was to aid in my healing, she swiftly adopted the term Sister Lin. However, on the flip side, their spiritual reconciliation does not seem to bode ill for me. Seizing a moment of distraction, I planted a kiss on her cheek and then exited the car. Observing our reluctant farewell, even the two security guards at the school entrance couldn't help but wipe their eyes. They had seen many female university students disembarking from luxury cars. Yet male counterparts were a rarity. I cast a glance at them, strolled into the school with an air of indifference, hands tucked into my pockets. Not far along, I overheard the guards exchanging whispers, speculating that I might be in a sugar daddy relationship, their comments tinged with envy. So what if I were? I find it agreeable. Soft rice is much easier to digest. Upon returning to my dormitory, the others were still attending classes. I leaned against my bed, retrieved my phone, and prepared to check the map for the trajectory of the dragon vein and potential locations of the dragon eye, facilitating the eventual placement of the dragon nail. However, as soon as I opened my phone, I noticed a friend request on WeChat, the profile picture belonging to Yang Qianqian. After a brief hesitation, I accepted the request, and shortly thereafter, a message from Yang Qianqian arrived. Zhangqing Yuan, EIM Yang Qian. I sought out several high school classmates just to connect with you. Let us not kid ourselves. A casual scroll through the high school group chat would yield your contact information. I responded with an awkward yet polite emoji. Oh, by the way, how about we gather this evening? It has been years since our graduation, and we have yet to meet. Coincidentally, I am celebrating my housewarming today, and many classmates will be attending. You simply cannot refuse to honor the occasion. I tossed my phone aside, momentarily feeling somewhat troubled. If you, Yang Qianqian, were not aware of my engagement to the chairman of Ruixin Group, would you have thought of me? I am well aware of your intentions. It is nothing more than a ploy to leverage my connections to get closer to Lu Xiangwan, hoping to enhance her fiancé's business prospects. Upon reflection, I realized I had little choice but to acquiesce. This group of women often indulges in gossip, and I can only imagine the scandalous narratives they would concoct regarding my relationship with Lu Xiangwan. After a brief moment of hesitation, I replied, sure. Yang Qianqian's response was nearly instantaneous. It's a deal, she declared, followed by a location pin. Around 6 in the evening, I hailed a taxi and made my way directly to Dongsheng Huafu, alighting at the entrance of the community. I sent Yang Qianqian a message. I have arrived. Logically, she only needed to inform me of her apartment number, yet she responded, great, I'll come down and meet you right away. This unexpected hospitality left me momentarily disoriented. Overwhelmed by such graciousness, I felt compelled to reciprocate in some small way. Consequently, I ventured into the adjacent convenience store, intending to procure a modest gift. After perusing the aisles, I discovered that both premium cigarettes and fine liquor exceeded my financial means. Ultimately, I settled on a carton of high-calcium milk, formulated specifically for the elderly. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes elapsed before Yang Qianqian and Lin Guan emerged at a brisk pace. Upon noticing my solitary presence, their countenances betrayed a hint of disappointment. Come now, after all these years of friendship, must we stand on such ceremony? I jested as Yang Qianqian, Her initial disappointment, swiftly replaced by a cheerful demeanor, accepted the milk from my grasp. Given the brevity of time, I surmise that you too, with your vast resources, lack nothing. Moreover, tobacco harms the lungs, spirits injure the stomach. A gift of health seemed most appropriate. Lin Guowan concurred emphatically. Indeed, Zhang, you considered it most thoughtfully. Ah, so Director Liu couldn't join us? I knew his ulterior motive lay not in my company, but rather in designs upon my fiancée. Qian didn't mention extending an invitation to her. I felt her presence at our reunion might be somewhat awkward. However, if you wish, I can contact her and request she set aside her work to join us. Both waved their hands in protest, Yang Qian interjecting, no need. Director Liu's business affairs are of paramount importance and must not be disrupted. I followed the pair into the residential complex. Yang Qian entered the access code into the security door of apartment 1203 in Building 3, Unit 2. With an electronic chime, the door swung open. Please, do come in without the need to change your shoes. I must say, this house is indeed quite spacious. The living room alone is more expansive than our 3 dorm rooms combined. At this moment, several young ladies are seated on the sofa in the living room, engaged in lively conversation. Upon noticing my entrance, they all turned their heads in unison. Among them, I recognized two, Chun Zhaoxue and Ding Xiaolan, former dormitory friends of Yang Qian from high school. It is indeed true that girls transform remarkably as they mature. After a few years apart, these once unassuming individuals have blossomed into captivating figures. The remaining guests, both male and female, were unfamiliar to me. Yang Qian offered a brief introduction, mentioning that they were her college classmates and friends. I nodded politely, failing to commit their names to memory. Chun Zhaoxue and Ding Xiaolan merely cast a glance in my direction before turning away, their chins held high in an air of superiority. If memory serves correctly, Xiaolan, was Tizhang Qingyuan pursuing Qian back in our school days? Ah, the drama unfolds as they openly scrutinize past wounds. Indeed, he was rebuffed by Qian. Qian, you are on the verge of marriage. Why invite him here? I pouted slightly, taking a seat nearby and remaining silent. Yang Qian, a bit awkward, offered a nervous laugh, licking her lips as she moved to explain to the group, actually, it's not quite like that. I was the one who pursued Brother Yuan back then, but he declined, prioritizing his studies. Having spoken, Yang Qian lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. I understood that her attempt to clarify these long-past events, whose veracity was beyond verification, was merely a means to garner my favor. I rose, smiled, and surveyed my surroundings. The house is quite nice. May I take a look? My inquiry was, in fact, an effort to spare Yang Qian some embarrassment, as it was someone else's home. Furthermore, earlier that morning at the hospital, I had observed a sword hanging over her head, and having traversed her wealth palace, I surmised that she was destined for calamity, likely linked to a recent unexpected fortune. Thus, I intended to explore this house. We had merely furnished it simply enough to make it livable. I wanted to show it to Yuan Ge. Yang Qian's tone was exceedingly humble, even tinged with an undertone of appeasement as she led me towards the rooms. Once assured that no one could overhear us, she bit her lip and said, Yuan Ge, regarding those matters from our school days, please do not take them to heart. I was merely concerned with appearances at the time. I sighed softly, raising an eyebrow at Yang Qian. If it weren't for your heartfelt words, I might have resolutely turned a blind eye to your plight. Chapter 23. Without even undressing, Yang Qian seemed somewhat perplexed by my words. Huh? What do you mean by turning a blind eye? I refrained from elaborating, feigning nonchalance as I wandered around the room. Yet I discovered nothing amiss, which was somewhat unexpected. Wait a moment. Is this house solely yours? Indeed, I find myself in a delicate situation. I am with child, and he is the father. My recent visit to the hospital was solely for prenatal checkups. This apartment was a gift from him, presented as a form of betrothal. Thus the property deed bears solely my name. With a slight furrow of my brow, I inquired further, have you recently come into some fortune? I mean, aside from this apartment. Yang Qian offered a wry smile and sighed. We are classmates, and while you're yet to graduate from university, I find myself in a similar predicament. Where could I possibly attain wealth? It's merely my youth and a modicum of capital that sustain me. Otherwise, what prospects could a fresh graduate hope for? Many may look down upon me, branding our relationship as one of an older man with a younger woman. I remain indifferent. We all strive for a living. After all, love cannot be consumed as sustenance. Surprisingly, Yang Qianqian possesses a profound understanding of her situation. Utilizing her youthful beauty as a currency, she can procure material wealth that many toil a lifetime to achieve. And the identity of her benefactor may not hold significant importance. One simply closes their eyes and submits to the encounter. My living expenses, including pocket money, are all provided by him, 30,000 a month. Would you consider that a stroke of fortune? Noticing my silence, Yang Qianqian added, if I am not concealing anything from you. The crux of the matter likely lies within this apartment. Initially, I pondered whether there might be an issue with the apartment's feng shui. However, after thorough examination, I uncovered no discrepancies. Indeed, the feng shui appears rather auspicious. When you were renovating your home, did you ever consult a specialized feng shui master for the arrangement? Upon hearing this, Yang Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? I pointed out the window of the guest room to her and said, look, this building faces the east-west avenue and is oriented from east to west. The fire element is quite strong here, especially in this side room, making it prone to fire hazards. However, directly to the south of the guest room, in the position of the fire element, there happens to be a peace lily. Utilizing this hydroponic plant to suppress the fire position not only balances the feng shui, but also symbolizes smooth sailing ahead. After I finished speaking, Yang Qianqian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. That's amazing. How did you know? That was exactly what the feng shui master said. And he specifically warned that the peace lily must not be deprived of water. I refrained from explaining further and instead formed a protective golden seal on my hand. Turn around. Yang Qianqian hesitated, unsure of my intentions, but eventually complied. The golden light manifested swiftly, safeguarding my true essence. With urgency, I raised my hand and gently pressed the golden protective seal onto the center of Yang Qianqian's back. A sudden rush of sensation elicited a muffled moan from her, reminiscent of the leading lady in classic Japanese films, with a hint of lingering softness in her voice. What do you feel? I inquired, resting a hand on her shoulder. At this moment, I was equally perplexed by the sword hanging above Yang Qianqian's head. Leaving a golden protective seal on her was the least I could do. Yang Qianqian, feeling momentarily weak, leaned against the bed in the guest room. I stood behind her, and the posture was, to some extent, suggestive. So delightful, she replied, her tone tinged with lingering desire. At that moment, I heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching the door, and instinctively turned around to see several heads peering in. What are you two doing? Shun Zhaoxue scrutinized us with a displeased expression. My face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by the sensation of being caught in an indiscretion. No. We were just... In that instant, I found myself at a loss for words, unsure of how to justify our situation. Fortunately, someone cleverly interjected, "You haven't even taken off your pants." A wave of incredulity washed over us, leaving all present speechless. Even during dinner, I dare not lift my gaze. Hastily dropping my bowl and making my escape. While seated in the taxi back to school, I sent Yang Qianqian a message. Your husband shouldn't misinterpret this, right? After a moment, she replied, "No, we didn't even take off our pants. Besides, what could possibly happen in such a short time?" I glanced at her response and found it reasonable. I certainly couldn't be like the others, impulsive and easily ignited. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, believing the matter had passed, another message from Yang Qianqian arrived. "By the way, what were you filming on me earlier? It felt truly delightful. I just wonder when we might have another chance." Her message sent my heart racing. What could this possibly mean? Is an intimate rendezvous at a hotel your desire? Consider it a gift from me, one I hope remains unopened. Upon my return to school, Qianqian's messages were incessant, intermittently sending me selfies or short videos. Some depicting her bathing, others capturing her murmuring in bed. "Tell me," she'd inquire, "which of us exudes more feminine allure? your girlfriend, or I? The content on my phone caused me to blush crimson. Should Xiangwan glimpse this, she'd undoubtedly suspect an affair between Qianqian and me. I regard you as a friend, yet your intentions are to seduce me. Do you reside alone? Judging from the photos and videos Qianqian dispatched, she appears to be solitary. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so audaciously unrestrained. Guan has returned home to his wife. Though he claims to be discussing divorce proceedings with her, I know it's an impossibility. I am destined to be a mistress without recognition. I had envisioned a relationship between an older man and a younger woman, but it has become clear that Qianqian is merely a clandestine paramour. I responded with an awkward emoji. Will you be coming over tonight? I long for you. Accompanying this was a nude selfie, quite substantial, with a deep ravine between her breasts, a veritable abyss. My Adam's apple convulsed twice. To be frank, despite being mere photos and videos, the sensation is incomparable to watching adult films, primarily due to its authenticity. To avert the impulse to retreat to the restroom for self-gratification, I promptly deleted all my chat logs with Qianqian. I tossed my phone onto the bed and headed to the restroom, splashing cold water on my face to regain composure. At that moment, I suddenly heard the sound of a video call coming from my phone. Hastily, I turned off the faucet and exited the restroom, only to find that the portly fellow had already answered the video call on my behalf. To my astonishment, he held the phone, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yet within mere seconds, the call was abruptly terminated. Who is Yang Qianqian? Was she not dressed, looking exceedingly alluring? I snatched the phone from his grasp. And indeed it was Yang Qianqian. Presumably, upon realizing that the person on the other end was not me, she panicked and ended the call. She was merely a high school acquaintance, likely having dialed the wrong number. Just look at the chat history. There's nothing there. We haven't been in touch for years. Hearing the excitement, both the monkey and the flamboyant man approached, with the portly fellow inciting, I don't believe it. Not unless you call her back. I shot him a disdainful glance. Believe it or not, I tucked the phone into my pocket and turned back towards the restroom. Yang Qianqian did not attempt to call or message me again. It was as if nothing had transpired at all. Initially, I assumed the matter would end there. But shortly after midnight, Yang Qianqian's call came through once more. Having just fallen asleep, I was irked by the disturbance and promptly ended the call. To my surprise, she called again immediately, yet I rejected it once more. After several futile attempts, she sent me a message. Help, there's a ghost. Chapter 24. The Black Cat. And morning upon seeing those 4 words pop up in the chat, I felt my drowsiness dissipate significantly. Is it possible that the sword hanging above Yang Qianqian's head will fall tonight? I picked up my phone and replied, what is going on? This time, Yang Qianqian initiated a video call. After a moment of hesitation, in order not to disturb the other's rest, I donned my headphones and stepped into the restroom to connect. The screen illuminated to reveal a shaky, somewhat sallow face against a backdrop of darkness. It took me quite some time to recognize that it was indeed Yang Qianqian. She must have activated the front camera without any lights on, leaving only the glow of the phone screen to illuminate her features, which made it difficult to discern her clearly. Of course, the primary reason was her lack of makeup, as in this era, a woman without makeup often appears as a different person altogether. Where are you? Why is it so dark? Yang Qianqian covered her mouth, seemingly striving to suppress her voice, trembling with fear as she whispered, there's a ghost. There is really a ghost. Please help me. I beg you. Many human emotions can be masked through pretense, but genuine fear is not among them. Despite the distance between us, I felt as though I could sense the very essence of Yang Qianqian trembling. Don't panic. Where are you right now? What have you seen? Previously, when I inspected Yang Qianqian's home, I had found no issues, yet that did not convince me that the problems did not lie within that dwelling. Thus, I had left a protective golden seal on Yang Qianqian as a safeguard, and it now appeared that there indeed might be something amiss with that house. Moreover, it is not merely a matter of issues. There exists a significant probability that these problems are of human origin. Only human intervention could disguise them so adeptly that I failed to perceive any signs. However, now is not the time to dwell on such matters, Yang Qianqian remarked. As I lay in bed, cocooned in my blankets, I felt as though something beneath my bed was attempting to drag me down. Earlier, while I was asleep, I had a dream in which I walked along an empty thoroughfare. There, under the dim glow of a street lamp, I noticed someone had carelessly dropped 10 yuan. I paid it no mind and did not bend down to retrieve it, continuing instead on my path. Yet, at the next street lamp, I discovered money once more. This time it was 100 yuan. I glanced around to ensure no one was watching and picked it up. Subsequently, I realized that beneath every street lamp lay money, starting with the initial 10 yuan, escalating to 10,000. My joy was boundless, and I eagerly stuffed the notes into my bag. As the pile of money in my hands grew to such an extent that I was at a loss as to where to place it, I stumbled upon a black and white photograph lying under the street lamp at the corner. It was the type of posthumous portrait one might find after a person has passed away. In the image was an elderly woman clad in a dark robe, her hair streaked with gray. I was taken aback, instinctively wanting to circumvent the photograph and continue my journey. However, at that moment, I realized my feet felt as though they were glued to the ground, immovable. Simultaneously, I noticed the woman in the photograph, her face adorned with wrinkles and age spots, curled into a smile directed at me. I desperately tried to flee, yet no matter how hard I exerted myself or struggled, I could not take even a single step away. In a moment of panic, I began hurling objects at the photograph, casting aside anything I could find, until a scattering of banknotes littered the ground. At that moment, the elderly woman in the photograph suddenly reached out her hand towards me, emitting a chilling, cackling laugh. She accused me of having taken her money and insisted that I must accompany her. Just as her hand grasped my wrist, a brilliant golden light surged from an unknown source, striking her withered hand, causing it to retract abruptly. It was then that I jolted awake, realizing I had merely been reclining on my bed. Upon hearing this, I remarked, "Isn't that simply a nightmare?" No, it was not a nightmare. Upon awakening, I felt parched and yearned for a sip of water. As I attempted to rise, I discovered that my hair was inexplicably entangled with something, rendering me unable to lift my head. After considerable effort, I managed to turn my head and realized that during my slumber, my hair had inexplicably draped over the edge of the bed, as if something beneath was tugging at it. I grasped my hair and pulled it outward, only to find it weighed heavily, requiring nearly all my strength to extricate it. In the process, I inadvertently brought forth an arm I recognized as belonging to the elderly woman from the black and white photograph. She must be lurking beneath my bed. At this juncture, Yang Qianqian was utterly terrified, biting her hand to suppress any sound she might emit. From her reaction, it was evident that she had encountered grave trouble. Had it not been for the golden protective seal I had inscribed upon her, she likely would have been taken away by that old woman in her dreams. Do not panic. First, find a way to leave the bedroom and escape the neighborhood, making your way to a more populated area. In such places, the vital energy is significantly stronger. The reason she remains safe for now is that the old woman is wary of the golden protective seal I bestowed upon her. However, the efficacy of this seal diminishes with each encounter, and once the old woman realizes that she no longer poses a threat, Yang Qianqian will be perilously close to death. It's no use. I want to get out, but I can't open the door, and even the lights in the room won't turn on. I frowned slightly, gritting my teeth, unable to bear the thought of abandoning her in such a dire situation. For now, try to remain calm. Bite your tongue and apply the blood essence from your tongue to your forehead. Do not move. I will come to you shortly. The blood essence from the tongue is a potent and yang energy, and applying it to the forehead serves to sustain the divine flame there. As long as the divine flame remains lit, ordinary spirits will not dare to approach. As the saying goes, humans fear ghosts 3 parts, while ghosts fear humans 7 parts, which refers to the 3 sources of yang fire that reside within a person. Yang Qianqian nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at rice. To provide her with a sense of security, I did not end the video call, but exited the restroom, donned my clothes, and stepped out. Approximately half an hour later, I found myself once again at the doorstep of Yang Qianqian's home. After she shared the passcode with me, I successfully unlocked the security door. The arrangement of the living room remained unchanged from my previous visit. I located the switch on the wall, and upon activating it, the entire room was illuminated brilliantly. However, the moment I turned on the light, a sharp, piercing meow echoed through the space. Following the sound, I beheld a cat with a coat of jet black fur and a patch of pristine white atop its head, perched upon the coffee table. At that instant, its fur bristled, and it fixed me with a pair of amber, slit-like eyes. A chill ran down my spine. The black cat, a harbinger of mourning, signaled the presence of death within the household. Could it be that Yang Qianqian had met with a tragic fate? Unthinkable. She had just spoken to me via video moments ago. Taking a deep breath, I remained vigilant, keeping my gaze on the black cat as I made my way towards the master bedroom, my hand instinctively forming a protective gesture. My attention was predominantly focused on the feline until, as I approached the door to the master bedroom, I unconsciously turned to glance back. To my horror, I nearly stumbled to the ground upon witnessing the sight before me. On the pristine white door of the master bedroom, an eerie human face was inexplicably imprinted upon the frame. Although the visage bore human features, its expression bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a cat, evoking memories of the cat-faced old woman portrayed in films. Earlier in the afternoon, I had glanced at the interior of Yang Qianqian's residence, which exuded a rather minimalist European style. Aside from a few artistic paintings adorning the walls, I distinctly recall that no images were affixed to the door. Even if there had been, it would have been utterly inconceivable to display such a grotesque and terrifying figure. Strangely, the visage did not appear to be merely painted on. Rather, it seemed as if someone stood on the other side of the door, their face imprinted against the doorframe, gazing out with penetrating eyes. Taking a deep breath without hesitation, I raised my hand and firmly pressed the talisman, which had been folded into 3 layers, against the door. The talisman struck the surface with a resounding impact, unleashing a rippling aura of exorcistic energy that shattered the face as if it were made of fragile ice. Simultaneously, a prolonged, mournful wail emanated from the black cat in the living room, draped in mourning garb. It fell onto its back, thrashing for a moment before expiring, blood spilling from its mouth. I turned in astonishment, pondering the connection between this occurrence and the black cat. Without further hesitation, I forcefully pushed the door open. "Don't come near! Don't come near!" In the enveloping darkness, I perceived Yang Qianqian, tightly cocooned in her blanket, trembling on the bed. "Do not be afraid, it is I." Upon hearing my voice, Yang Qianqian cautiously lifted the blanket just enough to peek outside. Upon confirming my presence, she leapt into my arms, seeking solace. With a heavy swallow, I found myself in a rather precarious situation, ensnared in Yang Qianqian's embrace, which left both my brother and me in a state of disarray. Do you sleep without any clothes?" I stammered. Yang Qianqian's chin firmly anchored on my shoulder. She offered no reply and showed no inclination to release me. Her skin was porcelain-like, radiating warmth, as silky and smooth as satin, and the subtle fragrance that enveloped her only heightened my parched throat. "Could you let go? This situation is far from resolved." My mind, somewhat clouded, reminded me that I was not the paragon of virtue. My reason warned that if she did not loosen her grip soon, something inevitable might transpire. Fortunately, Yang Qianqian's nerves had not entirely shed their grip of fear, and with a sharp intake of breath, she finally released me. What is happening?" she murmured, biting her lower lip and instinctively retreating behind me, as her memory conjured the notion that danger lurked within the confines of this bed. Taking a deep breath to quell the burgeoning anxiety within me, I surveyed the surroundings and spotted the switch by the door. Upon flicking it, the room was instantly bathed in a reassuring glow. I casually picked up a light purple silk nightgown from beside the bed and handed it to Yang Qianqian, intentionally averting my gaze from her graceful form. "Put this on first," I urged. She nodded, donning the garment while inquiring, "Yuan Ge, why couldn't I turn on the lights earlier?" Only after she had adorned herself did I finally dare to meet her gaze. "It is not that your light cannot shine, but rather that something obscures your vision. Are you suggesting that a ghost is blinding me?" I raised an eyebrow and glanced at her brow, where the divine light still lingered, indicating that the protective golden mark I had previously inscribed upon her had yet to fade. "It should be about time. Step aside. Let me take a look." With that, I approached the bedside to examine the situation. As I gently patted the pillow, I sensed something within. Upon unraveling it, I focused my gaze and discovered several pieces of ghost money and flattened gold ingots made of paper. What? What is this? Yang Qianqian looked at me with confusion. I replied, "This is ghost money. Do you remember the dream you told me about?" The old woman said that if someone took her money, they would have to follow her. It is certain that someone has set a deadly trap for you. Hiding gold beneath the pillow is a reward for those with life. Are you suggesting that someone intends to harm me? Yang Qianqian furrowed her brow, pondering who could wish her ill. Come help me. Let us flip the mattress. Is there something underneath? As she inquired, she approached. Earlier, upon entering, I noticed a mourning black cat in your living room, which implies that there are deceased hidden within your home. No sooner had I spoken than Yang Qianqian's outstretched hand abruptly recoiled. Are you implying that there is a corpse hidden beneath my bed? As she spoke, Yang Qianqian's face turned pale with fear, instinctively retreating until her back pressed tightly against the wall. It is not necessarily the case. Often, the arrangement of feng shui merely serves as a metaphor. Furthermore, there surely is not enough space beneath your bed to conceal a corpse. Yang Qianqian's bed resembles a tatami mat, with limited space underneath that could not possibly accommodate a deceased individual. Thus, I surmise that something belonging to a departed soul might be hidden there. After hearing my explanation, Yang Qianqian gradually regained her composure, and together we lifted the mattress. As soon as we raised it, Yang Qianqian glanced down and let out a startled cry. Following her gaze, I looked beneath the bed and was astonished to discover a black and white photograph of an elderly woman. My instinct told me that this face was identical to the one imprinted on the door earlier. She is the very old woman from my dreams who claimed she would take me away. How could her portrait be found beneath my bed? Given that this apartment was solely inhabited by Yang Qianqian, the mere presence of a black and white photograph, let alone a hidden corpse, would be enough to send chills down her spine. Meanwhile, my brow furrowed deeper as I remarked, this is not right. The feng shui arrangement of gold hidden beneath the pillow should not be something you sought after personally, should it? Many may have heard of 5 ghosts bringing wealth, yet few are familiar with the concept of gold hidden beneath the pillow. In essence, both serve the same purpose, the pursuit of wealth, which fundamentally constitutes a transaction. 5 ghosts bringing wealth requires the nurturing of spirits to facilitate the transfer of riches, with the cost of each transaction escalating over time. However, human greed is an insatiable abyss, and eventually, when one can no longer afford the price of 5 ghosts bringing wealth, a tragic demise is inevitable. The phrase hiding gold beneath the pillow requires a price of life suggests that the feng shui arrangement of concealing wealth beneath one's pillow comes at a cost. Specifically, the lifespan of the individual. The greater the fortune extracted, the more one's life is diminished. Recently, the unexpected windfall that Yang Qianqian received was, in essence, a transaction made through this particular feng shui configuration, with her life as the price to be paid. However, I find myself puzzled. Although this property is indeed valued in the millions, it should not be sufficient to warrant the loss of Yang Qianqian's life. It stands to reason that she must have exchanged for something even more significant. Otherwise, she would not be facing such dire consequences, directly threatening her wealth. Yang Qianqian expressed her indignation, saying, "How could I possibly seek such things? I had no idea my bedroom harbored these elements." The feng shui master. It must be the same one who previously adjusted the feng shui of my house. He had specifically cautioned me not to rearrange the furnishings indiscriminately. Chapter 26, Ghostly Barriers. Well, I cannot affirm nor deny it. However, one principle has governed this world from the beginning. If one does not court disaster, one shall not meet it. My response left Yang Qianqian somewhat bewildered. What do you mean? From the current circumstances, it is evident that this is a clear manifestation of the feng shui arrangement of hiding gold beneath the pillow. Yet, this arrangement could not have been imposed by another. It must have been summoned by oneself. Yang Qianqian bit her delicate pink lip, pondering for a moment before responding, "Are you suggesting that the issue originates from within me? But I truly did not summon these things." I find this quite believable. If Yang Qianqian were indeed aware, she should have anticipated the events that transpired today. To be more precise, had she been informed, she ought to have made arrangements for her affairs in advance. Without the protective talisman I bestowed upon her, she would have already met her demise. As for the specifics, I am currently uncertain. Perhaps you can inquire with your boyfriend, who might possess the knowledge. Upon mention of Ling Guan, Yang Qianqian merely chuckled bitterly and shook her head. Humph, he is presently with his wife. He is the only one who ever reaches out to me. I cannot contact him. Were it not for the child I am carrying, he would never have provided me with this apartment. At this juncture, Yang Qianqian let out a heavy sigh. Yuan Ge, you seem to be quite knowledgeable about these matters. What should I do next? I glanced at the time. It was already past 1 a.m. It is easy to summon spirits, yet difficult to send them away. It would be prudent for you to refrain from staying at home tonight and seek out a skilled yin-yang master tomorrow to ascertain the proper course of action. As for whether I am capable of handling this matter, the answer is undoubtedly affirmative. However, unless absolutely necessary, I would prefer not to intervene. Although I am aware that Lin Suin will alleviate my wounds to some extent, it does not address the fundamental issue of the backlash I may face. Moreover, assisting Yang Qianqian in this situation is evidently a loss for me. Yang Qianqian did not elaborate further, as we are of similar age. And in the traditional view of most, those from the mystical realms are expected to be ineffectual in speech yet competent in action. I do not quite embody the ethereal, transcendent image of a sage. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Yang Qianqian to harbor little hope in me. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, I must extend my gratitude to you for tonight. I truly did not anticipate your arrival. Shortly after, Yang Qianqian changed her attire and stepped out of the living room, only to be startled by the sight of a large black cat sprawled on the floor. Where on earth did this cat come from? I glanced back at her. I am uncertain, but it is likely related to what you brought back. Let us not dwell on it for now. We can summon a wise person tomorrow to investigate. Yang Qianqian swallowed hard, tightly gripping my arm as we exited. It was not until the elevator doors began to close slowly that she exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning against the semi-reflective walls of the cabin. Shortly thereafter, the elevator chimed and the doors opened. As Yang Qianqian lifted her foot, poised to step out, I swiftly pulled her back. At that moment, her left foot had already crossed the threshold, and she turned to inquire, "What is it? Look carefully before you proceed. Be wary of the unknown." The instant the elevator doors opened, I felt a chilling breeze rush in, reminiscent of the sudden blast of cold air from an opened refrigerator on a sweltering summer day, causing the temperature in the elevator shaft to drop noticeably. Upon hearing my warning, Yang Qianqian furrowed her brow and raised her gaze. After just one glance, the foot she had extended quivered and retreated in trepidation. Many individuals may share the habit of stepping forward instinctively as soon as the elevator doors open, often leading to disembarking on the wrong floor. At this moment, the reason prompting Yang Qianqian to retract her foot is the black and white memorial photograph hanging on the wall directly opposite the elevator doors. Although she stands with her back to me, I can still perceive the unevenness of her breath, a clear indication of her anxiety and fear. The elevator indicates that we have reached the first floor, yet the scene outside contradicts this assertion. It seems we have encountered an inexplicable barrier, as if the elderly lady is unwilling to permit our easy departure. I discreetly grasp Yang Qianqian's wrist with one hand while using the other to close the elevator doors. We must return. Yang Qianqian remained silent, perhaps rendered speechless by the eerily tense atmosphere, only managing a slight nod in response. I pressed the button for the 12th floor, intending to retreat. At this juncture, I am unaware of the extent of the old woman's supernatural abilities, and thus it would be unwise to confront her directly. The fact that she is merely using this barrier to confine us suggests she harbors some trepidation. Gradually, the elevator doors close once more, and I can distinctly feel the ascent begin. Perhaps due to the confined space of the elevator, which tends to heighten tension, our gazes unconsciously fixate on the control panel. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 11th floor, 12th floor. I take a deep breath and instinctively shift my gaze toward the elevator doors, just as I catch a glimpse through the translucent walls of the elevator. In the corner to our left, there stood an elderly woman draped in a black robe, her head adorned with a felt hat, her slightly hunched figure obscuring her facial features. Cradled in her arms was a jet black cat, its head crowned with a tuft of white fur. It was evident that Yang Qianqian had also noticed the unsettling presence behind us, prompting me to swiftly cover her mouth with my hand and whisper urgently in her ear, "Do not scream, and under no circumstances turn around. Let's exit first. I shall devise a plan." This time, Yang Qianqian was far from composed. Her eyes reflected sheer terror as she fixed her gaze upon me, biting her lower lip fiercely in an effort to stifle any sound. With one hand covering her mouth and the other wrapped around her waist, I could feel her trembling, her legs growing weak. I nearly dragged her out of the elevator. As anticipated, the control panel displayed the 12th floor. Yet the corridor we emerged into bore no resemblance to the layout of the 12th floor. The moment we stepped out of the elevator, Yang Qianqian collapsed onto the ground, utterly overwhelmed. The sheer terror rendered her pale, her bloodshot eyes wide with fright, and even the light of her brow seemed to dim. This was a foreboding sign. In her current state, she was highly susceptible to malevolent spirits. Without hesitation, I formed a protective talisman in my palm, raising my hand to press it against the center of her back. A soft groan escaped Yang Qianqian's lips as the talisman infused her with a sense of vitality. Its effects were immediate, revitalizing her spirit, at least alleviating some of her previous despondency. "Remove your clothing." I observed that Yang Qianqian had largely regained her composure. What do you mean by remove your clothing? I must inscribe the talisman upon your body. In such circumstances, the efficacy of the golden light protective seal was indeed quite limited, and its duration could not be prolonged. For I could sense that this elderly woman possessed far greater prowess than the previous Tang Jia. Moreover, with the enemy lurking in the shadows while I remained exposed, I needed to ensure that Yang Qianqian would not fall victim to the possession of that foot-binding matron. I had to devise a strategy to navigate through this predicament. Otherwise, if Yang Qianqian were to unexpectedly stab me in the back, I would find no solace even in the grave. Chapter 27. The cat-faced matron. For someone like Yang Qianqian, who had encountered numerous partners, disrobing in front of a few individuals would not present a significant psychological burden. My characterization of Yang Qianqian as experienced stems not solely from her willingness to engage in such acts on video, but also from her physical demeanor, her narrow and curvaceous figure, subtly adorned with red threads, the dark lines at the bridge of her nose, and her thin, darkened lips, all of which suggest a propensity for indulgence and a tumultuous private life. Such women, even if married, often engage in extramarital affairs for extended periods. Therefore, I could almost ascertain that Yang Qianqian's habit of undressing for video calls was a commonplace occurrence. Indeed, after hearing my explanation, without a moment's hesitation, Yang Qianqian removed her top, having hurriedly departed earlier without donning a bra. Faced with the sight before me, I found myself unavoidably aroused. "Do I need to remove my trousers?" she inquired with utmost seriousness as my face flushed, my heart raced, and my blood surged. I swallowed hard, biting into my right index finger until it broke the skin. "What are you doing? You need not restrain yourself so. If you truly desire it, there will be opportunities in the future." Yang Qianqian misinterpreted my actions, believing I was struggling to maintain composure after glimpsing her figure, thus intentionally inflicting pain upon myself to regain my steadiness. I turned away, placing my hand gently on Yang Qianqian's shoulder and nudging her to turn around, allowing her back to face me. Holding my breath, I used my finger as a quill, drawing a protective talisman upon her back with my blood. "There, do not don any clothing until the blood has dried. This charm should ensure your safety for the night." As soon as the words left my lips, a sudden, tearing pain surged from my dantian, swiftly ascending like steam through my chest and into my throat. I could not suppress a violent fit of coughing. Yang Qianqian, witnessing my distress, hurriedly turned to support my shoulder. "What is wrong?" I clenched my teeth, intending to assure her that all was well. But I gasped for breath, only to succumb to another bout of intense coughing. This time, Yang Qianqian could distinctly feel something spraying from my mouth onto her chest. Instinctively, she touched the area, and in the dim light, she saw her hand stained crimson. "You coughed up blood?" I quickly covered her mouth with my hand, whispering urgently, "Do not speak. I believe that the old woman had yet to act against us, primarily due to her apprehension towards me. It is precisely with this consideration in mind that I, in the presence of that elderly lady, inscribed a blood talisman upon Yang Qianqian's back. The intent was to convey to her that I am a practitioner of the mystical arts, a master capable of wielding the talisman for subduing malevolent spirits. Despite her considerable prowess, she ought to weigh her own capabilities with care. However, I had not anticipated that my previous injuries had yet to fully heal, and the toll of this blood talisman was indeed considerable, leading me to suffer a backlash that caused me to cough up blood. Should Yang Qianqian, in a moment of panic, reveal to the elderly lady that I am now afflicted by this backlash, she, fortified by the protection of the talisman, would be spared from mortal peril. But what of my own fate? Yang Qianqian bit down hard on her lower lip, nodding with determination, her eyes brimming with fervent tears as she pulled me into her embrace. I remained silent, uttering not a word. The warmth and softness of her presence greatly alleviated my physical discomfort, and I found myself curled on the ground, a sense of drowsiness gradually enveloping my mind. Yang Qianqian retrieved her garment from the ground and gently draped it over my head, softly inquiring if remaining in such a state would ensure our safety. Just as I was grappling with the metallic taste of blood in my mouth, ready to respond, a black cat sauntered into view beneath the eerie green glow of the safety indicator. Upon hearing its mew, a shiver ran down my spine, compelling me to instinctively lift my head from Yang Qianqian's embrace and direct my gaze toward the source of the sound. The black cat stood on the floor not far from us, its amber vertical pupils reflecting a spectral light of death. To my surprise, it was a practitioner from the mysterious realm. Despite its tender age, it possessed formidable abilities. Alas, it was gravely wounded and beset by a millennium-old malevolent spirit. Otherwise, I would have truly felt a sense of trepidation before you. The black cat opened and closed its mouth, yet emitted the frail voice of an elderly woman. Indeed, her earlier caution was justified, prompting her to observe from the shadows. The ancient spirit she mentioned must, without a doubt, refer to Lin Suan, right? It seems she has been by my side all along. But in what form does she exist? How could I have been oblivious to her presence? However, upon learning from this old woman that Lin Suan was indeed near me, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. If my prior conjectures are accurate, Lin Suan appeared each time to heal my wounds. Should she be aware of my peril, might she extend her assistance? Though I cannot be certain, I cannot dismiss the possibility either. Given my current predicament, I was compelled to take a risk. I struggled to rise from the ground, fixing my steely gaze upon the approaching black cat, and spoke in a low, commanding tone. "What manner of fiend are you? Reveal yourself at once." With that, I summoned a fire talisman in my hand, as I remained uncertain of the relationship between this old woman and the cat. I knew that while the dispelling seals inflicted direct harm upon malevolent beings, they would prove largely ineffective against the cat. Thus, I opted for the fire talisman. Regardless of whether my opponent was a spiritual entity or a corporeal one, I was determined to incinerate them utterly. "Umph, you insolent young wretch. Your audacity is remarkable. This matter pertains solely to me and the young lady. Her decision was made of her own volition, and it bears no relevance to you." I turned to glance at Yang Qianqian, and as I had anticipated, this elderly woman indeed summoned her back herself. However, I had no time to inquire into the reasons behind this. I have never provoked such entities. Yang Qianqian shielded herself with her garment, watching the approaching black cat with trepidation, instinctively retreating 2 steps. "Ha! You have forged a dark contract with me. How dare you speak so frivolously? Youngster, I acknowledge your affiliation with the mystical realm, and I do not wish to complicate matters for you. Today's affair is beyond your control. Her life is mine to claim." Upon hearing this, Yang Qianqian hurriedly sought refuge behind me, shaking her head vigorously, conveying her ignorance of the situation. I furrow my brow, directing a piercing gaze at the advancing black cat. "I am uncertain whether you have indeed established a dark contract with her, yet there must be some misunderstanding. I implore you to grant me a modicum of leniency so that I may investigate this matter thoroughly. I assure you, I shall not violate the fundamental principles governing the realms of the living and the dead. If Yang Qianqian had truly entered into a dark contract, exchanging her life for wealth, then it would be reasonable to assert that my interference would indeed breach the sacred laws governing the living and the departed. However, should she be unaware of such an agreement, this would indicate a deliberate entrapment on your part. A modicum of leniency? I may grant it, but do you have the audacity to accept it? No sooner had the words left my lips than the black cat lunged fiercely towards Yang Qianqian and me. Quick to respond, I deftly raised my hand, unleashing the already doubled fire talisman, propelled by innate vital energy. A seal, engulfed in blazing flames, shot through the air, striking the soaring black cat, which was instantly consumed by the searing fire. The cat fell to the ground, struggling violently a couple of times before lying still, transforming into a charred mass amidst the relentless flames. At that moment, I too collapsed to one knee, a wave of heat surging through my chest as I coughed up a mouthful of blood. Are you all right? What happened? Yang Qianqian hurriedly bent down to support me, tears streaming down her cheeks. I felt utterly weak, darkness encroaching upon my vision, just as I was on the verge of losing consciousness. Suddenly, a triumphant laughter echoed around me. Ha ha! You left a blood seal on her. I can't touch her, but have you considered your own fate? The voice came from behind me, unnervingly close, as if it were whispering in my ear. Yang Qianqian instinctively turned to look, letting out a startled cry as she stumbled backward. I mustered my dwindling strength to glance over my shoulder and gasped in horror. Yet I was too drained to respond. For at that moment, the old woman clad in black was hanging upside down behind me. Her wrinkled face was marred by grotesque ravines, and her sharp, monkey-like features sent shivers down my spine. I shall claim your life. As her words fell from her lips, her withered hand descended, the curved nails glimmering ominously in the darkness, appearing so sharp that a mere brush could slice through my throat. At that moment, I felt the grim Reaper's presence drawing near, the chilling sensation plunging me into an icy abyss. Just as I was unable to resist, resigned to meet my end, a tassel of crimson bloomed before my eyes. Immediately following, a slender, jade-like arm, with skin as white and delicate as porcelain, preemptively seized the old woman's throat. If you intend to take his life, she declared. Did you seek my consent? Chapter 28. Ghostly tales should not be readily believed as her voice echoed in my ears. A wave of relief washed over me. For the first time in my life, I felt such a sense of security because of the apparition of a ghost. It seemed my previous conjecture was correct. Each of Lin Suwen's prior appearances had been to heal me, so she would not stand idly by as I was sent to my doom. Yet, what could have caused her transformation from wanting to seize me as her son-in-law to now protecting me at every turn? I do not know. My grandfather once told me that the words of ghosts are not to be trusted. As a female ghost with millennia of cultivation, there must be a reason for Lin Suwen's actions, or perhaps she has some scheme involving me, which I am not yet aware of. However, regardless of her designs on me, she is at least aiding me in resolving my immediate crisis. The rapid turn of events unfolded in a flash, so startling Yang Qianqian that she covered her head with her hands, unable to suppress a scream. At this moment, I found myself devoid of the luxury to concern myself with Yang Qianqian's predicament. As the crimson mist gradually coalesced, the figure of Lin Suwen emerged, exuding the same enchanting allure as ever. Yet beneath her beguiling exterior lay a conservative essence reminiscent of ancient ideals of chastity. With one hand, Lin Suwen firmly grasped the elderly woman's neck, while tendrils of ethereal red smoke enveloped her, incessantly eroding the very essence of the old woman, who emitted chilling wails of despair. Why do you protect him? Shouldn't you desire his demise as well? The old woman's obsidian eyes spewed forth wisps of black smoke, yet all were dissipated by the crimson aura radiating from Lin Suwen. Are you attempting to instruct me? Lin Suwen's voice was frigid, her demeanor composed. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in her clear, bright peach blossom eyes. In an instant, the elderly woman, ensnared in her grasp, was utterly torn apart by the swirling red mist. I swallowed hard, realizing that this was the true power of a millennium-old female ghost, truly terrifying. At that moment, perhaps due to the knowledge that the surrounding danger had subsided, my nerves began to relax. A heavy sensation enveloped my head, and my vision started to blur, gradually leading me to tilt my head back and collapse onto the ground. In the fleeting second before unconsciousness claimed me, I beheld Lin Suan approaching me with measured steps, her form transforming once more into a swirl of red mist, ultimately descending upon me. As anticipated, when I regained consciousness, I found myself lying in a hospital bed. Lately, it seems as though misfortune has befallen me, rendering me a veritable fixture at the hospital. My abilities are rendered futile, resulting in a net loss in every endeavor. In retrospect, my grandfather's injunction against employing Taoist practices until I located my betrothed, Lu Xiangwan, was undoubtedly predicated on his awareness of the inevitable and unbearable repercussions. However, despite having ostensibly found Lu Xiangwan, the anticipated abatement of the backlash has yet to materialize. Could there be an unforeseen complication? Or perhaps I have yet to unearth the means to nullify the adverse effects. Lost in contemplation, I leaned against the headboard of my bed, resolving to seek counsel from Lin Suan at the earliest opportunity, in the hope that she might shed some light on the matter. However, the veracity of her words remains a matter of conjecture, as one cannot place implicit trust in the pronouncements of a specter. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and to my surprise, it was Lu Xiangwan, not Yang Qianqian, who entered. "What brings you here?" I stammered, my gaze averted, a sense of unease washing over me. "Your female classmate contacted me from your phone last night, and together we brought you to the hospital. How are you feeling?" she inquired. Evidently, Yang Qianqian, in her concern for my well-being, had resorted to calling Lu Xiangwan from my phone. "I apologize for the misunderstanding. Allow me to elucidate the events of last night," I implored. "My current relationship with Lu Xiangwan, though not explicitly defined, has already developed an unspoken understanding akin to that of romantic partners. Given this context, my visit to the home of a female classmate living alone last night, regardless of the motives, inevitably invites speculation. Was I contemplating?" Lu Xiangwan furrowed her brow slightly and, with a smile, handed me the water cup from the bedside table. I accepted it and took a sip. My connection with Yang Qianqian is trivial. I only went there because she mentioned encountering some difficulties. I secretly congratulated myself for my cleverness last night in deleting our chat history beforehand. Otherwise, if Lu Xiangwan were to see those photos, I feared there would be no way to clear my name. I was aware that Yang Qianqian had disclosed everything to me. "What? Aren't you worried?" Lu Xiangwan's calm demeanor surprised me. Based on the ridiculous plots of the romantic dramas I had watched, she should have been demanding an explanation by now. "Worried? Are you suggesting that I should be concerned about an affair between you and your female classmate?" I remained silent, which could be interpreted as acquiescence. Of course, I was not worried. After all, Sister Lin has always been by your side, hasn't she? She can assert her claim in front of me. If such a situation were to arise, she would surely intervene, wouldn't she? I found myself at a loss for words. Her reasoning was so sound that I could only remain speechless. "By the way, where is Yang Qianqian?" I shifted the topic. "She said she was going to find a capable gentleman for assistance and mentioned that you should inform her of your safety once you awaken." At this moment, Lu Xiangwan paused and gazed at me, inquiring, "Do you still wish to intervene in this matter?" I comprehended her meaning, yet reflecting on the events of the previous night, I realized that had it not been for Lin Suan, I would not be lying in a hospital bed, but rather in the cold storage of a funeral home. Taking a deep breath, I responded, "My grandfather admonished me before his passing, instructing me not to employ any mystical arts until I found you. Initially, I believed he feared my immaturity and inability to wield such powers responsibly, worried I might stray from the righteous path. However, I now perceive that the solution to the backlash from the mystical arts afflicting me lies within you." "Within me?" Lu Xiangwan gazed at me with a hint of confusion. After a moment as contemplation, she removed the jade pendant from around her neck and suggested, "Could the answer be concealed within the 2 jade pendants that you and I possess?" I shook my head, admitting I am uncertain at this juncture. Having received 2 bags of intravenous fluids and undergone routine examinations at the hospital, The results remained unchanged. Nothing was amiss. As noon approached, Lu Xiangwan proceeded to handle my discharge paperwork. Just as we stepped outside the hospital, ready to enjoy a meal, my phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, I discovered it was a call from Yang Qianqian. "Hello, Yuan Gu. Are you feeling any better?" Yang Qianqian's voice was laced with guilt, as the predicament I found myself in was entirely due to her. "I'm fine, I've been discharged. A couple of days of rest should suffice. By the way, have you located your gentleman?" "Ah, I found him, but I am unsure of his reliability. I called you to see if you could assist me in assessing him." After some contemplation, I decided to assist with the matter at hand, feeling it would be ungracious to decline. I accepted the task. Upon hanging up, I briefly informed Lu Xiangwan. With a smile, she replied, "Of course. Let us dine first, and then we shall go together." I found myself somewhat perplexed. What did it mean that Lu Xiangwan wished to accompany me? Was she genuinely concerned about me possibly making a misstep? Chapter 29. The divination. Lu Xiangwan and I shared a simple lunch before proceeding directly to the East City Huafu. Upon our arrival, I placed a call to Yang Qianqian. Shortly thereafter, Lin Guan emerged from the community entrance at a brisk pace. "President Lu, good to see you again." He greeted Lu Xiangwan with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of reverence. Lu Xiangwan remained silent, merely acknowledging him with a nod of her head. Without delay, Lin Guan stepped forward, grasped my hand with enthusiasm, and expressed, "Brother Zhang, I cannot thank you enough for last night. Otherwise, Qianqian and the child she carries might not have made it." I replied modestly, "It was merely a small effort on my part. Besides, Qianqian and I are classmates, so it is only natural for me to lend assistance." I refrained from dwelling on the topic, recognizing the potential for misunderstanding should Lin Guan learn of the provocative images Yang Qianqian had sent me the previous night. Following Lin Guan, I queried, "By the way, I heard from Qianqian that you consulted a feng shui master during the renovation of this apartment. Is it still possible to get in touch with that master?" In Yang Qianqian's bedroom, gold was hidden beneath the pillow, and I'm certain that it was a deliberate act. Naturally, the feng shui master who assisted in arranging the space bears the greatest suspicion. Alas, I could not locate him. This morning, after Qianqian shared the matter with me, I immediately reached out to the feng shui master, but he is unreachable. Lin Guan, feeling despondent, slammed his thigh and continued, "Indeed, one must harbor no ill intentions towards others, yet remain vigilant against them. I wonder how we have offended that feng shui master, to have him set such perilous arrangements for us. By the way, I heard from Qianqian that you, Brother Zhang, possess considerable skills. Do you have any solutions to this predicament?" I replied, "I merely possess a superficial understanding. If I truly had the ability, I would not have been so distressed last night. As for whether that feng shui master intentionally sought to harm us, I cannot be certain. But it seems that the root of this situation does not lie within this house. Initially, I believed that leaving the premises would ensure our safety. Yet the outcome has proven otherwise. Even though Qianqian and I have vacated the house, troubles continue to pursue her. Thus, the arrangement of gold hidden beneath the pillow appears merely superficial. The true cause likely relates to Qianqian's desire to reclaim something from her home. Of course, there is another possibility. Perhaps Qianqian has already resolved this issue, for I witnessed that elderly woman being easily subdued by Lin Suan last night. It is possible that Lin Suan has already addressed the trouble in passing. As we conversed, the elevator arrived at the designated floor, and Lin Guan gestured for us to proceed. Following Lin Guan, we entered the room, where we encountered a man of approximately 50 years, adorned with a tuft of goat-like beard. At that moment, he was lighting 3 incense sticks and handed 3 copper coins to Yang Qianqian. "Say, Madam Yang, I have briefly observed your bedroom, and it indeed possesses the feng shui configuration of concealing wealth beneath the pillow. However, this feng shui has been compromised. Hence, I cannot discern any issues. If you trust me, allow me to cast a divination for you to ascertain your fortune and misfortune." "Is it going to read fortunes?" Lu Xiangwan whispered in my ear. Observing Lu Xiangwan's rapt attention on the copper coins in Yang Qianqian's hand, it was evident that she was intrigued by these forms of divination. Yes, he is likely employing the 6 lines divination method to evaluate fortune and misfortune. This is a technique commonly utilized in the realm of folk practices, though it pales in comparison to your family's Ziwei Do Shu. The middle-aged man's 6 lines divination involves the current casting copper coins to derive a hexagram. A total of 6 tosses are made, and the varying combinations of heads and tails form one of the 6 lines. Once all 6 lines are revealed, they are interpreted in conjunction with a hexagram. Based on this principle, various objects can be used for divination, including copper coins, or even leaves. "What do you know about Ziwei Do Shu?" Lu Xiangwan inquired, resting her chin on her hand, her face alight with curiosity. I pondered for a moment before responding. Ziwei Do Shu is a celestial divination technique that, through the transformations of the 12 palaces in the destiny chart, can unveil the past and foresee the future. It is regarded as the foremost among the 5 great divination methods, known as the supreme divine art in the world. "Does that mean you have studied it?" Lu Xiangwan's inquiry left me momentarily speechless, and it dawned on me that she had been subtly probing for information. According to her grandfather, Ziwei Do Shu is a celestial inheritance, and apart from its name, she possessed little knowledge regarding it. However, I could articulate the intricacies of Ding and Mao, which might easily lead one to surmise that I had indeed studied it. Well, it would be an exaggeration to say I studied it. Fundamentally, Ziwei Do Shu is a form of divination, and as such, it shares numerous interconnected elements with other practices. My understanding is merely superficial. The essence of all numerological arts, despite their myriad variations, fundamentally stems from the innate 64 hexagrams. While I have not delved into Ziwei Do Shu, my master imparted to me the principles of the innate 64 hexagrams interpretation. Even Ziwei Do Shu has evolved from these hexagrams. The reason Lu Xiangwan's grandfather was able to locate me, while I could not discern her information through the hexagrams, lies not in the superiority of Ziwei Do Shu over the innate 64 hexagrams, but rather in my lack of proficiency. Those who can truly integrate and comprehend the innate 64 hexagrams have likely achieved a state of unity with the cosmos, akin to the divine. Lu Xiangwan refrained from further questioning, instead turning her gaze towards Yang Qianqian, who was interpreting her hexagram. "What does this hexagram signify for your classmate?" she inquired. Following Lu Xiangwan's gaze, I observed that Yang Qianqian's hexagram, derived from the tossing of coins, could, to some extent, reflect her current circumstances. I have not delved deeply into the art of the 6 lines divination. However, I can deduce the corresponding hexagram from the emergent figures within the context of the original 64 hexagrams. Judging by Yang Qianqian's hexagram, it corresponds to the hexagram of water and marsh, which signifies great misfortune. This aligns perfectly with Yang Qianqian's current predicament, as water and marsh symbolizes wealth, indicating that her troubles are indeed tied to financial matters. This resonates with my previous observation of her visage, which suggested a precarious situation, akin to a sword hanging over her, directly affecting her financial domain. Her current plight stems from an unexpected windfall. Moreover, the transformation of the water and marsh hexagram leads to the hexagram of marsh and mountain, which signifies that Yang Qianqian's grave misfortune is a result of an unwarranted calamity. Put simply, she has become a scapegoat, a victim of circumstances. Given the actual situation, it is highly plausible that she has been ensnared by others. Her path to salvation lies in the south. By seeking fire from water, she may find rebirth. As I contemplated the hexagram, pondering any potential oversights, the middle-aged man cast a furtive glance at me and Lu Xiangwan, who were seated at a distance, before turning back to Yang Qianqian and stating, "Miss Yang, based on this hexagram, it portends grave misfortune. You are in peril of bloodshed." Upon hearing the term bloodshed, Yang Qianqian was instantly taken aback. Had it not been for me last night, she would have already faced her demise. What could be more ominous than that? The master is indeed a sage. What should I do to avert this? The middle-aged man did not respond immediately. He stroked his goat-like beard thoughtfully, scrutinizing the hexagram for a considerable time before finally speaking. Only by encountering water can one find the middle path. The north is associated with water. Your path to survival lies in that direction. My brows furrowed suddenly. Does one find the middle path only when encountering water? Is this not leading Yang Qianqian down a perilous road? Is the middle-aged man merely lacking skill in divination, or does he intend to harm Yang Qianqian deliberately? Chapter 30. The unfathomable nature of humanity. The human heart is often the most elusive of enigmas. Frequently, the malevolence inherent in human nature does not cease to exist simply because it is not malevolently perceived. Through the hexagrams of the 6 lines, deducing the primordial 64 hexagrams interpretations is not a daunting task for me. Coupled with Yang Qianqian's specific circumstances, I am confident that my interpretation of the hexagram is flawless. Yet, why does it starkly contrast with what this middle-aged man has asserted? Noticing my silence, Lu Xiangwan blinked at me and inquired, "What is it? Is there an issue?" I inhaled deeply, retracting my thoughts, and whispered to her, "Let us discuss it later." At this moment, Yang Qianqian was still grappling with the middle-aged man's explanation and hastily pressed, "Master, could you elucidate your points further? What does it mean to find the middle path only when encountering water?" Lin Guan nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, we implore you for further clarification." The middle-aged man, with his hands clasped behind his back, feigned profundity and pondered for a moment before responding. "Miss Yang, extricating yourself from your predicament is not insurmountable. This evening, you shall journey alone to the fairy lake in the northern part of the city, bringing with you a bowl of white rice, 2 red candles, and 4 plum blossom incense sticks. As the clock struck midnight, you are to ignite red candles and plum blossom incense by the lakeside, offering a heartfelt prayer. When a gentle breeze caresses the lake's surface, scatter rice into the water, doing so gradually rather than all at once. Only when the rice ceases to sink will your task be deemed complete." After hearing this, Lin Guan and Yang Qianqian expressed their profound gratitude towards the middle-aged man. Lin Guan promptly retrieved a thick stack of money wrapped in newspaper from his bag. Judging by its heft, it contained no less than 50 or 60,000. To be honest, it was the first time I had ever seen such a substantial amount of money. The reassuring weight stirred a twinge of envy within me. So this is how effortlessly the wealthy accumulate their fortunes. Once I resolved my own situation, wouldn't being affluent be akin to child's play? After bidding farewell to the middle-aged man, Yang Qianqian finally had the opportunity to approach and greet me and Lu Xiangwan. "Yuan Ge, what did you think of that individual just now? He can't possibly be a swindler, can he?" Guan pulled quite a few strings to have him come and assess my situation. While Yang Qianqian spoke, I noticed out of the corner of my eye that Lin Guan's expression appeared somewhat uneasy. Initially, I intended to share my insights with Yang Qianqian once the middle-aged man departed, as it is generally considered impolite for outsiders to interject while others are conducting their affairs in the realm of the Xianmen. The world of Xianmen is inherently a mixture of deception and persuasion. Even if one is a fraud, they earn their living through the art of rhetoric, convincing others to part with their money willingly, leaving outsiders with no say in the matter. However, when Yang Qianqian revealed that this individual was summoned by Lin Guan, I instinctively swallowed the words that were poised on the tip of my tongue. The hidden wealth beneath Yang Qianqian's pillow was arranged by a feng shui master appointed by Lin Guan, and now, this chaotic fortune-teller was also a distinguished figure brought forth by him. Perhaps Yang Qianqian, being enmeshed in her own predicament, was oblivious to the truth. Yet, as an informed observer, I could not help but entertain certain speculations. Could it be that Lin Guan orchestrated all of this from the very beginning? I remarked, "You know, I am merely a novice. Since this person was summoned by Brother Lin, he must possess considerable expertise." Upon uttering these words, I instinctively gauged Lin Guan's expression, and to my surprise, I detected a trace of relief mingled with melancholy. Yang Qianqian also exhaled deeply. With this understanding, I felt a sense of reassurance. Observing this, I rose and addressed Yang Qianqian, saying, "I truly apologize. I have not been of much assistance. We happen to have other matters to attend to. So we shall take our leave now. Why are you leaving so soon? Stay and have a meal with us." She insisted. I repeatedly declined, stating, "We have already dined. Perhaps we can find another opportunity." Yang Qianqian pouted slightly, but did not press further, accompanying us to the elevator. As the elevator descended, Lu Xiangwan inquired, What was that expert referring to when he suggested your classmate go to CNNV Lake to burn incense and scatter rice? What kind of method is that? I replied with a serious demeanor. It summons spirits, particularly water ghosts. If Yang Qianqian goes tonight, it may lead to dire consequences. Lu Xiangwan, taken aback, turned to look at me. Then why didn't you speak more plainly? Ding! As the elevator doors opened, I gently nudged Lu Xiangwan at the waist, and together we stepped out. From the very beginning, the person who divined for Yang Qianqian was dubious. He was leading her step by step towards a dead end. Yet, the true threat to her life was not that enigmatic fortune teller, but rather Lin Guan. Lu Xiangwan's mind was sharp, and she understood the situation immediately. I nodded and remarked, although I am unaware of his motives for wanting to harm Yang Qianqian, it appears that he is the prime suspect at this juncture. I surmise that soon you will discreetly invite Yang Qianqian out and divulge these matters to her. Ultimately, the decision will rest upon her. I could not resist the urge to reach out and pat Lu Xiangwan's head, curious about the thoughts swirling within, but my hand hesitated and retreated. After all, she was the chairwoman of a company valued in the hundreds of millions, while I was merely a university student yet to fully mature. It truly would be a pity for such talent to go unrefined in the art of numerology. At that moment, I took out my phone and sent a WeChat message to Yang Qianqian. At 3 p.m., please come to the CAF on the second floor of Dongju Memory Square. Remember, you must come. I was not concerned that Lin Guan might see Yang Qianqian's message, as the fact that she had previously sent me such photographs implied she likely shared them with others as well. For individuals like her, their phones contain a multitude of secrets, and even the closest companions could not easily access them. After about 5 or 6 minutes, a response from Yang Qianqian arrived. Okay. I glanced at the time. It was now 1:30 in the afternoon, and I turned to Lu Xiangwan to share the news. Do you have any plans this afternoon? Lu Xiangwan shook her head. How about I take you out for some fun? Lu Xiangwan glanced at me sideways, slightly lifting her chin as she spoke. You wish to intervene in Yang Qianqian's affairs, yet you are apprehensive about the potential repercussions. Hence, you desire my company, hoping that perhaps my presence could mitigate the backlash of your actions. Am I correct? I felt a twinge of embarrassment, for Lu Xiangwan's insight was undeniably accurate. My grandfather had once told me, prior to his passing, that I must refrain from employing the techniques imparted by my master until I found my future wife. The rationale was that I could not withstand the backlash of those techniques, and the solution lay with Lu Xiangwan. Yet, despite having found her, the repercussions persisted, leading me to ponder that perhaps Lu Xiangwan was not truly by my side. I scratched my head, feeling somewhat awkward, and suggested perhaps it's best to avoid it. It could be quite dangerous. To my surprise, Lu Xiangwan tilted her neck and linked her arm with mine, saying, "Isn't it thrilling? Regardless of the outcome, I shall support your decision." Instantly, I felt a wave of shame. This woman was too astute, and nothing remained concealed from her. Rest assured, I will not allow you to come to harm. I found myself at a loss for words, no matter what. I could not permit Lu Xiangwan to be put in danger. Lu Xiangwan, however, seemed unfazed, even calling me childish. Childish? But we have Sister Lin with us. What danger could there be? I mused. Indeed, Lin Suan was a ghost with a millennium of experience. Her imposing demeanor when she confronted that old woman last night was nothing short of magnificent. Her presence indeed brings a sense of reassurance. However, one must consider that if I were to find myself in peril, Lin Suan might come to my rescue. Yet, should Lu Xiangwan's life hang in the balance, I cannot guarantee whether her elder sister would extend the same compassion. Chapter 31. To assist until the end, taking advantage of the early hour. Lu Xiangwan and I decided to pass the time at a handcrafted ceramic experience studio in the East Suburb Memory Square. Lu Xiangwan inquired, "Didn't you have me by your side the last time we were at our ancestral grave? Yet, you still suffered the backlash of the Taoist magic, did you not?" Her implication was that the means to mitigate such backlash might not necessarily reside within her. I sighed and replied, "That possibility cannot be dismissed. It might have been the retaliation of the dragon vein. I am currently uncertain of the precise cause. Thus, I can only proceed with gradual experimentation." Before 3 o'clock, I received a call from Yang Qianqian. "Hello, Yuan Ge, I have arrived. Where are you? Oh, we are still here, trying to win some plush toys. Please find a quiet spot to sit, and we will join you shortly. After ending the call, I gaze at the claw machine, which seemed to be afflicted with Parkinson's syndrome, automatically releasing any toy it managed to grasp, fueling my frustration. A few minutes later, we met at the CAF, where Yang Qianqian greeted both Lu Xiangwan and me with courtesy. Hello, Ms. Lu. Lu Xiangwan, seated beside me, smiled and nodded. Please do not call me Ms. Lu. It feels too formal. If you don't mind, you may call me Xiangwan. What would you like to drink? An Americano latte. Lu Xiangwan then turned to me and asked, and you? I, a mountain boar, am unaccustomed to fine grains. In my dormitory days, I subsisted on instant coffee. To others, the distinction between coffee varieties may lie in lattes and cappuccinos. Yet for me, it merely meant the ratio of Nestle to water. I am indifferent. I will drink whatever you choose. Lu Xiangwan furrowed her brow slightly. Are you sure? I nodded nonchalantly. After Lu Xiangwan placed the order, Yang Qianqian inquired, Yuan Ge, did you invite me here to discuss something specific? It is apparent to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that there is more to this matter, and what I intend to convey to Yang Qianqian must remain concealed from others, particularly from Lingua One. Taking a deep breath, I replied, yes, of course. I have no intention of sowing discord between you and Lingua One. Rather, as an old classmate, I believe you ought to be privy to certain truths. Truths? What truths? Yang Qianqian rested her chin on her hands, gazing at me earnestly. I decided to be forthright. The diviner you consulted earlier drew a portent for you, which was indeed ominous. However, while interpreting this omen, he deliberately distorted its true meaning. To put it simply, he is leading you down a perilous path. Yang Qianqian's brows twitched slightly, clearly taken aback by this revelation, yet her expression soon relaxed, indicating she was processing the information swiftly. Are you suggesting that the one who truly wishes for my demise is Lin Guowen? Yang Qianqian's hand, resting on the table, instinctively clenched into a fist. The fact that she could pose such a question suggested that she had contemplated this matter prior. This indicated that her relationship with Lin Guowen might not be as steadfast as it appeared on the surface. Rather, it seemed more like a transaction of youth that Yang Qianqian had made with him. At that moment, a waiter approached, bearing coffee. I emulated Lu Xiangwan's manner, gently stirring the drink, yet I refrained from drinking it immediately. I remarked, I am uncertain about this. You must weigh it yourself. After saying this, I lifted the coffee cup to my lips, took a delicate sip, and then, with a sudden expulsion, spat the bitter liquid back into the cup. My expression, one of disbelief, as I gazed at Lu Xiangwan. Why is it so bitter? In contrast, Lu Xiangwan appeared unfazed, sipping her coffee in small increments. You are just like me. I am accustomed to drinking coffee without sugar. This is about sharing both joys and sorrows. You must finish it. I was at a loss for words, questioning why she insisted on mimicking others. Yang Qianqian lowered her head, mechanically stirring the coffee before her, as if weighing her options internally. After a prolonged silence, she swallowed hard and said, Yuan Ge, you saved my life last night. I have no reason not to trust you. What should I do next? I will follow your lead. I surmised that Yang Qianqian's trust in me stemmed not only from my act of saving her life, but also from the absence of any ulterior motives between us. In other words, she could not find a reason to believe I would harm her. As the saying goes, when you help someone, see it through to the end. I said, let's turn the tables. Both Yang Qianqian and Lu Xiangwan turned to me simultaneously. What do you mean by turning the tables? Lu Xiangwan inquired. According to the previous divination, your path to survival lies in the southern position of Li Fire. Yet that enigmatic yin-yang master insisted that only by encountering water could you find a middle way. He even advised you to light ghostly incense by the lake at midnight, endangering your very life. In truth, once this matter is unraveled, it is not so complicated. At worst, you simply need not go. The true threat still remains that old woman from last night. Yang Qianqian furrowed her brow and asked me, but that old woman was already vanquished by the red-clad ghost. Wasn't she? The vivid image of Lin Suan seizing the old woman's throat lingered in Yang Qianqian's mind, leading her to believe that the old woman had indeed perished. However, I remained unconvinced. Although I had not inquired with Lin Suan, my intuition suggested that the situation was far from straightforward. My judgment was based on two significant premises. First, if we were to claim that she had perished, then when I pressed the dispelling seal against Yang Qianqian's bedroom door last night, the old woman should have already met her demise. The evidence further supports this, as the mourning black cat in the living room had also succumbed. By this point, one would expect the matter to conclude. Yet, as we departed, we encountered both the old woman and the black cat once more. Thus, without knowledge of the old woman's origins, I surmised that she might possess some form of undying secret technique, or perhaps she had more than one life. Secondly, if the elderly woman who threatened Yang Qianqian has indeed departed from this world, then the previous divination would not have foretold great misfortune. Since it has indicated a dire omen, this suggests that the peril remains unresolved. The pact concerning the hidden wealth beneath the pillow for the fated individual is still in effect, and that woman will continue to pursue Yang Qianqian for her life. Therefore, my proposition of using her own tactics against her is fundamentally aimed at luring the old woman out and ultimately eradicating her. I conveyed my hypothesis to both individuals, and upon hearing it, they found it quite reasonable. Yang Qianqian clenched her teeth in determination and inquired about the specific course of action. After pondering for a moment, I replied, "You must seek out a highly skilled paper craftsman to create a paper effigy resembling yourself. Remember, the effigy must have its eyes pierced. Regardless of the price the craftsman demands, it is imperative that the eyes be punctured. Additionally, procure a used coffin, a rooster that is at least 3 years old, and a roll of hemp rope that has been soaked in the blood of a black dog." Yang Qianqian diligently took out her phone and meticulously recorded each item I mentioned. And then, she asked, "Then this evening, you must change into a complete outfit of red undergarments and shoes with layered soles, ensuring the soles are dampened and coated with incense ash. Furthermore, don't forget the items the Yin Yang Master instructed you to prepare. Arrive at Fairy Lake before the midnight hour." Chapter 32. The Drawing of Talismans. Yang Qianqian, not daring to delay, earnestly confirmed the details with her phone before setting about her preparations. I too remained occupied and turned to Lu Xiangwan. As evening descended, I inquired if Xiangwan could assist me in locating a relatively tranquil spot, as I required some time for preparation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiangwan replied, "Indeed, not far from here lies a picturesque lake district, which features a villa community. A couple of years ago, the developer gifted me a villa, though I rarely stay there. Occasionally, for significant clients, I provide them with temporary accommodations in that very place." I nodded in acknowledgement, and Lu Xiangwan guided me to the villa within approximately half an hour. I must admit, the lifestyle of the affluent is beyond the imagination of an ordinary individual. While others exhaust their finances and shoulder decades of debt to acquire a modest home in the city, Lu Xiangwan can afford to leave such a grand villa unoccupied, merely for leisure. The disparity between individuals can indeed evoke frustration. However, despite the villa's infrequent occupancy, its furnishings were complete and well-maintained, suggesting that it was regularly cleaned and prepared for immediate habitation. After entering through the grand entrance, Lu Xiangwan turned to me and inquired, "Is this suitable?" Taking a deep breath, I responded, "Not merely suitable, it is utterly impeccable." I settled at a table on the second-floor terrace and requested Lu Xiangwan to procure several A4 sheets, which I then cut into strips measuring 24 centimeters in length and 6 centimeters in width. "Is this for drawing talismans?" Upon observing the shapes of the strips and the vermilion powder I was preparing, Lu Xiangwan immediately deduced my intentions. Do we not need to dye these strips yellow?" I observed that the talisman papers of others seemed to be predominantly yellow. While I dipped my brush in cinnabar to inscribe the talismans, I distractedly explained, "They are all fundamentally the same, merely different mediums. In addition to yellow talisman paper, there exists purple and black, each employed in distinct circumstances and serving varying purposes. The art of talisman inscription is one of the most extensively utilized practices within Taoism, capable of being engraved on wooden carvings or painted upon stones. In critical moments, it can even be drawn upon skin. For the matter concerning Yang Qianqian, a simple paper talisman suffices. The seals I had previously employed were, in fact, an extension of this art. At that time, I inscribed them directly on my hand, allowing for immediate utilization. While this method is undeniably convenient, it possesses notable drawbacks. For instance, when multiple talismans need to work in conjunction, one is limited by the number of hands available, which underscores the purpose of talisman paper. Additionally, one can utilize another person as a vessel, akin to the talisman I inscribed on a rotund individual previously. Lu Xianghua nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. I see. Is there anything else I can assist you with? After completing the tale of a spirit-conjuring talisman on my hand, I looked up and offered her a faint smile. From the urgency in her gaze, I could sense her desire to be involved. Thus, I extended the freshly drawn spirit-conjuring talisman to Lu Xianghua. Just help me dry these. Before long, I had prepared the talismans needed for the evening. 24 spirit-conjuring talismans, 2 dispelling talismans, and 1 corpse-restraining talisman crafted as a precaution against unforeseen events. In order to ensure that these talisman papers dry thoroughly and uniformly, Lu Xianghua carefully laid them out under the sun to bask in its rays. Is this truly necessary? She inquired, counting the talismans with her fingers. I set aside my brush and stood up to stretch my limbs. Primarily, we require a considerable number of spirit-attracting talismans to ensure Yang Qianqian's safety. Lu Xianghua replied with a slight frown. In the movies I've seen, just 1 talisman suffices. I never anticipated such a quantity would be needed. Indeed, it is likely that most individuals share Lu Xianghua's limited understanding of talismans, primarily derived from television and films, particularly the genre featuring zombies. This is still a modest amount. If we were to employ talisman formations, the consumption would be truly substantial. One particular formation, the tongue-rolling lantern formation, requires a staggering 108 talisman papers. The talismans employed by the English uncle predominantly consist of corpse-restraining symbols, provided that the practitioner possesses sufficient mastery. Indeed, a single talisman may suffice. As Lu Xianghua verified that the talisman papers had dried and began categorizing and stacking them neatly, she asked, "So, does that mean anyone can achieve similar effects just by following your drawing techniques?" I smiled slightly. Of course not. If mere mastery of the drawing technique were all that was required, talisman printing houses would have long ago begun mass production. The practitioner must invoke the forces of heaven and earth, infusing each talisman with spiritual energy. To cultivate the Tao, one must first cultivate the heart. The Tao arises from the heart. Only when the heart of the Tao matures can one, to a certain extent, harness the powers of heaven and earth. This is not achieved overnight. It is the result of years of meditation and breathing exercises. It was only in recent years that I truly mastered the art of talismanic inscriptions. Lu Xianghua handed me the meticulously prepared talisman papers, looking at me with a gaze filled with unwavering certainty. Your master must be an exceptionally formidable individual, and her expectations of you must be quite stringent, she remarked. I exhaled deeply, my spirits somewhat dampened as I replied, "Yes, she's indeed quite strict." Whenever I mention my master, an inherent sense of worry would well up within me. Ever since I learned that it was my master who intervened to save me at the grave of Lu Xianghua's grandfather, she has not appeared again. As Lin Suin remarked, while my master could rescue me once, it does not guarantee she could do so a second time, given that she is but a fragment of consciousness. Perhaps my earlier recklessness, which disturbed the dragon vein, had inflicted considerable harm upon her. With her hands clasped behind her back, Lu Xianghua leaned forward and inquired, "It's nearly time. What would you like to eat?" I took a deep breath, pulling my thoughts back and tucking the drawn talismans into my pocket. "I'm indeed a bit hungry. What do you fancy?" "Anything is fine," I casually replied, but almost immediately regretted my words. How could I be so nonchalant? What if Lu Xianghua's culinary preferences were as peculiar as her taste in coffee? I recalled that there was a renowned establishment nearby known for its peony fish slices. Shall we give that a try? I nodded, and as we prepared to leave, Lu Xianghua handed me the access card and keys. "Take this. Feel free to come over whenever you like, especially since it's not far from your school." Although I have not married Lu Xianghua, our relationship remains pure and untainted. Yet, Inexplicably, whenever I am in her company, I consistently discover a sense of belonging akin to that of home. At times, the mere thought of her absence fills me with an unsettling emptiness, as if an invisible hand is guiding me inexorably towards her. I can sense that Lu Xiangwan shares this sentiment, which is why she does not regard me as an outsider, readily entrusting me with her access card and keys. I accepted them without hesitation, securing the card and keys, and later, on a whim, I decided to bring a few friends from the dormitory to broaden their horizons. Together, we dined at the establishment Lu Xiangwan recommended, indulging in their signature peony fish slices. To be candid, the adage you get what you pay for holds true in this world. Despite being merely fish slices, the quality of the dish, its color and texture, was impeccable, leaving a lingering aroma that tantalized the palate and remained etched in memory. Just as I was extolling the virtues of the meal, a call from Yang Qianqian interrupted my reverie. Yuan Gu, I have prepared everything you requested. When shall we depart? I glanced at the clock. It was already 7:50 in the evening. Let us set off now. Once you arrive, please send me your location. There are still some preparations to finalize. All right. After ending the call, I informed Lu Xiangwan and set off towards Fairy Lake. Chapter 33. The rooster crows for the soul, as fate would have it. We encountered the evening rush hour just as we stepped outside, finding ourselves ensnared in a traffic jam on the second ring road overpass. Fortunately, we were not in a great rush. What was initially expected to be a mere hour's drive extended to a full 2.5 hours. Due to Yang Qianqian's different departure point, she had already arrived and had taken the initiative to find a self-service camping base near Fairy Lake, where she rented 2 tents. Following the coordinates provided by Yang Qianqian, Lu Xiangwan and I drove directly to the vicinity of the tents. We encountered traffic en route, which delayed our arrival. I suppose your boyfriend is unaware of this, right? Yang Qianqian nodded in response. He doesn't know. Thanks to my earlier analysis, she had begun to harbor doubts about Lin Guan, so it was unlikely she would be foolish enough to inform him. Have you prepared everything you needed? Yang Qianqian led us into one of the adjacent tents. Everything is ready. This large rooster was specially procured by me. It is said to be for breeding purposes and is at least 3 years old. She continued, and this paper effigy was crafted by an artisan to match my likeness and height proportions. The paper maker cautioned me against creating effigies resembling the living, as it is considered inauspicious. These figures are meant for the deceased. Initially, he adamantly refused to paint the effigy's eyes, but after I offered him 10,000 yuan, he finally consented. Indeed, there seems to be nothing that money cannot accomplish in this world. If there is, it is merely a sign that the payment has yet to be fulfilled. At that moment, Lu Xiangwan grasped my arm, casting a wary glance at the dilapidated coffin within the tent, which emitted a foul odor reminiscent of decay. That coffin, has it truly been used? Yang Qianqian responded with an affirmative hum. Yes, due to the extensive land requisition and demolition by the government in the Pear Garden area, many ancestral graves are to be relocated. Thus, these coffins have become unwanted. I found this relatively intact one and brought it here. Moreover, I have this roll of hemp rope totaling 200 meters. I specifically purchased a black dog from the pet market, one that has never been dyed, and soaked the rope in its blood. It is evident that Yang Qianqian has indeed put considerable thought into this. Nothing essential has been overlooked. Subsequently, Yang Qianqian inquired, Yuan Ge, what should we do next? I glanced around the tent filled with various items before turning back to her and instructed, cut a lock of your hair, divide it into 3 portions, and use your blood to affix them to the shoulders and the center of the forehead of the paper figure. Without hesitation, Yang Qianqian nodded in agreement, severed a lock of hair, and enduring the sharp pain, pricked her fingertip to apply her blood to the designated spots on the paper figure. After completing these tasks, I picked up the paper figure and placed it inside the coffin. Once I closed the lid, I grabbed the large rooster whose feet were bound and retrieved the hemp rope soaked in the black dog's blood. I secured one end to the rooster's foot and fastened it to the coffin, then handed the remainder to Yang Qianqian. Take this and walk towards the lake. Stop when your hand can touch the water. Yang Qianqian nodded and proceeded toward the lake with the line. Before long, I noticed she had reached the lakeside, approximately 100 meters away. I signaled to Yang Qianqian that she was close enough and instructed her to remain still for the moment. I retrieved the carefully prepared spirit summons from my bag and affixed the 24 talismans evenly along the hemp rope stretched between the rooster and Yang Qianqian. After completing this task, I glanced at the time. Less than half an hour remained until midnight. I arranged the red candles, incense, and white rice, items the Yin-Yang master had instructed Yang Qianqian to use for summoning spirits, by the lakeside, then turned to her and said, "Time is running short. I shall be brief, and you must remember this." Yang Qianqian, visibly anxious, swallowed hard and nodded resolutely at me. "Tie the other end of the hemp rope to the middle finger of your right hand. When the clock strikes midnight, follow the method the Yin-Yang master described. Light the candles, burn the incense, and sprinkle the rice into the lake. Remember, do not scatter it all at once. Sprinkle it gradually. When you observe that the rice no longer sinks, you must stop." Yang Qianqian interrupted me with a question. "What does it mean when the rice stops sinking?" I took a deep breath, surveying the darkness surrounding us. Though it was not my intention to instill fear on such a pitch-black night, I felt compelled to prepare Yang Qianqian psychologically. So I answered truthfully, "When the rice does not sink, it signifies that something is approaching." As anticipated, Yang Qianqian recoiled slightly, her neck drawing in nervously, before glancing at the red string she had tied around her finger. "This will keep me safe, won't it?" I nodded in affirmation. "When you observe that the white rice does not sink, do not panic. Follow this red thread back. Remember, at this moment, you may encounter external disturbances that could lead you astray. You must cast aside any distractions in your mind and continue along the red thread. I cannot leave any safety measures on you. Everything relies solely on your own resolve." The safety measure I refer to pertains to protective seals, such as the golden light talisman. If I were to leave a similar measure on Yang Qianqian, her attempt to summon spirits would inevitably fail, and all efforts would be in vain. But what if I lose my way? I glanced at Yang Qianqian with a serious expression, my eyes subtly shifting. "You must not err. A single misstep could lead you into an abyss. As you retrace your steps, resist all temptations and do not trust your eyes. If you're uncertain about the correctness of your direction, simply stop and remain still. The large rooster perched atop the coffin will crow 3 times, granting you opportunities to discern your path. Follow the sound, and you shall not go astray." Yang Qianqian took a deep breath, mentally familiarizing herself with the necessary procedures. I have noted it down. I gently patted her shoulder and said, "Finally, when you return to the tent, remember not to make any unnecessary movements. Simply lie down in that coffin and leave the rest to me." After clarifying everything, Lu Xiangwan and I made our way back to the tent. Lu Xiangwan, filled with curiosity, inquired of me, "The red string, the guiding talisman, and the rooster are all intended to direct your classmate, are they not?" I nodded in affirmation. "Yes. Shortly she will be bewitched by spirits, and everything around her will become surreal. If she is not provided with guidance, there is a significant risk she may drown in the fairy lake." Lu Xiangwan lifted her chin, indicating her understanding. "But what purpose do the coffin and the paper figure lying within serve?" I formed a protective golden seal on my hand and addressed Lu Xiangwan, saying this is akin to a clever ruse. Turning away before she could respond, I gently pressed the golden seal against her back. Unlike others, Lu Xiangwan let out a soft hum, her body yielding and collapsing into my embrace. Chapter 34. A series of twists and turns. Are you all right? I held Lu Xiangwan's delicate waist, helping her regain her footing. At that moment, I noticed a faint blush blooming on her cheeks, and she shyly averted her gaze. "And no, it's nothing. What was that just now?" Lu Xiangwan struggled to articulate her feelings, finding it difficult to express the thrill. I too felt a twinge of embarrassment as I scratched my head and explained, "Just in case, I left a protective golden seal on you." Lu Xiangwan lowered her head, softly murmuring her acknowledgement. Then, she wrapped her arms around my own, resting her cheek against my shoulder, falling into a comfortable silence. I could sense the air thickening with a hint of intimacy. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as I observed a flickering light by the distant lakeside. Shielding my eyes from the glare, I gazed intently, and upon checking the time, I realized it was indeed the witching hour. Yang Qianqian had lit the incense candles. The distance rendered the scene somewhat unclear, yet I could faintly discern her gestures, likely scattering rice into the lake. As seconds ticked away, both Lu Xiangwan and I remained transfixed by the lakeside. Suddenly, we both beheld two candles swaying gently, their flames dancing in the breeze, and before long, they transformed into an ethereal green hue. Lu Xiangwan abruptly turned to me, about to inquire about the phenomenon, but I preempted her with a gesture urging silence. Obediently, she tightened her grip on my arm. Though she remained silent, I could sense her uneven breaths. In that moment, I noticed Yang Qianqian, who had been crouched by the lakeside, slowly rising to her feet. Instead of retracing her steps along the red string, she boldly stepped into the water. Alarmed by this sight, Lu Xiangwan instinctively wanted to rush towards her, but I held her back. Do not be hasty. If we go out now, all will be lost. Lu Xiangwan turned to me, visibly torn. Yet, we cannot simply stand by and watch her drown, can we? At this rate, she will advance another 7 or 8 meters, and the water will engulf her completely. In my mind, I was calculating the time, contemplating that if Yang Qianqian took 2 more steps forward without turning back, I would have to disregard everything and prioritize saving her. Just as I was lost in thought, Yang Qianqian stepped further into the water, the lake now completely submerging her knees, causing the red string in her hand to tighten. The 24 spirit summoning talismans attached to the red string fluttered vigorously in the wind. At that moment, the rooster perched atop the coffin suddenly raised its head to the sky, emitting a long and powerful crow. As the rooster ceased its call, Yang Qianqian, who had waded into the water, halted her steps. I realized she must have heard the crow and recognized that she might be heading in the wrong direction. As expected, after a brief hesitation, Yang Qianqian turned around and began to retrace her steps along the red string. Observing this, Lu Xiangwan instinctively clenched her fists, as if achieving a significant victory. I too let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Yang Qianqian had not lost her way. Lu Xiangwan and I concealed ourselves in the nearby tent, awaiting the outcome in silence. Although the distance was merely about 100 meters, it felt interminably long as we watched Yang Qianqian traverse it, and several times she nearly stumbled due to the instability beneath her feet. Lu Xiangwan clutched my arm, alternating between loosening and tightening her grip as she broke into a cold sweat for her. Just as Yang Qianqian had covered nearly half the distance, a sharp, elongated meow suddenly resonated from the grass to our left. Meow. The sound was piercing, reminiscent of the nocturnal cries often attributed to night owls, echoing in a continuous sequence. Lu Xiangwan turned her head towards the source of the sound. What is that? I turned to gaze in that direction and discovered, illuminated by the moonlight, a white object slowly approaching from the distant grass. As it drew nearer, I discerned that it was a cat, entirely black with a white cap, identical to the one that had previously appeared in Yang Qianqian's living room, adorned in mourning. A thought crossed my mind. This creature had indeed survived. It was likely connected to the elderly woman, and the presence of the black cat signified that she was lurking nearby, observing us. I swallowed hard, pressing down on Lu Xiangwan's shoulder, signaling her to remain still and composed. At that moment, we noticed Yang Qianqian halt once more. She lowered her head and slowly turned, inching closer to the black cat. I was exasperated. Couldn't Yang Qianqian just stand her ground for once? Gripping a tattered talisman, I was ready to rush forward to awaken her, to pull her back and confront the old woman in a desperate struggle. Suddenly, the rooster within the tent let out another prolonged crow. This time, both Lu Xiangwan and I clearly observed that, in response to the rooster's call, the spirit-evoking talismans strung together with red hemp twine emitted a luminous glow. The light converged in midair, forming a radiant stream that unerringly descended upon Yang Qianqian's head. Immediately, Yang Qianqian froze, her previously bowed head gradually lifting. Due to the distance between us, I could only vaguely discern a shimmering light flickering in her eyes. Fortunately, Yang Qianqian soon realized she had strayed from her path. After regaining her bearings, she made her way towards the tent. This time, I could distinctly perceive that her steps were markedly quicker than before, likely owing to her unease after hearing the two crows' calls. prompting her to hasten her escape from the current predicament. As she approached, Lu Xiangwan tightened her grip on my hand. What was troubling her? At that moment, Yang Qianqian rolled her eyes, her expression vacant, resembling a mere shell of a being, mechanically moving forward with each step. I gently patted Lu Xiangwan's shoulder and whispered, "She is bewitched. The world she perceives is entirely different from ours." As I spoke, Yang Qianqian had reached the entrance of the tent, but at that moment, a black cat, which had been lurking in the distant grass, darted forth like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, it swiftly climbed up her pant leg to her shoulder, finally resting atop her head, where it covered her eyes with its front paws. Its pointed ears, resembling little demons descending from the heavens, twitched playfully as its amber vertical pupils vigilantly surveyed the surrounding darkness. A sense of foreboding washed over me. The appearance of this black cat could very well disrupt our meticulously laid plans. As I clenched my fists, poised to spring into action, a sudden flurry of wings erupted from the adjacent tent. In the blink of an eye, the rooster that should have been perched atop the coffin took flight, launching itself towards Yang Qianqian's head with a cacophony that echoed like thunder. The black cat, clearly unprepared, was startled, its fur standing on end. Just as the rooster was about to strike, the cat leaped from Yang Qianqian's head with a swift whoosh. Almost simultaneously, a muffled thud resonated from within the tent. The coffin, reeking of decay, was flung open with a resounding bang. The paper effigy, once lying still inside, suddenly sprang to life, sitting upright as though it had awakened. In that instant, Yang Qianqian, her eyes rolling back, slumped to the ground, yet miraculously regained her senses as if emerging from a deep slumber. Despite the lingering terror of the events that had just unfolded, she had not forgotten my earlier instructions. Without hesitation, she dashed into the tent and retrieved the paper figure from the coffin. Then, steeling herself, she lay down inside the coffin herself. Chapter 35. Deception and Strategy. The reason I instructed Yang Qianqian to hide within the coffin was to execute a cunning swap. The paper figure had been custom-made to resemble her, bearing her blood and hair, thus infused with her essence. Previously, as the figure lay within the coffin, the old woman had failed to detect its presence. In truth, I drew inspiration from the time my grandfather, in a desperate bid to save my life, had me lie in a coffin. Ideally, the best choice would have been a ghost coffin crafted from dingly wood, as it would more effectively conceal the aura of a living person. However, dingly wood is exceedingly rare, and ordinary coffin makers are unlikely to possess the skill to create a ghost coffin. Thus, I instructed Yang Qianqian to use a coffin that had belonged to the deceased as a substitute. Yang Qianqian summoned spirits by the lakeside, attracting the attention of an elderly woman, whom she then led back, taking advantage of the moment to switch places with the paper effigy, thereby cleverly evading detection. Look, is that not the paper effigy? Shortly after Yang Qianqian climbed into the coffin, Lu Xiangwan tugged at my arm, pointing at the paper figure, which was now awkwardly following a black cat towards the lakeshore. Had it not been for the preceding eerie events, this scene might have instilled a deep psychological fear in Lu Xiangwan. I nodded slightly, lowering my voice. Yes. Now that the elderly woman has mistaken this paper effigy for Yang Qianqian, we shall wait until she departs before we venture out. Upon hearing my words, Lu Xiangwan furrowed her brow and inquired, "Why not go out now?" As she spoke, I noticed her gesture towards the talisman in my hand, implying her question about why I did not simply use it to banish the elderly woman's spirit. I replied, if it were an ordinary vengeful spirit, the talisman would surely be effective. However, I suspect this elderly woman is not typical. Previously, I had used a triple dispelling seal to vanquish that black cat at Yang Qianqian's home. Yet here it is again. I'm not entirely certain of this elderly lady's true capabilities. After all, during our last encounter, she had yet to make a move before I found myself incapacitated. However, compared to Lin Suin, it is evident that she operates on a different level. Yet her resilience, akin to that of an indomitable cockroach, is undeniably troublesome. What do you intend to do now? Will you simply allow her to depart? What purpose does our effort serve? Lu Xiangwan pouted slightly, gazing at me in confusion. As we spoke, the The paper figure had already entered the lake, quickly becoming saturated, bobbing along with the waves. I led Lu Xiangwan out of the tent, inhaling deeply as I proclaimed, "We shall cast a long line to catch a great fish." Lu Xiangwan, somewhat perplexed, followed me into the tent where Yang Qianqian resided. I observed Yang Qianqian, lying in her coffin with her eyes tightly shut, scarcely daring to breathe. "All right, she has departed. Rise," I urged. Yang Qianqian's eyelids fluttered a couple of times, and upon cautiously opening her eyes and confirming that I stood beside the coffin, she could no longer contain her emotions. She swiftly climbed out of the coffin and embraced my neck, her voice tinged with tears as she exclaimed, "Yuan Ge, you frightened me to death just now." Caught off guard by Yang Qianqian's embrace, I hastily extended my arms in a gesture of propriety. "Please, calm yourself. Let's discuss our next steps." At that moment, Yang Qianqian realized Lu Xiangwan was nearby, and she released her hold, gently rubbing her nose as she addressed Lu Xiangwan. "Ms. Lu, please do not take offense. I was merely overwhelmed by my emotions for a moment." Lu Xiangwan said nothing, merely nodding slightly as she remarked, "Miss Yang, perhaps you should change into some dry clothes to avoid catching a chill." At that moment, Yang Qianqian realized that her trousers were completely soaked. Thus, she sought out the campsite owner for a change of attire. Seizing this opportunity, I licked my lips and said to Lu Xiangwan, "Please don't take it to heart. She was just startled earlier." Lu Xiangwan, seated on the camp bench, playfully tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and turned to look at me, saying, "Take it to heart? What should I be concerned about? Surely I haven't lost my confidence in front of her." Her words were so profoundly sensible that I found myself at a loss for a response. Although Yang Qianqian was undeniably a stunning woman, eliciting many a glance on the street, her beauty stemmed largely from her attire and the captivating charm that rendered men weak at the knees. In contrast, Lu Xiangwan possessed a beauty that felt innate, an ethereal purity unmarred by worldly influences, exuding an indescribable sense of sophistication. In comparison, any ordinary man would naturally gravitate towards Lu Xiangwan, which might explain why Yang Qianqian unconsciously displayed signs of nervousness and a sense of inferiority in her presence. Initially, I attributed this to their differing social standings. But as time passed, I realized that even if Lu Xiangwan were not a cold, high-flying CEO worth billions, her presence would still overshadow Yang Qianqian's. "By the way, how do you feel?" Lu Xiangwan playfully swung her legs back and forth while perched on the bench, inquiring of me. "What do you mean by feeling?" I was momentarily perplexed by Lu Xiangwan's words. As for my physical state, considering the numerous talismans I had previously drawn and my old injuries, one would assume I should be experiencing hypoglycemia. Initially, I felt nothing amiss, but now, upon Lu Xiangwan's remark, I truly realized there was no discomfort in my body. How astonishing! With a surge of excitement, I grasped Lu Xiangwan's shoulders. It became clear that my grandfather's warning about refraining from using Taoist magic until I found my fiancé, it was based on this very reason. Yet I pondered, why was it that Lu Xiangwan's presence exempted me from the backlash of Taoist magic? Could it be related to the 2 jade discs that symbolized our engagement? Regardless, discovering a means to alleviate the repercussions of Taoist practices was undoubtedly advantageous for me. Just as I reveled in the notion of no longer being constrained, Yang Qianqian hastily approached, now donned in the attire of a camp staff member. "Yuan Ge, have I successfully resolved this matter?" I gently shook my head and shifted to make space for Yang Qianqian to sit before discussing further. "Not quite. Earlier, I merely utilized that paper figure to switch places with you. The old lady will likely catch on soon." Upon hearing this, Yang Qianqian, who had just settled down, sprang up once more. "What? Then, what was the purpose of all our efforts?" I took a deep breath and addressed Yang Qianqian. "Please do not rush. Allow me to explain everything in due course. Based on my previous encounters with that elderly lady, it appears she possesses some form of arcane resurrection technique, making her rather formidable. Furthermore, your contract is undoubtedly still in her possession. To secure your release, one must first redeem that contract. Until now, I remain convinced that this old woman was summoned by Yang Qianqian herself. Juan Yi, Yasuriu. I have not entered into any perilous agreement with her. No amount of money could compel me to do so. Lu Xiangwan chimed in, agreeing indeed. What good is wealth if one lacks the means to enjoy it? I pondered thoughtfully, stroking my chin, and after a moment, let out a deep sigh, raising an eyebrow. Let's not dwell on these uncertainties. We must find that elderly lady first. Find? How do we even begin to search? Yang Qianqian looked at me, bewildered. I rose to my feet and snapped my fingers, exclaiming, Fear not, for I possess a clever strategy. Chapter 36. Ganhai Temple. Lu Xiangwan and Yang Qianqian exchanged glances, remaining silent as they awaited my explanation. I turned to Yang Qianqian and said, Please share your birth date and time with me. Without hesitation, she fished out her phone, scrolled through it, and promptly handed it to me. At this juncture, Lu Xiangwan seemed to grasp the situation. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Are you planning to cast a divination? It seemed that during her time with her grandfather, she had witnessed similar practices, allowing her to react promptly. I nodded in affirmation. Yes, to locate that elderly lady, a divination should reveal everything clearly. It is evident from their gazes that neither of them seems to place much trust in me. I assured them, Rest assured, my divination is remarkably pure. The term pure divination refers to the notion that the individual performing the reading seldom engages in such practices for others, resulting in fewer divulged secrets of the cosmos, thus rendering the reading increasingly accurate. As the saying goes, everything is predestined by the heavens. Our lives are orchestrated by fate. One's fortune is, in essence, predetermined from the moment of birth, and it is exceedingly difficult for it to be altered thereafter. Some individuals may utilize divination to avert disasters, which inadvertently influences the celestial arrangements. Not only does it affect the diviner, but also the seeker of the reading. An age-old adage in folk wisdom states that calculating one's destiny through the Bazi will lead to a dilution of one's fate, and therein lies the rationale. If you are capable of discerning the whereabouts of that elderly lady through divination, why not have consulted the oracle directly from the outset? Lu Xiangwan, though not deeply versed in the art of divination, logically deduced that my approach was akin to unnecessarily complicating a simple task. I smiled faintly and remarked that, at its core, divination is a discipline that analyzes the connections between individuals, objects, or the interactions between humans and their environment. Previously, the geomancer engaged by Yang Qianqian had employed the 6 lines to read her fortune. The resulting hexagram indeed provided insights regarding her path to survival, indicating that her chance of survival lay to the south. However, the ambiguity of this hexagram stemmed from 2 principal reasons. Firstly, the diviner's abilities were insufficient, and secondly, the bond between Yang Qianqian and the elderly lady was not profound enough. However, the situation has changed. I employed a clever ruse, using a paper figure to mislead the old woman, thereby deepening the connection between her and Yang Qianqian. Therefore, at this moment, by casting divination, I merely need to locate the paper figure that has a direct link to Yang Qianqian to find that old woman. Upon this revelation, the 2 women appeared enlightened. Lu Xiangwan remarked, I understand now. Even the most skilled diviners cannot derive meaningful insights without any connection. For instance, we cannot derive relevant omens from a stone that lies far away, with which we share no intersection, correct? I smiled and nodded slightly, then settled into a cross-legged position, visualizing the ancient and vivid tortoise shell in my mind. After approximately 10 minutes, I slowly opened my eyes, and the 2 women immediately drew closer. Yang Qianqian inquired, Yuan Ge, what is the outcome? As I pondered the divination result, with Lu Xiangwan's support, I rose from the ground and, with a hint of uncertainty in my voice, stated, The answer you seek lies to the south, at Ganhai Temple. Upon uttering the name Ganhai Temple, Yang Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise. Ganhai Temple? Both Lu Xiangwan and I turned to her. You know it? Yang Qianqian swallowed hard, seemingly recalling something, and began, That is Lin Guowen's hometown. A month ago, I informed him of my pregnancy, his child. I insisted that he divorce his wife and marry me. At that time, I had a fierce confrontation with him, threatening him with the child I carried within me. Eventually, he relented and took me back to his hometown, swearing before his ancestral grave that he would marry me. I inhaled deeply. If my divination was not in vain, then Lin Guan was indeed inextricably linked to this matter. I declared, regardless of the circumstances, "We must go and see." Lu Xiangwan took the wheel while I occupied the passenger seat, and Yang Qianqian sat alone in the back, occasionally glancing at her phone, appearing taciturn. Given that it was already the early hours, the roads were clear, and under Yang Qianqian's guidance, we reached Ganhai Temple in just over an hour. In truth, this was not an ancient temple, but a village, officially known as Ganhai Miao Village. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Yang Qianqian remarked, "I heard from Lin Guan that there used to be a grand temple here named Ganhai Temple, but it was destroyed during some turmoil. His family's ancestral grave lies over there." Yang Qianqian pointed towards the mist-shrouded mountains in the distance, and was the first to tread upon the narrow path that cut through the fields. I instructed Lu Xiangwan to hold the flashlight and walk in the middle while I brought up the rear. As we traversed the rural path, I discreetly surveyed the village. In the distance, the outlines of houses were faintly visible, occasionally interrupted by the distant bark of a dog, but nothing seemed particularly unusual. Before long, Yang Qianqian led us to a grave overrun with weeds. This grave lacked a headstone, likely due to the passage of time, and had collapsed, without someone to guide us. One might not even realize that a grave lay hidden here. It is right here. Remnants of incense ash linger before the grave, remnants left by Lin Guan and me. "Yuan Ge, do you think the root of this matter lies here?" Upon finishing her words, Yang Qianqian instinctively clenched her fists. Despite the clarity of the situation, it was evident that she still harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing that Lin Guan was not the one intending to harm her. Of course, I do not believe this is due to any profound love Yang Qianqian holds for Lin Guan. In truth, if her affection for him were that deep, she would understand the importance of purity and would not send me such photographs behind his back. Her willingness to deceive herself stems more from a covetousness for Lin Guan's wealth. I took the flashlight from Lu Xiangwan's hand and briefly scanned the surroundings. However, the darkness obscured the landscape's subtle feng shui. Just as I aimed the beam of the flashlight towards Yang Qianqian and Lu Xiangwan, an unsettling sensation tingled at the back of my head. Illuminated by the flashlight, not far behind them, in the fringes of the underbrush that the light could just reach, a pair of amber vertical pupils glimmered with a chilling glow. I was certain a black cat lay in wait there. I swallowed hard, ready to warn them. But before I could speak, they shouted in unison, "Be careful behind you." My eye twitched involuntarily, and I instinctively turned my head in response to a primal urge. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed, resting upon my left shoulder, a few strands of raven-black hair, from which droplets of water rhythmically plopped onto my shoulder. Chapter 37. What more can one desire? Without needing to elaborate, I was acutely aware that the relentless, ghostly old woman was behind me, and true to form. She made her entrance upside down. Instinctively, I swallowed hard and discreetly reached for the talisman I had prepared in my pocket. At that moment, I felt too cold. Bone-chilling hands gently rest upon my shoulders. "You little rascal, daring to toy with me. I shall take your life today." Zhang Qingyuan. I saw Lu Xiangwan firmly biting her lower lip, resolutely launching herself at me. Simultaneously, an inexplicable force pressed down upon my shoulders. My legs buckled uncontrollably, and I fell to my knees, causing the flashlight in my hand to roll away into the nearby underbrush, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Just as Lu Xiangwan reached me, a sudden gust of eerie wind swept her away, sending her tumbling across the ground, her fair arms grazed by the withered branches and leaves. Despite her injuries, Lu Xiangwan paid them no heed, scrambling back to her feet, aware that even if she seized me now, it would be of no consequence. Yet she continued to act like a moth drawn to the flame. Meanwhile, Yang Qianqian had long since retreated to the distant ridge, showing no sign of turning back. Feigning a panicked expression, I gravely urged Lu Xiangwan, "Hurry, let us depart." In truth, I felt no trepidation at that moment. My lack of resistance stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, I sought to gauge the depths of this malevolent old woman, to discern her true capabilities and the source of her seemingly undying existence. Secondly, I aimed to utilize this moment to ensure that Lu Xiangwan and Yang Qianqian made a swift exit, for they would only encumber me, particularly Yang Qianqian. For Lu Xiangwan bore the protective talisman I had bestowed upon her. My willingness to take such risks was bolstered by two factors. Lu Xiangwan's presence allowed me to wield my mystical arts without restraint. Unless this old crone had achieved a level of malevolence akin to Lin Suin, I was confident in my ability to confront her. Furthermore, I possessed a safeguard in the form of Lin Suin, who had yet to reveal herself, indicating that my life remained secure for the time being. However, Lu Xiangwan, perhaps overwhelmed with concern, seemed oblivious to the gravity of our situation. After struggling to rise, she stubbornly rushed forward again, declaring that if we were to flee, we would do so together. If we were to perish, we would face death side by side. To be candid, aside from our marital contract, there had been no emotional foundation between Lu Xiangwan and me prior to this moment. For a woman to utter such words in the face of life and death, I could only marvel at the depth of her courage. You arrogant little brat, aren't you quite capable? I want you to witness the slow, agonizing demise of your beloved right before your eyes. As the ghostly old woman's voice faded, I sensed a chilling wind rising beneath my feet. Yet this time, I would not permit her to harm Lu Xiangwan any further. Go to hell. You may bully me, but you shall not lay a finger on my woman. With a thunderous roar, the innate vital energy accumulated in my dantian erupted instantaneously, enveloping my entire being. I sensed that the ghostly old woman, who had previously rested her hands upon my shoulders, suddenly became light as a feather. Seizing the opportunity, while my innate energy momentarily intimidated her, I unhesitatingly retrieved a dispelling talisman from my bag. Given the proximity and the temporary shock she experienced, the talisman struck firmly against her forehead, right at the ghostly gate. In an instant, the talisman radiated a brilliant azure light, releasing an overwhelming yang energy that shattered the ghostly gate, swiftly enveloping the old woman entirely. Beneath the powerful yang energy of the talisman, the ghostly old woman emitted a harrowing wail that reverberated painfully in my ears. In response, I executed a powerful kick, sending her flying through the air, followed by a dull thud. I could feel the malevolent energy surrounding her rapidly dissipating until it was utterly extinguished in no time. Alongside her downfall, the black cat that had been lurking in the grass, poised to strike, also tumbled down. I glanced at the injuries on Lu Xiangwan's hands. How are you? Is it serious? Lu Xiangwan shook her head, saying, It's nothing, just a superficial wound. There's a first aid kit in the car. I can take care of it. A pang of concern surged within me as I held her hand, watching the crimson droplets slide down her fair wrist from her fingertips. And I cannot help but feel a wave of guilt wash over me. It is entirely my fault. From now on, regardless of the circumstances, you must prioritize your safety above all else. Lu Xiangwan gently bit her lower lip and nodded absent-mindedly. I took a deep breath and, grasping her hand, began to make our way back. As we passed the lifeless body of the cat, I kicked it in a fit of anger. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but the moment my foot connected, that familiar sensation of fire ignited within my chest. Instinctively, I seized Lu Xiangwan's arm, knelt on one knee, and expelled a copious amount of black blood, followed by an uncontrollable bout of severe coughing. Cough, cough, cough. What is happening? How could this be? Lu Xiangwan wrapped her arms around my shoulders, preventing me from collapsing onto the ground. Although my head felt light and my legs heavy, my mind remained relatively clear. I knew precisely that I was experiencing a backlash from the mystical arts. It seemed that merely having Lu Xiangwan by my side would not suffice to dispel this backlash, and I had yet to discover the appropriate remedy. It's nothing. Let us return first. I struggled to steady my weakening legs, and, with Lu Xiangwan's support, I trudged along the rural path. However, Lu Xiangwan was merely a girl, and I was not particularly light. Several times, she nearly stumbled while trying to support me. Perhaps due to her waning strength, Lu Xiangwan frequently glanced upward. I realized she must be hoping for Yang Qianqian's timely return to lend a hand. Yet, that woman had long since retreated in the face of danger, slipping away as if oil beneath her feet. Would she truly return now? Just as I followed Lu Xiangwan's gaze forward, I indeed spotted a slender figure hastening toward us. Who else could it be but Yang Qianqian? Hurry over and lend a hand. He just coughed up a considerable amount of blood. Lu Xiangwan gasped, beckoning Yang Qianqian, who was rushing towards her. Upon reaching, Yang Qianqian took a moment to catch her breath before pointing in the direction from which we had come. Let us go. Quickly. That scoundrel Lin Guan has arrived, and he brought that yin-yang master with him. A frown instinctively creased my brow. What could Lin Guan possibly want? And why had he brought that enigmatic master along? Yet, judging by Yang Qianqian's reaction, it was evident that Lin Guan's intentions were far from benign. Just as I pondered his motives, I noticed two figures slowly approaching along the narrow path in the distance. Leading the way was Lin Guan, followed closely by the yin-yang master who had previously cast divinations for Yang Qianqian. What filled me with trepidation was the sight of a pitch-black cat cradled in the master's arms, its head adorned with white fur. Chapter 38. Sister Lin. Saved me upon spotting the black cat. My eyelids involuntarily fluttered. Why was this cat appearing once more? It seemed as though I had stumbled upon a den of these black felines. However, the reappearance of this particular cat served to corroborate my suspicions. There was undoubtedly a connection between that ghostly old woman and this feline that remained shrouded in mystery. Ah, so it is indeed you cunningly concealed. The yin-yang master ambled closer, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he caressed the black cat in his arms. His gaze fixed upon us with an unsettling intensity. Was this all orchestrated by you? With one hand pressed against my chest, my lips trembled from the chill, as I feigned a demeanor of indifference towards him. Humph, there is no scheme at play. It is merely this woman's insatiable greed. Initially, it was only her life that was needed to be extinguished. Since you insist on meddling in affairs that do not concern you, do not blame us for being ruthless. Lin Guan let out a cold snort, glaring at us with gritted teeth. They intend to silence us. I remained silent. The truth was laid bare. From the very beginning, it was Lin Guan and that enigmatic master working in tandem to conspire against Yang Qianqian. Had I not discerned their treacherous plots, everything would have culminated in Yang Qianqian's untimely demise. Lin Guan, how dare you? Lu Xiangwan supported me with both hands, gazing intently at Lin Guan, unwavering. Lu, indeed, you are a towering figure in the business realm, while I am but a nameless, cunning merchant, with a mere stomp of your foot. I might not even have a drop of soup to drink. Yet here we are in the desolate wilderness, where neither heaven nor earth will respond. Even should I take your life, no one would suspect me. After saying this, Lin Guan seemed to recall something. Ah, yes. I have heard that your father is searching for a suitor for you. That must mean, Lu, you are still a maiden, are you not? Fear not. Before you meet your end, I shall ensure you experience the pleasures of womanhood. Your body, TSK, must be quite exquisite. Before I could respond to Lu Xiangwan, the enigmatic master beside Lin Guan, cradling a cat in his arms, raised a hand and interjected. The fates of others are of no concern to me. But Lu Xiangwan cannot perish. You must not lay a finger on her. I furrow my brow, perplexed as to why this enigmatic master of yin and yang would intercede on behalf of Lu Xiangwan. Could it be that he harbors feelings for her? Master Hong, why is this? This matter must not be publicized. Master Hong stroked the fur of the black cat in his hand, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Guan. The specifics of this situation are beyond my purview, but I am acutely aware that her grandfather, renowned in the mysterious realm of the Xianmen, was known as one glance to Si Kunlun. He left something of great significance with her, a treasure that many in the Xianmen covet. Should she perish at our hands, our fate would be far more agonizing than death itself. Yet, if we leave her alive, wouldn't our endeavors be exposed? The outcome would still lead to our demise. Master Hong smiled faintly, assuring me, you need not worry. I possess a method to ensure she forgets the events of today. I pondered silently, intrigued by Master Hong's mention of the invaluable legacy her grandfather bequeathed to her. It seemed that many within the Xianmen were keenly interested in this artifact. However, I had no time to dwell on this now. Survival was my immediate concern. The audacity with which Lin Guan and Master Hong appeared indicated their confidence in ensuring that neither Yang Qianqian nor I would see the light of another day. Thus, I realized that surviving without Lin Suin's intervention would prove to be a formidable challenge. Yang Qianqian and Lu Xiangwan were dragging me backward, and soon we found ourselves once again before the grave. At that moment, the metallic taste of blood filled my mouth, and I attempted to reach out to Lin Suin mentally, but received no response. At that moment, I beheld Master Hong crouching down, gently placing the black cat he held in his arms onto the ground, whispering a soft command, "Go." Immediately, I observed the cat shake its body, and its rear end sprouted 3 tails. To be precise, it should possess 6 tails, yet 3 of them had withered and drooped lifelessly to the earth. Youngster, though I am reluctant to admit it, you indeed possess some skill. This cat's corpse has 6 lives, yet you have extinguished 3 of them. However, fortunately for you, it appears you are entangled in troubles of your own. Otherwise, I might not have known how to deal with you. Let this be the end. Remember not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you in your next life. After uttering these words, I noticed the black cat saunter past me, enshrouded in an unbearable stench of decay. Just as Master Hong had indicated, this was not merely a cat, but rather a cat's corpse. A sound reminiscent of nails scraping against a coffin echoed behind me. Instinctively, I turned to look, and there, beside the collapsed grave, the weeds began to sway. Soon after, a modest mound of earth emerged from the nearby underbrush, as if something were striving to break free from the soil. Amidst the upheaval of dirt and stones, a large, dark coffin gradually revealed itself. With another feline cry, the coffin erupted with a thunderous sound as a mysterious force flung the lid off, sending it spinning through the air before it landed amidst the distant thicket. Meanwhile, an elderly woman clad in a black funeral garment, her skin shriveled and wrinkled, sat upright in her coffin at the beckoning of a cat's cry. The sight of her sent a chill down my spine. Wasn't she the very specter I had encountered with Yang Qianqian before? It dawned on me that during our previous encounters, she must have been inhabiting the feline, whereas now she revealed her true form, the cadaverous essence of her being. Yang Qianqian, utterly paralyzed by fear at this horrifying scene, collapsed on the ground, pleading with Lin Guan. "Guan, you cannot kill me. I carry your child. Even a tiger spares its cubs. I promise, I shall no longer interfere in your marriage, nor will I use our child as leverage to force you into divorce. Have you not longed for a son? I vow to bear you a son." I bit down hard on my molars, stealing a glance at Yang Qianqian with my peripheral vision. As a man, were I in Lin Guan's position, I would undoubtedly find it impossible to act. Yet, Lin Guan erupted into laughter. "Ha! Yang Qianqian, you're not a bad person, merely a bit foolish. Do you recall how we came to know each other? Silver City Building B. If my memory serves me right, you were number 15, correct? Just a student girl in a nightclub earning some extra cash. I initially intended to have a bit of fun with you. Yet who would have thought you would later pursue me, and all for free? Why would I refuse? Indeed, on several occasions, you claimed to be unwell, urging me to forego safety measures. I understood your intentions and willingly acquiesced. What you are unaware of is that from that moment onward, you had become my prey. Subsequently, when you informed me of your pregnancy, it was something I had anticipated. I began to feign anxiety, fearing my wife would discover the truth, while you grew increasingly audacious. Eventually, I pretended to relent and brought you here, claiming it to be the ancestral grave of my family. I then entrusted your birth details to Master Hong, allowing him to forge a dark contract in your name with the occupant of this grave. Indeed, your classmate was correct. That entity is something you summoned yourself. The hidden treasures beneath the pillow are meant for those destined to receive them. Yet you remain blissfully unaware. Do you realize how much I have profited from your dark contract? Allow me to disclose that figure. 30 million. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yang Qianqian swallowed hard, unwilling to accept her fate as she protested, "But I am carrying your child. That is an undeniable truth. How can you bear to harm your own flesh and blood?" As soon as Yang Qianqian finished speaking, I noticed Lin Guan's gaze sharpen with intensity. "My own flesh and blood? Yang Qianqian, how could I be oblivious to your character? You are well aware of the number of individuals with whom you have maintained improper relations. To speak candidly, I underwent a sterilization procedure after having a son and a daughter. Do you still dare to claim that the child you carry is mine? Upon hearing this, Yang Qianqian seemed struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground in despair, as if even fear had abandoned her. Lin Guan inclined his head toward Master Hong. Master Hong, please proceed. The longer we delay, the more complications may arise. Master Hong nodded slightly with his hands behind his back. Shortly thereafter, I heard a cat's cry from behind. The ghostly old woman, exuding an overwhelming aura, rapidly approached us through the weeds. My heart raced in my throat as Lu Xiangwan clutched my head tightly, staring at the old woman emanating a chilling ghastliness. She squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, "Sister Lin, help me." Chapter 39. Decisive in action, I could feel Lu Xiangwan holding me tightly, yet my entire being felt as if it were floating. My eyelids grew heavier, and my instincts incessantly warned me. If I were to close my eyes now, opening them again would signify a journey into the next life. With the last remnants of my willpower, I trembled and leaned towards Lu Xiangwan's ear to whisper intermittently, in my pocket, "There's a corpse-restraining talisman and a dispelling charm. We must find an opportunity to escape." Although Lin Suin was my final lifeline, there remained many uncertainties surrounding her presence, such as the manner in which she had consistently stayed by my side. If she intended to intervene, she should have done so long ago. Given her absence now, it was highly probable that she either did not wish to act or was unable to do so. Master Hong had made it abundantly clear that his focus was on me and that he would not harm Lu Xiangwan, though she might still suffer to some extent. Although I am not entirely certain of the efficacy of the corpse-restraining talisman and the dispelling talisman, I believe that having a method is better than having none. At the very least, it grants Lu Xiangwan a glimmer of hope for escape, which is the only thing I can offer her as her fiancé in this dire moment. I won't leave. I refuse to leave. Lu Xiangwan clenched her jaw tightly, her grip on my arms tightening imperceptibly. Until now, I had not fully understood Lu Xiangwan. But in this critical juncture of life and death, one's true nature is revealed. She is a resolute woman, steadfast in her determination, impervious to persuasion. I had intended to speak further, yet at that moment, the sharp, grimy nails of the old woman lunged towards us with an alarming swiftness. Not only did she exude a chilling malevolence and the decaying aura of death, but her razor-like nails could easily puncture one's flesh, causing grievous injury, if not death. Just as the old woman's fingertips were mere inches from us, I instinctively closed my eyes, preparing for the worst, when I suddenly heard a dull thud. Slowly opening my eyes, I beheld the old woman's claws piercing through a faintly shimmering red barrier. With a resounding crack, those knife-like nails snapped as though they were mere twigs. Initially, I believed it to be some arcane technique, but it turned out to be the cat corpse necromancy. A trivial skill. Upon hearing that sound, I was jolted upright, as if an adrenaline rush had coursed through me, and I sat up straight. Lin Suin had finally made her move. Clearly, the others present also heard the sound. Lu Xiangwan seemed to have already deduced the identity of the speaker and looked at me with a questioning gaze. Who is speaking?" Master Hong took a cautious step back, warily surveying the surroundings, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. It was deafening. As Lin Suin's voice fell, a flash of crimson blossomed at the center of Master Hong's chest. In the blink of an eye, a beam of red light pierced through him, gradually coalescing into the form of a slender and exquisite woman's hand. What was most unnerving was that she clutched a still-beating heart within her grasp. At that moment, Lin Suin stood behind Master Hong, and with a gentle clutch of her fingers, the heart shattered with a resounding explosion. Master Hong had scarcely a moment to scream before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in eternal shock. Everything transpired with such swiftness and abruptness that even though I had mentally prepared myself, I was nonetheless taken aback by Lin Suin's ruthlessly decisive aura, causing cold sweat to cascade down my spine. Yang Qianqian was so frightened that she fainted, her eyes rolling back, while Lu Xiangwan demonstrated greater fortitude, averting her gaze and burying her face deep into my neck. Among them, Lin Guan proved to be the most ineffectual, as he watched Master Hong fall before him. A warm stream trickled down his pant leg. "Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me." Lin Guan knelt before Lin Suin, fervently bowing his head in supplication. "Umph." Lin Suin scoffed, not even sparing Lin Guan a glance. With a mere flick of her wrist, a streak of crimson silently swept through Lin Guan's neck. Lin Guan felt a slight chill around his neck as a fine mist of blood began to seep forth. In the next instant, his head rolled away and blood gushed forth. Even I could not restrain myself from turning away, tightly shutting my eyes. Lin Suin exhibited no psychological burden when it came to killing. Her actions were precise and devoid of any hesitation. "Next is you," Lin Suin declared, reaching out towards the cat's corpse, which seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, effortlessly dragged into her grasp. With a mocking gaze, she regarded the struggling feline remains in her hands, a faint smirk forming at the corners of her lips, outlining a chilling curve. What a pity for the cat with 6 lives. As soon as the words left her lips, I observed the once proud 3 tails of the cat's corpse droop lifelessly, as if suddenly bereft of power. The amber vertical pupils, once radiant with a serene green light, swiftly faded, completely hollowed out in an instant, transforming into a desiccated husk. Simultaneously, the ghostly old woman clad in a black funeral shroud, alongside the cat's corpse being drained, underwent a rapid desiccation of her own skin, as if weathered by time, crumbling away until even her bones softened and collapsed into a heap of remains. Once all was said and done, Lin Suin's figure morphed into a wisp of crimson smoke, settling upon me before vanishing entirely. Only the lingering, pungent scent of blood in the air served as a reminder of her presence. With the danger seemingly abated, my taut nerves finally relaxed, and I found myself collapsing into Lu Xiangwan's embrace, drifting into an unconscious slumber. In the midst of slumber, I once again found myself before that azure-hued turtle shell, a place where I had engaged in meditation and breath regulation each night since my fateful encounter with my master at the tender age of 12. Yet this time, I beheld Lin Suin, adorned in crimson garments, her long hair cascading down as she stood beside the shell with her hands clasped behind her back, seemingly lost in contemplation. It was the first instance I recalled her presence here, though I felt no overwhelming surprise. "What brings you here?" I inquired. Lin Suin did not respond immediately. Instead, she slowly turned her gaze towards the lotus platform that was meant to accommodate a solitary figure, and softly remarked, "I came to see if she has perished." I understood she was referring to my master, and I too harbored concerns regarding this matter. Thus I probed further, and then, with a light chuckle, Lin Suin replied, "She is a celestial being. It is not so simple for her to succumb to death." Her words instilled a sense of relief within me. I paused momentarily before expressing my gratitude. "Thank you for what transpired earlier." Although the reasons behind Lin Suin's transformation from a potential threat to my protector remained elusive to me, it was undeniable that she had aided me on numerous occasions. More to my thanks. Lin Suin turned towards me, bestowing a captivating smile that seemed to ensnare the very essence of one's soul. Perhaps it was akin to the ancient adage of a glance that begets a myriad of charms. "You are my husband, and I am your wife. Aiding you is only fitting," she declared, being addressed in such a manner before others rendered me somewhat bashful. I retorted, "Lin Suin, indeed I once pledged myself to you, but it was not of my own volition. A forcibly twisted fruit is seldom sweet. Moreover, our paths as humans and spirits are inherently divergent, rendering it impractical." To my surprise, Lin Suin was not angered by my words. Instead, she approached me with a gentle smile and said, "What you mean to convey is that you have already found your little girlfriend, correct? I have made it clear to you that I am the wife, and she is merely a concubine. Do you truly believe that you could become engaged to her without my consent?" I blinked, sensing the validity in Lin Suin's reasoning. "Then, why did you agree to my engagement with her?" Lin Suin, resembling a refined lady, shyly brushed her long hair, her demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier ruthless and indifferent attitude towards life. "As you said, humans and spirits walk different paths. You are human, and I am a spirit. Thus, it is destined that we can only share the title of husband and wife. I cannot bear you offspring. Do you understand?" I pondered for a moment, remaining silent. "Feel free to ask anything. I am your wife, and there should be no hesitations between us." Having watched me grow up, Lin Suwen could easily discern my innermost thoughts. Do you know how I can alleviate the backlash from the Tao? Do you think I would possess such knowledge? Her response was so reasonable that I found myself at a loss for words. However, I do understand that the reason for your backlash is not solely due to the Tao, but rather more so because of the cultivation method you practice. Others may spend their entire lives without attaining protective vital energy, yet you can manipulate innate vital energy at will. This is the true cause of your backlash. I pondered Lin Suwen's words, realizing that indeed, there was a certain truth to her assertion. From the tender age of 12, my master guided me each night in the practice of meditation and breath control. Gradually, I began to perceive the flow of vital energy within my body, which is the indomitable essence that wards off all evils. This experience accustomed me to employing hand seals, harnessing the power of energy to manipulate talismanic symbols. Notably, when I had previously inscribed numerous spirit-evoking talismans for Yang Qianqian, I did not suffer any backlash. At the time, I attributed this to the presence of Lu Xiangwan by my side. However, the true reason lay in my failure to utilize the innate essence of energy. Thus, it follows that by reducing the frequency of employing the innate essence and relying more on talisman paper as a medium for my talismanic arts, I could significantly mitigate the risk of backlash. The more I contemplated this, the more convinced I became, and I lifted my gaze to inquire further. My grandfather had advised me not to use any mystical arts until I found Lu Xiangwan. Could it be that Lu Xiangwan possesses a method to dispel backlash? As I pondered this, I realized that Lin Suwen had vanished without my notice, yet her voice resonated from all directions in the hushed darkness. How could I possibly comprehend the matters of the heavenly path? In the future, refrain from overexerting yourself. I do not have the habit of cleaning up your mess. Chapter 40. All are proud individuals. Once Lin Suwen's voice faded, I took a deep breath and settled into a cross-legged position at my previous meditative spot, channeling my inner energy and breathing deeply. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed, and eventually, I felt my body gradually relax, awakening serenely. The first sight to greet me was the familiar ceiling, and unsurprisingly, I found myself once again in a hospital. Lu Xiangwan sat by my bedside, dozing lightly. Upon noticing my awakening, she quickly rubbed her eyes and inquired about my condition. "You have awakened. How do you feel?" I propped myself up and sat on the edge of the hospital bed. "I'm fine now, feeling much better," I replied. "You didn't sleep a wink last night?" Lu Xiangwan poured me a glass of water from the bedside table and handed it to me. "Well, sometimes work requires late nights. I've grown accustomed to it." I sipped the water and inquired, "What happened later last night?" Lu Xiangwan settled herself on the edge of the bed. "After Sister Lin left, you fainted, and I couldn't carry you by myself. So I pinched Yang Qianqian's acupoint. She was terrified at the sight of two lifeless bodies. However, I instructed her to remain silent and act as if she knew nothing. She should still be recuperating from the shock. Rest assured, the deaths of Lin Guan and Master Hong will not be traced back to us. We possess an alibi." "An alibi?" I gazed at Lu Xiangwan in astonishment. "You need not concern yourself with that. I have my methods. Money can resolve many issues." I suddenly realized this must be what they referred to as the power of wealth. "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Lu Xiangwan rose to draw back the curtains, allowing sunlight to flood in, and I felt invigorated by the warmth. Observing the bloodshot eyes that reflected her fatigue, I said with a twinge of concern, "All right, after we eat, I'll ensure you return to rest." Just as we prepared to exit the hospital room, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Lu Xiangwan swiftly approached and opened it, revealing Yang Qianqian standing at the threshold. Although her complexion appeared to have returned to normal, her spirit still seemed somewhat diminished. Yang Qianqian slightly stood on tiptoe, her gaze traversing over Lu Xiangwan's head as she addressed me. "May I have a few words alone with Brother Yuan?" Lu Xiangwan glanced back at me, replying, "I will go arrange your discharge. Let us meet at the hospital entrance later." With a smile directed at Yang Qianqian, she exited the ward. Yang Qianqian stepped inside, gently closing the door behind her, and then retrieved a bank card from her bag, presenting it to me. "Brother Yuan, I understand that your profession demands a considerable fee. and I am uncertain of the appropriate amount to offer. This is the sum I've saved from part-time jobs during my university years, totaling 100,000 yuan. I hope you won't look down upon it. The thought of earning such a sum from part-time work during university reminded me of what Lin Guowan had said, though it did align with Yang Qianqian's appearance. I accepted the card without hesitation. I am no gallant hero who intervenes for justice, especially since this ordeal nearly cost me my life. This compensation was well-deserved. Despite having a wealthy fiancé, as a man, I found it difficult to ask a woman for financial assistance. What are your plans moving forward? I inquired. Yang Qianqian bit her lower lip and looked up at me, stating, I intend to venture to the coast after graduation. Brother Yuan, about what happened before. I apologize. I realize there will be no future with Lin Guowan, which is why I sent you those photos. Please don't dwell on it. I assure you, I will not trouble you again. In this regard, I could understand her perspective. Yang Qianqian was merely diversifying her options. As Lu Xiangwan's fiancé, I appear to Yang Qianqian no different from those wealthy second-generation heirs. Despite Lu Xiangwan's undeniable beauty, Yang Qianqian believes I too may eventually succumb to aesthetic fatigue, relegating me to the role of a backup. I nodded and replied, indeed. I wish you a future filled with splendor. Yang Qianqian took a deep breath and forced a smile. Previously, I could not comprehend why President Liu would choose you, but now I understand. You are indeed a person of genuine talent, a perfect match with President Liu, and I wish you both a lifetime of happiness together. I shook hands with Yang Qianqian and gestured for her to join me, saying, let us go have a meal together. However, Yang Qianqian shook her head and replied, perhaps next time. I have some other matters to attend to. I shrugged, not insisting, unaware of when that next time might be or if it would ever arrive. As we stepped out of the ward, she suddenly called out to me, Yuan Gu. I turned to face her, inquiring, is there anything else? Yang Qianqian hesitated, lowering her gaze, and, after a moment's contemplation, she spoke, regarding my past experience working part-time as an escort at a nightclub. Could you please keep that confidential? After all, one must maintain their dignity, and Yang Qianqian is concerned about me exposing her past to our peer circle. To be frank, I am not one to indulge in gossip. Even when I might speak a bit too freely after a drink, I would never disclose others' names. I gently patted Yang Qianqian's shoulder and smiled. I was entirely unaware of these matters. It was merely the calumny of Lin Guowan against you, was it not? Yang Qianqian smiled at me, yet tears silently cascaded down her cheeks. Where is she? At the hospital entrance, Lu Xiangwan inquired as I emerged alone. She had other matters to attend to and left first. She even gifted me a red envelope containing 100,000 yuan. I feigned the act of handing my bank card to Lu Xiangwan. Why are you still taking her money? What for? I straightened my back, assuming the demeanor befitting a head of the household. Isn't the money a man earns meant for his wife to spend? Initially, it was merely a polite remark. After all, saving a bit here and there for Lu Xiangwan would amount to more than this. To my surprise, Lu Xiangwan truly accepted the card, nodding gravely as she said, indeed, a man should not possess excessive wealth. Otherwise, he is bound to end up like Lin Guowan. Instinctively, I raised my hand. 100,000 yuan, if saved diligently, could cover my entire university expenses. However, since the money was my own, I could not demand its return, forcing me to swallow my pride in silence. After escorting Lu Xiangwan home, I hailed a taxi back to the university. During this period, I was indifferent to my courses, whether they were core subjects or not. Fortunately, my friends were supportive. Not only did they mark my attendance, but they also assisted me with my assignments. To express my gratitude, that evening, I treated them to a buffet hot pot, each meal costing 68 yuan. As I settled the bill, I felt as though my heart was bleeding. It seemed that making it through this month on my living expenses would be a challenge. I quietly gave myself a slap. Why engage in such theatrics? If only I possessed 100,000 yuan, at the very least, I could indulge in a seafood buffet. Yet, I find myself unconcerned. Should I truly find myself unable to afford a meal, I could always rely on Lu Xiangwan for sustenance. Surely she would provide my 3 meals a day. Time marches on relentlessly, and before I know it, more than half of this month has passed. with the day of Lu Changming seeking a suitor for Lu Xiangwan fast approaching. During this time, I have not been idle. I meticulously studied the trajectory of the dragon vein on the map and the corresponding locations of the dragon's eyes. I am quite confident that I can stabilize this dragon vein within a certain time frame. However, the greatest challenge lies in my need to utilize spirit to complement spirit, crafting a vital feng shui conduit to connect with the dragon vein. Yet, I am utterly at a loss regarding the selection of the spirit. That afternoon, just after I had finished lunch, I received a call from my mother. "Hello, Mom. What is the matter?" On the other end, I could hear the clattering of mahjong tiles. "UNZ, a few people came by our house this morning looking for you. Your father and I didn't think they seemed like good people, so we told them you were at school without your phone. They mentioned they would come looking for you, so be cautious in the coming days. If you encounter any strange individuals, make sure to report it. Do you understand?" I frowned slightly. Someone had come to our home seeking me, and they were described as peculiar. Who could they be? Members of the mystical sect? What would they want with me? After hanging up, I speculated inwardly. Could they be associates of Master Hong, aware of our involvement in his demise, and thus seeking revenge? However, this conjecture was swiftly refuted by me. If it were indeed that Master Hong's accomplice, they should have sought out my home, rather than directly approaching either myself or Lu Xiangwan and Yang Qianqian. Moreover, if it were an act of vengeance, the most straightforward method would be to use my parents as leverage to compel my appearance, wouldn't it? Regardless, my mother has always remarked about peculiar individuals, and it is indeed prudent to avoid provoking them. Chapter 41. The mother-in-law meets the son-in-law. Upon returning to my dormitory, I flung myself upon the soft bedding, tucking a pillow behind my head as I contemplated the identity of the person seeking me at home. Suddenly, a WeChat message illuminated my phone screen. "Are you free tonight? My mother invites you for dinner." The message was from Lu Xiangwan, and I immediately sat up in surprise. Her mother wishes to host me for dinner? Is the mother-in-law eager to meet her future son-in-law? This seems improbable, especially since the last time Lu Changming brought Lu Xiangwan to my home to annul our engagement. It was likely a decision made after consulting with her mother. Predictably, the invitation for dinner is intended to underscore the disparity between Lu Xiangwan and me, either directly or indirectly suggesting that there exists no possibility for us. Yet, this may not be entirely certain. After all, Lu Changming's insistence on annulling the engagement stemmed largely from his perception of me as an ineffectual individual. However, having accompanied Lu Xiangwan to her grandfather's grave and demonstrated a semblance of brilliance, it is conceivable that their family's opinion of me might have shifted after hearing about these matters from Lu Xiangwan. Upon reflecting on this, I decided to send her a message. "Of course I have time. What time shall we meet?" I found myself unable to decline this invitation. Yet I was troubled by the fact that Lu Xiangwan's mother had invited me for dinner, and I certainly could not arrive empty-handed. A carton of high-calcium milk would indeed seem rather meager, but I only had a little over 500 yuan left, which also had to last me for the next 10 days. "How about 6 o'clock? I will pick you up from school." Holding my phone, I hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to inquire directly. "By the way, what does your mother enjoy?" This question ostensibly sought to discover Lu Xiangwan's mother's preferences, but its underlying implication was I lacked the funds for a proper gift. As for Lu Changming, I thought it best to let that be. I felt no compatibility with that potential father-in-law. No need. She usually lives alone, leading a simple life, spending her days chanting and meditating. She invited you over simply to meet you. I furrowed my brow slightly as I glanced at the phone screen. Lu Xiangwan's mother lived alone? Did she have a conflict with Lu Changming? At 6 o'clock sharp, I met Lu Xiangwan at the school gate, and after getting into the car, I asked, "Do your parents not live together?" Lu Xiangwan, hands firmly grasping the steering wheel, paused at a traffic light and replied, 3 years after my grandfather passed away. Following the unfortunate incidents involving my 2 older brothers, my parents divorced. Since then, my mother has lived alone for an extended period in my grandfather's old house. My second brother and I visit her from time to time." I nodded in understanding, suddenly recalling something. "Don't you have a younger brother?" At that moment, the traffic light turned green, and Lu Xiangwan gently pressed the accelerator, and the car resumed its journey. "After my mother divorced, My father quickly remarried a woman who is merely 6 years my senior, and she bore him a young son. I instinctively sighed and remarked, no wonder. But what was there to be surprised about? The coffin of Lu Xiangwan's grandfather rests upon the dragon vein of Jianlong Xiejia. Although the ominous needle has not descended, the descendants are inevitably affected. It seems that Lu Xiangwan was left a safeguard by her grandfather, allowing her to evade such repercussions, while her two elder brothers were not so fortunate. Logically, the youngest brother should have been the first to be influenced by the dragon vein, yet he remains unscathed. I had been somewhat puzzled initially, but after hearing Lu Xiangwan's words, I have come to understand that Lu Changming likely bears a lush green expanse upon his head. Of course, I refrained from delving further into this matter, as it pertains to another's family affairs, and it is not my place as an outsider to meddle. If I were to inadvertently disrupt their familial harmony, my relationship with Lu Xiangwan would only drift further apart. Approximately 40 minutes later, Lu Xiangwan's car came to a halt in front of an old residence situated in the suburban area beyond the third ring road. Stepping out, I took a glance at the structure. The entire house is constructed of wood, displaying a slightly weathered appearance, yet it does not detract from its grandiose presence. It is evident that this was once the abode of a distinguished family, given that the Lu family is associated with the venerable elder Lu Qingmu. It is undoubtedly a prominent lineage, and only women from such esteemed families can be deemed a proper match. At that moment, Lu Xiangwan opened the trunk and handed me a pot of orchids she had retrieved from within. My mother rarely enjoys venturing outside. Aside from her devotion to chanting scriptures and worship, she has a fondness for cultivating orchids, which prompted me to purchase a pot of them. In an effort to maintain my dignity, Lu Xiangwan continued, "It was bought with your money." Following Lu Xiangwan, I stepped over the high threshold and entered the old residence. As soon as I crossed the threshold, I was enveloped by a calming aura, the soothing scent of sandalwood instantly settling my restless spirit. "Mother." Lu Xiangwan tiptoed and glanced around twice. She's here. A gentle voice resonated from within. Moments later, a woman adorned in a blue and white qipao, her hair elegantly styled in an updo, and a string of prayer beads delicately clasped in her hand, gracefully approached. She appeared to be under 50, with a few strands of silver at her temples, her visage bearing a striking resemblance to Lu Xiangwan, perhaps due to her meticulous self-care. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes were only visible when she smiled. This woman was Lu Xiangwan's mother, Yushuya, standing at the doorway. She regarded me with a gentle smile. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was something slightly peculiar about the way she looked at me. "This is my mother? He is Zhang Qingyuan." Yushuya nodded slightly, repeatedly affirming, Good, young man, quite the fine figure. Please come inside." As Lu Xiangwan linked her arm with Yushuya's, she playfully winked at me. I quickly understood and handed her the orchids I was holding. "Auntie, I heard from Xiangwan that you adore cultivating orchids, so I specifically bought this for you. I hope you will like it." Yushuya deftly adorned her wrist with the Buddhist prayer beads, stepping forward to receive the orchid from my hand. She examined it with the reverence one might bestow upon a masterpiece, tilting it left and right for a considerable while, before looking at me with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. "Is this a phalaenopsis? A phalaenopsis?" I, utterly ignorant of floriculture, cast a pleading glance towards Lu Xiangwan for assistance. "Indeed, this is a phalaenopsis. Didn't you express a desire to cultivate one a couple of years ago, Mom?" Upon hearing this, Yushuya cast an embarrassed glance in my direction, her fingers lovingly caressing the leaves of the orchid as she remarked, "Xiao Zhang, you've truly splurged. This orchid must be worth at least several 100,000. Wouldn't you agree? Several 100,000? 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind. This mere plant commands such a staggering price. In our countryside, it would scarcely be picked up if discarded by the roadside. My face twitched awkwardly as I forced a smile and replied, "Annie, I'm glad you like it. Like it indeed. Xiangwan, take Xiao Zhang to the dining hall. I'll place the orchid properly and join you shortly." As I watched Yushuya walk away, I lowered my voice and said, "A plant? That expensive?" Lu Xiangwan furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "What? Are you reluctant?" "Not all. I just feel a bit guilty about you spending money on me." Lu Xiangwan placed her hands on her hips and tilted her chin, declaring, "That's of no concern. After all, Any money you earn in the future will be kept with me. Consider this an advance on your spending. Following Lu Xiangwan into the dining hall, I found Yushuya had prepared an exquisite spread. However, the vast dining table felt rather empty with just the three of us. Yushuya picked up her chopsticks and invited, "Xiao Zhang, please don't be formal. Make yourself at home." After finishing her words, Yushuya turned to Lu Xiangwan and said, "Xiangwan, pour the wine. Let us indulge a little this evening." Lu Xiangwan paused slightly, responding, "Mom, I still have to drive later." Immediately, an expression of displeasure flickered across Yushia's face. Driving. You and your brother are just alike. Unable to sit still in my presence. I have already tidied your room for you. Tonight, you shall stay with Xiao Zhang and keep this lonely old woman company. Chapter 42. This is my real mother. What does this mean? Is it the interpretation I am inclined to believe? I dared not utter a word, my face flushing as red as a monkey's rear, quietly focusing on my meal. Lu Xiangwan gently tapped her foot. "Say, Mom, but I'm not married to him yet." In my heart, I reflected on how prevalent it has become for unmarried youth to enjoy the privileges of marriage. Indeed, Lu Xiangwan's mother shared a similar perspective. "So what if you're not married? I had your eldest brother before I even wed your father. What age are we in? If you don't test the waters before marriage, how will you know if you are compatible? It's surprising that you young people are not as open-minded as I am. Moreover, Xiao Zhang is your grandfather's chosen son-in-law. He is a remarkably astute man, and I have faith he won't make a mistake." To be honest, I felt an overwhelming urge to bow to this future mother-in-law on the spot, no longer calling her auntie, but rather addressing her as mother. Clearly, Lu Xiangwan could not contend with her mother's reasoning and reluctantly opened the bottle of red wine on the table. After dinner, we had intended to assist in clearing the dishes, but Yushuya ushered us out instead. I stood in the courtyard, uncertain whether it was the lingering effects of the red wine or the excitement of encountering such an open-minded mother-in-law that left me feeling flushed and somewhat restless, even physically stirred. Lu Xiangwan held a small porcelain bowl in her hands, standing beside a fish tank in the southeastern corner of the yard, gradually scattering fish food into the water. Two plump koi emerged from the surface, vying for the morsels, creating a delightful splashing sound. I couldn't quite fathom my mother's peculiar behavior today. She was not usually like this. I was aware of what she meant, but I chose to feign ignorance. After all, how could I not recognize who was assisting me? Clearing my throat to divert the conversation, I remarked, "These fish look splendid." Lu Xiangwan turned to me with a nod. "Indeed, they were raised by my grandfather when he was alive. They are quite perceptive. Just watch." As she spoke, she moved her hand in a gesture of scattering fish food without actually holding any. The koi, responding instinctively, poked their heads above the water, creating the familiar splashing sounds. When my grandfather was still around, as soon as he approached the fish tank, these two would eagerly surface, begging for food. I mimicked Lu Xiangwan's motion, pretending to scatter food on the surface, yet the koi completely ignored me. Even if I truly did toss food into the tank, they would still disregard my offering. Indeed, they are quite discerning, aren't they? They recognize people and thus refuse to accept what you provide. I shrugged non-committally, for I had never encountered such a thing before. I had not even heard of it. I clapped my hands, and my peripheral vision swept over the edge of the fish tank, where I noticed intricate inscriptions adorning its surface. Leaning in closer for a more careful examination, I inquired after a considerable pause, "Isn't this merely a fish tank?" The inscriptions appear to be in Sanskrit. Lu Xiangwan raised her eyebrows at me, setting down the fish food as she replied, "Indeed, this fish tank has remained here since the construction of this old residence, untouched by anyone. My grandfather once told me that it was brought back by his grandfather from a temple in the western regions, purportedly for the purpose of stabilizing the feng shui. Later, my grandfather also mentioned that the feng shui of this house is quite favorable, which is why my mother chose to reside here." I nodded in agreement, stating precisely, "The feng shui configuration of this old residence is known as 4 points of gold, which attracts wealth and vital energy, safeguarding the home. Every woman who departs from here is a paragon of grace and refinement, well-educated and poised. Moreover, this fish tank fortuitously occupies the wealth-attracting position. Water is the essence of all things, symbolizing the continuous influx of prosperity. If I am not mistaken, there lies a well on the eastern wall of this residence, separated by merely a wall from a room measuring 8 feet by 8 feet, aptly named the 8-foot room, correct? Upon hearing my words, a smile graced Lu Xiangwan's lips as she nodded approvingly, her bright eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Yes, indeed, my grandfather mentioned that as well. Shall I take you out for a stroll? As the hour was still early, Lu Xiangwan urged me to stroll around the vicinity, sharing with me fragments of her childhood memories. Yet, I found myself somewhat distracted. I could discern the auspicious feng shui arrangement of the 4 o'clock golden hour. Yet I could not fathom the significance of that fish tank, which had been transported from the distant west. After wandering for a while, we returned to find the sky had darkened. The lights in the old house's main hall still flickered, and from afar, the sound of chanting reached our ears. Upon entering, we discovered Yushuya reciting scriptures while casting paper money into a burning iron basin before her. Lu Xiangwan quietly explained to me, after my elder brother's passing, my mother often does this, claiming it is to bless my younger brother and me. We approached and added some paper money to the basin. At that moment, Yushuya set down her scriptures, stood from her cushion, and said, "Let's retire early tonight. I dreamt of your brother last night." He expressed a desire to return and requested not to be disturbed. With that, she turned and walked into the inner room. Lu Xiangwan and I exchanged a glance, a silent understanding brewing between us. Once the paper money in the iron basin had nearly burned away, Lu Xiangwan finally stood, cleared her throat, and suggested, "It's getting late. Shall we retire?" Instinctively glancing at the time, I noted it was barely past 9. Was it indeed late? Could it be that Lu Xiangwan was anticipating something? I brushed off the dust from my clothes and stood, asking, "Which room belonged to your brother?" "I shall stay in his room tonight." In comparison to women, men are inherently more concerned with their pride. Even though my mind was consumed with thoughts of how to transform the theoretical knowledge stored in my computer's south hard drive into action, I still felt compelled to present myself as a paragon of virtue, seemingly indifferent to matters of romance. Lu Xiangwan turned to me and nodded, saying, "All right." Watching her turn away, I pinched my thigh fiercely, questioning why I felt the need to pretend. After taking a shower, I found myself in the pajamas of Lu Xiangwan's elder brother, leaning against the headboard, vexed as I scrolled through a video. Just as I contemplated an excuse to visit Lu Xiangwan's room, a series of knocks resounded at the door. "Are you asleep?" It was Lu Xiangwan's voice. I hurriedly rose, adjusted my pajamas, and opened the door. Lu Xiangwan stood there, clad in a nightgown and pink slippers, inquiring, "Are you getting used to it?" I nodded in affirmation and stepped aside to invite her in. She hopped onto the edge of the bed, kicked off her slippers, and sat cross-legged, then pointed at me, saying, "Close the door. I have something very important to ask you." My heart raced at the implication she was not planning to leave. I took a deep breath, closed the door, and returned to the bed, asking in a manner akin to a bashful maiden, "What is it?" Lu Xiangwan tugged at me, urging me to sit cross-legged beside her. "In 3 days, the esteemed individuals my father invited will arrive, and I want to hear how you plan to relocate my grandfather's grave." Initially, I thought Lu Xiangwan was going to inquire about how to avoid pregnancy. Yet here we were discussing this instead. Reluctantly, I shared my plans and contingency strategies with Lu Xiangwan. As we deliberated, we inadvertently drifted off topic, oblivious to the divergence. When the conversation veered towards more intimate subjects, emboldened by the emotional undertones, I finally mustered the courage to pull her into my embrace. I had anticipated resistance, yet she merely tilted her head back to gaze at me, her eyes reflecting a mixture of tension and a hint of anticipation. I noticed her swallow hard, her breath becoming increasingly labored. My heart raced, feeling as though a wild creature within me was on the verge of breaking free. A voice in my mind urged me to seize the moment, to possess her now. Gradually, I lowered my head, and she tenderly wrapped her arms around my neck. Gently closing her eyes, a warm, delicate sensation surged through me like an electric current, intensifying my desires. Clever as I am, just before lying down with Lu Xiangwan, I took a moment to extinguish the room's lights. We held each other closely, reveling in the purest pleasure shared between a man and a woman. I kissed her sweet lips then her delicate chin and the heated skin of her neck. Just as I prepared to ascend the heights of masculine glory, a flash of cold steel appeared, followed swiftly by the explosive sound of a gunshot. Lu Xiangwan's slender arms pressed firmly against my chest. I initially believed she was unprepared and wished for me to halt. However, at that moment, my desires had long since usurped control, leaving me unable to comply with her unspoken plea. "Wait a moment," Lu Xiangwan exclaimed, grasping my hand that had ventured beneath her nightgown, her tone tinged with a hint of irritation. I lifted my head from her neck and leaned in to gently kiss her earlobe, whispering softly, "Rest assured, I am in control. Pregnancy is not a concern." I assumed she was apprehensive about this, so I made that remark to reassure her. In truth, I was uncertain of my own self-restraint at such a pivotal moment. However, based on my self-awareness, the likelihood of losing control was rather high. "Have you heard any sounds?" Lu Xiangwan twisted her neck with urgency and turned to the side, attempting to calm me in this manner. I braced myself against the mattress, swallowing hard. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the sound of my heavy breathing and erratic heartbeat filling the air. "What sounds?" As Lu Xiangwan noticed my gradual composure, she lowered her voice, saying, "Listen closely. It's coming from the courtyard." I scratched my ear and focused intently. Tap, 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 tap. Indeed, there was a sound emanating from the courtyard. What could it be? Paying little heed, I leaned closer to Lu Xiangwan's ear and resumed my gentle kisses, hoping to reignite the earlier passion. Yet this time, Lu Xiangwan seemed disinterested, covering my mouth with her hand. "Do you remember the fish tank in the southeast corner of the courtyard?" Lu Xiangwan, undoubtedly more familiar with the environment than I, quickly identified the source of the sound. I furrowed my brow, contemplating, and said, "Are you suggesting that the sound emanates from those two fish while they are feeding?" It suddenly dawned on me that when Lu Xiangwan had previously fed those fish, it was indeed this very sound. Lu Xiangwan nodded, "Yes, but at this hour, who could be feeding them?" The moment she uttered these words, a shiver ran down my spine. Lu Xiangwan had mentioned that these fish were quite perceptive and would typically ignore offerings for strangers. The fact that the sound of feeding was now heard implied that it was someone familiar to them who was providing sustenance. I wet my dry lips, regaining control of my thoughts. Could it be the ant? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiangwan shook her head. "Impossible. If we were in my room, my mother might not hear her coming from the inner room, but this is my brother's room. She would certainly pass by the door, unless this person entered from outside. Yet the door to the outside was already closed. Who could enter without opening it?" The answer seemed increasingly evident. Lu Xiangwan, somewhat anxious, remarked, "Do you think it could be true, as my mother mentioned, that my brother has returned today?" Having encountered such supernatural events before, Lu Xiangwan was understandably tense, yet not overtly fearful. I pondered for a moment before responding. "That seems unlikely, doesn't it? Don't frighten yourself unnecessarily. It could simply be that the fish are lacking oxygen and have come to the surface. We can observe and see how it unfolds. In our countryside, we have fish ponds where I often witness fish surfacing, gasping for air, which is a clear sign of oxygen deficiency." Lu Xiangwan nodded subtly, and we lay on the bed, concentrating all our attention on the rustling of the wind outside. After a short while, the incessant clattering finally ceased. However, just as I exhaled a sigh of relief, believing it to be a false alarm and preparing to continue, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the courtyard outside. This time, I could hear it distinctly. It was indeed the sound of footsteps emanating from the direction of the fish tank in the southeast corner. The emergence of these footsteps indicated that the previous clattering was not due to the fish gasping for air, but rather someone was feeding those two fish. If it wasn't Lu Xiangwan's mother, then who could it be? I gently placed my hand on Lu Xiangwan's shoulder, signaling her to remain silent. I sat up from the bed and donned my pajamas again, stepping barefoot onto the floor. Pressing my ear against the door, I listened intently. This time, the footsteps were unmistakable. They were not hurried, yet the sound grew increasingly clear, indicating that someone was indeed approaching our direction. Concurrently, Lu Xiangwan had donned her nightgown and moved beside me, softly linking her arm with mine. At that moment, the footsteps drew ever closer, and finally, they halted right at our doorstep. It was at this juncture that Lu Xiangwan and I exchanged a glance, reaching a silent consensus. I remained composed, subtly channeling the innate energy within me, allowing it to flow into the palm of my right hand, where I began to trace a protective sigil. As the innate energy continued to gather, the potency of the sigil gradually intensified. At this moment, I could no longer afford to worry about whether employing my innate vital energy would bring about any backlash. My instincts were adamant that whoever stood outside the door was not human. Given the uncertainty of whether the presence was friend or foe, I had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Lu Xiangwan's grip on my arm instinctively tightened as she took a deep breath, summoning her courage to call out in a voice that quivered slightly. "Mom, is that you?" Considering Shuya's previous attitude towards both Lu Xiangwan and me, it was entirely plausible that someone could be lurking at the door, eavesdropping. Yet, there was no response, nor the sound of departing footsteps. In such moments, our anxiety heightened, and I could sense the cold sweat accumulating in the palm of Lu Xiangwan's hand. At that juncture, the talisman I bore had stacked to 3 layers, marking the apex of my ability to harness innate vital energy and enhance the talisman's potency. I believed I could contend not only with ordinary vengeful spirits, but even with entities of Lin Suin's caliber. Just as I reached out to push the door open and discern what was causing the disturbance, Lu Xiangwan abruptly restrained me. Puzzled, I looked at her, and she shook her head, gesturing towards the bottom of the door. This old residence was primarily constructed of wood, including the doors of each room. Following Lu Xiangwan's, I noticed a narrow gap beneath the door. This occurred because, in the past, there were many children in the household who often stumbled over the threshold of the door. In a fit of exasperation, Lu Xiangwan's grandfather decided to remove all the thresholds from the rooms, consequently leaving behind this narrow gap. I understood Lu Xiangwan's intentions. She was urging me to peer through this crevice to discern the situation outside. Nodding slightly, I bent down slowly, resting my cheek against the ground to gaze through the opening. Chapter 44. The ghostly monk. The moonlight poured down like a cleansing balm, illuminating the weathered blue stones that had borne witness to the passage of time. It was precisely through the ethereal glow of the moon that I clearly observed 2 feet resting at the threshold, confirming that indeed a figure stood outside. The individual wore a pair of old-fashioned monk's shoes with white soles, and judging by the size, it did not appear to be a woman. Who could this person be? Could it truly be Lu Xiangwan's deceased elder brother returned from the beyond? Such a notion seemed implausible, as her brother had passed away many years ago, long since having entered the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, if it were not him, who could it possibly be? The earlier splashes from the 2 koi fish in the aquarium suggested that this person was someone familiar to them. In other words, this individual had either once resided here or currently did, and for a considerable duration at that. Just as I was contemplating the pair of feet that lay just beyond the door, my mind clouded with uncertainty. I suddenly noticed a face slowly emerging from above the door, peering through the crack to look at me. I was taken aback. That face was as pale as parchment, exuding an aura reminiscent of someone who had been soaked in water for an extended period. The eyes were deep and hollow, devoid of pupils. Strangely, this individual was hairless, with 6 scarred rings adorning the crown of his head, making him appear to be a monk. As if jolted by an electric shock, I abruptly rose to my feet, instinctively pulling Lu Xiangwan behind me. The talisman in my hand bristled with potential energy, poised to confront an impending confrontation. Lu Xiangwan sensed my heightened agitation, realizing I must have perceived something unusual outside the door that signaled danger. To spare me any further distress, she wisely chose to remain silent. One arm encircled Lu Xiangwan, while my other hand grasped the doorknob. With a sudden burst of strength, I wrenched the door open, intending to unleash the talisman, only to discover that there was nothing outside. Or rather, not nothing, as the door swung open and a rush of air enveloped me. I caught sight of several scraps of paper swirling through the air. The edges of these fragments glimmered with sparks, transforming into bright, blinding points as they danced in the gentle breeze. After a couple of revolutions, the scraps descended to the ground, disintegrating into ashes. It was only then that Lu Xiangwan finally spoke, inquiring about what I had just witnessed. I stepped outside, scanning my surroundings with vigilance, yet found nothing amiss. Subsequently, I crouched down, pinching a handful of ashes from the ground and bringing it to my nose for a delicate sniff, only to detect a strong metallic scent of blood. Rising once more, I brushed off my hands, closed the door, and recounted the events I had just observed. Had the old residence once been inhabited by a monk? I furrowed my brow tightly, recalling the bizarre scenes that had just unfolded. For a normal person to peer through the crack beneath the door, one would at least have to lie down flat as I did. However, the individual who had stood at the entrance had not moved his feet at all, yet his face was pressed firmly against the floor. Lu Xiangwan reflected for a moment and remarked, "There shouldn't be any, right? My grandfather is a devout Buddhist, and my mother follows suit. We have a shrine in the main room, but I have never heard of a monk residing here." Just as she uttered this, Lu Xiangwan suddenly realized, "Are you suggesting that this old residence has been inhabited by the ghostly monk?" The basis for her speculation stemmed from the peculiar reactions of the two fish in the aquarium. I rubbed my chin, hesitant to draw any conclusions. If it were indeed, as Lu Xiangwan suggested, that this ghostly monk had always dwelled here, when and how did he arrive? Why had he gone unnoticed until my presence stirred things up? What connection did I have to this? I found it hard to believe that such coincidences could exist in this world, or perhaps the ghostly monk had appeared before, but had gone undetected due to the fact that Lu Xiangwan's mother lived alone most of the time. With this thought in mind, I intended to ask Lu Xiangwan about her mother's condition, when suddenly I heard another sound from outside. Hud, hud, hud. This time, it was not the sound of footsteps, but rather the rhythmic tapping of a wooden fish. The sound did not emanate from the direction of the door or the aquarium, but rather from the main room. My instinctive first reaction was to think that perhaps Lu Xiangwan's mother, unable to sleep due to her longing for her child in the dead of night, had risen to strike the wooden fish. However, the sound of the wooden fish resonated like the ominous tolling of a death knell, its rhythm accelerating increasingly, ultimately surpassing the limits of a normal person's pace. Simultaneously, amidst the relentless thumping of the wooden fish, I discerned a low, buzzing chant. This chant was unlike the Buddhist scriptures recited by Lu Xiangwan's mother. Rather, it resembled the collective voices of numerous monks within a temple, enveloped in a heavy, overwhelming force. Lu Xiangwan clung tightly to my arm, her face etched with terror. What's happening? My mother. She wouldn't be in danger, would she? My eyelids quivered slightly, and an undercurrent of anxiety gnawed at my heart. Do not fear. I shall investigate. I inhaled deeply, thrusting open the door with decisive force. While channeling the innate vital energy from my dantian into my left leg, I stepped forward and struck the ground with fervor. The protective vital energy radiated from the center of my foot, rippling outward like stones cast into water. Reveal yourself, you vile apparition. With my commanding shout, the surrounding sounds abruptly ceased, and the moonlit courtyard once again embraced a profound tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. My gaze sharpened, vigilant against the slightest rustle in the yard. I sensed a confrontation looming, though I was yet uncertain of its precise location. Amaba. At this moment, a deep and resonant voice echoed once more, and this time I discerned its origin. The sound seemed to emanate from the heavens, as though it were descending from the clouds, yet it felt alarmingly close. For a fleeting moment, I was at a loss as to how to respond. I formed a Vajra seal with my hands and gazed solemnly into the star-studded night sky. You have been given a chance, yet you squander it. A man's voice surged forth from all directions, unmistakably that of the monk I had encountered previously. He repeated the phrase, "You have been given chance, yet you squander it," with increasing urgency, and I could sense his seething anger through his tone. Gradually, I became aware of a subtle transformation in my surroundings. The once illuminating moonlight had silently morphed into a ghastly crimson hue. Whether it was merely a figment of my imagination, I could not tell, but at that moment, I felt as if the air was permeated with a faint scent of blood. Chapter 45. The demonic monk of the Buddhist sect in a matter of moments. The sky above became shrouded in a thick veil of blood mist, the pallid moonlight refracting through it, casting a ghostly glow of death. In the dimness, I beheld a figure coalescing within the blood mist above, slowly descending into the courtyard, hands clasped in prayer as he murmured Buddhist incantations. Amitabha. The person before me was indeed the monk I had glimpsed through the crack of the door earlier. At that moment, his entire being seemed as if it had been drenched in blood, with thick, congealed crimson liquid dripping from his tattered robes. Who are you? I fixed my sharp gaze upon the distant figure of the ghostly monk. Instinctively, I sensed an aura of danger emanating from him, a sense of oppression that surpassed even the first encounter I had with Lin Suin. Under such formidable pressure, a singular thought arose within me, to flee at once. Who am I? Who am I? The ghostly monk slightly shook his head, and within his once hollow eyes, it appeared as if a searing black flame ignited, spilling forth in wisps from the corners. It felt as though an eternity had passed, an eternity during which I had forgotten something profoundly significant. The monk seemed to be muttering to himself, as if stricken by amnesia, unable to recall his own identity. Suddenly, however, he turned his gaze upon me and Lu Xiangwan, a bizarre, malevolent grin spreading across his face, as if he had transformed entirely in an instant. You were given a chance, yet you remain ineffectual. You were given a chance, yet you remain ineffectual. If so, I shall take matters into my own hands. I thought, incredulously questioning his sanity. What do you mean by giving me a chance? What opportunity have you afforded me? Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the ghostly monk shattered the stone slab beneath him and lunged forward, a blood-red swastika glowing ominously in his hand, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Hurtling toward me, instinctively, I pushed Lu Xiangwan aside. Find a way to escape with Ant, I exclaimed, and with the Vajra seal in my hand, I braced myself to meet the monk's strike. As our palms collided, the clash of azure light and crimson mist erupted violently, unleashing a chaotic explosion that sent me hurtling through the air. I felt a sudden numbness in my arm, akin to the sensation of a fracture, rendering me powerless to lift my hand. In contrast, the ghostly monk fared little better. He too was propelled backward, his feet carving deep furrows in the earth, and his back collided heavily against the east wall of the old residence, causing visible cracks to erupt across the surface. After our initial clash, it seemed we were evenly matched, achieving a tenuous stalemate. However, I was acutely aware that I had tapped into my innate primordial energy, and should this deadlock persist, I would undoubtedly be the first to succumb. Thus, I resolved to find a means to conclude the confrontation swiftly, aiming to vanquish this enigmatic, ghostly monk in the briefest time possible. With this thought, I once more summoned my primordial energy, invoking the divine thunder sword technique, bending my waist and directing my fingers like a sword as I surged forward. Yet, at that moment, the monk brought his palms together and began to chant softly, "Cease the slaughter." Suddenly, I felt ensnared by a mysterious force, experiencing an epiphany akin to that of a sinner laying down his weapon to attain enlightenment. Simultaneously, the imprint of the divine thunder sword technique vanished from my hand, and I stood there, dazed, in a state of despondent repentance for a lifetime of sins, as though my transgressions were so grievous that only retreating into a monastic life could absolve me. I recognized this must be a tactic of the ghostly monk, yet I found myself unable to break free from this binding. Seizing the opportunity, the monk's energy erupted beneath his feet, and in a flash he was before me, the blood-red swastika in his palm gleaming anew as he raised his hand to strike at my chest. A sense of foreboding washed over me, yet my body harbored no desire to resist. I felt that even the act of squashing an ant would amount to an enormous transgression. Just as I felt cornered, with no escape in sight, Lin Suin appeared. Suddenly, a vivid flash of red blossomed before me, and in the blink of an eye, that ghastly monk was sent flying by Lin Suin's kick. As Lin Suin fully manifested, I finally exhaled, realizing that this damned sense of security had fostered an unexpected reliance on a female ghost. I inquired, "Lin Suin, what is his true identity? Why was I so devoid of spirit just now?" Lin Suin's expression turned grave, as if facing a formidable adversary, as she gazed at the distant monk. "He hails from a Western Buddhist sect. He is a demonized monk, and I can sense the heavy malice that envelopes him. What he employed earlier was a certain precept of the Buddhist order, which is why you were affected. To wield the precepts of the Western sect, he must be at least an arhat. This marked my initial encounter with the Western Buddhist sect, and it diverged significantly from my previous imaginings, exuding a strength that was somewhat terrifying. Had Lin Suin not intervened in time, I would have undoubtedly fallen prey to him without any doubt. I swallowed hard, feeling the influence of the precepts gradually wane. What did he mean when he said he offered me a chance, and I proved ineffectual? Lin Suin gently waved her hand, her aura suddenly surging. I did not grasp the full meaning, but I recognized his formidable strength, and this was not even his true form. You must find a way to awaken your master. Neither you nor I stand a chance against him. Lin Suin's words instantly unsettled me. Lin Suin was undoubtedly a formidable ghost with a millennium of cultivation. Given that I was not even a match for this demon monk, I understood the gravity of the situation. However, since Lin Suin had spoken, I dared not be negligent. After liberating myself from the bizarre constraints of the Buddhist sect, I formed a hand seal and swiftly constructed a thunderfire seal, channeling its power to the third tier with utmost speed. You must find a way to delay him. I will attempt to seal him. Lin Suin had already indicated that the demon monk's strength was such that even our combined efforts would not suffice, especially since this was not even his true form. Therefore, I had no intention of foolishly clashing against a stone with an egg. My plan was to have Lin Suin distract the demon monk, diverting his attention as much as possible. I would first utilize the thunderfire seal to shake his primordial spirit. If the force of thunder and fire could buy me some time, I was confident that I could invoke a blood curse to summon the Shintian spirit-subduing talisman and seal him away. As for Lin Suin's suggestion of awakening my master, it was indeed the most prudent course of action she could conceive at the moment. Yet, I was utterly unaware of how to rouse my master. Since my last confrontation with the dragon vein, I sensed that my master's aura had become exceedingly faint. Perhaps she was preoccupied, considering she was merely a wisp of consciousness. After I finished speaking, Lin Suin cast a glance in my direction, and I discerned a hint of skepticism in her eyes. However, she soon vanished in a flash, enveloped by a swirl of crimson mist. Simultaneously, the sinister monk erupted with an overwhelming aura of malevolence, his exposed skin instantly marred by engorged veins, resembling a spider's web that enveloped his entire scalp. In that fleeting moment, I sensed his power surging to an unprecedented level. Chapter 46. Flee immediately suddenly. A flash of crimson light pierced the air, followed by Lin Suin's long, fair legs emerging from the red haze, delivering a side kick aimed directly at the monk's face. Thud! The monk instinctively crossed his arms to shield his visage. But Lin Suin's kick landed with tremendous force, creating ripples that reverberated through the atmosphere. The monk, unable to withstand the impact, sank heavily, his feet shattering the floor beneath him, his ankles sinking into the earth. Witnessing this spectacle, I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Had that kick been directed at me, I imagine my bones would surely have shattered. Just as I believed Lin Suin had gained the upper hand, the monk unleashed a ferocious roar, its intensity resonating painfully against my eardrums. The sound of shattering glass echoed around us, as the windows in the vicinity succumbed to the force of his bellow. In an instant, Lin Suin was hurled through the air by an unseen force, her slender form twisting and tumbling, executing several acrobatic flips before dissipating like a wisp of crimson smoke. The next moment, she silently reappeared behind the sinister monk, her sharp, blood-red nails slicing through the air, aimed at his vulnerable back. Not long ago, I witnessed this particular maneuver, during which Lin Suin effortlessly pierced through a man's chest. However, I was taken aback when, on this occasion, Lin Suin's attack met with nothing but empty air. Just before she reached the demon monk, his form dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, leaving behind only a pool of crimson blood on the ground. I had momentarily forgotten that Lin Suin is a spirit entity, and, as she had previously mentioned, the demon monk was not his true self, implying he too was a spiritual being. Lin Suin's ability to launch a surprise attack using her spiritual advantages also indicated that her opponent possessed similar capabilities. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the previously vanished demon monk reappeared behind Lin Suin, emerging from a swirling mist of blood, his hand now adorned with a blood-red swastika symbol. "Annihilate," he uttered, as his palm descended gently upon Lin Suin's back. Given the angle and proximity, she had little chance to evade or escape. I could only speculate about the consequences should his palm strike true. While she might not be completely obliterated, she would undeniably lose her combat efficacy. In that event, facing the demon monk alone would spell disaster for me. Fortunately, at that moment, the Thunderfire seal in my hand had reached its third layer. With a surge of determination, I crouched low and sprinted forward, managing to preemptively strike the Thunderfire seal firmly onto the demon monk's left shoulder just before his attack could land. The demon monk's body suddenly tilted, and in the next moment, azure arcs of flame-wreathed electricity raced across him with astonishing speed. Thanks to the endowment of innate vital energy, the 5 Thunderfire talismans thrived, continuously eradicating the malevolent aura enveloping the demon monk. He appeared to be in considerable agony, as the corrosive force of the lightning caused numerous cracks akin to shattered porcelain to emerge across his body. Witnessing this scene, I dared not delay. I concentrated my innate vital energy beneath my feet and executed a powerful kick, striking the demon monk squarely in the abdomen. Instantly, he was propelled into the air, and Lin Suin seized the opportunity, her figure flickering as she appeared behind the demon monk, unleashing a series of swift kicks. I could distinctly see that with each strike Lin Suin delivered, indentations of varying sizes appeared on the demon monk's body. Although it seemed that Lin Suin and I had the upper hand, I remained cautious. With a sudden leap, I sprang away, urgently shouting to Lin Suin to hold on a little longer. Lin Suin did not respond, yet I noticed a flickering red light surrounding the demon monk, indicating that his malevolent energy was gradually waning, while the air was filled with the resounding thuds of punches and kicks. I bit the tip of my right index finger, and a droplet of crimson blood instantly sprang forth. Using my finger as a brush, I infused my innate vital energy into the flowing blood and began to inscribe the Shantian spirit suppression talismans in the air. Who knows? Just as I was about to inscribe the talisman, before I could even sketch its form, an astonishing aura suddenly erupted from the fierce battle between Lin Suin and the demon monk not far away. This aura was immeasurably more powerful than the malevolent energy emanating from the demon monk before, unleashing a scorching wave that not only sent Lin Suin flying, but also completely scattered my half-formed spirit-restraining talisman suspended in the air. He has succumbed to darkness. If you cannot awaken your master, then find a way to escape swiftly. Lin Suin transformed into a streak of crimson light and landed beside me, her expression grave as she gazed at the demon monk in the distance. At that moment, I beheld the demon monk enveloped in a misty red blood fog, and an infernal black flame ring had inexplicably appeared behind his head. The malevolent energy surrounding him was overwhelming and under its oppressive force. Even Lin Suin's chilling aura was entirely suppressed. Fleeing was not merely Lin Suin's counsel. It was my body's instinctive response. I instinctively glanced toward the inner room, where Lu Xiangwan and her mother had yet to emerge. Even if I were to flee, I must take them with me. With this thought in mind, I said to Lin Suin, "You go ahead. I will rescue Lu Xiangwan and her mother." As I spoke, I rose, intending to head toward the inner room. But at that moment, Lin Suin, without a moment's hesitation, her eyes shimmering with a blood-red light, charged resolutely toward the demon monk. "I can hold him off for at most a quarter of an hour. You'd best hurry." I gazed at Lin Suin's swiftly retreating figure, a wave of emotion swelling in my chest. It is often said that couples are like birds of the same forest, yet when calamity strikes, they fly their separate ways. I believe that, given Lin Suin's cultivation, it would not be too difficult for her to preserve her own safety, especially since the demon monk's aim has never truly been her. However, without hesitation, she chose to help me by time. Previously, Lu Xiangwan remained steadfast in her devotion even in the face of death, and now Lin Suin has made a nearly identical choice. What merit do I possess to deserve such loyalty? If I am fortunate enough to survive today, I shall be eternally grateful for Lin Suin's kindness. Roaring with fury, the demon monk unleashed a powerful shout, his formidable aura radiating outward, causing the ancient residence to tremble violently as tiles and stones were sent flying. Lin Suin's figure danced through the air, twisting and turning like a fish swimming upstream, charging directly at the demon monk. With a thunderous crash, a massive explosion ensued, scattering black blood mist and red smoke in an instant. Moments later, the black blood mist enveloped the red smoke entirely. Suddenly, from the periphery of my vision, I noticed something emerging from the black blood mist. Turning my head, I saw a crimson figure hurtling past me with incredible speed, colliding forcefully against the pillars of the old mansion. As the ashes settled, I focused my gaze and discovered that the figure lying amidst the ruins was none other than Lin Suin. Chapter 47. The array of celestial and terrestrial forces, cursed be this fate. In the midst of the blood mist, the demon monk charged forth, appearing even more frenzied and uncontrollable than before, with his sights set on Lin Suin, who was struggling to rise from the debris. I am uncertain about the extent of the disparity in cultivation between the two parties. However, an unsettling intuition compels me to believe that if this fiendish monk were to capture Lin Suin, the consequences would be dire. Clenching my jaw tightly, I relinquished the notion of fleeing with Lu Xiangwan and Yu Shuyan from the back room, and instead turned back, concentrating my mental energy to condense a powerful, dispelling seal and confront him. My decision to turn back was not born out of indifference towards Lu Xiangwan and Yu Shuyan, but rather from the understanding that should Lin Suin falter at this moment, given the formidable strength of this monk, our chances of escape would be equally non-existent. I stepped onto an overturned chair, leveraging it to propel myself into the air, unleashing the dispelling seal from my palm. Perhaps owing to previous encounters, the monk had already anticipated my move. As I released the seal, he swiftly pivoted, and the dark, ink-like swastika on his forehead flared to life, his eyes emitting two piercing beams of malevolent light. A death wish. The twin beams of darkness surged toward me like fatal rays and suspended in midair. I lacked the agility of Lin Suin and the monk, rendering me incapable of evasion without any leverage. The dispelling seal struck the monk's chest with formidable force, igniting a shower of dazzling sparks that sent him staggering backward. Yet my predicament was no less precarious. The two beams of dark light approached with deadly swiftness, leaving me with no avenue for retreat or avoidance. I could only brace myself, closing my eyes and preparing to endure the impending onslaught with my flesh and blood. In a critical moment, Lin Suin rushed in, embracing me as I hung in the air, and propelled us towards the low wall nearby. Just as we were about to collide with it, she transformed into a swirl of crimson mist, enveloping me tightly. With a resounding crash, we shattered the low wall before the grand entrance and fell heavily to the ground. Under normal circumstances, such an impact would likely spell death or injury for an ordinary mortal like myself. Yet, at that moment, I merely felt a slight sting on my face and limbs, likely due to shards of brick and stone grazing my skin. Overall, it was merely a superficial injury, nothing of grave concern. Why did you come back when I told you to leave? I can handle this without your interference. The red mist that enveloped me gradually coalesced around us as Lin Suin half-crouched beside me, her pallid face betraying an unmistakable weariness. I could sense that she was either injured or had exhausted herself significantly. I could only speculate on the consequences had I been struck by those two beams of dark light. Had Lin Suin not intervened in time, the outcome would surely have been far worse. With a clenched fist, I struck the ground, feeling an uncontrollable pressure building in my chest, a surge of heated blood rushing to my head. I was acutely aware that this was a side effect of utilizing my innate vital energy. I turned my serious gaze towards Lin Suin. If you were to perish, would I be able to escape? Besides, should I die, I could become a ghost. But what would become of you? Lin Suin remained silent, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at me. Perhaps it was merely my illusion, but I sensed a flicker of emotion in her eyes. I wiped the blood trickling from the corner of my mouth. holding my breath as I summoned the innate vital energy from my dantian to envelop my entire being. Slowly, I turned to Lin Suin and offered her a faint smile, saying, "Even in death, let it be in your presence, so that you may take me back as your devoted son-in-law." No sooner had the words escaped my lips than a deafening roar erupted from behind me, causing the very ground to tremble violently. Instinctively, I turned to look, and at that moment, I beheld the black mist swirling rapidly around the demon monk. In an instant, I witnessed the entire old residence being enveloped by a blood-red barrier. The pale moonlight pierced through this sanguine veil, casting an eerie crimson glow over everything in sight, transforming the old residence into a scene reminiscent of a desolate battlefield devoid of life. I strained to contain the breath within my chest, gritting my teeth in preparation for a desperate struggle. However, amidst this turmoil, I suddenly heard a voice resonating through the blood-red barrier, echoing within the old residence. "Those who engage in battle shall align in formation." At once, my brow furrowed in confusion. This was the Taoist 9-character formula, and the voice emanated from beyond the barrier. Could it be that someone outside was employing this formula to set up a formation? Just as I pondered this, another deep voice thundered, "Establish the heavenly vitality and earthly fiend formation." Yes, suddenly, I beheld a blood-red barrier enveloping the old mansion, above which a magnificent golden net, resembling an intricate chessboard, slowly materialized. Witnessing this spectacle, my heart surged with elation. This was indeed the celestial and terrestrial formation, a powerful array designed to harness the forces of heaven and earth to vanquish evil and subdue malevolent spirits. It is no exaggeration to say that once this formation is established, we would presumably be saved. However, I found myself perplexed as to who would invoke the celestial and terrestrial formation in this location. Was it a righteous practitioner of the mystical arts, fortuitously encountering this place rife with demonic energy and stepping forth to assist? Just as this thought crossed my mind, Lin Suin's expression suddenly shifted dramatically, and she transformed into a streak of red light, retreating into the center of my brow. The celestial and terrestrial formation indiscriminately annihilates the malevolent beings within its bounds, which is why Lin Suin sought refuge within me to evade harm. Yet, it must be noted that despite the formidable power of the celestial and terrestrial formation, its operation necessitates a master of the array who must be present within it. Just as this realization dawned on me, the resonant voice echoed once more, "Please, the celestial and terrestrial sword." Upon hearing this, I looked up towards the heavens and beheld a beam of sword light piercing the sky, a glimmer of cold radiance descending upon the blood-red barrier, gradually penetrating it. The celestial and terrestrial sword, radiating a brilliant azure light, astonishingly floated in mid-air. As I gazed upon this emblem of justice, emanating an aura of purity and righteousness, my mind momentarily blanked. Zhang Qingyuan wielded the sword, master of the array. I was taken aback. While I indeed possessed the capability to be the master of the array, how could the other party possibly know my name? Thus, they are not merely wandering travelers, but rather exalted beings from the realm of mystics? In that moment, I cast aside my concerns regarding their true identities, for it was evident that they were indeed assisting me. The reasons for their intervention could be addressed once I had surmounted the immediate predicament. With focused breath and concentrated spirit, I expanded the innate vital energy throughout my being. With a decisive step, I grasped the hilt of my sword and executed a sweeping motion, the blade's energy slicing through the demon monk's form, shattering the searing black halo behind his head. Subsequently, the malevolent aura enveloping him crumbled like a collapsing mountain. Witnessing this spectacle, elation surged within me, prompting me to concentrate the innate energy upon the blade. I raised my hand and gently thrust it forward. The celestial sword, imbued with an overwhelming force, lunged forth, its azure brilliance exploding as the sword's energy completely pierced the demon monk's body. Chapter 48. Transformation. I beheld with my own eyes the celestial sword ablaze with fervent azure flames, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant radiance. After a considerable duration, the azure flames consumed the demon monk entirely, along with the celestial sword, leaving behind a desolate scene. Ha! Truly worthy of being chosen by the third master. Indeed, you are exceptional. A hearty laugh resonated from the entrance. Following the sound, I turned to see the door being flung open as several individuals entered in succession. However, before I could discern their features, my vision blurred and I collapsed backwards, utterly spent. Just before losing consciousness, I caught sight of a middle-aged man with a full beard who swiftly caught me in his arms. What was happening? A woman who followed closely behind gazed at me with evident concern. She appeared to be in her 30s, with a beauty mark adorning the corner of her left eye, adding a touch of elusive charm to her mature and composed demeanor. A middle-aged man reached out to check my breath and then sighed in relief. It seemed that I had merely fainted from exhaustion. With some rest, I would surely recover. The woman glanced around the dilapidated courtyard and remarked, "Even if it is not his true self, it is hard to believe he managed to contend with this ghostly Buddha for such an extended period without witnessing it firsthand. How many secrets has Third Master concealed within him?" As she spoke, she extended her delicate, fair hand to gently lift my chin for a closer examination. However, she was swiftly thwarted by the middle-aged man with a full beard, who admonished her, "Sume, he is Third Master's grandson. Not a mere pretty boy you can toy with at will. Consider this a warning. Do not touch him. Otherwise, Yi Jiuxiao will not care who you are." With that, Yi Jiuxiao turned to the others standing nearby. "What are you standing there for? Go check if there are any survivors." The group nodded and promptly moved into the inner room, where they discovered the unconscious Yushuya and the tightly embraced Lu Xiangwan. The three of us were swiftly taken to the hospital, and in my stupor, I encountered Lin Suin once more. Yet this time, her clothing appeared tattered, and her expression was wearied. "Are you all right?" I inquired with concern. Lin Suin remained as aloof as ever. "I won't die." Through our recent encounters, I have discerned that Lin Suin is a woman who appears cold on the outside, yet possesses a fervent warmth within. At times, I suspect she deliberately employs her icy demeanor to conceal her inner vulnerability. The enigmatic monk has been residing in the old mansion all along. However, his sudden appearance, accompanied by cryptic words about providing me an opportunity, leaves me pondering its significance. I have refrained from inquiring about the identities of those who rescued us, as my recollections prior to losing consciousness suggest they are allies rather than foes. Once I regain my composure and awaken, the truth shall unveil itself. According to your analysis with your young companion, he indeed must have been dwelling in that old abode for an extended period. As for the reason behind his abrupt emergence, I believe the answer lies within you. I furrowed my brow in confusion. Lin Suin nodded, affirming, "Yes, I can sense that when you and your young lady share an intimate moment, something within you stirs with latent energy. This essence seems to harbor immense power, a form of destiny, which leads me to surmise that the monk seeks to seize this very fate." Destiny? What sort of destiny are you referring to? Are you suggesting that this essence resides within both me and Lu Xiangwan, only manifesting when we share a bed? Although this notion strikes me as somewhat incredulous, the logical conclusion appears to align with this premise. I am not entirely certain of the details, yet it would be prudent for you not to hasten your quest for understanding, as this destiny remains in a nascent state. Well, this is all I know. You may leave now. Lin Suin gently waved her hand, and I felt as if my entire being had become weightless, swept away by the breeze of her flowing sleeves to the lofty skies. As a violent coughing fit overtook me, I gradually opened my eyes. Perhaps it was due to the desperate resolve I had clung to while in that ancient abode. But the backlash I endured this time far exceeded any I had encountered before, to the extent that even breathing now caused a sharp pain in my chest. "Hey, young master, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" As I opened my eyes, a round-faced man with a bushy beard leaned in front of me, wearing an innocuous smile. I furrowed my brow slightly. I recognized that face. It was he who had caught me before I lost consciousness, and, if my assumptions were correct, it was also he who had timely set up the protective array that had allowed me to escape with my life. Therefore, upon seeing him, I felt neither surprise nor apprehension. I glanced around the hospital room and noticed, besides the bearded man Yi Jiuxiao, two other individuals. One was a captivating young woman named Su Mei, clad in a white, high-slit qipao adorned with elegant cloud patterns. Her hair elegantly styled and held up with a simple yet exquisite hairpin. Upon catching my gaze, she smiled and playfully winked at me. The other was an elderly gentleman, stooped and leaning on a cane, dressed in a long robe, his skin dark and gleaming. After surveying the room, I realized that Lu Xiangwan and her mother were absent, prompting me to inquire urgently, where are Lu Xiangwan and her mother? Yi Jiuxiao seemed to have anticipated my question and offered me a reassuring glance. It is nothing to worry about. Your fiancée, Yi, the granddaughter of Master Lu Air, has merely sustained some superficial injuries. After a simple treatment of her wounds, she is now fine. As for her mother, having been possessed by a malevolent spirit for too long, she remains in a temporary state of unconsciousness. We have conducted a soul requiem for her, and it will not be long before she recovers. Upon hearing this, I let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that the situation was not dire. Just as I was about to inquire about the identities of these individuals and their sudden appearance at the old residence, Yi Jiuxiao continued, "Young master, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Jiuxiao, the leader of the Northwest Thunder Hall. This is Su Mei, the head of the Hundred Flowers sect, and this is the venerable Yinggu, the priest of the Long High Temple. Salutations, young master." After Yi Jiuxiao's introduction, the three of them collectively bowed in greeting. To be honest, my understanding of the mystical world and its sects is rather limited, and thus I was unfamiliar with the significance of the three sects he mentioned. However, their ability to arrange the celestial and earthly formations and summon the ancient celestial and earthly swords suggested that they were indeed prominent figures within the mystical realm. What puzzled me was why they would show such deference to someone as inexperienced as myself. Did I have some prior connection with them? I returned their greeting and, getting straight to the point, voiced my curiosity. Upon hearing my question, the three exchanged glances. Su Mei, covering her luscious red lips, gracefully approached the bedside, positioning herself beside the sickbed. The high slit of her qipao revealed her fair, delicate thigh in its entirety as she settled down, and I could not help but steal an extra glance. Indeed, men are often driven by their desires. We have not shared a past, but if you wish, a future may unfold before us. Perhaps I might even bear you a son or daughter. With that, Su Mei gave me a teasing glance and laughed heartily. My face flushed, and I quickly averted my gaze, too shy to meet her eyes. At that moment, the elderly man gently tapped his cane, reminding us that time was of the essence. Idle chatter could wait for another occasion. Our true purpose here was to discuss a suitor for the Lu family, and I wondered what the young master's intentions might be regarding this matter. Chapter 49. The three prominent families of the mystical realm. I instinctively tightened my grip beneath the covers upon realizing that these individuals had also come to seek a suitor for the Lu family, indicating that this matter had stirred considerable interest within the mystical community. However, I pondered why it concerned them, a middle-aged man, an elderly gentleman, and a woman. Moreover, becoming a suitor for the Lu family came with its own set of conditions. Though they possessed the ability to set formidable formations, I doubted their capacity to continue the family lineage. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I cleared my throat and asked, "May I inquire why you refer to me as the young master?" From the conversation among the three, it became evident that the third master they mentioned was likely my grandfather, who seemed to hold a significant reputation within the mystical realm. Su Mei giggled softly, shifting closer to me. This time, the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her entirely eclipsed the sterile scent lingering in the air, creating an atmosphere that was both comforting and alluring, almost tempting one to surrender to its charm. "It appears that Sanya has not mentioned it to you, so allow me to enlighten you. When you were born, Sanya had already betrothed me to you. For your sake, I have endured years of solitude. Tonight, you must cherish me properly." I bit down hard on my molars, furrowing my brows as I fixed my gaze on the other two individuals, unabashedly declaring my words. Does she often behave so provocatively? Despite being a seasoned veteran, she insists on portraying herself as an innocent maiden untouched by the world. And what of her claim that our engagement was arranged at my birth? Has she sought Lin Su-wan's consent? At once, Su-mei's expression shifted dramatically. Her anger was palpable, yet she struggled to maintain her composure. Ha ha! Provocative is indeed a succinct and fitting description. However, only you, young master, would dare utter such words. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have faced dire consequences. Yi Jiu chuckled heartily, his beard trembling with mirth, while Su-mei shot him a fierce glare before turning her back to me by the window, clearly vexed. In this moment, Yi Jiu gestured dismissively and stepped forward. Do not mind her, young master. She is nothing more than a wanton character. Why should we hold back? I cleared my throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and inquired, do you share a connection with my grandfather? The seemingly taciturn and stoic elder finally spoke. Connection? It is far more than a mere connection. Without San Yi, there would be no San clan. Since you have posed such a question, it is evident that San Yi has revealed nothing to you. Has he? I swallowed my saliva discreetly, nodding slightly at the ancient elder. He stated that without the presence of my grandfather, referred to as the third master, their three sects would not exist, signifying the immense gratitude they hold for him. Moreover, it seems these three individuals have long been renowned within the realm of the mystic arts. How could my grandfather, an ordinary feng shui practitioner who assists others in selecting burial sites, possess such remarkable abilities? The elder Ingu sighed deeply and remarked, the third master is indeed the third master. His methods are always impeccably discreet. If he chooses not to reveal something, you shall remain forever oblivious. The minor recluse dwells in the wilderness, the moderate recluse in the marketplace, while the great recluse navigates the court. Have you ever heard of the three great families of the mystic arts? I shook my head in response. Since my initiation into this field, the only fellow practitioner I encountered was He Qingchuan. Even the momentous event of the Liu family seeking a son-in-law, which sent ripples through the realm, I learned of solely through his words. The elder Ingu continued, Chun Lu Zhang, these are the three great families of the mystic arts. The esteemed Chen Te, Chun Fengyang, is well-versed in the art of Qi Min Dunjia. Lu Eerie, Lu Qingmu, is none other than your fiancé, he, Lu Xiangwan's grandfather, who could divine the heavens in Ziwei Do Shu and predict the earth. Zhang Sanyi, however, is your very own grandfather, who possesses mastery over feng shui that encompasses the world. I stared blankly at Elder Ingu for what felt like an eternity, unable to comprehend the revelation that our family belonged to the three great families of the mystic arts. Wasn't my grandfather merely an ordinary citizen, buying green onions and garlic, relying on ancestral feng shui techniques to select burial sites for a living? How could he suddenly be transformed into one of the three great families? No. Are you certain there hasn't been a mistake? My grandfather is not as formidable as you portray. Yi Jiuxiao chuckled in response. Mistake? We may be mistaken, but Master Lu certainly is not. He would never betroth his granddaughter to an obscure and nameless youth. It was only after hearing about the Lu family's search for a son-in-law that we inquired further and learned that Master Lu had indeed arranged a marriage for his granddaughter. And that individual is you. If it were not for the alignment of social status, would Master Lu have chosen you as his granddaughter's husband? Just the day before, we had visited your home, paying our respects at the grave of the third master. However, your mother deemed us to be villains, so we did not linger. We managed to locate you by tracking your young girlfriend, only to find you engaged in combat with that ghostly Buddha. This only strengthens our belief that you are indeed the right one. So it turns out these are the peculiar individuals my mother spoke of. They certainly appear quite strange. At this moment, Su-mei seemed to have calmed down, taking a deep breath before turning to admire her freshly done nails, and remarked, though I am envious, I must concede that you possess a strength that incites jealousy. The fact that you did not flee at the sight of that ghostly Buddha is remarkable. Others might have perished on the spot. Tell me, without our heavenly gang and earthly fiends formation, would you have been able to defeat that ghostly Buddha? I chuckled awkwardly and admitted, to be honest, reflecting on it now, I do not believe it was my courage that prevailed. Had I known that it was a demonized, ghostly Buddha, I would have fled at once. It is clear they have overestimated me. without Lin Suin. I could not have lasted so long. However, it is evident that they are unaware of Lin Suin's existence. The entirety of Master San's lifelong dedication has been invested in the young master, who, at the tender age of 21, has already cultivated innate vital energy. To describe him as a prodigy would be an understatement. However, the young master is currently unable to wield this already formed innate vital energy at will. Thus, I fear that he may not yet be a match for that malevolent monk, though the future remains uncertain. Elder Ingu, as always, speaks candidly. I had initially intended to boast, declaring that I would surely bring the monk's head to the ground within 3 moves, but with Elder Ingu's words, what further could I say? Returning to the main topic, during this marriage selection by the Liu family, Liu Changming has summoned masters from various sects within the Taoist community. How confident does the young master feel about this? If necessary, our 3 sects shall undoubtedly offer our utmost support. As Yi Jiuxiao concluded his words, the 3 of them once again offer me a solemn bow. At that moment, I began to grasp the situation. Were they my entourage for the marriage? Given that the Liu family is inviting so many from the Taoist circles, attending alone might diminish my presence. However, with their support, I would at least maintain an equal footing in terms of stature. Yet, I refrained from revealing my plans outright, and instead inquired, what suggestions do you have? To my surprise, Elder Ingu, bowing with a serious expression, responded, we implore the young master not to make an appearance. Chapter 50, Dual Cultivation of Zen and Martial Arts. I shot upright in bed, startled. What does it mean for me not to make an appearance? If I do not, shall I merely stand by and watch as another takes my betrothed from me? Initially, I presumed that these 3 individuals had come to support me, and I fancied that I could take advantage of their presence. However, I soon realized that each of them was even more timid than I. Naturally, I would not allow myself to be manipulated by them. Their presence was neither a boon nor a burden. In any case, I had already begun to grasp the intricacies of the dragon vein succession. It appears that our young master has developed profound feelings for that lady. Sume, standing beside me, stifled her laughter and teased. The elderly Ingu waved his hand and said, the young master has misunderstood. Your betrothal to the young lady of the Liu family was arranged by the 2nd and 3rd masters. It is merely that Liu Changming is unfamiliar with the customs. Hence the current situation regarding the recruitment of suitors. Our purpose for coming here is to ensure the Liu family acknowledges this union. I am confident that the geomantic dilemma left by the 2nd master has been examined by the young master, and he surely possesses a solution. However, as the saying goes, a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Just imagine, if the young master were to unravel the geomantic puzzle in front of so many esteemed figures of the Xianmin and Jianghu, what schemes might those with ulterior motives concoct? As he spoke, I instinctively furrowed my brow and pondered deeply, rubbing my chin. The Jianghu is fraught with peril. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. If a prodigious talent like myself were to emerge, how many would covet such brilliance? How many would feel threatened? Might there be those who would wish to eliminate me swiftly? Furthermore, both Liu Xiangwan and I harbor secrets. That ghostly Buddha may seek to seize this fortune. Would others not harbor similar intentions? Had it not been for Elder Ingu's reminder, I would not have contemplated these matters so thoroughly. Reflecting upon it now, I recall my grandfather's admonition. Before I found my fiancée, I was to refrain from employing the mystical arts imparted by my master. Beyond the innate backlash of the primordial energy, there must have been considerations of this nature. To be candid, although I was aware of such reservations, my youthful impetuosity ignited an urge akin to that of a moth drawn to a flame, fully aware of the peril, yet compelled to approach it. I could hardly resign myself to being a timid turtle. Such a stance would not only prompt disdain from Liu Xiangwan, but would also lead to my own self-contempt. I inquired, what should I do then? Simply abandon my pursuit? Yi Jiuxiao chuckled heartily, replying, certainly not. It merely requires a more circuitous approach. With that, he beckoned me closer and succinctly outlined the strategy they had devised. Upon hearing it, a look of relief washed over my face. The ancient elder Ingu clasped his hands and addressed me, saying, at that time, the 3 factions shall be present to support the young master. Should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to express your needs. We shall provide unwavering support. Leaning against the headboard, I mused that I indeed had matters for which I sought help. I stated, I have already visited the site of Eerie's tomb and have grasped the essence of the situation. To break the impasse, I need to create a living channel of feng shui. However, I have yet to identify a suitable spirit of feng shui. I wonder if the three of you might have any insights? Regarding the feng shui arrangement left by Lu Qingmu, I could not divulge too much. After all, my trust in these three was not absolute. It is wise to remain vigilant. A living channel of feng shui. Upon hearing those four words, the three individuals exchanged glances, their expressions indicating that they had ventured beyond the limits of their comprehension. The venerable elder, embodying the characteristic of one who asks when in doubt, clasped his hands and inquired, Young master, what is meant by the term feng shui liveliness? Could you elucidate it for us? I cast a somewhat disdainful glance at the trio. Their ignorance of such a fundamental concept made it difficult for me to believe they had ever associated with my grandfather. After a moment of hesitation, I replied with a rather constipated expression. This concept is a means of spiritual resonance. It is something to be intuitively grasped rather than verbally articulated. Frankly, I am at a loss as to how to explain it. This was not an intentional withholding of knowledge, but rather a genuine inability to articulate the explanation. The dragon vein is essentially a type of feng shui liveliness, yet to assert that it can be artificially created would be met with skepticism. Yi Jiuxiao stroked his scruffy beard and remarked, It appears that your mastery of feng shui, young master, is at least on par with that of the third master. If not superior, we are but simple folk, unable to comprehend such profound truths. Should you have any directives, do feel free to express them. I still possess considerable strength despite my rough exterior. I chose not to delve further into this matter, as they were clearly out of their depth. By the way, what was the origin of that enigmatic monk I encountered earlier? Previously, Lin Suan had mentioned that the monk was not his true form. Rather, he had likely existed within that ancient residence for an extended period, having been drawn to the celestial energies emanating from both myself and Lu Xiangwan, which ignited his desire to appropriate them. The ramifications of this situation could be profoundly significant, and I must ascertain the truth of the matter. Otherwise, it may not only affect Lu Xiangwan's mother, but potentially Lu Xiangwan herself as well. After all, who can predict when his true form might manifest? It is prudent to take precautions against unforeseen circumstances. Su Mei, pouting slightly, with her long eyelashes fluttering, remarked, We have yet to engage him directly, so our knowledge of his background is rather scant. Perhaps you could elaborate on the specifics of your encounter with him. Upon her utterance, the other two individuals turned their gazes toward me in unison. Raising an eyebrow, I took a moment to recollect and recounted the general circumstances of that time, deliberately omitting Lin Suan's presence and instead attributing her combat prowess to myself. Firstly, they were unaware of Lin Suan's involvement, allowing me to retain a valuable card to play in a critical moment. Secondly, there was no ulterior motive. It was purely for the sake of impressing them. At that time, I had unleashed a flurry of kicks in midair, believing I could obliterate him in one fell swoop, only to find a large monk clasping his hands together and uttering the words "Stop the kill." In an instant, I felt as if I were losing control, gradually succumbing to despair. Upon reaching this point, the three of them widened their eyes in astonishment and exclaimed in unison, "Stop the kill?" I found their reaction perplexing. After all, it was merely an ordinary phrase, was it not? Why such astonishment? Is there something amiss? The ancient elder Ingu pondered for a moment, inhaling deeply before speaking. The young master may not possess extensive knowledge of Buddhist teachings, which explains the lack of surprise. The Buddhist tradition encompasses two distinct systems of practice, the Zen masters and the martial monks. At the outset, upon hearing the young master speak of a clash of fists and feet, we presumed he must be a Buddhist monk skilled in martial arts. However, the term ceasing to kill is a precept of Buddhism, one that can only be practiced by a Zen master. This indicates that this demon monk has mastered both Zen and martial arts, achieving an extraordinary level in both disciplines. I pondered silently. It seemed this monk possessed considerable prowess. Why should it be surprising? Is it not permissible for a monk to possess one or two exceptional talents? I mused that even if one were to cultivate both Zen and martial arts, there was no need for such astonishment. Yi Jiuxiao, too, had retracted his usual playful demeanor, now addressing me with a serious expression. Are you aware that the two training systems within Buddhism are fundamentally distinct? To illustrate simply, the Zen master's path requires adherence to precepts, while the martial monk's path does not necessitate such observances. This implies that the two systems are inherently incompatible, like fire and water. Yet this demon monk embodies both. Su Mei, crossing her arms, interjected, the emergence of this demon monk heralds the collapse of the Buddhist training system. Presumably, he was sealed there by the Buddhist sect. Chapter 51. The indestructible monster. Upon hearing this, I gasped, realizing this was both a logical and unexpected conclusion. The elder Ingu tightened his grip on his cane, clenching his teeth in frustration. Young master, I believe you should investigate immediately. The fact that this demon monk has escaped suggests a loosening of the seal. Your previous fierce battle with him likely did not suffice to eradicate him. If he were to regain his senses, it would likely result in a catastrophic bloodbath. Sitting at the edge of the bed, I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me, a chill creeping down the nape of my neck. The ghostly monk, a master of both Zen and martial arts, had clearly transcended any challenge I could possibly handle. Perhaps my master could devise a solution, but she was currently in a state of slumber, and I could not afford to remain idle, for this matter concerned Lu Xiangwan and her mother. Taking a deep breath, I surveyed the three individuals present and spoke. I have nearly recovered, and I intend to personally investigate the situation. Furthermore, I would like to implore you three to relay the news of the demon monk's predicament to the Buddhist community. Only a monk can contend with another monk, whether they be a prodigy of the Buddhist order or a corrupted demon. The Buddhist sect was able to seal him once before. Surely, they possess the means to do so again. As for why it must be a sealing rather than an eradication, my understanding is that he cannot be killed. The notion of an indestructible, ghostly monk inevitably stirs a profound, uncontrollable fear within me. Yi Jiuxiao nodded emphatically. Indeed, we shall promptly inform the Buddhist monks. As noon approached, Yi Jiuxiao and the others departed from the hospital, and I immediately sought out Lu Xiangwan and her mother, who remained in a state of unconsciousness. How is Annie faring? Lu Xiangwan appeared to be relatively unharmed, with only minor abrasions on the exposed skin of her hands and face. However, Yushuya was still in a deep coma. Upon my entrance into the hospital room, Lu Xiangwan hastily rose from her bedside, casting a glance back at the ailing Yushuya. Your friend assures that all shall be well. It is merely the lingering presence of a malevolent spirit that requires some recuperation. She then turned her attention to me. And you? I know you must have suffered some backlash. I wish to see you, but those three refused to allow it. I gently patted my chest and replied, but Lin Sowen is here with me. I am fine. By the way, I still wish to visit the old residence. I suspect that the ghostly monk was previously sealed within its confines, and perhaps the loosening of that seal has afforded him the opportunity to manifest. I refrained from elaborating on the monk's terrifying nature, intent on sparing Lu Xiangwan from unnecessary worry. I will accompany you, Lu Xiangwan declared, her gaze intense. Biting her lower lip, she continued, last night I discovered that my mother had collapsed, and there was fierce fighting outside. I realized I could be of no assistance, so I interrupted her. Enough, I understand. I do not hold you accountable. You have done admirably. Her feelings of guilt for not being by my side the previous night were palpable, yet it was not her fault. In such a dire situation, she truly could do nothing but risk becoming a burden. Gently cradling her face in my hands, I noticed the distinct scars etched upon her skin, my heart aching as if it were bleeding. I can go alone. Your mother still needs your care. However, Lu Xiangwan shook her head resolutely, asserting no. I must accompany you. The hospital has dedicated nursing staff. There is no need for concern. I could not oppose her. Besides, even if the seal has weakened, allowing the demon monk's spirit to partially escape, after enduring a fierce battle, it should not pose a significant threat now. Moreover, Our purpose in coming here is merely to ascertain the situation. Even if we do encounter him, there is no need for a fierce confrontation. Upon exiting the hospital, it was still Lu Xiangwan who drove us, and soon we arrived once more at the old residence. Although located in the suburbs with sparse housing, the commotion from last night was undeniably substantial. From the outside, several visible cracks marred the walls, and in some areas, the roof tiles had fallen away, exposing solid wooden beams. Neighbors had gathered outside the old house, engaged in spirited discussions about the disturbances of the previous night. Many elderly residents who had watched Lu Xiangwan grow up hurried over to inquire about the situation upon seeing her approach. "Xiangwan, what happened last night? Is your mother all right?" Everyone knew that this old house was inhabited solely by Yushuya. Previously, there had been suggestions for her to find a companion to share her life, but she had never entertained such thoughts. Lu Xiangwan gently grasped the hand of an elderly woman who had asked the question and replied, "Thank you, Aunt Wu, for your concern. Last night, there was a gas explosion and my mother sustained minor injuries, but she is fine now." Lu Xiangwan understood that she could not divulge the truth, otherwise it would undoubtedly incite panic, leading the neighbors to avoid this old house in the future. After exchanging a few brief words, Lu Xiangwan and I pushed open the door to the old residence once again. The courtyard was in disarray, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Silently, Lu Xiangwan and I made our way towards the southeastern corner of the entrance, where a peculiar fish tank awaited us. Within the confines of the old residence, this tank alone bore inscriptions of strange and arcane Buddhist scriptures. According to Lu Xiangwan's account, it had been painstakingly retrieved by her grandfather from the western regions. As I approached, despite the tumultuous battle of the previous night, the tank remained unscathed, merely containing a sediment of shattered stones and tiles. Observing two fish, one black and one white, emerge from the depths as Lu Xiangwan drew near, I remarked to her, "Last night, Lin Suan informed me that the demon monk seems intent on seizing something from us, something that only manifests when we share a room." Lu Xiangwan furrowed her brow, contemplating the implications, as a dawning realization washed over her. "Ah, so it is all part of that monk's scheme. No wonder my mother has been acting so strangely. Not only did she insist we stay, but she also sought to facilitate our cohabitation. It seems she has long been under the monk's sinister influence." I nodded in agreement. Presently, it appeared that the demon monk was indeed sealed here alongside the fish tank. Yet I still grappled with the question of why her grandfather had chosen this particular location for the seal. Was he aware of the circumstances, or was he oblivious? Moreover, why was this place the chosen site for such a binding? To presume that a mere fish tank could contain a creature of that magnitude seemed utterly unrealistic. There must be additional elements at play. Taking a deep breath, I addressed Lu Xiangwan. "Step aside. I wish to utilize the art of feng shui to examine the surrounding layout." I had previously employed this technique at her grandfather's gravesite, so there was no need for extensive explanation. Lu Xiangwan gazed at me earnestly and inquired, "Should I remain vigilant and be ready to extricate you from the formation?" With a gentle smile, I replied, "No need. Simply observe from the side and ensure I am not disturbed." The last time I requested her timely assistance in pulling me from the two instruments formation was primarily to guard against Lin Suan. Now, aware that she meant me no harm, I felt assured. I arranged fragments of bricks and tiles upon the ground to form a two instruments formation, seated myself within, and closed my eyes in meditation, envisioning the tortoise shell in my mind. As I channeled the principles of feng shui, the mountains and earth veins surrounding the old residence unfolded before me in their entirety. Gradually, the surrounding geomantic energies became increasingly vivid, and suddenly, I discerned in my mental visualization of the feng shui diagram that two enormous living beings materialized on either side, one to the east and one to the west, mirroring the two fish within the old residence. This was indeed a living vein of feng shui. In the diagram, I perceived that centered around this ancient dwelling, there lay two massive serpents, one black and one white, positioned to the east and west respectively. They absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, gathering the quintessence of the sun and moon. Channeling the feng shui into the heart of the old residence, precisely above the fish tank, thus sealing the demon monk. I had surmised that the demon monk could not be subdued merely by a fish tank inscribed with Buddhist scriptures, and indeed, there existed a geomantic array in the vicinity that complemented it perfectly. This feng shui active vein is known as twin serpents reflecting the moon, allowing two great pythons to move within the formation, continuously drawing in yin and yang to mend the seal. Only then can the demon monk be truly confined. However, although this feng shui active vein is remarkably intricate, it has weakened over time for reasons unknown, resulting in the eastern white python being considerably feebler than its western black counterpart. This imbalance in the twin serpents reflecting the moon formation may well be the fundamental cause of the demon monk's escape. After a brief moment, I rose from the ground, and Lu Xiangwan, leaning against a nearby pillar, hurriedly approached me with a question. "How is it?" I directed my gaze towards the fish tank in the southeastern corner of the courtyard and replied, "I am now fairly certain that the demon monk is sealed beneath this fish tank. The Buddhist scriptures inscribed upon it are likely part of the seal. Moreover, a wise individual once established a twin serpents reflecting the moon feng shui active vein centered around this old residence, working in harmony to suppress the demonic nature of the monk. However, this active vein is now unbalanced, and if we do not address the issue at its source promptly, it is merely a matter of time before the demon monk escapes." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangwan's expression grew increasingly grave, and as she looked back at the fish tank, her eyes reflected a hint of trepidation. It turns out that a monster has been sealed beneath it all along. No wonder the two koi have been so affectionate towards him. Ah, by the way, since this is a seal of the Buddhist order, could we not seek the assistance of a high monk to help restore it? Lu Xiangwan's mind was racing, and she quickly conceived the idea of employing a bald head to counter another bald head. From an objective standpoint, this approach is indeed the most prudent. It is essential to recognize that this malevolent monk is of the Buddhist order. Thus, he is inherently a source of trouble for the temple. It is only fitting that the Buddhist community intervenes to reseal him. Had this been prior to the current predicament, I would have remained an indifferent bystander. The temple is vast and does not require my meddling. However, at this juncture, I am prepared to take action. Indeed, I have already dispatched someone to inform the Buddhist sect in the western regions, yet no one can guarantee whether the monk will manage to escape before their arrival. Furthermore, do you recall the conditions I mentioned previously regarding the resolution of the feng shui predicament left by your grandfather? Lu Xiangwan furrowed her brow in contemplation. My grandfather's spirit coffin remains undisturbed because he is using his lifelong cultivation to sustain the dragon vein. Thus, while it appears as though we are relocating my grandfather's grave, the true intention is for you to reconnect with the severed dragon. To achieve this, it is crucial to stabilize the dragon vein within a specific time frame, and it is also necessary to summon the spirit of feng shui to re-establish the dragon vein. Suddenly, Lu Xiangwan's eyes widened in realization. You intend to harness the spirit of the feng shui from the twin serpents reflecting the moon to reconnect with the dragon vein at the site of the dragon's shedding of armor? I smiled and nodded. Engaging with an astute individual often requires no overtly direct communication. They grasp the underlying meaning effortlessly. Indeed, the effort to uncover what is readily available is seldom in vain. The day after tomorrow marks the occasion when your father will select a suitor for you. In this brief span of 2 days, I have been unable to identify another spirit of feng shui. Hence these two great serpents, nourished by the essence of the heavens and the earth, as well as the sun and moon, are my optimal choice. I raised my hand and pointed eastward, saying to Lu Xiangwan, "Is there a relatively open body of water in that direction?" Lu Xiangwan pondered for a moment, then replied, "Yes, there is the Sheeping Reservoir." I nodded and suggested, "Let's go there and take a look." For my assessment, this was indeed the location of the white serpent, and I needed to examine the feng shui configuration of the double serpents reflecting the moon to uncover the fundamental reason for its imbalance. We both exited the house and entered the car, with Lu Xiangwan turning the vehicle around and heading east along the national highway. By the way, are the two serpents that embody the spirit of this feng shui indeed large snakes? I turned my head from the passenger's seat, admiring her exquisite profile, and asked, "Are you afraid?" Lu Xiaowan nodded, confessing, "Yes, I have been afraid since childhood. When I went to the zoo with my two older brothers, I would always end up crying in fright." I took a deep breath and replied with a smile, "Indeed, the spirit of feng shui must be a living entity. These two snakes are not only of considerable size, but also possess a certain spirituality. However, do not worry. Our journey may not guarantee an encounter." Lu Xiaowan grasped the steering wheel tightly, her apprehension palpable, indicating that her fear had escalated to a level where it was almost a taboo subject. I felt uncertain about how to console her, as some individuals are inherently predisposed to fear certain things, and no amount of psychological suggestion could alleviate that. After a while, Lu Xiaowan inquired, "If you were to divert the two spiritual serpents of the double serpents reflecting the moon, would that not signify the disruption of this vital feng shui pulse? At that time, wouldn't the unsealed demon monk escape?" I understood her concerns and nodded in agreement. "That is indeed correct. However, since the demon monk is sealed by the vital energy of feng shui, I can naturally reseal him using the same principle. The only difference being the location. Regarding this matter, I had long been prepared. I would certainly not jeopardize the local feng shui to maintain the dragon vein of the dragon slaying, which would lead to the demon monk's escape and the consequent suffering of countless lives. Given my confidence, Lu Xiaowan refrained from further inquiries and focused on driving. After approximately 40 minutes, she parked the car on the dam of the reservoir. This is the Sheeping Reservoir, said to cover a considerable area. It was constructed post-foundation to facilitate agricultural irrigation, initiated by the local populace, and now serves as a water source for nearby towns. I shielded my eyes from the sun and gazed into the distance. Apart from a few islets within the reservoir, I could hardly discern the surrounding feng shui dynamics. I turned to Lu Xiaowan and said, "Please wait a moment." I jumped down the small path beside the main dam and found an elderly man fishing under the shade of a tree, wearing a straw hat. "Sir, how is the fishing?" I inquired. Having often fished in rural streams, I recognized this as a common icebreaker among anglers, essentially asking about the catch. The old man chuckled and replied, "Just a bunch of minnows. I'll take a couple back to feed the cat. What about your rod? That spot over there has been yielding some decent crucian carp lately. Mine is too short, or I would have gone there myself." I chuckled and replied, "I just came to have a look." As our conversation flowed, I discovered that this elderly gentleman was a local, which prompted me to steer the topic towards the matter at hand. "Sir, are there any intriguing legends or tales around here?" From my assessment, the feng shui configuration of the double snakes reflecting the moon spans a considerable area, and those two serpents, being quite substantial in size, could hardly remain concealed. Over time, they would undoubtedly be seen by someone. Eventually, this could transform into a local legend. As expected, the old gentleman indeed possessed some knowledge that aligned perfectly with my curiosity. Chapter 53. Dragon Well Platform. "Ah, young man, you are not from around here, are you?" I shook my head. The old man lifted his fishing rod, baiting it as he spoke to me. "This place was once called Dragon Well Platform. Its approximate location is over there, right in the middle of that reservoir, where there lies a bottomless well, the purpose of which remains a mystery. It is said that a white dragon resides within. Once a snake reaches a certain size, it becomes a spirit and undergoes a heavenly tribulation, transforming into a flood dragon. Though the flood dragon may sprout horns like a true dragon, it lacks the claws characteristic of a dragon, and therefore cannot be rightfully called one. The flood dragon must ascend the rivers and flow into the sea. This journey is known as the flood dragon's passage. Countless flood dragons perish during this journey. Those that do not survive typically sink to the riverbed, and when a prolonged drought exposes the riverbed years later. The skeletons of these long-lost flood dragons are often mistaken for the legendary dragons. I surmise that the locals must have regarded the serpents depicted in the twin serpents reflecting the moon as dragons, perhaps a white dragon? Are dragons truly existent in this world? I find myself a curious bystander, filled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, observing the elderly gentleman. Indeed, dragons do exist. Yes, you. In the past, I too was skeptical, but during the construction of the reservoir, many individuals, myself included, witnessed one firsthand. At that time, to facilitate the reservoir's construction, a considerable labor force from neighboring villages was mobilized. I was merely 13 years old. I vividly recall the moment when the dynamite was set to be detonated at the Dragon Well platform. Numerous elderly villagers vehemently opposed it, claiming that the Dragon King resided within. Yet, as you know, the reservoir's construction was a government initiative aimed at benefiting the populace. How could we heed their superstitions? Eventually, even a significant number of police officers from the local station arrived, as the elders angrily urged them to desist, warning that anyone who dared to disturb the Dragon Well platform would surely face divine retribution. In those days, few believed such tales. On the day the detonators and explosives were arranged, a throng gathered to witness the event, myself among them. At this juncture, the elderly gentleman seemed to have opened a floodgate of memories. He patted his pocket, retrieving a pack of subpar cigarettes, and offered one to me. "Thank you, but I do not smoke," I replied with a slight wave of my hand. Undeterred, the elderly man ignited the cigarette, took a deep drag, and after a fit of intense coughing, continued his tale. When the explosives were ignited, a series of thunderous booms echoed, and the Dragon Well platform was reduced to ruins in that cataclysmic explosion. At a time when everyone insisted that dragons were mere myth, a sudden, resounding roar erupted from beneath the Dragon Well platform, accompanied by a tumult of earth and stone, as if some colossal creature were about to emerge from the depths. Shortly thereafter, streams of fresh blood seeped forth from the rubble of the ruined Dragon Well, a nauseating stench permeating the air. The elders present fell to their knees, lamenting loudly, claiming they had slain the Dragon King beneath the Dragon Well, and that heaven would unleash its wrath upon them. That very night, the skies darkened, thunder rolled, and torrential rain descended. It was later reported that amidst the flashes of lightning, a white dragon was spotted on the hillside. The exact size of the creature remained uncertain. Yet as it traversed the slope, the waist-high weeds parted as if by magic. Ultimately, it was said that after letting out two powerful roars, the white dragon plunged into the muddy ditch on the other side of the mountain, never to be seen again. However, the tale did not end there. More sinister events were yet to unfold. 2 days later, the workers who had set the explosives, without exception, found their bodies covered in scales reminiscent of both snakes and fish, an unbearable itching tormenting them. When they attempted to scratch off the scales, they would tear away flesh, leaving them bloodied. It dawned upon them that this was retribution, and there was nothing they could do. The government summoned geological and biological experts. Yet after inspecting the Dragon Well, they offered no explanation. Tragically, all those afflicted with scales eventually perished, leaving behind a mystery regarding the nature of their malady. At that time, I heard my parents mention that geological experts, while researching the ruins of Longingtai, discovered an abundance of tiny inscriptions etched upon the stones. It was said to be Buddhist scriptures. Subsequently, no one dared to approach that site, and once the reservoir was completed, it was inundated, completely submerging those ruins. After sharing this, the old man pointed in the distance, indicating the approximate location. I crouched down, stroking my chin in contemplation. Given that this event occurred around the founding of the nation and that witnesses are still alive, its credibility remains high. Moreover, the appearance of Buddhist texts at Longingtai further corroborated my conjecture. It seems that following that explosion, the entire geomantic array was compromised, with the seal beginning to weaken, allowing that malevolent monk's signs of liberation. Thus, regarding matters of a supernatural nature, one may choose not to believe, but it is essential to maintain a modicum of reverence. Thankfully, that explosion did not truly annihilate the white serpent, preventing a catastrophic disruption of this geomantic equilibrium. Otherwise, the consequences would have transcended the mere loss of a few workers. I rose to bid farewell to the old man, but just as I turned to leave, he called out to me, "Young man, wait a moment. I have more to share." I smiled with curiosity and inquired, "Is there more to the story?" The old man waved his hand in response. Subsequently, there were no further developments. However, coincidentally, there exists another Longjing terrace in Yanghe village. situated over 70 kilometers from our sheeping reservoir. Yet, no one has ever witnessed the true dragon at that Longjing terrace. I had anticipated this. As the saying goes, one cannot thrive in solitude. Such spiritual beasts have long since become an integral part of geomancy. It is the balance of yin and yang that facilitates harmonious feng shui. If only a single entity were present, it would no longer be a spiritual beast, but rather a malevolent one. I returned to the main dam, where Lu Xiangwan inquired, "How about it? Have you gathered any information?" I signaled her with a glance. "Let us discuss it in the car." Once we were inside, I informed Lu Xiangwan, "This feng shui dynamic of the double serpents reflecting the moon is somewhat simpler than we had imagined. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, there are two Longjing terraces, which represent the two pivotal points of this dynamic. The two spiritual serpents draw the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing the energies of the sun and moon to continually restore their seal. However, during the construction of the sheeping reservoir, one Longjing terrace was destroyed, the very one housing the white serpent, which disrupted the feng shui balance and caused a chain reaction that loosened the seal. Fortunately, although the white serpent was injured and displaced, it survived, preventing an immediate collapse of the entire feng shui arrangement. Our task now is to establish a pathway that will guide the two spiritual serpents to the dragon vein where the dragon sheds its armor. Lu Xiangwan nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. Establish a pathway? How do we go about that? The distance to the auspicious site, known as Jianlong Xiejia, spans several hundred kilometers. Even without considering the costs involved, constructing a road is not a task that can be accomplished in a mere moment. I gazed at her and smiled gently, uttering 4 words, Xingyan Biyu, literally to move clouds and bring rain. Chapter 54. Xingyan Buyu, Xingyan Buyu? Lu Xiangwan eased her foot off the accelerator, causing the car's speed to decrease, and she turned to look at me in confusion. Indeed, it is Xingyan Buyu, which you may also interpret as summoning the winds and rains. The two ethereal serpents within the Shuang, Shi Ing Yu, twin serpents reflecting the moon, have already developed the potential to transform into dragons. As part of the geomantic configuration, they cannot stray from their designated positions. Thus, their movement is restricted. They cannot ascend to the skies or burrow into the earth, but must traverse the waterways instead. The veins of the earth are inherently linked to the waterways, and the auspicious site of Jianlong Xiejia is no exception. Therefore, I must guide these two serpents through the water channels to reach the sacred site. However, as they have already attained a level of spiritual awareness, they cannot pass beneath bridges while navigating rivers, especially since many ancient bridges are adorned with dragon-slaying swords or corresponding formations designed to prevent serpents from passing underneath. The purpose of Xingyan Biyu is to summon clouds and rain at their necessary juncture, causing the river's waters to surge, thereby allowing them to traverse the bridge above. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangwan furrowed her brow slightly and nodded, saying, "I see. How marvelous. But what gives them the right to be at your command? These two serpents, endowed with intelligence, are not like pet dogs raised from a young age, obediently following your every whim." I snapped my fingers. I have my own ways. They will obediently comply. Lu Xiangwan chose not to press further and glanced at the time, inquiring, "It's almost mealtime. Shall we find a place to eat?" We casually selected a seemingly decent restaurant in the local town and ordered a few dishes to satisfy our hunger. After indulging ourselves, as we exited the restaurant, Lu Xiangwan asked me, "Where to next?" I crumpled the napkin I had used to wipe my mouth and tossed it into the garbage bin at the restaurant's entrance, replying, "Let us head back first, but you must give me the key to the old residence." Lu Xiangwan immediately furrowed her brow. "Are you planning to go alone? Is there some danger involved?" "No, Annie is still in the hospital, and your second brother is somewhat incapacitated. You should take care of them more. Besides, I have gathered enough information about the matters here. After that fierce battle, the demon monk must have expended considerable energy, so he won't stir up trouble in the short term. Rest assured, I am confident." I placed my hands on her shoulders, signaling her not to worry. On the ride back, I felt somewhat embarrassed and said to Lu Xiangwan, for this undertaking, I will need to request some activity funds. The feng shui site of double snakes reflecting the moon is several hundred kilometers away from the location of the dragon's disarmament. Besides needing to manipulate the elements in specific places to assist these two spirit snakes in crossing rivers and bridges, there are also certain areas that require proper guidance from others, hence my need for assistance. Certainly, Yi Jiuxiao and his companions are undoubtedly a commendable choice, especially since their assistance comes at no cost. However, I find it difficult to place my trust in them. While they may feel indebted to my grandfather, he has long since passed, leaving no means of verification. It would be unwise to accept their words at face value. Thus, I must seek individuals in whom I can place my confidence, which naturally necessitates a certain amount of operational funds. How much do you require? Lu Xiangwan inquired without hesitation, casting a brief glance in my direction before resuming her focused driving. I could sense an unwavering trust emanating from her. After a moment's reflection, I estimated approximately 100,000 should suffice. This figure encompasses essential transportation costs alongside service fees. I shall provide you with 500,000 to ensure ample resources, allowing you to operate without constraint. Moreover, a gentleman should not appear too miserly in dealings, she remarked, adding, for my sake, consider this in advance. Once you begin to earn, I shall deduct it from your earnings. As I turned to admire her sharply defined profile, I seized the opportunity to plant a quick kiss on her cheek while she was momentarily distracted. Oh dear, you're driving. Upon reaching the city, I opted not to return to campus, but requested Lu Xiangwan to escort me to her villa near the Dongju Memory Square. I had some preparations to undertake, which would be inconvenient in the dormitory. As I exited the vehicle, Lu Xiangwan retrieved a cash check from her bag, signed it, and handed it to me. I accepted it with casual curiosity and asked a rather naive question. How does one use this? To speak candidly, I have never truly encountered a check in my life. I have seen them frequently in films and television dramas, yet I remain oblivious to their practical usage. It is quite simple. This is a cash check, and it can be treated as cash, just presented at the bank counter for redemption. If you are uncertain about its usage, wait a moment, and I shall bring you cash directly. I flicked the check playfully and smiled. One can always learn. Lu Xiangwan replied with a gentle smile. Do you require anything else from me? I inquired, glancing at the time on my phone before raising an eyebrow toward the villa's entrance, a mischievous grin forming as I leaned in closer. Wrapping my arms around her waist and whispering in her ear, shall we continue with what we left unfinished last night? Lu Xiangwan, adept at navigating these moments, brushed her cheek lightly against my nose and murmured, that sounds delightful, though I wonder if you might be frightened by another unexpected visitor. The mention of a monk sent a shiver through me, recalling Lin Suin's words about the unrefined nature of the heavenly craft and a multitude of those who covet it. What if, at a critical moment, a bald head were to emerge, leaving me in a state of disarray? Never mind. There is ample time ahead. I gently pushed Lu Xiangwan away. Though I feigned retreat verbally, my heart yearned for boldness. There's an ancient saying, to die beneath the peony blossoms is to be a gallant ghost. Yet, I found myself currently preoccupied with various matters. Once I am free, I shall ensure she experiences the prowess of my might. After Lu Xiangwan departed, I sent a message in the group chat of my dormitory. Gather around for an opportunity to earn. I tagged the other 3 individuals, and their responses arrived almost instantaneously. Earn money? What a joke. If you don't come back soon, I swear I won't do your assignments anymore. The trio responded with a single message, indicating they were together. Unfazed, I sent a location pin along with a voice message. This is an easy side gig. Don't blame me for not looking out for you. Each of you will receive 20,000. Hurry if you want in. 20,000? Is that for real? Are you serious? The excitement was palpable, especially from the monkey. Serious as can be. I just picked up a job that requires a few trustworthy individuals. The work is simple and sans risk. Before long, the others identified my location. Oh wow, a wealthy villa district. Brother Yuan, you've hit the jackpot. They exclaimed, we're on our way. Ever since I resolved the trouble for Fatty last time, my 3 dorm mates have held me in high esteem. The monkey even suggested I set up a stall under the overpass to attract business, claiming it was better than slogging through a mediocre university degree just to find a soul-crushing job. Thus, when I informed them of the opportunity, they exhibited little skepticism. With wealth comes remembrance. My friends are on their way. Chapter 55. The Summoning of the Dragon, as the saying goes. 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. Although my 3 roommates possess few remarkable skills aside from sourcing new anime, our synergy is undeniable, and at least I can trust their character. Before the arrival of the 3, I took the opportunity to exchange a check at the bank, opting not to withdraw cash. In this day and age, who among the respectable would still rely on physical currency? Depositing it in a bank account, alongside the convenience of Alipay and WeChat, eliminates the need for change and offers ease of use. Subsequently, I procured a meticulously detailed map, along with the essential vermilion and the paper required for talisman crafting. Just as I concluded these errands, the monkey's call came through, and I met the trio at the entrance of the villa community. "What's going on, Yuan? Does the fat sheep reside here?" The plump man pointed towards the interior of the community. Earlier during our journey, they had overheard the fortune teller mention that those who dwell here are typically either affluent or noble. Otherwise, I would not have had the audacity to offer them a labor fee of 20,000 each. Just tell us, do you require us to conjure spirits or perform ghostly acts? We shall undoubtedly fulfill our mission. I playfully punched the fortune teller and, with an arm around the shoulders of both the plump man and the monkey, strolled confidently into the community. Neither spirits nor phantoms are needed. The task at hand is not of that nature. As I spoke, I swung open the door to the villa. "Make yourselves at home." At home? The trio exchanged glances, aware only of my beautiful fiancée, yet oblivious to the fact that Liu Xiangwan is a billionaire CEO. I chose not to elaborate, instead inviting them to gather around the coffee table. "Let us set aside that for now. You will understand in due time. Come, time is of the essence. So I shall be brief." I unfurled the newly acquired map, pointing to the sheeping reservoir depicted upon it. "Observe carefully from this point to this point. I require you to discover a connected waterway in the shortest possible time, regardless of whether it flows downstream or upstream. Pay special attention to the hidden rivers and the locations where bridges must be crossed, and endeavor to avoid populous areas." The stout man stroked his chin and contemplated. "This presents a certain level of difficulty. Yuan, what is your intention?" "Enough with the trivialities. Simply do as instructed. I shall attend to matters upstairs. Do not disturb me. You must identify the connected waterways before dinner." I am not particularly concerned about this, for they are all university students and should be capable of comprehending a map, albeit with some complexity. I ascended to my room and locked myself in the master bedroom. I now require talismans. This time, not only is the quantity substantial, but the variety is also greater than when I assisted Yan Qianqian. In addition to the thunder-evoking talismans needed for cloud formation and precipitation, I must also prepare guiding talismans for 2 spiritual serpents navigating the underground river, thus requiring spirit-conducing talismans. Given the vast area and extensive coverage involved, the number of talismans must certainly be considerable. Moreover, aside from cloud formation and rainfall, I must also prepare talismans to seal the demon monk in the event that the feng shui pattern of the twin serpents reflecting the moon is disrupted. As I remain uncertain whether the demon monk is a spiritual entity or a corporeal one, I must be prepared with dual contingencies, thus necessitating both the Xiantian spirit-subduing talismans and the illusionary spirit-restraining talismans. Fortunately, paper talismans do not pose a risk of backlash, or I would surely be at death's door. Under a state of intense concentration, my efficiency saw a remarkable enhancement. By the time the clock struck 6 in the afternoon, I finally exhaled deeply, estimating that I had accomplished enough for the day. I descended the stairs, where the 3 individuals had already mapped out their route. "Yuan, do take a look. Is this route feasible?" I stepped forward, scrutinizing the path they had marked in red with utmost seriousness. For certain points of ambiguity, they graciously provided explanations. "Splendid. Let us first dine out, and upon our return, I shall elucidate our specific actions. Furthermore, none of you are permitted to return to school tomorrow. Have the arrangements for the classes been made? Rest assured, I have already informed several classmates in the dormitories. Attendance for the classes is assured." I treated them to a sumptuous meal, Although the plump fellow proposed indulging in some drinks, I refrained him, concerned about the implications for the following day. Upon our return to the villa, I transferred 30,000 yuan to each of them as activity funds. Here, take this money. There may be numerous expenses tomorrow, so adjustments will be made accordingly. Initially, my budget had been a mere 10,000 yuan in service fees for each of them, but with the generous activity funds provided by Liu Xiangwan, I felt it only right to ensure my comrades were adequately compensated. Gazing at the freshly credited 30,000 yuan in their hands, the three were utterly astonished. "Yuan, are you serious?" While I had previously mentioned a service fee of 20,000 yuan each, they had not taken it to heart, as their motivation was not solely financial, but also fueled by curiosity. Observing the genuine records of transactions now renders them uneasy. For 30,000 yuan, undoubtedly constitutes a significant sum for them. I am acutely aware of their underlying concerns, primarily revolving around the question of legality. I beckoned the three individuals to gather once more beside the map. "Come closer. Rest assured, we are in no way violating any laws." I instructed the stout fellow. "Remember, before the stroke of midnight tonight, you must affix the talisman I provided onto the bridge in Luoshui town, and light 5 incense sticks to beseech the bridge deity for safe passage. Once the 5 incense sticks have burned down, you will witness the sky shrouded in ominous clouds. At that moment, you must hasten towards this location, employing the same method. Moreover, there exists an underground water vein here. You are to commence from the source of the water, and, moving from west to east, mark your path with bamboo poles, affixing a spirit-summoning talisman to each pole. You must follow this subterranean river and continue marking until you reach its exit. Remember, you have a mere 8 hours to traverse nearly 200 kilometers and execute my instructions flawlessly. Once you arrive at the cliffs of dripping water and encounter the monkey, your task will be deemed complete. The subsequent task for the monkey will resemble that of the stout fellow, with one crucial difference. It will be daytime, and the area you are responsible for is densely populated. Your actions may encounter resistance from the locals. Thus, it is imperative to navigate the necessary social relations. Should funds fall short, do not hesitate to approach me." Upon hearing my words, the three individuals sensed that the matter was not as straightforward as it initially appeared. Beyond the extensive area to be covered, the timing had to be meticulously calculated. Any misstep could lead to complications. The monkey blinked and inquired, "If there might be trouble during the day, why can't we proceed at night like the fat man?" I shook my head and replied, "We have only one day, and our journey is merely a passage. We cannot afford prolonged delays. Once the fat man begins, we must continue until we reach the realm of the yin-yang person, or our efforts will be in vain." Subsequently, I outlined the areas for which the yin-yang person would be responsible, highlighting the points that required special attention. Do you all understand? If there are any uncertainties, now is the time to ask. If there are no questions, let us prepare to depart immediately. The fat man raised his hand hastily, asking, "Wait a moment, Yuan Gu, what exactly are we doing?" The other two turned to me, nodding slightly in agreement. I took a deep breath, patted the fat man on the shoulder, and said, "We are luring the serpent. If fortune favors you, you should see it. But remain calm and unafraid. Simply follow my instructions. Stay in touch at all times, and we shall be free of our burdens." Mimicking the gestures of Yi Jiu Xiao and his companions, I offered a respectful bow to the three. I needed to familiarize myself further. I would commence from this point, correct? This river must be navigated upstream, so I should set out from here. Observing the three as they meticulously plotted their routes, I exhaled deeply. Were time not of the essence, it would have been prudent to allow them to scout the path in advance. However, I am confident that they should encounter no difficulties. Chapter 56. Incense Burning in Water. After nearly half an hour, the three of us finally clarified the basic route we intended to take. Although my three roommates are somewhat reclusive, being homebuddies does not equate to unreliability. Once the route was established, they promptly sprang into action. The stout one was nearest to the starting point, yet he began his journey the earliest. The other two soon hurried to their respective departure points to familiarize themselves with the local conditions, ensuring ample preparation. We maintained constant communication through our WeChat group. promptly addressing any unforeseen circumstances. Once the three of them hailed their rides, I took out my phone and dialed Yi Jiuxiao. Uncle Yi, could you come to the old residence from last night? I intended to use talismans to temporarily seal the demon monk. Once the two spirit serpents connected with the dragon vein, in the auspicious sight of seeing the dragon shed its armor, I aimed to re-establish a geomantic pattern of two serpents reflecting the moon to thoroughly seal the demon monk. At that point, the two spirit serpents would no longer need to draw upon the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, nor the quintessence of the sun and moon. The dragon vein would sufficiently nourish them, allowing them to maintain the stability of two serpents reflecting the moon, ensuring the demon monk's escape would be impossible. However, I was uncertain about how much energy the demon monk had expended last night and whether he still possessed the strength to cause further turmoil. Hence, I needed to summon Yi Jiuxiao and the others to guarantee absolute safety. What arrangements does the young master have? I said with one hand in my pocket, clear my throat. I sensed that the seal on the demon monk had loosened, so I planned to reinforce the seal before the eminent Buddhist masters arrived, requiring your assistance. I have not fully disclosed my plans, not only due to a lack of trust in them, but also because I do not wish for them to realize that I regard them merely as tools. Oh, very well. I shall inform them. But when exactly? Yi Jiuxiao's tone on the other end of the line was notably grave. I glanced at the time and replied, in 1 hour, I will be waiting for you at the ancestral home. After hanging up, I took a deep breath, turned off the lights in the villa, and summoned a ride to the old residence. By the time I arrived, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. I pushed open the door of the ancestral home and stepped inside. Everything remained in the same dilapidated state as yesterday. I estimated that restoring it would require a considerable sum, and that was assuming no further altercations occurred tonight. Otherwise, it might be more prudent to demolish and rebuild entirely. I approached the fish tank, my fingertips gently tracing its edge, revealing the dust-covered inscriptions that lay beneath. Although their meanings eluded me, the ancient and vivid forms evoked a profound sense of solemnity. Moreover, I did not sense the presence of that malevolent monk. It seemed as if he had vanished since last night. I formed a Tiangang seal with my hand and lightly struck the surface of the fish tank. A muted thud resonated through the air, causing ripples to ripple across the water, accompanied by a low hum. However, there was no change in the surroundings. According to previous conjectures, if that malevolent monk were indeed sealed beneath this fish tank, the lack of response indicated that he must be in a state of slumber. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds emerged from outside the door as Yi Jiuxiao, Su Mei, and the ancient Yinggu elder entered, accompanied by a throng of disciples. Their presence formidable, suggesting they were prepared for a fierce confrontation. Young master, how is the situation? Despite his frail appearance, the Yinggu elder moved with surprising vigor. For the time being, there is nothing amiss. I need 2 individuals to assist in moving this fish tank. I must add another seal atop the existing one. Without hesitation, Yi Jiuxiao waved his hand and commanded, 2 people, come forth. Soon, 2 individuals squeezed through the doorway. Yi Jiuxiao pointed at the fish tank beside him and instructed, move the fish tank. The 2 men clasped their fists in acknowledgement, rolling up their sleeves as they approached. I glanced at the 3 leaders and cautioned, there may be unforeseen occurrences shortly. I hope the 3 of you can lend a hand. The feng shui arrangement of the dual snakes reflecting the moon remained intact, and given the considerable energy expended against the demon monk last night, even if I were to disrupt the formation now, the demon monk would not be entirely free. However, it is wise to be prepared for any eventuality. The 3 nodded in agreement, taking their positions and standing ready to act. The 2 tasked with moving the fish tank had also taken their places. The tank was relatively small, and following the intense battle from the previous night, a portion of the water had spilled out. It appeared that, while 2 adults might not be able to lift it directly, shifting it should pose little challenge. Yet, to my astonishment, the 2 men turned crimson, veins bulging on their forearms, as the fish tank remained utterly immovable. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Jiuxiao felt displeased and took a few steps forward, delivering a swift kick to the backsides of the 2 individuals. Haven't you eaten? He exclaimed. These were his subordinates. and he had initially intended for them to showcase their skills before me. However, their performance had faltered, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. After reprimanding them, Yi Jiuxiao waved his hand dismissively and shouted towards the outside, "Bring me 2 more." With that, he retreated to the side, grumbling under his breath. I refused to believe that you could be immobilized on the ground. Leaning against my hand, I stood silently by, observing as the 4 men struggled to lift the fish tank. Their eyes exchanged glances, and with a collective shout, they exerted all their strength. I could almost hear the grinding of their teeth, yet the tank remained steadfast and unmoving. Noticing this, Yi Jiuxiao was about to intervene once more, but I stopped him. "Uncle Yi," I gestured for the 4 men to step aside. With so many witnesses, it was improbable that they were not putting in the effort. The issue likely lay with the fish tank itself. "The fish tank is being weighed down by something," Sume remarked, her bright, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. "Weighed down by something? Is it malevolent energy or ghostly presence? Why can't we see it?" They were practitioners of the occult, well-versed in discerning various forms of energy, whether it be malevolence or spirits. I shook my head in response. None of those. Yet, it is undeniably being pressed down by something. I recalled hearing a similar notion during my childhood when I accompanied my grandfather to oversee a funeral. On that occasion, the deceased was a victim of drowning, having been submerged for 3 days before being retrieved from the river. The body had already begun to bloat and turn pale, rendering it unrecognizable. My grandfather followed the customary burial procedures, yet a peculiar issue arose during the coffin's lifting. 8 robust bearers found themselves unable to raise the casket, prompting the family and guests to sense something amiss, and they eagerly inquired about the situation. Unperturbed, my grandfather lit a pipe, perched himself on a high stool against the wall, took a puff, and uttered 3 words. "The ghost presses the coffin." This implied that the deceased harbored immense resentment, unwilling to depart in peace. Subsequently, my grandfather instructed the family to fetch a bucket of water from the river where the deceased had drowned, and then directed the offspring of the deceased to light incense and insert it upside down into the water. He declared that the matter would only be resolved when the incense remained lit in the water. The family, upon hearing this, felt skepticism. After all, the principle of water being incompatible with fire was universally understood, and they wondered if this was merely a jest. However, given my grandfather's esteemed reputation as a master of feng shui, with a track record of flawless dealings, they reluctantly complied. They had the deceased's 5-year-old son kneel before the bucket, repeatedly lighting incense. I distinctly recall the child, under adult guidance, inserting the lit incense into the bucket again and again. After what seemed like hundreds of sticks were placed, the incense submerged in the water produced no hissing sound, indicating that it had not been extinguished by the water. Immediately thereafter, the head of the family observed that even after the incense stick submerged in the water, its tip continued to emit sparks, with tendrils of blue smoke gracefully rising and forming white bubbles on the surface. Witnessing this scene, my grandfather inhaled deeply and nodded in satisfaction. Once the incense had burned completely, he instructed the family to pour the bucket of water over the coffin and then called upon the bearers to lift the coffin. Strangely enough, the 8 bearers effortlessly raised the coffin. While both the fish tank and the coffin were similarly burdened, they shared a resemblance yet were fundamentally distinct. Chapter 57. The art of feng shui. The fish tank, being funnel-shaped, was inherently designed to accommodate objects, and it happened to be situated precisely at the nexus of the feng shui formation known as double serpents reflecting the moon. Thus, the true force restraining this fish tank was not the usual malevolent energies, such as yin, evil, or ghostly auras, but rather the auspicious energy emanating from the convergence of the double serpents reflecting the moon. This is the underlying reason why Su Mei and her companions could not perceive it, and I believe it is also the essence of this intricate formation. Consider this. Every household inevitably has its share of mischievous children. Were it not for the protective feng shui energy, this fish tank would likely have been overturned countless times by now. So what shall we do? The elder, instinctively looking towards me, sought my counsel. I pondered, rubbing my chin. Although this approach was somewhat perilous, it appeared that no better options were available. Thus I proposed, You shall establish a heavenly gang and earthly fiend formation here, and I shall return shortly. I merely need to disrupt the feng shui arrangement of the twin serpents reflecting the moon, and thus the unceasing flow of energy will cease, allowing the fish tank to be moved with ease. However, this approach carries a certain degree of risk, as I am not entirely certain of the current state of that malevolent monk. In this context, disrupting the feng shui arrangement would mean the entire seal could become ineffective. Should I fail to unite with others to seal the monk, it is quite possible that uncontrollable chain reactions may ensue. Nevertheless, I personally believe the likelihood of such an occurrence is minimal, for I am utterly unable to sense the monk's presence. I turned and exited the door, where Yi Jiuxiao and the others had prepared a vehicle. I instructed one of the drivers to take me to Yanghe village, the same village where the elderly man I encountered at the reservoir had mentioned another dragon well terrace. Upon alighting from the vehicle, I requested the driver to wait for me and took a pack of cigarettes from him. By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and at the village entrance, numerous villagers enjoyed the evening breeze, fanning themselves while engaging in light-hearted conversation. I approached two elderly gentlemen, offering each a cigarette, and inquired about the precise location of the Dragon Well Terrace. The feng shui arrangement of the twin serpents reflecting the moon had not been shattered. Rather, it existed in a state of imbalance, with the white serpent absent from the critical point, while the black serpent undoubtedly resided at the Dragon Well Terrace. My task was to locate the black serpent, for once it departed, the white serpent would inevitably follow suit. Dragon Well Terrace, you say? Young man, what business do you have there? I smiled and fabricated a small lie. As a member of a television station, I am aware of a program called Closer to Science. We have heard tales of dragons in this region. Thus, we aspire to produce a scientific report on the subject. Today, I have come to gather some preliminary information. Beside me sits a man with skin dark and glistening, displaying a mouthful of teeth charred by smoke, who ignited the cigarette I offered him. As he exhaled, a nauseating stench wafted forth. Closer to Science, indeed, he exclaimed. Ah, young man, it's best I refrain from meddling in state affairs. If you wish to report, be cautious. That Longjing Terrace truly has dragons. I thought to myself, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't have come at all. Observing the time, I noted that several hours remained until midnight, so there was no rush. Are there really dragons? Pray do tell. I inquired with curiosity, while distributing cigarettes to the onlookers. For them, such a novelty was precious, and one by one, they accepted them, either lighting up or tucking them behind their ears. I discreetly settled onto a smooth stone nearby, adopting a posture of keen attentiveness, while also maintaining a respectful distance from the older gentleman. I truly feared that his breath, akin to a weapon of mass destruction, might unwittingly spell my demise. Many from our side have witnessed peculiar occurrences. Each time, thunder roars. One can hear the echoes resembling dragon calls. As he spoke, he even attempted to mimic the sound for me. There exists a black dragon king, seldom seen in recent decades. Elders in the village once recounted that on the 1st and 15th nights of each month, when the moon hung high, one could behold the black dragon king atop Nyobe Mountain. It would drink from the clear stream below, its tail still resting on the dragon well platform above, measuring at least several hundred meters in length, roughly the thickness of a water bucket. However, that comparison pales. It is rather akin to the width of the well's mouth. In the past, someone discovered a shed skin of the black dragon king in the mountains, surely exceeding the girth of a mere water bucket. The villagers exchanged lively banter, articulating every thought and speculation, and in the end, they eagerly inquired when the television station would conduct a special interview, when it would be aired, and on which channel. I informed them that such matters required approval from the television station, and I was, at present, unaware of the specifics. I traversed a narrow mountain path, heading west for nearly half an hour, before finally arriving at the Nyobe mountain spoken of by the locals. In a natural depression near the summit, I encountered the Dragon Well platform, obscured by flourishing trees. The platform was hexagonal in shape, with a circular well at its center, bearing unmistakable signs of human excavation. As for the inscriptions, they were likely rendered indecipherable by the passage of time and exposure to the elements. Bathed in the moonlight, I gingerly peered inside. But the depths eluded my gaze, instilling a sense of being scrutinized by unseen, malevolent eyes. I took a deep breath and checked the time on my phone. It was just past 10 o'clock in the evening, and in an hour, it would be midnight. I swept aside the withered branches and fallen leaves beside the long Jing platform, and gathered several stones of suitable size to arrange them into a two-instruments formation. I intended to employ the art of geomancy to establish a connection with the Black Serpent. Naturally, this communication could not occur at a verbal level. Even though the serpent possessed a certain degree of sentience, it could not comprehend human speech, let alone respond in kind. Thus, this exchange would manifest on a spiritual plane. The essence of geomancy lies in transforming oneself into an integral part of the surrounding environment, thereby facilitating communication with the energies of the land on a spiritual level. After all was set, I sent a message in the WeChat group, specifically tagging Fatty. "Fatty, are you ready? I'm about to commence." Fatty's reply was almost instantaneous. "Ready. I'll light the incense right now." Shortly thereafter, Monkey chimed in. "Fatty, remember to record a video for us to reference." Before long, Fatty shared a video of igniting the rootless incense in the chat group. I took a deep breath, placed my phone beside me, and sat cross-legged within the two instruments formation, gently closing my eyes while envisioning the tortoise shell in my mind. Gradually, the contours of the surrounding mountains and earth veins began to clarify. As the geomantic map slowly emerged, I beheld a massive black python coiled beneath me, its body twisting and undulating, its tongue flickering as it slowly emerged from the long Jing platform ahead. Chapter 58. The Blood Coffin. Although I was aware that this was the spirit of feng shui, and despite my understanding that it had developed sentience, I had yet to hear any accounts from the locals regarding its capacity to inflict harm. Nevertheless, when such a colossal creature abruptly manifested before me, it would be disingenuous to claim I felt no fear. Setting aside all else, merely considering its size, it could easily swallow me whole, and I would scarcely be enough to fill its gaps. I took a deep breath, striving to calm my racing heart. A golden orb detached from the crown of my head, leaping through the air and trailing a shimmering arc of gold before descending upon the brow of the Black Serpent. In an instant, the orb erupted, transforming into golden ripples that gradually faded from view. Once the luminous aura completely dissipated, a form of spiritual communication was established between the serpent and myself. The Black Serpent, with a long, crimson tongue, cautiously extended its head toward me. Although I was viewing it through a geomantic chart, I was acutely aware of its proximity, for I could detect a pungent, metallic odor wafting toward me. I gathered my thoughts, dispelling the inner trepidation, and conveyed my intentions to the serpent before me. While it was true that this Black Serpent had become an integral part of the feng shui landscape and had thus gained sentience, possessing awareness and being astute are two distinct matters. Hence, in essence, it remained relatively easy to communicate with it. My confidence in this endeavor stemmed not only from its nascent and somewhat naive intelligence, but also from the irresistible allure I held over it, the promise of transformation into a dragon. The two serpents, assimilated by the principles of feng shui, have subtly begun to exhibit signs of transformation into dragons. However, there exists a fundamental distinction between a serpent and a dragon. Just as humans yearn for immortality, so too do serpents aspire to transcend into dragons. Yet, the peril of this transformation is fraught with the risk of near-certain demise, should a serpent remain unable to metamorphose into a dragon after a millennium. It will face the wrath of celestial calamity, perishing amidst thunder and fire. I intend to harness their potential to connect with the dragon vein, which essentially presents a mutually beneficial scenario. They may channel the spirit of the dragon vein, cultivating their essence over a century to sprout antlers, shed their scales, and ultimately become true dragons. As anticipated, under my guidance, the great Black Serpent emerged entirely from the dragon well platform, its immense body stirring the surrounding trees, causing withered branches and fallen leaves to dance in the air. After a moment of hesitation, the Black Serpent turned its body, exhaling a long breath as it glided towards the opposite side of Nabation, in the direction of the clear stream. Sensing its descent into the clear stream through the geomantic map, I inhaled deeply and rose from the ground, gazing towards the direction of its disappearance, only to find a distinct visible scratch left upon the earth. Exhaling, I retrieved my phone and sent a message in the chat group. Is the Fat One ready? We are on our way. According to our previously mapped route, the two serpents would ascend the clear stream against the current, and in less than half an hour, they should reach the location of the Fat One. Ready or not, this tempest of wind, rain, and lightning is fierce. Thankfully, my foundation is stable. Otherwise, I might have been swept away. This time, the Fat One sent a voice message, his voice interspersed with the howling of the storm. The clouds and rain may lead to sudden downpours along the path of the dragon, causing the river to swell. Thus, this is considered a normal phenomenon. Standing atop Nabation, I shielded my eyes with my hand and gazed into the distance towards where the corpulent figure was located. In the hazy distance, I could discern the sky shrouded in dark clouds, illuminated by flickering lightning. Hurry up, fatty, I urged, concerned that he might become flustered. Fear not. I've already set off. It feels as if the flood is chasing me, he replied, and I must say, it's quite exhilarating. Just as I was about to say more, my phone rang. It was a call from Yi Jiuxiao. Uncle Yi, what has happened? I inquired. As expected, the feng shui pattern of the area, known as the double snakes reflecting the moon, had been disrupted within a radius of several dozen kilometers. In other words, the vital energy that continuously flowed to the old residence would no longer converge there. This signified that the demon monk, now unbound by feng shui constraints, had a chance to escape. Young master, the fish tank has spontaneously erupted. I furrowed my brow, hastening down the mountain while asking for clarification. Be more specific. Yi Jiuxiao responded, it is the fish tank that was suppressing the sealed object. Just moments ago, it was lifted by a black coffin buried upright. I suspect the demon monk is likely inside that coffin. The notion of a concealed coffin in the courtyard, particularly an upright one, sent chills down my spine. This upright coffin represents a rather peculiar funerary practice, wherein the deceased cannot lie flat, but must be bound at the knees and spine with hemp ropes. Standing within a coffin, opportunities to utilize a vertical coffin are rather scarce. This is primarily due to the restrictive nature of the burial site's feng shui, which limits the available positions for interment. Consequently, the coffin must be placed upright. A quintessential example of this can be found in the Dracula segment of Mr. Vampire, where the minuscule area of the dragonfly water point necessitates such an arrangement. Furthermore, the upright placement of the coffin serves a purpose in aligning the energy channels. The location of the coffin within the old residence corresponds to the feng shui focal point of the double serpents reflecting the moon formation, rendering the vertical coffin's presence quite logical. Has that demon monk escaped? I inquired with a tinge of concern, quickening my pace. Not at all. In fact, we still sense no threat, much like an ordinary coffin, came the reply. From the tone, I discerned that Yi Jiuxiao shared a modicum of confusion. Initially, when the coffin had suddenly appeared, it had startled them, only to reveal itself as a false alarm, at least for the time being. Hold your horses. Do not act rashly. I will return shortly. I concluded the call and hurried to the village entrance, urging the driver to proceed, our journey enveloped in silence. Upon my return to the old residence, there remained an eerie stillness. Yi Jiuxiao, the elder Yinggu, and Su Mei encircled the ominous black coffin, their vigilance unwavering. Nearby, a fish tank, toppled by the weight of the coffin, lay shattered on the stone slab, the two koi within long devoid of life. Young master, what shall we do about this? I waved my hand, signaling them to step aside. After a considerable pause, I formed a Tai Chi seal with my hand and slowly approached, gently placing my palm upon the coffin. The Tai Chi seal briefly manifested on the coffin lid before vanishing into nothingness. However, the coffin remained utterly still. Yet, I sensed a peculiar stickiness on my hand. Upon withdrawing it, I discovered a dark, mud-like substance adhering to my palm. Bringing it to my nose, I detected a faint scent of blood. Had this coffin been soaked in fresh blood? That was my immediate reaction. In burial customs, if there are signs of corpse transformation prior to interment, Certain measures must be taken to pacify the body, including sealing the coffin with chicken blood. However, if blood were merely splashed onto the coffin, it would result in at most a thin layer of stains, not the substantial accumulation of blood mud seen before me. Thus, I concluded that this coffin had indeed been steeped in fresh blood. The stains had permeated the coffin lid, and after years buried underground, had resurfaced due to the influence of the Earth's energy. Furthermore, if my judgment was correct, the blood used to soak this coffin was likely not chicken blood, but human blood, specifically that of newborn infants. Chapter 59, The Ghostly Buddha. My certainty that this was the blood of infants stemmed from the scent of placenta and amniotic fluid that emanated from the blood mud. This indicated that these infants had likely been murdered shortly after birth, their blood utilized to soak this coffin. At this thought, my eyelid twitched uncontrollably, and a surge of unnameable fury welled up within me. To immerse such a large coffin, one must ponder how many newborns must be sacrificed. And does the practitioner not feel a twinge of pain in their heart? Clenching my fist tightly, I spoke in a low voice, opened the coffin. I was eager to uncover the malevolent entity sealed within, one that warranted the sacrifice of so many innocent lives. The three of them hesitated, sensing that my emotions were amiss, prompting Su Mei to abandon her earlier levity. "Young master, are you not afraid of unforeseen consequences once the coffin is opened?" I gently shook my head. I had previously employed the Tai Chi seal to probe the coffin and detected no malevolence within. At least for the time being, it should be safe. Thus, I surmised that it was highly probable that the demonic monk was already in a state of slumber. Upon hearing my words, Yi Jiuxiao took it upon himself to act, inserting his knife into the coffin's seam and prying it forcefully. With a series of resounding thuds, the coffin nails were dislodged, and the coffin lid creaked ominously before crashing to the ground. In an instant, the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, and I instinctively covered my nose, frowning slightly as I peered into the coffin. To my astonishment, I beheld the lifeless form of an infant seated within the coffin. This was a stark deviation from my earlier assumptions. I had imagined the body would be standing, yet it sat as if in deep meditation, reminiscent of an old monk in tranquility. Furthermore, I had never entertained the notion that this coffin would house the remains of a child. Just as doubt began to cloud my mind, the influx of outside air seemed to trigger a transformation in the infant's corpse. The originally black skin surface first exhibited a faint crimson hue, which was then refracted into a dark yellow metallic sheen. At this point, I was momentarily taken aback. Yet the elder Ingu behind me exclaimed, "The black gold ghost Buddha." Instinctively, I turned to face the elder. The black gold ghost Buddha? What is that? A subtle flicker of apprehension crossed the typically impassive face of the elder Ingu as he tightened his grip on the cane, pondering for a moment before responding. I have encountered it in an ancient text. The black gold ghost Buddha is no ordinary clay figure. It is a corporeal Buddha forged from the remains of stillborn infants. Upon completion, the surface of the ghost Buddha's body exhibits this elusive golden sheen, primarily intended to seal powerful souls. Judging by the size of this ghost Buddha, I estimate it to represent a nearly full-term fetus, created through the tragic means of inducing miscarriage, thus harboring profound resentment, which effectively aids in the suppression of souls. Upon hearing this, I swallowed hard, grappling with the notion of a ghost Buddha fashioned from a near-term infant, utilizing the blood of so many children to seal the coffin. Rather than pondering the formidable strength of the demon monk imprisoned within this ghost Buddha, I was struck by the sheer cruelty of the method. I could scarcely believe that such acts could originate from the Buddhist sect that professes to liberate all beings. Yet, as time has distanced me from the events, I find myself oblivious to the truth, and perhaps it is unnecessary to uncover it, for it has become utterly meaningless. I retrieved the meticulously prepared Xiantian spirit sealing talismans and the illusionary corpse sealing talismans from my bag. Given that the ghost Buddha possessed a corporeal form, it could only be sealed with the corpse sealing talismans. However, the soul of the demon monk trapped within his body required the spirit sealing talismans for confinement. With a decisive motion, I sent forth the two talismans, which soared through the air and landed upon the ghost Buddha's forehead and chest, respectively. Subsequently, I drew forth 2 droplets of my vital blood from my fingertips, flicking them onto the heads of the talismans. The crimson essence rapidly permeated the paper, tinging it with a delicate hue of red. Once this was accomplished, I clapped my hands and addressed the individuals behind me, stating that I had reinforced the seal upon the ghost Buddha and merely needed to await the arrival of the esteemed figures from the Buddhist sect. Though I spoke thus, I harbored my own clandestine intentions. Once everyone departed, I would stealthily abscond with the ghost Buddha without a trace. Should the members of the Buddhist sect arrive only to find the sealing object missing, I would feign ignorance, for the ghost Buddha had limbs and the potential to abscond. After securely fastening the coffin lid and closing the door, I took out my phone to check the situation in the chat group. The portly fellow had handled matters efficiently without any missteps. With his prior experience paving the way, the monkey and the yin-yang individual began to prepare in advance, ensuring that all arrangements that could be made ahead of time were indeed set in place. Observing the smooth progression of events, I exhaled deeply and sent a message to Lu Xiangwan. "Are you asleep?" It was already past 1 in the morning, and as I leaned against the back seat of the car, weariness washed over me. I had assumed Lu Xiangwan was already in slumber, yet to my surprise, the reply came back instantaneously. "No, how are things going? Is everything progressing smoothly? Do you need my assistance?" Just as the message arrived, the incoming call from Lu Xiangwan appeared on my phone screen. I rolled down the car window, allowing the cold air from outside to refresh my senses. "Hello. Where are you?" Lu Xiangwan's voice was laced with urgency and concern. "It's all fine. Everything is progressing smoothly. I'm on my way back and will arrive shortly." "How is Annie?" "She has woken up, but seems rather lethargic and has fallen asleep again. I estimated that I would reach the hospital in about half an hour. Wait for me at the hospital entrance. I have something important to discuss with you." Approximately half an hour later, I met Lu Xiangwan at the hospital entrance. Perhaps due to the evening chill, she donned a loose-fitting sports jacket. "It's getting late. Let me take you home to rest," she said, retrieving her car keys from her bag. I took a deep breath and forced myself to muster some energy. "I'm accustomed to late nights, so let me be brief. Can you find someone you absolutely trust? They must possess great courage and be unafraid of the supernatural." Lu Xiangwan looked at me with a skeptical expression. "I can find someone. What do you need them for?" I replied, "Have him go immediately to your grandfather's old residence. In the yard, there's a black coffin. You must transport it overnight to your grandfather's grave and dispose of it beneath the waterfall where we parked previously. The entire process must remain a secret from others." Lu Xiangwan frowned slightly. "A coffin? How could there possibly be a coffin in that old mansion? Do not inquire too much. I shall elucidate everything later. Remember, this person must be trustworthy, and above all, do not open the coffin. Simply follow my instructions." After speaking, I glanced at the time and gently adjusted Lu Xiangwan's collar, bestowing a tender kiss upon her cheek. "I have other matters to attend to, so you should return and rest early. Although I have faith in the 3 chubby fellows, this is their first time, and they are bound to be somewhat flustered. Now that I have completed my current tasks, it is prudent to head to the front lines, just in case. However, after today, you must continue with the dragon vein. It is essential to rest adequately beforehand." Lu Xiangwan, feeling uneasy, grasped my hand. It is now the early hours, and by the calendar, tomorrow marks the day she will choose a suitor. I must conserve my energy. I cradled her face in my hands, my thumb gently caressing her cheek as I spoke. "Am I not preparing for this? Do not worry. You are my wife, and no one can take you away. Then I shall accompany you. Since mother is already awake, the doctor has assured that there is no serious issue." Lu Xiangwan stubbornly held onto my hand. An idea struck me, and I said, "I'm going to hunt the dragon. If you are not afraid, we could leave now." At the mention of hunting the dragon, Lu Xiangwan instinctively recoiled. "A giant snake? Well, perhaps that is best left alone." Just then my ride arrived, and I waved goodbye to her. "Hurry back and await my good news. Wait, take this outer garment with you." Lu Xiangwan removed her loose jacket and handed it to me. Cradling the garment that still held her warmth, a wave of comfort enveloped me. Such a wonderful girl. How could I possibly allow her to fail? Chapter 60. Additional funds. Upon entering the vehicle, I immediately dialed the portly man's number. The phone rang for quite some time before a thunderous crackle echoed through the receiver. Soon after, his breathless voice reached me. "You on go? What is up?" The noise on his end was quite chaotic, compounded by his uneven strides, making it a challenge to decipher his words. "Please enable location sharing. I'm on my way." He wiped the perspiration from his brow and spat on the ground, raising his voice to inform me, "My phone is nearly out of battery, so I can't keep location sharing for long." "How long until you arrive?" I mentally estimated the distance and replied, "Under normal circumstances, it should take about 2 hours." On the other end, he pondered for a moment before responding, "Head directly to Shui Ding Tuo. I should arrive around that time." Without waiting for any further exchange, he abruptly ended the call, exclaiming, "Damn it, they're hot on my heels." In truth, this initial leg of the journey was the most daunting for him, as there was no prior experience to draw upon, and the time allotted was rather short, which made me quite anxious. However, it seemed that he was more dependable than I had anticipated. His instinctive suggestion for me to wait for him at Shui Ding Tuo indicated that he had firmly committed the route to memory. As I opened the map on my phone, I addressed the driver in front of me. "Master, please take me to Shui Ding Tuo." The driver responded with a grunt, turning his head slightly to say, "Aren't we heading to Luo Shui Town? I must inform you that changing the destination incurs an additional charge." Without lifting my gaze from the screen, I replied, then added, "At that moment, I was disinclined to haggle with him." According to the map, by the time the hefty man reached Shui Ding Tuo, he would have completed approximately 2/3 of his journey. Seizing this opportunity, I leaned back in the rear seat, attempting to rest my eyes, though sleep eluded me due to the weight of my thoughts. The ride hurtled along the desolate highway under the vast moonlight, the distant rumble of thunder faintly resonating through the air. Surely, someone over there must have sworn an oath worthy of divine retribution. The ride-hailing driver rolled down the window, leisurely lighting a cigarette to invigorate himself, while gazing at the menacing blue lightning that danced across the sky, engaging in idle chatter about the unfolding spectacle. I chose to remain silent. Encountering such weather at this time of year was indeed unusual. If all went as expected, tales of dubious legends would emerge from the places we would traverse the following day. Just as I considered striking up a casual conversation with the driver, my phone rang abruptly. It was the hefty man. "Hello, fatty," came his exasperated voice from the other end. "You on go? Where are you right now?" "Damn it. The wretched ride I called is stuck in the mud." The hefty man's predicament spanned nearly 200 kilometers back and forth. Such a considerable distance cannot solely rely on one's two legs. It is primarily dependent on vehicles. Initially, he spent 2,000 yuan to hire an unlicensed taxi. But who could have anticipated that the torrential rain would render the roads muddy, causing the vehicle to become ensnared in the yellow mire? What proved most dire was the inability to summon another vehicle in the dead of night. The relentless flood surged ominously behind me, and the plump fellow reached out in desperation. "Where are you now?" "At Sandong Bridge. There's a land deity temple here. I'm positioned at the intersection, and the floodwaters upstream are nearly submerging the temple." I turned to the driver in the front seat. "Sir, how far is it to Sandong Bridge?" Upon hearing this, the driver furrowed his brow. "Are you changing your destination again?" I refrained from engaging in unnecessary conversation and simply stated, "More money." After all, Liu Xiangwan had generously allocated ample funds for this event, allowing for some extravagance when necessary. "Please hold on, let me check." The driver slowed the vehicle, consulted the map, and after a glance informed me it isn't too far, merely around 10 kilometers, but that's as the crow flies. There's a ferry crossing, which only operates during the day. It's inaccessible at night. If we were to go there, we'll need to take a detour, which will take at least an hour and a half. Upon hearing that it would take an hour and a half, my heart sank significantly. There was no way I could reach him in time. The plump fellow and I were situated on opposite sides of the river, while the straight-line distance was not great. Reuniting would require a lengthy detour. One might wonder, isn't the plump fellow already at Sandong Bridge? Isn't it feasible to simply cross the bridge directly? Logically, that appears to be the case. However, one must consider that the Sandong Bridge was constructed in ancient times, allowing passage only for motorcycles at most. Furthermore, the impending flood upstream is bound to soon inundate the bridge. Not to mention motorcycles. Even traversing on foot would be impossible, I relayed my situation to the plump man, who took a deep breath and said, Yuan, do not fret. You should proceed to Shuadingchuo and wait for me. I will devise a solution. No sooner had he spoken than he abruptly ended the call. Clutching my phone tightly, I pondered in the dead of night, in an unfamiliar place. What could the plump man possibly manage? Anxiously, I opened my phone's map to check the distance. The next point for the plump man was over 40 kilometers away. Even if he were a long-distance champion, he would certainly not make it in time. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind, and I quickly inquired of the driver, Sir, how long will it take to reach Kongshu Village? The plump man's next destination was Kongshu Village, and his decision to leave Sandong Bridge indicated he had already resolved matters there. If I could arrive before the two serpents reached Kongshu Village, there would still be a chance. You are quite peculiar. How can you change your mind so swiftly? Without further ado, I succinctly stated increase the fare. Prompted by the allure of additional payment, the driver swiftly charted a new route. The journey to Kongshu Village would take just over an hour, comparable to that of Sandong Bridge. I patted the driver on the shoulder and urged, drive faster. We are heading to Kongshu Village. I will pay you more. The driver, pleased by the prospect, pressed the accelerator with greater fervor. Meanwhile, I managed to contact Fatty, but the response was disheartening. Sorry, the number you dialed is switched off. My intention was to reassure him that there was no need for haste. It seemed his phone had either run out of battery or suffered water damage. Nevertheless, I trust that he would know to prioritize his own safety in times of necessity. The journey was silent. Although the trip should have taken over an hour, I arrived in just 1 hour, only to find that I may have been too late. Upon my arrival, the flood had completely engulfed the ancient bridge in Kongshu Village. To my surprise, Fatty had already been here before me and had completed his mission ahead of time. Sighing in relief, I remained perplexed as to how he managed it. I dashed back to the car, splashing through the rain. Let us head straight to Shuadingchuo, I declared. The driver had just lit a cigarette when he noticed my return, questioning my purpose for going to Shuadingchuo. What brings you back here? To see the bridge or the water? As he spoke, he cast a glance towards the ancient bridge not far off. The sight startled him so much that the cigarette he held slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. What on earth is that? Quick, look. Chapter 61. A close call following the driver's gaze, I caught a glimpse of an enormous black figure crossing the bridge, illuminated momentarily by a flash of lightning that pierced the night sky. Its rounded body gleamed ominously in the darkness. Upon reaching this point, I found myself surprisingly unperturbed. Unlike the driver, for I had anticipated this turn of events. Instead, a sense of urgency began to gnaw at me. The arrival of these two ethereal serpents was indeed rather abrupt, although I remained unaware of the fat man's whereabouts. The ominous clouds enveloping the sky hinted that he had departed from this very location not long ago. Once the journey of the dragon begins, there can be no halting. In other words, should the fat man fail to move swiftly, he would soon be overtaken by these serpents. At that juncture, with the path ahead yet uncharted, the serpents might very well lose their way, and the consequences could be dire. I urged the driver, hurry, accelerate. Our next destination is Shuadingchuo. The driver, still in shock from the surreal spectacle, gazed intently at the water's surface, where ripples spread outward from the passage of the dark serpent. Is that a dragon? I noticed his Adam's apple bobbing in disbelief. I firmly patted his shoulder and exclaimed, Brother, that is not a dragon. It is a jiao, and it devours humans. We must leave at once. Upon hearing that it could consume humans, the driver snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously, Yes, we must go, we must go. He then twisted the ignition key and pressed the accelerator with a force that propelled our modest Volkswagen Jetta with an exhilarating sensation akin to that of a Lamborghini. As I urged him to hasten, I retrieved my phone and messaged the monkey in our chat group. Prepare yourselves over there. The timeline has shifted. Barely a mere 10 seconds had elapsed when news about the monkey and the transgender individual simultaneously emerged. Where are you now? What is the situation? Why has Fatty's phone died? I inquired. Do not worry. Fatty has encountered a bit of trouble, but he has not faltered. I am currently en route to his location. You all merely need to prepare in advance. Due to the impending responsibility resting upon the monkey, he grew somewhat anxious upon hearing of the unexpected incident involving Fatty. He inquired within the chat group. We have indeed made ample preparations. Yet who can predict unforeseen circumstances? What kind of trouble has Fatty found himself in? I succinctly recounted the incident of Fatty's vehicle getting stuck in the mud. Upon hearing this, the monkey remarked, "That was unexpected. Can I request an additional vehicle? I wonder if the activity funds will permit it." In truth, securing an extra vehicle would not incur significant costs, and I would not mind, as long as we could successfully complete this endeavor. I would even be amenable to a helicopter if necessary. After a series of twists and turns, we arrived at Shuadingtu with remarkable speed, just in time to see Fatty performing a ritual akin to summoning rain. Beside him stood a rather dilapidated motorcycle, devoid of a license plate. A gaunt old man leaned against the motorcycle, puffing on a pipe, while thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, heralding an approaching storm. I jogged over, and as I passed the thin old man, I caught a strong whiff of alcohol. Fatty, kneeling on the ground, having just ignited incense. Fatty turned to see me and exhaled a sigh of relief. In the dim light of the flashlight that the hefty fellow had placed nearby, I discerned the multitude of bruises adorning his body, accompanied by numerous scratches scattered across his arms and face. I surmised that in his haste to travel, this lad must have stumbled countless times. "Brother Yuan, you have finally arrived," he exclaimed, rising unsteadily from the ground, limping towards me. I hurried forward to support him, and as I drew closer, I realized that his clothes were completely soaked enough to wring out water. "What happened?" I inquired, perhaps due to the pain. His face twitched slightly. "It's nothing. I accidentally lost my footing and tumbled into a ditch. Might have twisted my ankle." I steadied him with a firm grip, my heart swelling with emotion, for this brother of mine was truly loyal. "Thank you, my friend." My voice quivered with a hint of tears. If his parents were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be heartbroken. "Brother Yuan, you need not say such things. It is your intervention that saved my life. The tasks you entrusted to me, how could I not execute them splendidly?" He then winced, drawing in a sharp breath, and from beneath his arm, he retrieved a sealed plastic bag. Knowing it was likely to rain, he had prudently stored the necessary incense and talismans within to prevent them from becoming damp. "Brother Yuan, I may not be able to endure much longer. There are still 3 bridges and a hidden river ahead, but I leave those to you." I accepted the plastic bag with a nod. "Rest assured, I will handle the remaining tasks. Let's first make our way to the vehicle." I supported the hefty fellow as we moved toward the car, but as we passed by the motorcycle, he grasped my arm. Taking the plastic seal bag from my hand, I opened it and counted out 500 yuan, handing it to the elderly gentleman. "Thank you, sir. This is 500 yuan. Please count it." Prior to our undertaking, the 3 of us had conferred and agreed that carrying a portion of cash would be prudent for convenience. Now, it proved to be quite fortuitous. Earlier, before his phone had died, the plump one had mentioned that the vehicle he had summoned had become mired in mud. When he realized that I would not be arriving anytime soon, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, having initially attempted to traverse the distance on foot. Just then, he spotted this inebriated old man wobbling on his motorcycle along the field path. Without hesitation, he flagged down the motorcycle and offered 500 yuan for the old man to take him there. Though the plump one eventually reached Shuadingchuo, one can easily surmise that the journey was fraught with peril. An unregistered motorcycle, a thoroughly intoxicated old man, and a shortcut through narrow paths. Indeed, one would say it took audacity to ride and to be a passenger. I placed the plump one on the back seat and urged him to remove his outer garments, concerned he might catch a chill. I tossed him a jacket that Lu Xiangwan had given me. As we settled into the vehicle, I instructed the driver drive to. Momentarily, I struggled to recall our next destination. Just as I reached for my phone to consult the map, the plump one chimed in from behind, "Hawaii Village. Stargazing Ridge." The driver raised an eyebrow and turned to me, silently inquiring if that was indeed our destination. I lowered my phone and replied, "Yes. Let's go to Hawaii Village, Stargazing Ridge." The subsequent 3 stations progressed remarkably smoothly. As we caught sight of the monkey, the eastern sky revealed the faint light of dawn, signaling that daybreak was near. I settled the fare with the driver and instructed him to take the portly fellow to the hospital to tend to his wounds, leaving the remainder to us. Watching the taillights of the Jetta fade into the distance, I exhaled deeply and turned to the monkey, saying, "Let us be on our way." This segment of the journey, traversed during daylight and through a relatively populated area, posed potential human-made challenges that could far exceed those presented by the terrain. Thus, I decided to accompany him, lest unforeseen complications arise. Chapter 62. The Four Maiden is truly beautiful initially. I anticipated that the monkey would encounter numerous human obstacles during this leg of the journey. To my surprise, however, this stretch proved to be considerably easier compared to the beginning with the portly fellow. I had assumed that, due to the daylight hours, the locals might present some difficulties. Clearly, the monkey was well aware of this, adeptly navigating the intricacies of social customs, using cigarettes to smooth the path and wine to bridge connections. Wherever we went, we faced no hindrance, but should anyone attempt to create trouble, the monkey would promptly seek out the local village leaders. Without uttering a word, he would first offer a pack of cigarettes, and if the situation seemed precarious, he would add a bottle of 1573, showcasing a display of extravagance. In the monkey's words, after all, the principal party for this endeavor would not be troubled by a few extra coins. Reflecting on this, I concurred. Indeed, the cost of a few coins paled in comparison to the potential disruption of conflicts with the locals. Thus, the monkey and I journeyed smoothly along our path. Along the way, several village leaders invited us to join them for lunch, yet we graciously declined. Upon reaching Tawan village, I received a call from Lu Xiangwan. "Hello, where are you now? Is everything going well?" I relaxed against the car's seat and replied, "We just passed Tawan village and are about to enter the mountains. All is well. By the way, how is Fatty doing?" Early in the morning, I had instructed Fatty to head directly to the hospital. Considering his phone was out of battery, I had called Lu Xiangwan to ask her to meet him at the hospital entrance. He is fine, aside from a sprained ankle. He has only superficial injuries and is now resting comfortably. After a night of intense travel, given Fatty's nature, it was no surprise he fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Moreover, I have arranged for the coffin to be delivered to the waterfall, and it has been cast into the deep pool. A sigh of relief washed over me. It seemed that everything was progressing smoothly. The coffin would float in the deep pool beneath the waterfall, waiting for the arrival of the two ethereal serpents, which would naturally guide it back to the depths. Once we perform Lu Qingmu's coffin relocation tomorrow, we shall reconnect the dragon vein and re-establish the dual serpents reflecting the moon to suppress the demon monk, thereby marking the completion of our endeavor. Shortly after hanging up, Lu Xiangwan sent me a video via WeChat. Upon opening it, I discovered footage of the coffin being cast into the deep pool. Now everything was in place, awaiting the final touch. With this thought in mind, I dialed Yi Jiuxiao's number. "Hello, young master. I was just about to call you. The various sects invited by Lu Changming to the Xianmen have mostly arrived, and I am concerned that they may pose a threat to you. Where are you at the moment?" I cleared my throat and replied, "I am at school. By the way, I called you regarding this matter. Are you all prepared?" Previously, following my fainting during the peak confrontation with the demon monk, Yi Jiuxiao and the others had discussed the matter of Lu's recruitment with me, and I ultimately concurred with their viewpoint. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be toppled by the wind. Even if I possess the capability to handle this situation, I should refrain from taking direct action. Since I cannot intervene personally, a series of preparations are essential. I have my methods for continuing the dragon vein, but to pacify it swiftly, I require the assistance of Yi Jiuxiao and his companions. Upon sharing my strategy with them, they each commenced their respective tasks. Along the extension of the dragon vein, where the dragon sheds its armor, we have arranged a total of 18 entwined dragon pillars. Each of these pillars has been strategically placed upon the dragon's spine. When the moment is ripe, we shall simultaneously drive these 18 pillars into the spine, thereby stabilizing the dragon vein for an hour. Rest assured, young master, we have taken your instructions to heart and are fully prepared. However, there is one exceedingly important matter. We shall be coming to your school shortly, and you will understand then. Upon hearing that they intended to come to the school, I quickly rose from the back seat of the car. No, it would be too conspicuous for you to come to my school. I will come to find you instead. These individuals resemble the vagabonds of the underworld, or perhaps they are indeed of that ilk. Let us not dwell on the fact that I am not currently within the confines of academia. Even if I were, I would not permit them to seek me out, lest others mistakenly assume I am mingling with the wrong crowd. Ah, the young master speaks wisely. We shall await his esteemed presence. After concluding the call, Yi Jiuxiao sent me an address, Judo Leisure and Entertainment Club. Damn, have these people truly taken residence in such a place? I wonder if that ancient relic, Yinggu, can endure it. I stuffed my phone into my pocket and turned to Monkey. I have a few matters to attend to and need to return. Are you able to manage here on your own? Monkey flashed a toothy grin and replied, Do I seem incapable to you? Rest assured, I will handle it without issue. You can count on me. He patted his chest lightly. I nodded, placing my faith in Monkey's adeptness. He possesses a remarkable ability to navigate situations and discern priorities. Very well, I shall take my leave. If the funds for the event fall short, just let me know, and I will transfer the necessary amount to you. Furthermore, when you encounter the Yin-Yang person in the mountains later, stick together. Having each other's support will be beneficial. Having succinctly conveyed my instructions, I made my way back, heading straight to the Judo Leisure and Entertainment Club that Yi Jiuxiao had informed me of. This establishment is quite renowned in our locality. However, as a pure and innocent university student, I had never set foot there, primarily due to a lack of financial means. My awareness of this place being a haven for indulgence stems from the tales shared by the portly fellow. The portly gentleman possessed an abundance of resources. He had once, by some stroke of fate, infiltrated a local chat group associated with a certain establishment. In this group, individuals sporadically shared personal video recordings. Among these were videos filmed within the 9 Degrees Leisure Club, reputed for its enchanting young ladies, whose skin seemed to glisten with vitality. I had also heard from the portly gentleman that numerous university students often took on part-time roles here, though I remained uncertain whether Yang Qianqian had ever worked in this establishment. Taking a deep breath, I approached the entrance of the club, where 2 stunning young women with fair complexions and long legs stood. In that moment, I astonishingly forgot to call Yi Jiuxiao. Welcome to the 9 Degrees Club, exclaimed one of the girls, her high ponytail swaying gracefully as she naturally linked her arm with mine, guiding me inside. She first led me to change into a pair of slippers, then handed me a wristband, followed by an introduction to their array of services. Young man, which package would you like to choose? We offer options such as the magical brush of Maoyang, high mountains and flowing water, and ice and fire in perfect harmony. While others continued to elaborate on their offerings, I took a moment to send a message to Yi Jiuxiao, informing him of my arrival. Shortly thereafter, I heard the rhythmic click of high heels approaching from a distance. Turning around, I caught sight of a strikingly attractive figure gliding past me, a foreign woman with golden hair, blue eyes, and a prominent nose. Her physique was captivating, and though she exuded an aura of allure, her attire appeared slightly disheveled, and her expression hinted at fatigue. Likely having just concluded her shift. Curiosity piqued, I inquired, "Which number is she?" The young woman responsible for my entry was about to speak when a familiar voice emerged from behind me. "Number 69. Are you eager to sample a taste? Or shall I personally assist you in polishing your weapon?" Chapter 63. The model gentleman. Instinctively, I turned to look, only to behold a voluptuous woman with an enchanting figure standing beside me. She adorned herself in a moonlight-hued, off-shoulder gown adorned with cloud patterns, the neckline plunging deeply. At that moment, as she leaned slightly in my direction, the enticing cleft was utterly captivating. Coupled with her shimmering stockings, the sight was undeniably mesmerizing. I hastily diverted my gaze. "Could you refrain from being so provocative?" I remarked. Upon hearing my words, Su Mei stifled a giggle, while the young lady who had been crouched down to change my shoes suddenly appeared extremely distressed. She cast wary glances at Su Mei, who stood nearby. The young lady was unaware of the identity of this woman, yet she sensed the icy, unapproachable aura that enveloped her since her arrival. Even the 2 owners of the establishment treated her with the utmost deference, respectfully calling her Sister Mei. Now, with my offhand comment regarding her demeanor, she wondered how this inscrutable woman might react in her displeasure. Sister Mei," the young lady stammered as she rose unsteadily, glancing at me. "It's his first time here. He is unfamiliar with the customs." It was evident that she was speaking on my behalf, concerned that Su Mei might create difficulties for me. She was acutely aware that ever since Su Mei's arrival, she had been seeking out men almost every night, each more robust than the last. Her colleagues whispered in hushed tones, branding her an insatiable abyss. Particularly, she seemed to favor the innocent allure of youthful men, and she surmised that Su Mei had taken a particular interest in her. Unhurriedly, Su Mei raised her hand. "You may go now. I have matters to discuss with this young man." The young lady nodded, rising to leave with delicate steps. "What about the others?" I asked, carelessly tossing aside the handcard I held. "Come with me. You appear to have had a restless night. Your eyes are tinged with crimson. Don't blame me for the warning. Even in youth, one must practice moderation. Do not allow a woman to drain you of vitality." I observed her walking ahead, her figure swaying with an exquisite grace that captivated my gaze. Reluctantly, I conceded that she was indeed enchanting, exuding an innate charm. Upholding my dignified demeanor, I quickened my pace to walk alongside her. Su Mei led me to the second floor. As we traversed the corridor bathed in crimson light, we occasionally encountered one or two young women clad in bikinis, who greeted Su Mei with deference. Yet their glances towards me were peculiar, as if they sensed my impending depletion. From the rooms on either side, an array of indescribable sounds resonated, stirring an insatiable thirst within me. As I traversed the corridor on the second floor, I encountered the enigmatic elder Een and Yi Jiuxiao within a spacious suite. I had initially presumed they would be in a rather disheveled state, yet that was not the case. Upon my arrival, both gentlemen rose in unison, offering a courteous nod. "Young master," I surveyed the layout of the suite, my curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Have you been residing here all along?" Yi Jiuxiao gestured for me to take a seat and replied, "Ah, young master, you may not be aware that many establishments, which have evolved from ancient brothels, are indeed linked to Su Mei's enchanting Melody Pavilion. Please have a seat." It all made sense now. No wonder so many below were apprehensive upon encountering Su Mei. I chose not to delve further into this matter. After all, it was not surprising for individuals of the Su NMN to be involved in the affairs of the Jianghu, which included the 8 sects of gold, leather, color, hang, ping, tuan, lu, and qiao. Since you are both prepared, why have you summoned me? Elder Een then retrieved a small box crafted from precious enamel wood, opened it, and presented it to me. "Young master, this is the Snow Toad Illusion Pill. Once consumed, it will drastically alter a person's appearance for 6 hours, rendering them unrecognizable even to their closest kin, and it can last for 12 hours. I mused to myself, what a remarkable item this is. My mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of continuing the dragon vein and utilizing the twin serpents reflecting the moon to seal the demonic monk, that I had momentarily overlooked the most pressing matter. Tomorrow, I cannot present myself at the Liu family suitor selection. In other words, I must disguise my true identity. In my hand, I held a brownish-yellow elixir that exuded a potent medicinal fragrance. It was evident that they had meticulously devised their plan prior to my arrival, which lent credibility to their intentions. Naturally, I harbored no fears of it being a poison. If they truly wished me harm, they could have simply stood by during my time at the old residence. After securing the elixir, I bowed slightly to the trio. "Thank you, esteemed ones. The young master is too polite. It is our honor to serve you." After exchanging pleasantries, Su Mei personally escorted me downstairs. Upon reaching the front desk of the establishment, she instructed me to wait a moment. I observed as she approached the counter and extended her left hand, declaring, "I would like a diamond membership card." The manager nodded and promptly presented her with a diamond membership card, which she received with both hands. Su Mei then swayed her curvaceous figure towards me, casually handing me the card. "Take this. Any expenses incurred here will be on my account." I mused internally, pondering how a gentleman of my stature could frequent such indulgent locales. Yet, my body betrayed my thoughts as I accepted the card. "Well then, I am grateful to you, sister." Su Mei giggled, her laughter like a fluttering blossom. Upon exiting the establishment, I hailed a taxi. Just as I was about to call Lu Xiangwan to inquire about her whereabouts, the voice of Lin Suan echoed in my mind. "You are not to frequent such places, except for your little girlfriend. You must refrain from engaging with other women, at least until the divine creation within you and her comes to fruition. You must govern your lower half. I was instantly engulfed in embarrassment, akin to a man caught in a brothel by his wife. I carefully tucked away my membership card and composed myself, addressing Lin Suin in my mind. Of course, I was aware of the situation. I had no intention of pursuing that matter. I merely wished to indulge in a foot bath. After all, it would not cost me a thing. I retrieved my mobile phone and dialed Lu Xiangwan's number. "Hello, where are you?" I inquired. I decided it was prudent to inform Lu Xiangwan about tomorrow's plans in advance. Otherwise, she would surely be displeased if she did not see me. "I'm at the office. What's up?" She replied. "Oh, I'll be there right away." Just as I ended the call, a message from Lu Xiangwan arrived. "There's an annoying fellow bothering me." My brow furrowed slightly. Was this person harassing my fiancée? Before long, I arrived at Lu Xiangwan's company, and upon entering her office, I encountered a rather unkempt young man lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. He merely cast a disdainful glance in my direction as I entered. I exchanged a look with Lu Xiangwan, silently inquiring about this individual. Lu Xiangwan gracefully rose from her desk, strolled over to me, and naturally linked her arm with mine, confidently introducing me. "Allow me to introduce, this is my fiancée, Zhang Qingyuan, and this is Fang Jie, the young master of the corpse-bone sect." Upon hearing Lu Xiangwan's introduction, Fang Jie's expression shifted dramatically, and when he looked at me again, his eyes were brimming with hostility. A subtle smile crept onto my lips as I arched an eyebrow at Fang Jie and extended my right hand courteously. "A pleasure to meet you." In stark contrast, Fang Jie showed no inclination to reciprocate, shoving his hands into his pockets and regarding me with a mocking smirk. "Zhang Qingyuan, haha. I had heard whispers of your incompetence before, but now that I have met you, it is evident that you are indeed a complete failure." Chapter 64. Fair Competition. Here it comes, that feeling. I can almost see the prideful scion of the corpse sect, the future leader, gazing upon me, a mere waste of space, with an innate sense of superiority. If possible, I would not be surprised if his grin reached his ears. Without needing to elaborate, I understand that this individual is likely one of the practitioners from the Xianmen that Lu Changming has summoned, who considers himself a formidable rival. Hence, in confronting me, the fiancé of Lu Xiangwan, he displays an aggressive demeanor. It is certainly not a matter of others lacking refinement. Rather, it is simply the heightened animosity that arises when foes meet. Being in the presence of a wretch like me, I wonder what kind of refuse you represent. I shrugged, withdrawing my hand, and with one hand in my pocket, I fixed my gaze on Fang Jie without flinching. "You claim you could assist old master Lu Qingmu in relocating his grave, and if you could somehow resurrect that severed dragon to taunt me, it would be one thing. But you're nothing at all right now, merely barking like a dog. What reason do I have to grant you any respect because of your affiliation with the corpse sect?" My tone was stern, devoid of any fear, which took Fang Jie by surprise. As Lu Xiangwan's betrothed, it is only natural that these distant practitioners from the Xianmen would seek to know me better. Thus, they should be aware that I am just an ordinary person without any special skills. And an ordinary individual should not instinctively tremble and fear like a mouse encountering a cat when faced with true practitioners of the Xianmen. Should they? Lacking in capability, yet brimming with arrogance. I simply inquire whether you dare to engage in a fair competition, a genuine contest, where the loser must vacate the vicinity of Xiangwan. Fang Jie crossed his arms defiantly, exuding an air of superiority, clearly dismissing my presence entirely. I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Had he possessed even a modicum of sense, he would not have become so inebriated. Fair competition? What give you the right to call for fairness when this concerns my fiancé, and has nothing to do with you? Just look at your audacity. Why not challenge your father for your mother's affections? Who knows, you might end up calling me father in the end. Lu Xiangwan stood nearby, biting her lip in an effort to suppress laughter, clearly pained by the absurdity of the situation. "I care not for your title as the young master of the corpse sect. If you wish to contend for my fiancé, there is no reason for me to maintain any semblance of decorum with such a person. I shall confront him directly." Fang Jie's face shifted from green to pale with anger. Yet, mindful of Lu Xiangwan's presence, he refrained from resorting to physical confrontation, as it would tarnish his gentlemanly image. "Very well, "You insolent brat. I shall not stoop to mere verbal sparring with you. If you possess any courage, follow me. Let us speak with our true abilities and determine who is truly worthy of Xiangwan." His tone suggested he was preparing to show me my place beneath the might of his corpse sect lineage. However, before I could respond, Lu Xiangwan interjected. "Let's not waste time on such trivial matters." With a hint of concern, she looked at me and continued, "After a long night, you should rest early. We can address any issues tomorrow." Lu Xiangwan is fully aware of my capabilities, not to mention my ability to unravel the feng shui conundrum left by her grandfather. Even my encounters in fierce combat with that nefarious monk speak volumes. One Feng Jie is hardly a match. I dare say even 10 Feng Jies, along with his father, would pale in comparison. Thus, when she claims it to be meaningless, she is, in fact, sparing Feng Jie's dignity. Yet to Feng Jie, her words seem to suggest that I am faltering. "What? Are you afraid? A true man should not cower. Allow me to demonstrate what true mysticism entails." A sudden pang of irritation washed over me. Of all the pursuits one could undertake, why choose folly? Very well, I, too, wish to witness authentic mysticism. How do you propose we compare? Seeing me bear the pressure and reluctantly acquiesce, Feng Jie felt a surge of triumph, lifting his chin and striding towards the exit. "Follow me." I had anticipated that Feng Jie would lead us to some forbidding place, but much to my surprise, he brought us to a haunted house located beyond the second ring road. As Lu Xiangwan and I disembarked, confronted by the eerie Fa Ade, I was left utterly bewildered. What? Had I overestimated him? Is this what you call mysticism? I raised my hands in disbelief, nearly stifling a laugh. Feng Jie, however, exuded confidence, clearing his throat and pointing a finger at me. "Dare to enter with me? If you emerge unscathed, I shall concede defeat. What do you say?" I raised an eyebrow as I surveyed the attractions of the haunted house: ghost marriage, midnight escape, and night of the paper doll resurrection. These endeavors certainly appeared to be quite sensational, and the promotional posters were crafted to be exceedingly terrifying. However, I was acutely aware that they were merely gimmicks, relying on lighting and music to instill fear. In more sophisticated setups, there would be actors portraying ghosts, yet they often refrained from overly intense performances. Should any mishaps occur during the visitors' experiences, the haunted house would bear the responsibility. Naturally, the primary reason Feng Jie brought us here was likely to concoct some scheme within the haunted house. After all, for someone of his stature in the realm of the supernatural, this was merely child's play. As a complete novice, I would undoubtedly be terrified to the point of losing control, allowing him to emerge heroically to resolve the situation and win Lu Xiangwan's affection. This was a strategy even a child could conceive. However, if I truly was an ignorant fool, I would find myself at a loss to alter the outcome. "All right then, which one shall we choose?" I asked, and upon my unhesitant agreement, Feng Jie secretly rejoiced. He lifted his chin and pointed to a promotional poster on the right. "Let us go with Night of the Paper Doll Resurrection." As we purchased our tickets and prepared to enter, I felt compelled to remind Feng Jie regarding the unclassified trash. "I must say something first." Feng Jie furrowed his brow and shot me a sharp glance. "I am not the unclassified trash. Speak your mind." I shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, so you mean the properly classified trash?" In truth, there is little to mention, save for a gentle reminder that one must bear the consequences of their actions. I am well aware that Feng Jie would not take it to heart, much like a smoker disregards the warning on a cigarette pack about the perils of smoking. The entire haunted house experience narrates a tale of an ancient mansion where its inhabitants met with inexplicable demise in a single night, only to return as paper figures in search of the truth behind their deaths and to uncover the true culprit. Players are tasked with finding the genuine cause of these deaths within a designated time frame and specific scenes, engaging in peculiar games to gather clues before the paper figures return to life. Essentially, it is a puzzle-solving game, albeit infused with supernatural elements. For instance, upon opening a coffin, one might find a corpse lying within, concealing a tape recorder beneath, creating the illusion of the deceased speaking. Moreover, should players fail to uncover the corresponding clues within the allotted time, the paper figures may mistakenly perceive them as the murderers. leading to a frantic chase reminiscent of the wire stunts often employed in film and television productions. Of course, I understand that the entire process is scarcely related to the haunted house's narrative backdrop. Feng Jie would undoubtedly intervene in some manner. Sure enough, shortly after our entrance, I noticed this fellow quietly retrieving a small wooden box from his bag, murmuring incantations as he opened it. For someone so reckless, I felt no obligation to show leniency. I reciprocated in kind by mentally reaching out to Lin Suan. Chapter 65. A3. A royal flush. This may seem somewhat lacking in martial ethics for the young sect leader, as he merely played a 3 while I boldly cast down a royal flush. Who could blame him for his ostentation? Such arrogance surely invites retribution. Indeed, shortly after we ventured into the haunted house scene, a paper figure gracefully glided towards me from the depths of the long, shadowy corridor. I felt a light tap on my shoulder, and instinctively turned to see a paper figure, clad in maid attire, floating directly behind me, its face adorned with a sinister, eerie smile. As our gazes met, I distinctly noticed the paper figure's eyes flutter slightly before its mouth suddenly gaped open, revealing a dark abyss as it lunged towards my neck. At that moment, Lu Xiangwan was gripping my arm tightly. Despite having witnessed her share of bizarre occurrences, she instinctively tightened her hold in fear. I instinctively raised my hand to shield Lu Xiangwan, feigning a look of panic as I retreated against the wall. What on earth is this? A paper figure, come to life. As I spoke, I caught a glimpse of Feng Jie from the corner of my eye, and could tell he was quite pleased with my display. Xiangwan, do not be afraid. The malevolent energy in this haunted house is likely breeding some sinister entity. Watch how I deal with this fiend. Lu Xiangwan remained silent, but obediently stood beside me, quietly inquiring, just don't go too far. While Feng Jie was theatrically demonstrating martial arts with the paper figure, I shrugged and replied, this scoundrel had no good intentions. Moments ago, the ghost he had summoned had possessed that paper figure, stealthily tapping my shoulder from behind, and using that opportunity to extinguish the flame on my shoulder. Had I been an ordinary person, I would have been trembling and drenched in cold sweat by now. The consequences could range from a severe illness to the very essence of my soul being cast adrift, leaving me utterly incapable of self-care. To deal with such a person, one must inflict pain. Otherwise, he clings to you like a stubborn adhesive plaster, impossible to shake off. What manner of demon dares to conceal itself before me? Feng Jie assumed a stance, pointing with his fingers as if wielding a sword, his feet executing the 7-star step. His gaze intensely fixed on the paper figure floating in midair. The paper figure quivered slightly, exhibiting a palpable fear, clearly a seasoned performer. Seizing the moment, Feng Jie lunged forward, delivering a solid palm strike to the paper figure. Instantly, the quiet, narrow space erupted with a chilling wail of anguish. Witnessing this, a triumphant smirk curled at the corners of Feng Jie's mouth. He plucked a yellow talisman from his pocket with his right hand's index and middle fingers, ready to chant a spell. However, before the incantation could escape his lips, the talisman erupted into flames with a violent crackle. In the blink of an eye, the talisman transformed into a blazing fireball, prompting Feng Jie to hurriedly toss aside the now fiercely burning talisman. His expression one of utter astonishment as he gazed at the paper figure. This was markedly different from what he had previously conveyed. In a moment of desperation, Feng Jie retrieved a talisman from his pocket. This time, he had evidently come to realize that something was amiss. Thus, he refrained from reciting the ostentatious incantations. Instead, he raised his hand and struck the paper figure forcefully on its forehead. As the talisman descended, the paper figure, which had been thrashing about in midair, abruptly fell still, as if it had met its demise. Feng Jie exhaled deeply, narrowly avoiding a disastrous misstep. Just as he discreetly wiped the perspiration from his brow and turned to display his prowess, the yellow talisman that had been affixed to the paper figure instantaneously charred to a blackened crisp. Under the frigid air of the haunted house, it disintegrated into fine powder. Witnessing this surreal spectacle, Feng Jie's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively retreated several paces, his entire countenance betraying a series of involuntary twitches. What? What do you intend to do? We had an agreement, did we not? You had better comply, or I assure you, I shall send you into the abyss. Fang Ye, trembling, pointed a quaking finger at the paper figure, struggling to articulate even his threats. At that moment, from a distance, both Lu Xiangwan and I could clearly see that the once pristine paper figure was now saturated in a crimson hue, transforming at an alarming rate. Even its previously dark eyes now reflected a spectral light of death. I was eager to see how you would dare to send me into the void. After a prolonged and ethereal woman's voice resonated, a dull thud echoed as the wire rope, burdened beyond its capacity, snapped. The once pristine paper figure, now drenched in crimson, plummeted from the air, moving towards Fang Jie with an awkward, rigid gait, its joints incapable of bending. Unbeknownst to Fang Jie, who was utterly bewildered, Lu Xiangwan was acutely aware of the unfolding events. She turned her head towards me, a glimmer of mischievous delight gracing her features as she inquired, "Sister Lin?" I shrugged, responding nonchalantly, "Doesn't he enjoy playing? Let him have his fun." Lu Xiangwan offered no retort, merely giving me a silent thumbs up. Meanwhile, Fang Jie was in a state of utter panic, frantically pulling out talismans, only to have them incinerated in an instant. In a moment of desperation, he removed a blessed amulet from around his neck and cried out, "Buddha, please protect me." Strangely enough, Lin Suan halted, her gaze fixated on the Mithria Buddha in Fang Jie's hand, infused with an overwhelming fury. "Another monk," she exclaimed. With that, a resounding thud echoed as an unseen force crushed the Mithria Buddha in Fang Jie's grasp. The animosity was palpable. I surmised that Lin Suan's previous misfortunes at the hands of that malevolent monk fueled her ire at the sight of the bald figure. Finally, terror-stricken, Fang Jie turned and fled like a frightened dog, racing towards the safety of the exit. A female ghost with a millennium of cultivation exudes an oppressive presence that transcends mere physicality, emanating an unsettling aura from the depths of her being, evoking profound anxiety and trepidation. The instinctive reaction of an ordinary person is often to flee. Fang Jie, akin to a startled rabbit, dashed toward the door, propelled by a gust of wind. However, the safety exit remained resolutely shut, refusing to yield. Tick-tock. The crisp sound of footsteps, devoid of any emotional resonance, grew ever closer. Despite Fang Jie's desperate attempts to wrench the doorknob apart, the door remained obstinately closed. "Stay away. Please, don't come any closer." Fang Jie's back pressed tightly against the door, his eyes wide with terror, as he watched Lin Suan's figure loom larger in his vision, amplified by sheer fright. Ultimately, he felt a warm sensation in his trousers, a stream of warmth cascading down his leg, and he slumped helplessly to the ground, sliding down the door panel. Chapter 66. The Old Handsome Man Boring. Lin Suan languidly approached, uttering a remark as the crimson hue from the paper figure swiftly faded. It collapsed to the ground like a soulless shell, stripped of vitality. Clang! Almost simultaneously, the doors on either side of the safety passage swung open, flooding the previously dim and confined space with brilliant light. Several staff members rushed in, their faces etched with panic as they hurried to Fang Jie's side, administering first aid and performing CPR. Fortunately, they soon confirmed that he had merely fainted. After a brief wait, an ambulance arrived and transported him directly to the hospital. "Are you all right?" It is indeed quite peculiar. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, we discovered something amiss, prompting us to swiftly dispatch personnel to the scene. However, the door to the safety passage appeared as though it had been welded shut, refusing to budge. At this moment, the proprietor of the haunted house wore a countenance as grim as if he had just ingested a fly. Although no fatalities occurred, an incident had undeniably transpired, and it was inevitable that a closure for rectification would follow. After departing from the haunted house, I settled in the passenger seat of Lu Xiangwan's car and briefly outlined my plans for the following day. "Are you confident?" I inquired, alluding to the possibility that, apart from a skeletal sect, there might be other factions that could pose a threat to her. It was not surprising that she harbored such concerns, for many from the occult circles had converged from all corners of the land. Who could fathom their true intentions? Sighing, I leaned back in my seat and reassured her. "You needn't worry. I am but a useless individual, Aside from someone like Feng Jia, who seeks to assert his presence, I doubt anyone else considers me worth their attention. Lu Xiangwan nodded in agreement, stating, "Well then, I shall escort you home to rest." By home, she did not mean the school, but rather her villa, where she would feel more at ease. I did not decline her offer and asked her to take me to the hospital along the way. After confirming that the portly gentleman was not seriously harmed, I returned to the villa. I retrieved my phone and called Monkey. Fortunately, all was well on his end, as he had successfully entered the mountains, and any subsequent complications seemed unlikely. However, to err on the side of caution, I admonished them to remain vigilant before reaching the majestic Hookah waterfall, lest their efforts prove futile. Setting aside my phone, I first indulged in a soothing bath, and after glancing at the time, I crushed the snow-toad elixir given to me by the venerable Ingu elder, swallowing it down with a sip of water. Aside from a potent herbal aroma, it bore no unpleasant taste. To prevent oversleeping, I thoughtfully set an alarm to ensure I would arrive at the auspicious feng shui site, where the dragon would shed its armor before noon the following day. Reclining on the plush, comfortable bed, the air conditioning had adjusted the room to an ideal temperature, enveloped by a profound silence, where even the sound of a falling pin could be discerned. Initially, I harbored concerns regarding any potential issues with the monkey and the enigmatic individuals, and I pondered whether the 18 entwined dragon pillars prepared by Yi Jiuxiao and his companions would hold any flaws. Thus, I found myself tossing and turning, unable to succumb to slumber. I could not ascertain how long I had been restless, but gradually a pleasant, cool sensation began to envelop my face. And it was under this soothing chill that drowsiness overtook me, gently guiding me into sleep. In this slumber, I felt profoundly at ease, as if cradled by a soft, fluffy cocoon, an overwhelming sense of security blossoming from deep within. Suddenly, a jarring vibration reverberated at the back of my head, prompting me to struggle to open my eyes. I fumbled beneath my pillow and retrieved my phone, which had been vibrating due to the alarm. Turning it off, I sat up in bed, stretching languidly and relishing a wave of invigorating relief coursing through my body. A message from Lu Xiangwan appeared on my phone screen. I was uncertain of how I would appear, so I prepared several outfits for you to choose from upon your awakening. I had almost forgotten about this, considering the time. The snow-toad transformation pill I ingested should have taken effect by now. What will I look like? With curiosity bubbling within me, I hopped out of bed barefoot, pushed open the door, and cautiously peeked into the bathroom mirror. Upon catching a glimpse, I quickly recoiled. Goodness, this is rather exaggerated. The reflection staring back at me displayed silvering temples, a fair complexion, eyes adorned with faint wrinkles at the corners, and deeply set eye sockets, encapsulating the weariness that comes with the passage of time. An old handsome man. This was my immediate impression of my current appearance. Both my demeanor and looks were commendable, subtly imbued with an air of refinement, exuding a profound yet restrained elegance. Wasn't this the quintessential image of an old gentleman? I gently touched my face and pinched it to confirm it was not merely an illusion. To be candid, if I were to reach this age and possess such looks, I would consider myself fortunate. After a brief wash, I styled my hair with gel and wax, transforming it into a more mature appearance before heading to the wardrobe to find the clothes Lu Xiangwan had purchased for me. Given my current visage, wearing my old clothes would indeed feel somewhat incongruous. Fortunately, Lu Xiangwan had been quite thoughtful, and among the multitude of garments, there were indeed some that suited a middle-aged gentleman perfectly. I donned a vibrantly saturated monochrome sweatshirt, paired it with a pair of black cropped jeans, and complemented the ensemble with a pair of yellow-brown low-top Dr. Martens boots. From a distance, the look exuded a certain charm, albeit my physique lacked a bit of muscular definition. Once I was fully prepared, I took a deep breath and stepped outside, feeling a slight emptiness in my stomach. Consequently, I sought out a breakfast CAF and casually ordered something to eat. As I settled down and opened my phone, I noticed messages from the chat group featuring Monkey and the Yin-Yang person. They had successfully completed their task and were inquiring about my whereabouts. I typed a response in the chat. I have a few other matters to attend to and will likely return a bit later. I shall not return until I am thoroughly intoxicated. Shortly thereafter, I sent a message to Lu Xiangwan, accompanied by a selfie. "Where are you?" It wasn't long before Lu Xiangwan replied, "Is this really you?" "Indeed, I woke up like this." Lu Xiangwan responded with a facepalm emoji and added, "We have arrived, and there are quite a few people." As soon as the members of the Corpse Bone sect arrived, they began arguing with those who previously saved us. My brow furrowed slightly at this news. It seemed the Corpse Bone sect was clashing with Yi Jiuxiao and his group. Lu Xiangwan continued, "After Fang Jie was taken to the hospital yesterday, it was revealed that he suffered from severe shock, leading to nerve dysfunction and incontinence. And it's uncertain when he will recover. The Corpse Bone sect is placing all the blame on you, demanding an explanation." And then they got into a dispute with those people. Understanding the situation, I couldn't help but let out a bemused chuckle. "Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly." Chapter 67. Protecting the Shortcomings. After a simple meal to satiate my hunger, I summoned a vehicle and set forth. Seated in the rear of the car, I attempted to communicate with Lin Suin in my mind. "Lin Suin, can you hear me?" After a brief moment, her voice, laced with languid impatience, responded, "Speak your mind or let it be." She maintained her ever-cool and distant demeanor. I said, "This endeavor to trace the bloodline is fraught with peril. I may require your assistance in times of need." "Humph, go ahead and put on a brave face. There will undoubtedly be numerous practitioners of the occult present. Should they discover my proximity to you, it would bring you troubles equal to the exposure of your identity. Thus, in ordinary times, you must devise your own solutions. I shall only intervene when your life hangs in the balance." I took a deep breath, steeling my resolve. What I truly desired was for Lin Suin to alleviate some of the backlash I would face from utilizing innate vital energy when the time arose. The journey was silent, and soon I arrived once more at my destination. The narrow, perilous mountain path was crowded with an array of vehicles, including several luxurious brands, such as Mercedes and BMW. Judging by the number of cars, it was evident that no fewer than 100 individuals had gathered here today. After alighting from the vehicle, I ascended the narrow path and shortly arrived at the grave of the venerable Lu Qingmu. In contrast to its previous disarray, the area surrounding Lu Qingmu's grave had been tidily cleared of weeds, revealing the four divine guardians, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, each positioned at their respective corners for the carrying of the coffin. In feng shui, this is referred to as the four symbols, and it also serves as the primary emblem of the suspended needle. I quietly blended into the crowd, remaining silent as I observed the situation unfolding before me. Not far away, on an elevated platform, 3 chairs stood side by side. In the center sat a middle-aged man with a square face, his demeanor stern and unsmiling, while behind him stood a tall and graceful young woman. To his right sat Lu Changming, with Lu Xiangwan standing behind him. I noticed Lu Xiangwan scanning the crowd, seemingly searching for something. The last chair remained vacant, with Yi Jiuxiao, Su Mei, and the ancient Yinggu standing behind it. Observing this, I furrowed my brow. These 3 chairs undoubtedly represented the 3 prominent families of Shuangguan, as Yi Jiuxiao had mentioned to me. The central position should belong to the Chun family, the chair on the right to the Lu family, and the one on the left to the Zhang family, originally intended for my grandfather or my father. However, it now stood empty, a clear indication of Lu Changming's disregard for our family. It is likely that if not for the presence of Yi Jiuxiao and the other 2 sects, that vacant chair would have been removed altogether. Additionally, various sects sat around, each aligned with their own interests. Due to my limited understanding of the Shuangguan world, I was unaware of their affiliations. From my observations, it appeared they were quite intrigued by the Lu family's recruitment of a son-in-law. Furthermore, amidst the crowd, I was pleasantly surprised to spot a familiar face, He Qingchuan. Beside him stood a girl of about 17 or 18, her shoulder-length hair framing her animated face as she chattered incessantly like a sparrow. Although I had never met this girl before, she radiated an aura that stirred a deep longing within me. Her presence felt akin to that of a traveler in a parched desert, suddenly beholding an oasis. Just as I contemplated approaching her to exchange pleasantries, I was struck by the realization that I was now a middle-aged gentleman, and that He Qingchuan was unfamiliar with my identity. Thus, I resigned myself to patiently eavesdropping for any valuable information amidst the crowd. At that moment, a voice rang out from a faction to my left, directing attention towards the elevated platform. Yi Jiuxiao, when will that wretched lad named Zhang arrive? I demand he apologize to our young master. I turned to gaze in the direction of the voice, assuming this must be the Corpse Bone sect, eager to seek an explanation for yesterday's events. Instinctively, I glanced at Lu Xiangwan, one of the parties involved. She seemed disinclined to offer an explanation, perhaps deeming it unnecessary, or perhaps regarding the Corpse Bone sect with utter disdain. Yi Jiuxiao stood with his arms crossed, an imposing aura of determination emanating from his stern countenance as he fixed a fierce glare toward the direction of the Corpse Bone sect. Apologize? On what grounds should we apologize? Who here is unaware that our young master possesses no foundation in Taoist arts? It is your Corpse Bone sect's ineptitude that has led to this self-inflicted predicament. Whom can you blame? Moreover, even in private sparring, it is evident that your skills are inferior. And now you wish for an apology? Where is your dignity? Have you discarded it entirely? Meanwhile, the onlookers, eager for excitement, began to express their opinions, seemingly relishing the chaos. Regardless of whether it was a private spar, the undeniable fact remained. The young master of the Corpse Bone sect lay incapacitated on his sickbed. Indeed, the affairs of the martial world were unfolding before us. Why not allow the young master to showcase his skills in front of so many, ensuring a defeat that would be acknowledged with grace? As one of the three prominent figures of the Xianmen and a scion of a lineage renowned for its feng shui expertise, coupled with my betrothal to Lu Xiangwan, I found myself the subject of much curiosity within the martial community. They could hardly believe that my grandfather's profound feng shui techniques would be lost to time. Nor could they fathom why the venerable Lu Qingmu would choose a seemingly ineffectual individual as his grandson-in-law. Let them fight if they dare. Do you think shouting will compel others to apologize? A voice rang out from the crowd, and I turned to see a short-haired girl standing beside He Qingchuan. She seemed the type who preferred action over idle chatter. So the Corpse Bone sect demands an apology from our young master? Very well. Let anyone who can withstand my challenge step forward, and I shall apologize on behalf of the young master in front of all present. Fang Yongxing, do you dare? Yi Jiuxiao stepped forward, hands on his hips, casting an imposing glare at everyone from the Corpse Bone sect, his focus narrowing on their leader, Fang Yongxing. Initially, the Corpse Bone sect had merely suggested that the altercation between the younger generation was perhaps excessive, given that I had injured Fang Jie. I wished to summon those present from the realms of the Shuangguan sect to deliberate on the matter, allowing me to extend an apology to Fang Jie, thus bringing this affair to a close. However, the underlying intention is to compel me, as one of the three esteemed successors of the Shuangguan, to yield before the Corpse sect, thereby elevating its stature within the Shuangguan community through my submission. After all, the current Zhang family relies solely on the remnants of my grandfather's connections to maintain its fade of influence, which is hardly formidable. Yet, none anticipated that the situation would escalate to a point of palpable tension, with the Corpse sect finding itself in a precarious position. Yi Jiuxiao has effectively issued a challenge to the Corpse sect. Should they not respond, the multitude present would witness a loss of face. Conversely, if they choose to engage, it is evident that they would be outmatched by Yi Jiuxiao. In truth, even if the Corpse sect refrains from provoking trouble, Yi Jiuxiao would ensure that they learn a lesson in due course. For in the eyes of all, I am but an ordinary individual born within the Shuangguan, yet standing outside its confines. The fact that the esteemed young master of the Corpse sect seeks to spar with me is a clear indication of his intent to bully the vulnerable. Yi Jiuxiao, honoring the legacy of my grandfather, is justified in confronting the Corpse sect. This is merely a case of protecting one's own. As the atmosphere thickened, teetering on the brink of conflict, the man with a square jaw seated at the head of the table cleared his throat softly. His voice, though not loud, instantly quelled the surrounding clamor, drawing the collective gaze of the assembly upon him. Chapter 68. The ace pilot, although his face remained inscrutable, an aura of unspoken authority seemed to lower the ambient temperature by several degrees in an instant. It was a palpable sense of pressure, an oppressive weight that ordinary individuals would dare not disregard, stemming solely from a silent cough. Perhaps this was the demeanor one would expect from a figure of such legendary status, one of the three esteemed families of the mysterious arts. It was hard to fathom that my grandfather once stood on equal footing with such a person. The middle-aged man turned a glance at Lu Changming, who sat to his right. His thin lips moved slightly, yet no sound emerged. Instead, it was the elegant young lady standing behind him, her voice resonating with the clarity of jade striking against jade, who addressed Lu Changming with a question. "Who are we still waiting for?" I furrow my brow, pondering whether she was merely reiterating the middle-aged man's words. Was he mute, relying solely on lip-reading for communication? The implications were unmistakable. Today marked the day of relocating the grave of the esteemed Lu Qingmu, as well as the day the Lu family sought a son-in-law. Any personal grievances or rivalries could be addressed after today's matters were resolved. Anyone daring to display arrogance or hostility would be showing a lack of respect. Observing this, Lu Changming, visibly apprehensive, rose to his feet and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the middle-aged man. "Thank you for your reminder, Elder Chun." Elder Chun? Indeed, it was the Chun family, masters of the mysterious arts. Yet, given his age, did the title elder seem somewhat excessive? However, in the realm of martial arts, age has always been secondary to lineage. Perhaps, in terms of seniority, it was indeed fitting. Subsequently, Lu Changming straightened his back and addressed all present with a respectful bow, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "I am deeply grateful for the presence of esteemed heroes and noble figures. My late father often remarked that whoever can unravel the predicament he set during his lifetime shall be the worthy son-in-law of the Lu family." At this juncture, Lu Changming paused, turning to gaze at the empty chair, and inquired of Yi Jiuxiao and the two others standing behind it. "Has he not yet arrived?" Naturally, he was referring to me. However, this outcome was within his expectations. Even if I were to occupy that chair at this moment, it would avail me nothing. For in his estimation, I lacked even the understanding of the local geomantic arrangement, let alone the matters of burial and relocation. The three exchanged glances, their expressions as dark as storm clouds, exuding a demeanor that suggested the emperor's impatience was of no concern to mere eunuchs. The ancient elder Ingu took a deep breath and remarked, "Perhaps this is fate. The young master is unlikely to come." Unlikely to come, or too fearful to do so. Lu Changming's lips curled into a subtle smirk, not missing the opportunity to provoke them with his words. "What do you mean by that?" Yi Jiuxiao, in a fit of anger, was about to advance, yet hesitated due to the presence of the middle-aged man between them, thus refraining from an outburst. Lu Changming chose to disregard Yi Jiuxiao entirely, addressing the assembly. "Those who are meant to be here have already arrived. Esteemed guests, please." As his words resonated through the gathering, a renewed stir erupted, with many eager to experience the esteemed geomantic dilemma left by the venerable Lu Qingmu, and to discern what remarkable intricacies lay within. Certainly, some individuals were drawn to Lu Xiangwan, not only for her stunning beauty, but also due to her control over a publicly listed company that rivals the Lu family's Jianan Group. Additionally, there were others enticed by the legacy left behind by the elder Lu Qingmu. At that moment, I overheard a young woman standing next to He Qingchuan, who was tiptoeing to catch a glimpse, exclaiming, "Master, I have gathered some information. The tomb of the elder Lu Qingmu is guarded by the four divine beasts. If we can uncover the method to decode the four divine beast burial, this geomantic predicament can be easily resolved. If I succeed, I shall gift Lu Xiangwan to you as a bride." Upon uttering this, the young woman furrowed her brow, seemingly realizing something amiss. No, that would mean I have to address her as mistress. How unfortunate. It turned out she was He Qingchuan's disciple. I had mistakenly thought she was his companion. He Qingchuan glanced at her, instinctively wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "You are truly filial. If you can discern the four divine beast burial, surely others can too. Why not give it a try?" Although He Qingchuan could not decipher the current geomantic predicament, his experience suggested that the clearer something appeared, the more likely it concealed profound mysteries. After all, this was Lu Qingmu, a figure of immense stature in the realm of mysticism. The geomantic challenges he left behind would not be as simplistic as they seemed to an ordinary person. "Oh, Master, I merely heard this from others. I am just providing a line of thought. Hee. The young woman grinned, tugging at Qingchuan's arm as she continued to scan the crowd, inquiring, so, Master, who do you think could unravel this geomantic conundrum? The Corpse Bone sect? Longwu Mountain? Or perhaps that group of Maoshan Taoists? Qingchuan cast a glance around before speaking in a tone neither too loud nor too soft. Regarding the matters of the three great sects of the Xianmen, I estimate that there are no more than a handful of individuals present who can comprehend this feng shui arrangement. Master Chun, adept in the art of Qimeng Duanjia, certainly qualifies as one of them, yet he may not possess the means to unravel it. Even he lacks a solution. If Master Chun is at a loss, then who else could possibly decipher it? In the contemporary realm of Xianmen, the Chun family stands unrivaled as the only one of the three great sects to have preserved its lineage. Their mastery of Qimeng Duanjia is particularly enigmatic. It would not be an exaggeration to deem Master Chun the foremost authority in today's Xianmen. If he is powerless, who else could hold the key? However, Qingchuan's assertion is not entirely without merit. Given the camaraderie among the three great sects, if Master Chun truly had a means to break the impasse, would it necessitate such a grand gathering of heroes from across the land? Qingchuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If anyone were to possess a solution, it would likely be that Taoist, who at the very least should be able to comprehend the feng shui layout here. Whether he can unravel it remains uncertain. Which Taoist do you mean? Is it the one who inscribed 18 talismans on a person, yet could not dispel even one, nearly losing his life in the process? Qingchuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, having been mercilessly chastised by his own disciple. What? What do you mean by cannot dispel even one? That is clearly a matter of disdain. Enough. Your skills are lacking. I tell you this, and you wouldn't understand. Amidst the discourse, an individual from the crowd stepped forward, clasped his hands respectfully, and proclaimed with clarity, I, Song Qing of the Sun and Moon Mountain Villa, hereby volunteer to engage in battle. Upon hearing such a melodramatic declaration, I could not help but feel a wave of dismay wash over me. Are you an ace pilot? Why the need to formally apply for battle? Setting aside the true purpose of this geomantic arrangement, which is to connect the lineage, the act of relocating a grave is no trivial matter. It is a delicate balance of rise and fall. A single thread pulled can affect the entire tapestry. Even if Lu Changming were to feign ignorance, it would be unreasonable to allow just anyone to tamper with ancestral graves. As expected, no sooner had Song Qing finished speaking than Master Chun, seated above, gently shook his head. Subsequently, a graceful woman standing behind him addressed the assembly with a serious demeanor. Next, how utterly awkward! Though it was not I who stood before them, I could almost feel the palpable embarrassment, as if trying to dig out an entire apartment with my toes. Initially, Song Qing had been resolute in his application, eager to seize the opportunity, only to be informed. I'm sorry, young man, your rank is insufficient. What grounds do they have for this? Song Qing gazed around in bewilderment. This was the last vestige of his stubbornness. One could hardly blame him, for whose ancestral grave could be so carelessly disturbed? For the others present, it was a gamble worth taking, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. A chance to gain fame and fortune. If they succeeded, they would reap immense rewards. If they faltered, there would be no loss, for after all, this was a geomantic conundrum left by the esteemed master of the Xianmen, a challenge so profound that no one would dare to criticize their failure. However, for the Lu family, the situation is far from simple. With at least 100 individuals present, can anyone merely suggest a trial without due consideration? Clearly, a selection process is required, and it is Master Chun whom Lu Changming has invited to oversee this. Yet, I find myself perplexed. What exactly is Master Chun's level of expertise? How is it that a mere glance allows him to ascertain that the ace pilot Song Qing is undoubtedly unqualified? On what basis does he make such a judgment? If this is deemed unacceptable, and that is likewise unfeasible, then what necessity is there for us to be summoned? Or for any suitor to be recruited? They might as well make their internal decisions. Some present voiced their support for Song Qing, not out of deep camaraderie, but rather viewing him merely as a pawn to test the waters. It is often said that the feng shui predicament may conceal peril, and one must allow this pawn to step forward to uncover the hidden dangers, correct? Observing the rising tide of emotions among the crowd, Lu Changming found himself at a loss for how to proceed, casting a pleading glance towards Master Chun. Master Chun subtly raised his hand, and the young woman behind him cast a cold, sweeping gaze over the assembly, ultimately settling on Song Qing. You may give a try. Song Qing's lips tightened slightly. He shook his shoulders and retrieved a compass from his waist, striding purposefully towards the grave of the esteemed Lu Qingmu. Utilizing the compass to ascertain his direction, he calculated the heavenly stems and earthly branches with his hands. At times, his brow furrowed in concentration, while at others, clarity dawned upon him. After approximately 10 minutes of deliberation, Song Qing confidently proceeded towards the northern direction of the Xuanwu position. As soon as Song Qing stepped out, a sudden roar of wild beasts resonated around him, the sound imposing and thunderous. Shortly thereafter, a series of sharp clangs echoed, and to his astonishment, the compass in his hand shattered under the force of the noise. Immediately, Song Qing felt a wave of suffocating pressure in his chest and succumbing to the overwhelming force. He collapsed to one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he fell to the ground. This unexpected spectacle left everyone present agape. I too furrowed my brow. In truth, Song Qing's decision to commence the coffin's journey from the Xuanwu position was not misguided. Yet he had unwittingly provoked the four divine beasts, incurring their wrath. Conversely, during my previous visit with Lu Xiangwan, I had not been affected by the power of the four divine beasts, as I had utilized the Qingquan seal to subdue them. However, such power came at a cost. While I had indeed managed to quell the four divine beasts, I inadvertently roused the dragon vein, leaving my master in a deep slumber ever since. Look, the four divine statues have all raised their heads. At that moment, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed that the four statues, previously stationed around the tomb, had simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes gleaming with fierce light and solemn majesty. Watching as Song Qing was dragged back like a lifeless dog, the onlookers swallowed hard, and even the murmurs of discussion diminished significantly. Next, the charming young lady then addressed the crowd with a clear voice. At this juncture, no one dared to act recklessly. Had it not been for Song Qing's fortuitous luck, he might have already met his demise. As the crowd engaged in hushed discussions, Yi Jiuxiao, standing atop the platform, seized the opportunity to provoke the members of the corpsebone sect. Indeed, Lu Eerie was not merely a name without substance. The four gods' coffin lifting was a remarkable feng shui arrangement. It was understandable that Song Qing of the Sun and Moon Manor fell short in comparison. However, I firmly believe that with the abundance of talent in the corpsebone sect, breaking the four gods' coffin should pose no significant challenge, correct? Do not be misled by Yi Jiuxiao's robust appearance into thinking he lacks intellect. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of the martial world for so many years, he may not be exceptionally shrewd, but he certainly is no fool. A figure of Lu Qingmu's caliber, with his meticulously laid feng shui formations, could only be unraveled by me. This alone is indicative that the four gods' coffin, which is so clearly visible, is merely the tip of the iceberg. Under Yi Jiuxiao's guidance, all eyes turned once more to the members of the corpsebone sect, eagerly anticipating their response to the recent verbal sparring. Fang Yongxing's eyes twitched slightly. He was aware that Yi Jiuxiao was employing a tactic of provocation. Yet, with the atmosphere charged to such a degree, failing to make some form of acknowledgement would be tantamount to conceding defeat before this multitude. Naturally, Fang Yongxing would not recklessly charge forward like a fool merely in response to Yi Jiuxiao's words. Lu Eerie's methods were indeed superior, and Fang Yongxing felt inadequate in comparison. The four gods' coffin, while not particularly formidable in essence, was not approached by ordinary individuals primarily because it was a feng shui treasure trove of unparalleled significance. Qingfeng Taoist, might you join forces with me to unravel the feng shui arrangement of the four gods' coffin? Fang Yongxing turned sideways and offered a respectful gesture towards a group of Maoshan Taoists not far away. Although the corpsebone sect excelled in nurturing ghosts and controlling corpses, When it came to the intricate arts of geomancy or the esoteric techniques of Qimendunjia, Fang Yongxing acknowledged his own limitations as a novice. Thus, enlisting the assistance of the esteemed Qing Song Taoist from the Maoshan school would undoubtedly enhance their chances of success. With his snow-white beard holding a whisk and adorned with a Taoist crown, the venerable Qing Song Taoist gently stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before gradually rising to return Fang Yongxing's greeting. "I am honored by your high regard for our Maoshan sect, and I shall humbly comply with your request." Upon hearing this, Fang Yongxing was filled with joy and gestured for Qing Song Taoist to proceed, and they both stepped forward in tandem. However, before they could deliberate on the specifics of their strategy, a voice from another faction nearby interjected with skepticism. Maoshan masters are nothing to boast about. They remain oblivious even in the face of impending doom." The crowd turned to locate the source of the voice, which belonged to a middle-aged man from the Longhu Mountain faction, whose expression openly conveyed disdain for both the Corpse Bones sect and the Maoshan school. "What do you mean by that?" Qing Song Taoist inquired, lightly waving his long sleeves and straightening his posture, his countenance growing somewhat stern. The middle-aged man, unperturbed, pointed his fingers like a sword at the surrounding terrain and declared, "You are all aware that this is a geomantic treasure site, known as Seeing the Dragon Shed Its Armor. But do you understand that only members of the royal family may be buried here? Even the esteemed Lu heir Yi lacks the purple aura necessary to contain the dragon's energy of this site, which is why the four spirits are needed to carry the coffin. On the surface, it appears to be the four gods bearing the coffin, yet in reality, it remains suspended as if the needle has not yet fallen. In other words, Master Lu heir has yet to be laid to rest even to this day." This statement, astonishing in its implications, aligns perfectly with my prior assertions, suggesting that the lineage of Longhu Mountain possesses some depth. Why is the needle suspended? One would presume that Elder Lu Qingmu is aware that he cannot contain the dragon's energy unleashed from its armor. So why, then, has he chosen to place his spiritual coffin in such a manner? The crowd, nearly in unison, echoed this question. Taking a deep breath and glancing at the time, I squeezed through the throng, proclaiming as I walked, "The suspension of the needle serves to protect future generations from misfortune. The necessity of placing the spiritual coffin here is to continue the dragon's vein. This place is both where the dragon sheds its armor and where the dragon is severed. You all must retreat swiftly and witness how I will continue the dragon's lineage." Chapter 70. The 18 crashes of heavenly thunder. As I stepped forward, I naturally became the focal point of the gathering. Most gazed at me with skepticism, accompanied by hushed whispers. "Who is this person? He claims this is a site of severed dragons, asserting that Elder Lu Qingmu's spiritual coffin rests here solely to prevent the dragon's energy from leaking and causing calamity. And yet he believes he can continue this dragon's vein? Let him boast. If a nameless, unremarkable wanderer of the martial world can accomplish what even Elder Lu Qingmu could not, then I shall write my name in reverse." As anticipated, the vast majority of those present held little faith in me, despite the fact that my appearance had shed its youthful and naive veneer. I instinctively lifted my gaze towards the elevated platform, where Yi Jiuxiao and his companions regarded me with furrowed brows. They remained unaware of the transformation my visage had undergone and were presumably scrutinizing me intently. In contrast, Lu Xiangwan, while not overtly displaying excessive excitement, could not conceal the glimmer of hope in her eyes. The audacity of such arrogance. I wonder from whence you hail, and by what right do you stand here to utter such bold claims? Fang Yongxing, with hands clasped behind his back, cast me a cold glance. Though the realm of the Xianmen is rife with a M-lang of characters, it is not uncommon to encounter exceptional prodigies who, while unaffiliated with any sect, possess remarkable prowess and have carved out a reputation in the martial world. However, in his recollection, he had never encountered a figure such as myself, leading him to believe that I was merely seeking to attract attention and garner fame in the Jianghu. This sacred land does not permit the trivial to act with impunity. Depart at once and attend to the burial of the esteemed Lu Qingmu. You lack the merit to remain here. At this moment, Taoist Qing Feng also subtly waved his long sleeves, implying that I should not court disaster. I silently calculated the time in my mind. Even the most advanced communication devices struggle to achieve complete synchrony. Thus, I had previously arranged with Yi Jiuxiao and the others that the moment to strike the 18 entwined dragon pillars would be precisely at noon. As I estimate that the time has nearly arrived, I summon the innate vital energy from my dantian, concentrating it upon my right leg, and, with a powerful step, I propel myself forward. The innate vital energy radiates from my position, expanding rapidly in ripples, so much so that even the ordinary bystanders can distinctly sense an underground movement. Suddenly, a voice cries out from the crowd, "Look, the four beasts carrying the coffin have all lowered their heads, under the overwhelming presence of my innate vital energy." The four divine entities positioned at the cardinal points of the tomb, which had previously held their heads high, now simultaneously bowed in a display of submission. The four divine beings surrender? Taoist Qing Feng also noticed the abrupt transformation, his brow twitching with unease. With a mere gesture, he compelled the four spirits to yield. Clearly recognizing that I am no ordinary individual, he exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Yongxing, and they discreetly retreated. Amidst the rising commotion around me, my expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, and I respectfully clasped my hands towards the high platform. I humbly dare to break this impasse. May I inquire if I possess the qualifications to do so? Master Chen subtly nodded. The young lady, standing behind him, with her button-like black eyes fixed upon me, gently raised her right hand and said, "Sir, please." I pointed towards the heavens, forming a gesture as if grasping at the air with 5 fingers. As the winds and thunder arise, the dragon stirs across the vast expanse. The earth's veins surge, and the dragon rises across the seas. As my words resonated, the 18 entwined dragon pillars positioned along the dragon vein descended simultaneously, while 18 bolts of heavenly thunder cascaded from skies, racing along the dragon vein propelled by the pillars. In the blink of an eye, the ground began to tremble violently, with stones and earth cascading from the sheer cliffs on either side, while the creatures of the mountains scattered in panic. In an instant, the weather transformed dramatically, as the sky and earth were cloaked in a deep, ominous darkness. Countless inky black clouds gathered ominously, shrouding the surroundings in a night so profound that one could hardly discern their own hand. At that moment, a vivid blue lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, danced along the contours of the mountain, leaping from one peak to another. With a thunderous crash, it struck the second mountain on the left. The towering mountain, unable to bear the weight of the lightning strike, fissured with a horrifying crack that expanded visibly to the naked eye. In the span of a single breath, that peak was cleaved in two, one half collapsing into a tumult of earth and stone. Dust enveloped the air, and illuminated by the lightning's glow, many beheld two enormous, elongated figures descending rapidly along the ridgeline of the 5-fingered peak. Before anyone could react, another brilliant blue lightning bolt followed swiftly, again striking the previously damaged mountain. The already diminished peak crumbled violently, shattering the geomantic balance of the region. 18 entwined dragon pillars could summon 18 bolts of heavenly thunder. During the duration of these thunderclaps, I must employ 2 ethereal serpents to reconnect the severed dragon, while reconfiguring the dual serpents reflecting the moon's pattern to subdue the malevolent monk. We must move swiftly. Amidst the crowd, someone finally reacted with a startled exclamation. In the ensuing chaos, everyone scattered in all directions, until ultimately silence reigned. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, punctuated by the thunderous roars of nature and the ominous sounds of earth collapsing. With each flash of lightning, I beheld the shifting contours of the mountains. The once serene landscape had been irrevocably transformed in an instant. Taking a deep breath, I found myself shrouded in the darkness of the ominous clouds, where 2 serpents coiled around the grave of the venerable Lu Qingmu. They chased each other's tails in a slow, clockwise manner, forming a shape reminiscent of Tai Chi, while a grand, black coffin stood sentinel between them. Meanwhile, a third clap of thunder reverberated ominously, compelling me to act swiftly. I held my breath and concentrated, channeling my primordial essence throughout my being to mitigate the electric wrath unleashed by the dragon vein. Additionally, I formed a Chinquin seal with my hands and shouted, "Chinquin is cast, the sun and moon are dimmed." Slamming the seal onto the ground, my primordial essence erupted, and the four divine guardians of the tomb let out a thunderous roar. Suspended needle, rise. As I raised my hand, the earth nearby trembled, and the ethereal coffin of Lu Qingmu emerged from the depths. Boom! Another thunderclap echoed, and I witnessed a brilliant blue flash pierce through the nearby mountain peak. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants, while threads of fine lightning crackled around me, spreading across my skin. It was only at that moment I realized that my clothes had been completely scorched without my awareness. However, I had no time to dwell on that. I swiftly rolled to the side to evade a nearby arc of lightning, my hands forming seals with rapid precision, summoning two ethereal serpents to connect with the dragon vein. Chapter 71. Yin and Yang give rise to all things. The way becomes nature. Yin and Yang give rise to all things. The two forms emerge. Under my guidance, the two serpents, which had maintained a harmonious Tai Chi shape, suddenly responded to my call, dispersing to either side and transforming into the two forms. Despite the thunderous roars above, accompanied by arcs of lightning both large and small, I could still distinctly feel the sharp stings on my skin, even though I had summoned the innate protective energy within me. Yet, I remained undeterred, my hands moving without pause. I could not afford to falter. For this opportunity was singular. Should I fail to connect with the dragon vein after the 18 thunderclaps, not only would I face death amidst the storm, but I would also unleash unimaginable calamity. Amidst the rolling thunder, the two serpents continuously shifted their positions, transforming from Tai Chi into the two forms, and then evolving from the two forms into the four symbols. Eventually, as the four symbols birthed the 8 trigrams, their forms began to sink into the earth. The black serpent embraced Yin, while the white serpent upheld Yang, and the 8 trigrams, born from the four symbols, heralded the endless cycle of creation. In this moment, I successfully connected with the dragon vein through the method of spiritual synergy, marking a significant achievement. In my mind, I silently counted, and at that moment, a total of 17 rolling thunders swept overhead. I let out a long sigh. Due to the continuity of the dragon vein, the geomantic configuration of the dual serpents reflecting the moon was once again activated. The black coffin, which sealed the demon monk, stood upright at the heart of the formation, slowly descending with the tremors of the ground. It was only now that the anxiety weighing on my heart finally began to ease, though this had drained nearly all of my strength. The familiar sense of suffocation returned to my chest. Yet I found myself too exhausted to even raise a hand to clutch my heart. Leaning against the coffin of the venerable Lu Qingmu, I called out for Lin Suin in my mind, a powerful premonition surging within me. If Lin Suin did not arrive promptly to alleviate some of the backlash, I feared I would not survive this ordeal. Lin Suin, can you hear me? Do not feign silence. My consciousness remained clear, yet my vision gradually blurred. You wouldn't abandon me, would you? Speak to me. Just as I jested with Lin Suin in my thoughts, the 18th rolling thunder roared across the sky, flattening the peaks surrounding the scene of the dragon shedding its armor. Yet, something felt amiss. Logically, the 18 coiling dragon pillars should have ceased to function here, and the connected dragon vein ought to have revitalized, causing the dragon energy to disperse the ominous clouds above. However, the reality was that the clouds above my head not only remained but seemed to thicken even further. The pitch-black, oppressive clouds descended relentlessly, drawn by an invisible force, swirling into a colossal vortex that resembled the gaping maw of a demonic abyss, as if something sinister was brewing within. My eyes involuntarily quivered, a sense of foreboding erupting within my heart. My gaze flickered, and I raised my head to behold the bizarre manifestations in the sky, where amidst that dark vortex, a bolt of lightning suddenly cleaved through the clouds, descending with an unstoppable momentum directly towards me. The lightning rapidly expanded within my pupils, unmistakably aimed at me. The sudden turn of events caught me off guard. Not only was I unable to devise a countermeasure on the spur of the moment, But even if I had won, given my current physical condition, I was left with no retreat and no defense, forced to close my eyes and await my demise. I yearned to curse. Yet at that moment, I could not determine whom to blame. Was it a mistake on my part while connecting the dragon vein? Or perhaps Yi Zhouxiao and the others conspired against me, tampering with the dragon binding pillar? Or could it be something entirely different, such as someone unwilling to see the one who connects this dragon vein live to leave this place? Who could that possibly be? When had they laid their trap? My mind swirled with countless conjectures, yet each thought was swiftly curtailed, for that brilliant blue lightning was now almost upon me. Boom! Instinctively, I shut my eyes, and in that fleeting moment of closure, a deafening explosion erupted before me. The violent tremor not only rendered me momentarily deafened, but also sent waves of dizziness coursing through my mind. Yet apart from that, I did not feel any physical pain. Could it be that everything transpired so swiftly that I was incapable of sensing any suffering before succumbing to death? With a heart laden with confusion, I cautiously opened my eyes. Before me lay a vivid azure illuminated by flashes of lightning, cascading down like torrents, yet halted mere inches from me. This time, I perceived it with startling clarity. It was a crimson barrier. Lin Suan. At that moment, I realized Lin Suan had spread her arms to shield me. The deafening roar persisted, and I witnessed currents of electricity coursing through her body, relentlessly eroding her form. Under the assault of the lightning, Lin Suan appeared as if she were standing amidst the shock waves of an explosion, gradually becoming translucent. Step back. A sudden realization struck me. Lin Suan was bravely enduring the wrath of the heavens with her own flesh. An instinctive intuition warned me that when her body was entirely dissipated, it would signify her demise. Lin Suan remained silent, the descending bolts of lightning waning, while the clouds above gradually dispersed, taking Lin Suan along with them. I reached out, attempting to push her away, yet I grasped nothing but emptiness. In a fleeting moment, before the crimson haze vanished completely, I caught a glimpse of Lin Suan turning to me, her face adorned with a gentle smile reminiscent of a graceful lady from the water towns of Jiangnan. Her red lips parted as if to utter something, yet I heard nothing. Was this her final farewell to me? Although I have been yearning to escape from her since my childhood, our parting should not occur at this moment, nor should it unfold in such a manner. A surge of sorrow overwhelms me. Before I can shed a tear, she has already vanished from my sight. At the very instant Lin Suan disappears, the remnants of thunder roar forth, striking me squarely in the chest. I feel as though my body has been pierced by a potent force, and waves of excruciating pain tear through me, as if my very organs have shifted in an instant. The objects before me grow increasingly indistinct, and I sense myself plunging into an unfathomable vortex, spiraling downwards, ever downwards. My consciousness is entirely consumed by this profound sorrow, not due to uncertainty about my existence, but rather because of a nightmare that has long haunted me. In a haze, I lose track of time until a beam of light pierces the darkness, revealing a flicker of crimson threading through the swirling dust. I yearn to grasp it, yet no matter how hard I try, I cannot. At that moment, a golden swastika illuminates the beam, enveloping the crimson thread as it descends, accompanied by a clear voice that resonates. Amitabha. Chapter 72. Equivalent exchange once again. This monk. How infuriating. A tempest of anger wells up within my chest, yet I am at a loss for how to express it. It turns out that this entire ordeal has been orchestrated by this wretched monk. Perhaps he has been free since I disrupted the dual serpents reflecting the moon's feng shui arrangement. He had merely lurked in the shadows, intent on awaiting a singular opportunity for a decisive strike. I pondered why, during the opening of the coffin, I felt not a trace of malevolent energy. It seemed evident that this demon monk had deliberately concealed his aura. For a being of his caliber, such a feat would surely pose no challenge. In the depths of darkness, a beam of light descended, gradually expanding. It was then that I discerned a gaunt old monk, clad in simple robes, standing at the edge of the luminescence, his hands pressed together in solemn prayer, an expression of gravity upon his face. The emaciated monk offered me a slight nod. a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly chanted a Buddhist invocation. Amitabha, Amitabha indeed. My fists clenched tightly, indifferent to my surroundings. Whether they were mere illusions or stark reality, a singular thought surged within me. I longed to confront him with all my might. Alas, just as I charged toward the old monk, his figure flickered, and once more he distanced himself from me. I attempted to close the gap several times. Yet the result remained unchanged. Amitabha, esteemed one, there may be a misunderstanding between us. The visage you perceive is not the one you harbor hatred for. I am I, and yet I am not. Spare me your incomprehensible musings. Wolves traverse the land, feasting on flesh, while dogs wander aimlessly consuming refuse. You're nothing more than a dog, irredeemably wretched. Should I find the opportunity, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. To speak candidly, I currently feel utterly powerless, unable to act except for a futile rage. In contrast, the old monk remained entirely unaffected by my insults, maintaining his serene demeanor, as unyielding as a mountain before a tempest. Amitabha, he said, do not be agitated. My benefactor, I must clarify that there is a misunderstanding between us. Ultimately, I should be grateful to you. My eyes flickered momentarily, and I clenched my jaw tightly. Grateful to me? Yes, you ought to be grateful, for without me, you would be ensnared, wouldn't you? The emaciated monk nodded slightly. You may perceive it that way, but it diverges somewhat from your thoughts. I believe you currently think that I summoned the heavenly thunder to take your life, correct? Is that not so? I retorted through gritted teeth. Of course not. On the contrary, not only did I not summon the thunder, but had I not intervened in time, the maiden who resides within your very soul would have perished. I was momentarily taken aback and hastily inquired, Lin Suan is not dead? This was indeed an unexpected stroke of fortune. I had thought she would meet her demise amidst the heavenly thunder, for I had witnessed her dissipate before my eyes. The gaunt monk raised his hand slightly, and a golden swastika illuminated the ground before him, gradually taking form. Soon, I beheld a figure in a flowing red gown, semi-visible. Seated at the center of the swastika, with her eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a deep slumber. I have employed a secret Buddhist technique to preserve a fragment of her lingering soul. I possess the means to restore her to her former self. Upon hearing this, a sudden glimmer of light ignited in my eyes. Do you possess a solution? Indeed, the Buddhist path holds a secret technique to nourish the soul, yet it cannot be achieved overnight. It requires a gradual and steady approach. I could hardly concern myself with such graduality as long as there remains a flow. What method do you propose? The greatest despair of a person does not stem from insurmountable obstacles, but rather from the absence of hope. Now that this old monk speaks of a remedy, I have no justification to refrain from attempting it. The old monk clasped his hands together and smiled gently, uttering Amitabha. Do you understand the underlying logic governing all things? I frowned, perplexed by his shift from discussing salvation to the origins of species. I suspected that this monk had been suppressed for far too long, perhaps leading to a lapse in sanity. Noticing my silence, the old monk took a deep breath and continued, Indeed, it is an equivalent exchange. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon me. This monk was negotiating terms with me. Master, please state your demands. Previously, I had harbored a deep animosity towards this enigmatic monk, yet now, in my moment of need, I, ever the pragmatist, was compelled to address him as master. The old monk gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke. There are certain memories I can no longer recall. I wish to reside within your jade pendant, nurturing my lingering soul as I seek those lost memories. He wishes to inhabit my jade pendant, the very one bestowed upon me by my master. Furthermore, he claims to be but a fragment of his soul. Thus, it is only natural that his memories would be incomplete. However, if I consent to allow him to reside within my jade pendant to nurture his lingering soul, would it not resemble the tale of the farmer and the snake? After all, in my perspective, this monk possesses a danger level akin to T0. Should he regain his strength in the absence of Lin Suan, would it not lead to my inevitable submission? Nevertheless, his candid mention of an equivalent exchange suggests a straightforward character. I chose not to beat around the bush and directly inquired, Master, On what ground should I trust you? The old monk smiled faintly, withdrawing his gaze to meet mine, and replied, A monk does not utter falsehoods. Master, your words lack substance. Monks are not supposed to take life. Yet during my time at the old residence, you nearly claimed mine. Indeed, all monks are deceivers, having learned from past folly. I'm not easily swayed. Ba, I have already explained that man is me, yet not me. He is my inner demon, and for years I have battled against him. Alas, following the loosening of my seal, his resurgence has cast me into slumber, granting him an opportunity to escape. I am grateful that you have utilized the dragon vein to reforge the seal, thus repressing him once more. Without your intervention, how could I have awakened? I rubbed my chin, realizing the truth of his words. According to the old monk, he and that demon monk are indeed one and the same. More precisely, they were originally one person, with the demon being his inner turmoil. It is precisely because this monk, who practices both Zen and martial arts, has succumbed to madness that the Buddhist order was compelled to seal him using the dual serpents reflecting the moon feng shui arrangement. It is incorrect to assume that the only feng shui formation capable of sealing this malevolent monk is the double serpents reflecting the moon, or that there is but a singular location for the seal. The old monk previously mentioned that this is merely a fragment of his soul, indicating a lack of complete memory. In other words, it is likely that there are other remnants of his soul, probably sealed away in various other places. One can only imagine the sheer terror of the existence that this old monk once embodied, considering that even the Buddhist sect could only suppress his spirit by tearing it asunder, and yet after all these years, he still retains some awareness. Chapter 73. Mutual utilization. I discreetly repressed my trepidation towards him. Our current relationship is one of mutual exploitation, and given the present circumstances, I find myself compelled to acquiesce. Otherwise, Lin Suan may be lost. As for what the future holds, we are both harboring ulterior motives, taking each step as it comes. In light of this, may I inquire about the Master's Dharma name? My question signifies my consent to his proposal for an equitable exchange. Zen Master. This is the name bestowed upon me by my master. Beyond that, I have no recollection at all. The Zen monk shook his head repeatedly, resembling one who has forgotten something of great importance, desperately attempting to retrieve it from the depths of his memory, yet each attempt proved futile. Rest assured, most of the time, this humble monk exists in a state of slumber and will not cause you any trouble. After pondering for quite some time, the Zen monk ultimately could not recall anything, and thus chose to abandon his efforts. However, this turn of events does not seem to be a detriment to me. Were the Zen monk to possess a complete memory, he would likely look down upon me and will be even less inclined to engage in any equitable exchange. Seizing the opportunity, I cleared my throat and inquired, Oh, Zen Master, what is it that your inner demon sought to steal from me? I am curious as to the purpose of that object. From Lin Suan, I learned that secrets lay hidden within both myself and Lu Xiangwan, secrets that the malevolent monk had already discerned. This realization led him to deliberately deceive Lu Xiangwan's mother, creating a situation that allowed us to share a bed, all in an effort to seize that which he coveted. Thus, I thought it plausible that the Zen monk might reveal the nature of this object. With his hands clasped in reverence, the monk gently shook his head. Alas, I cannot recall, he murmured. I only know that it is a rare blessing bestowed by the heavens, and to steal this boon would aid the wicked monk in breaking his seal. Indeed, from the lips of one afflicted by amnesia, one cannot hope to extract the desired answers. What good are you then? I proceeded to pose questions regarding how to restore Lin Suan, yet this old monk, perhaps wary of my intentions to renege on any agreement once I had acquired the means, merely advised me that I would come to know in due time. I refrained from pressing him too hard. One must maintain a spirit of contractual integrity and not always seek to take without giving in return. For the fundamental principle of this world is one of equivalent exchange. Upon learning that Lin Suan was no longer in peril, my despondency began to dissipate, gradually replaced by an unexpected flicker of joy within me, despite the fact that my pockets remained devoid of any additional wealth. If I were to insist on a surplus, I could only claim to have acquired an additional monk. Upon awakening once more, I found myself once again ensconced in a hospital bed. However, this time, the gravity of my condition was markedly more severe than during any previous hospital stay. The most palpable sensation was that my chest felt as though it were burdened by an immense weight, rendering my every breath laborious. My throat felt as if it were being scorched by a searing ember, parched like a desert under the relentless sun. Furthermore, I realized that apart from the ability to move my eyes, I lacked the strength even to lift my hands. The room around me was devoid of any familiar faces, the only sound discernible being the rhythmic beeping of medical machinery. I took a deep breath, striving to utter a word, yet found myself utterly voiceless, my cracked lips trembling in silence. Time seemed to slip away from me, and I lost all sense of its passage, my gaze fixated on the sterile white ceiling, my vision gradually blurring. At last, in response to my fervent hopes, a kind-hearted nurse in a white coat gently entered the room. "You're awake?" she inquired, stepping closer and waving her hand in front of my eyes. Yet, her voice sounded as if it were filtered through a thin veil, resonating with a distant hum, akin to a dreamlike state. Before long, the nurse assessed the instruments by my bedside, diligently recording the data, and then addressed me. "Please wait a moment. I will summon the doctor." In my mind, I silently pleaded with her not to call the doctor just yet, but rather to offer me a sip of water. Shortly thereafter, a doctor entered, following the nurse. He wielded a small flashlight, carelessly illuminating my eyes, causing a dazzling blur that left me momentarily disoriented. After a brief nod, he exited the room. I found myself a loss for words due to their actions. Fortunately, it was not long before several nurses returned, wheeling my bed out. It was only then that I realized the place I had just occupied was the ICU. As I was being wheeled out of the ward, a crowd surged forward to greet me. At the forefront was Lu Xiangwan, who appeared markedly haggard. Upon seeing me, her tears flowed uncontrollably. She hastily wiped her eyes, her small steps closely trailing alongside my bed. Following closely were Yi Jiuxiao, Su Mei, and the elderly Ying Gu, along with my 3 roommates. Though I was unaware of the exact circumstances, their expressions told me I had brushed perilously close to the brink of death. I was then settled into a private standard room, where the medical staff continued to brief Yi Jiuxiao and the others. Lu Xiangwan and my 3 roommates quickly approached my bedside. Lu Xiangwan remained silent, raising her trembling hand as if to touch my face, but ultimately hesitated, seemingly fearful of causing me pain. At that moment, due to our proximity, I could distinctly see the blood vessels crisscrossing her pupils. "Yuanga, how do you feel?" the chubby one called, waving his hand in front of my eyes. I have now somewhat regained my strength, though my body still feels heavy. Nevertheless, I have improved significantly compared to before. I took a deep breath, mustering what little energy I had left, and weakly uttered, "I won't die." Then, glancing around, I added, "Water." The androgynous person reacted swiftly, hastily picking up a cup of water from the bedside table and offering it to the monkey. After a moment's hesitation, likely concerned about his clumsiness, the monkey passed the cup to Lu Xiangwan. As I lay on the hospital bed, drinking directly from a cup would be quite troublesome. So Lu Xiangwan reached for a soup spoon from the bedside table, gently feeding me sip by sip. To be honest, I've never found water to be so delightful as I do now. With each spoonful soothing my throat, I felt as though I'd been revived. Noticing my improvement, the monkey sighed deeply, saying, "You truly frightened us. That day you mentioned having some matters to attend to before returning, and we were eagerly awaiting your return for the celebration banquet. Who would have thought that 3 days later we would find out you had been admitted to the ICU? And you remained there for over half a month. We thought." The monkey's words were abruptly interrupted by the androgynous person. "Do keep your ominous words to yourself." 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind. What? ICU? Over half a month? I distinctly remembered merely taking a nap and having a brief conversation with a Zen monk. How could half a month slip away? Chapter 74. The convergence of heaven and earth. I gazed at the few individuals before me with a look of utter bewilderment, pondering whether they were conspiring to play a prank on me. Lu Xiangwan licked her lips and turned to the other 3, saying, "Could you please step outside for a moment? I have some matters to discuss with him." Uncertain if my roommate was aware of the entire situation, Lu Xiangwan's meticulous nature prompted her to keep the circle of knowledge as small as possible. All right. The monkey was the first to respond, pulling the chubby one and the enigmatic figure out of the room. As the door to the ward clicked shut, I furrowed my brow and inquired, "What is going on? What exactly happened?" Lu Xiangwan recollected. That day at my grandfather's grave, we attracted a thunderstorm. The ground shook and chaos ensued. I was dragged away by someone named Su Mei. Once everything settled, they rushed back and rescued you from the ruins, where you had fallen into unconsciousness. When we brought you to the hospital, you were barely clinging to life. Even Yi Jiuxiao remarked on your resilience. Had it been anyone else? At this point, Lu Xiangwan's voice faltered, her nose tinged with a sense of sorrow, and she could not contain her tears any longer. I yearned to offer her solace with an embrace. Yet my current state felt akin to being bound to the hospital bed, leaving me utterly immobile. After a brief moment, Lu Xiangwan wiped her tears and continued speaking. Upon examination, it was discovered that multiple organs within you were experiencing hemorrhaging, and there were numerous stress fractures along your ribs. Additionally, your nerves were in a state of paralysis, rendering your condition exceedingly precarious. After a prolonged period of intensive rescue efforts, your situation gradually stabilized, ultimately landing you in the intensive care unit. The hospital issued a critical illness notification, with the physician expressing that they had never encountered a case quite like yours, thus unable to guarantee when, or even if, you would awaken. I inhaled deeply, realizing I had indeed danced perilously close to the gates of death, akin to sharing a cup of tea with the king of hell. Had it not been for Lin Suan, who valiantly shielded me from the brunt of the heavenly wrath, I might not have even retained a complete form. This only reinforced my belief that this was no mere accident, but rather a meticulously orchestrated trap. Yet, who could be behind such malevolence? Or who possesses such formidable capabilities? Prior to this, I had harbored suspicions towards Yi Jiuxiao and his companions, as I had tasked them with the arrangement of the 18 coiling dragon pillars. If any deceit were to transpire, they would have had the greatest opportunity. However, based on Lu Xiangwan's remarks, the suspicion cast upon Yi Jiuxiao and the others seemed to wane, for had they indeed manipulated the heavenly forces to take my life, they would not have returned promptly to rescue me. But if it were not them, then who could it be? After pondering for quite some time, I found myself at an impasse, unable to discern whom I had wronged. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated my mind, revealing that I had fallen into a cognitive trap. While it is undoubtedly true that I was the one injured, the architect of this scheme may not have been targeting me at all. The entire situation can be reduced to two possibilities. First, the individual orchestrating these events seeks to prevent others from continuing the dragon vein. If this is the case, the rupture of the dragon vein is likely connected to him, making him a beneficiary of its severance. However, I find it difficult to comprehend how the disruption of the dragon vein could serve his interests, given that it would incite turmoil in the region. Second, this person may wish to thwart my marriage to Lu Xiangwan, which could involve a secret that both Lu and I harbor, a secret that he is privy to. Yet, I consider this possibility to be quite slim, for if he truly intended to prevent my union with Lu, it would be far simpler for him to directly confront me, an ineffectual individual, rather than resort to subtle manipulations at a site of such significance. In summary, the first possibility appears far more plausible. Should it indeed be the case, the matter would be essentially settled, as the dragon vein has already been reconnected. It would be beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person to sever it again, which I find quite agreeable. Conversely, the one who has been scheming in the shadows would perceive the demise of the adept who reconnected the dragon vein, struck down by heavenly thunder, as a satisfactory outcome. Moreover, the middle-aged gentleman who re-established the dragon vein had no connection whatsoever to Zhang Qingyuan. Indeed, such is the truth. Just as I contemplated this, Lu Xiangwan continued to speak. I've already conferred with Yi Jiuxiao and the others, and the adept who reconnected the dragon vein has perished. Furthermore, due to a car accident, you were hospitalized at the time, thus you did not attend the scene. Well done. I was in the hospital unconscious, so I have an indisputable alibi. Taking a deep breath, I inquired, do my parents know about this? Lu Xiangwan lowered her head and bit her lip, saying, at that time, Your condition was quite dire, and I was concerned they might not be able to handle it, so I chose not to inform them. I thought to myself, perhaps it is for the best that they were not told. After all, I have awakened now, and I assume with some time for recovery, I shall regain my strength. At this juncture, Lu Xiaowan paused and continued, Moreover, there seems to be a secret concealed within my grandfather's coffin, but we cannot decipher it. I was slightly taken aback. A secret? What sort of secret? Lu Xiaowan replied, Before my grandfather passed, he made certain requests. He had pre-selected the site for his reburial and insisted on a white coffin for his remains. Shortly after the dragon vein was connected, we discovered my grandfather's coffin among the ruins, and we relocated him in accordance with his wishes. However, it was only after we opened the coffin that we realized my grandfather had left this behind. As she spoke, Lu Xiaowan retrieved her phone, found a photograph, and handed it to me. I took the phone and, upon a mere glance, immediately recognized what it was. A celestial divination diagram. This was an image derived from celestial calculations, etched on the inner side of the coffin lid. Lu Xiaowan nodded and said, Indeed, this is a celestial divination diagram. When we reburied my father firmly stated that this diagram was not present when he was initially interred. Therefore, I believe this was left by my grandfather after his passing. However, we remained perplexed, unable to discern its true meaning. Thus, I surmise that my grandfather's final divination may indeed be intended for you. The art of Ziwei Do Shu within the Lu family has been lost under Lu Qingmu's stewardship, resulting in the family's inability to comprehend the hexagram, and, consequently, they cannot interpret this divination diagram. Notably, before his demise, the elder Lu Qingmu explicitly instructed that only I should be responsible for his burial and relocation. This suggests that this hexagram may indeed be meant for me. As I gazed at Lu Xiaowan's phone screen, I fell into a deep contemplation. This celestial hexagram corresponds to the pre-heavenly 64 hexagrams, specifically representing heaven above and earth below, symbolizing mutual compensation. A corner is missing from the white tiger position, indicating a flaw within the white tiger, with heaven and fire complementing each other. If this hexagram is indeed for me, it implies a reciprocal relationship with this white tiger. What do I lack? And where is this white tiger? Chapter 75. The golden elixir of the Taoist sect breaks through all laws. Just as I pondered where to seek the white tiger, a knock resonated at the ward door. Lu Xiaowan rose and gently opened it. Upon obtaining her consent, Yi Jiuxiao and two others entered. The ancient elder Yinggu offered me a respectful gesture. Young master, the heavens have their blessings. I chose not to engage in idle conversation and directly inquired, Do you know what this is all about? From where does this 19th thunderbolt originate? I have largely ascertained that this matter likely bears no connection to them, hence they should already possess some understanding of it. Sume clasped her hands before her chest and shook her head slightly. Uncertainty enveloped the situation, arriving with an unexpected abruptness. In the aftermath, we traced the dragon vein, but found no trace of the 19th entwined dragon pillar, suggesting that the issue did not lie with the pillar itself. This seemed an attempt to absolve themselves of responsibility, perhaps fearing that I might suspect them due to my supposed lack of intellect. Am I truly so naive? The summoning of heavenly thunder indicated a well-laid plan to ensure the young master remained there. Fortunately, the young master possesses considerable skills, albeit perhaps a tad too complacently. It was evident that they, for the time being, remained oblivious to the true identity of the perpetrator, even lacking a clear suspect. After a moment of silence, Yi Jiuxiao spoke, Young master, there are currently 3 matters at hand. First, once your injuries have healed, you shall formally become engaged to Miss Lu. I furrowed my brow. Could it be that Lu Changming would actually consent to marrying Lu Xiaowan to me? This was indeed invigorating news. I instinctively glanced at Lu Xiaowan in her bridal chamber, flushed at the thought. Yi Jiuxiao elaborated. The feng shui predicament left by the second master Lu has been resolved, and the dragon vein has been reconnected. Although everyone in the realm of the mysterious sects understands that you are not the one who broke the feng shui, the individual responsible for its resolution has since passed away. Furthermore, with old Master Chun now supporting you, Lu Changming cannot go against the late Master Lu's wishes. Thus, Even if he disapproves, he will have no choice but to acquiesce. So it was old Master Chun who had intervened. It made sense why Lu Changming would not willingly part with his cherished daughter after nurturing her for over 20 years. Had it not been for the unforeseen incident at that time, I would have found it far more persuasive to approach Lu Changming in my esteemed guise and address him before the myriad sects of the mysterious realm. However, as a prominent figure within the realm of the mystical sect, coupled with his connections to the three esteemed families, Master Chun indeed possesses such qualifications. More importantly, he has chosen to align himself with my interests. What could be the motivation behind this overt display of goodwill? Could it be that he has discerned something significant? Setting aside these musings for now, I shall remain vigilant and probe further in due course. Sume rested her chin on her hand, her enchanting, amorous eyes gazing at me as she spoke. The second matter at hand is that from this day forth, you shall formally step into the mystical sect and take us three as your mentors. Admittedly, we may not be worthy, yet you require a pretext. As the son-in-law of the Lu family, whether overtly or covertly, countless eyes will be upon you, scrutinizing your every move. With your extraordinary abilities, you cannot conceal them indefinitely. Given the current circumstances, this is indeed essential. The three of us are grateful for the kindness shown to us by your grandfather. Guiding you into our fold and imparting our skills serves as a token of gratitude, while also signaling to the mystical sect that you shall be under our protection. It would deter any would-be assailants from exploiting your position as a young master, treating you like a soft target. Most importantly, it provides a plausible origin for your exceptional abilities. Even if there are doubts within the mystical sect, it could be explained as a result of your remarkable talent. After all, your grandfather was a master of geomancy, and such a hereditary legacy is entirely reasonable. As for the third matter, it pertains to the Buddhist sect. The elder Ingu tightened his grip on his cane and stepped closer, his voice low and grave. On the day following your lineage's continuation, a high monk from the western regions arrived, but alas, the coffin vanished without a trace. Due to my previous distrust of the three individuals, I refrained from disclosing my plans on how to continue the legacy and seal the demon monk. I instinctively cast a glance at Lu Xiangwan and inquired, "What is happening?" This was my subtle way of signaling her. After the continuation of the legacy, I would be rendered unconscious, and only three of us knew the whereabouts of the coffin: myself, Lu Xiangwan, and the person she had enlisted. As long as we remained silent, no one would be privy to the information, yet I was uncertain whether Lu Xiangwan had informed them truthfully. I was perplexed. My entire focus was on my grandfather's relocation of the grave, when I was suddenly informed that the coffin had vanished. Well done. Lu Xiangwan proved to be quite reliable, discerning what could be shared and what must be kept secret, especially now that I had reached an agreement with the monk. It was imperative that no one learned I was the one who had taken the coffin. One could only imagine the consequences if the Buddhist sect discovered that the sealing artifact was in my possession. Would I convince them that this fragment of the monk's soul was benevolent? Would the Buddhist sect then absolve him? Such a possibility seemed unlikely to me, for the monk himself might harbor distrust towards the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to dwell within my jade pendant, nurturing his residual soul while gradually seeking his memories, rather than requesting my assistance to return him to the Buddhist realm, a place where they would undoubtedly be more knowledgeable about his condition than I. Furthermore, the hope of restoring Lin Suin to her former self now relied on this monk. I could not afford to relinquish him lightly. Moreover, if I were to relinquish the Zen master, everything that has transpired would crumble without resistance. How I employed the serpent to connect with the dragon vein, and how I resealed the Zen master would be laid bare for all to see. The number of those coveting the divine connection between Lu Xiangwan and myself would multiply, bringing forth a myriad of troubles. In other words, I am now irrevocably linked to this fugitive from the Buddhist sect. Unless they possess irrefutable evidence, I remain blissfully ignorant of any wrongdoing. I licked my somewhat parched lips, and, after confirming that Lu Xiangwan had divulged nothing, frowned as I pondered, does this imply that the demon monk has escaped? The sensation of uttering such a blatant falsehood was truly discomforting. Escaped? I'm not entirely certain, but if he had indeed fled, why would he carry a coffin? Comparatively, I find it more plausible that something was stolen from him. As for the perpetrator, HM, that is a predicament for the Buddhist sect to grapple with. It is not our concern. Yi Jiuxiao and the others are not foolish. They will easily discern any inconsistencies in this matter. Yet for the time being, it is unlikely that suspicion will fall upon me. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, once Yi Jiuxiao and the others departed, Lu Xiangwan closed the hospital room door and said to me, "The people from the Buddhist sect will soon learn of your awakening. They will likely come to inquire immediately. I can tell they are quite invested in that sealing artifact. You must be cautious of those monks. They are rather peculiar." I furrowed my brow slightly and inquired, "Peculiar? In what manner?" Lu Xiangwan shook her head gently and replied, "It is difficult to articulate their strangeness in just a few words. It seems they possess the ability to manipulate the human heart, compelling individuals to speak the truth against their will." I immediately recalled that this was a technique employed by the Zen master, influenced by the precepts. Previously, when I had encountered the monk at the old residence, he had indeed used this very precept, which was truly difficult to counter. As for the parties involved, Lu Xiangwan and her mother, it was likely that the Buddhist monks had already sought them out. Lu Xiangwan's mother probably possessed very limited knowledge, which was of little consequence. However, Lu Xiangwan was aware of the monks' whereabouts. Did this not imply that the Buddhist sect was fully informed? That meant they knew everything? I inquired with a hint of concern. No, at the beginning, I truly found it hard to maintain my composure, but eventually I inexplicably shed that constraint. In any case, when those monks question you, just be attentive. As I lay on the hospital bed, I fell into deep contemplation. This truly posed a challenge. Had I been unaware, I might not have devised a strategy. However, now that I was informed, I could not simply resign myself to inaction. The only ones capable of dealing with the monks would be the monks themselves. Surely, the Buddhist precepts must have methods of evasion. With this thought, I closed my eyes and communicated with the monk, succinctly relaying the situation. After all, this concerned whether he would be taken back by the Buddhist sect and sealed away, and he should be more invested than I. Yet, to my surprise, the monk appeared unconcerned, his hands clasped together, eyes still shut. He calmly uttered, "The Taoist golden elixir transcends all laws." Chapter 76. Lying is wrong. What does it mean that the Taoist golden elixir transcends all laws? Master, could you elucidate? Master, can you hear me? Hello? Is the connection lost? That wretched Zen monk ignores me. However, since he is so confident, I need not worry excessively. After all, if someone were to be discovered in jail, it would certainly be him. I have spent nearly a week in the hospital, and at last I can manage to walk, albeit with assistance. During my hospitalization, I realized I had lost over 20 pounds, leaving me considerably emaciated, though my complexion has improved day by day. Throughout this period, Lu Xiangwan has assumed the role of a devoted wife, accompanying me in the hospital aside from attending to essential matters at work. Additionally, my friends have visited me intermittently, and during a casual conversation, the monkey informed me, "By the way, you Haven T attended classes for over a month. This cannot be concealed any longer. The counselor is aware and has instructed us to inform you to return to school immediately. He has already applied to the school for disciplinary action against you." The yin-yang person beside me, with an air of nonchalance, offered his sage advice. Ignore him. It's all bluster without substance. He always threatens with graduation issues. Just slip him a little red envelope later. What serious university student stays on campus all day? I couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the yin-yang person, for his insight truly exemplified the modern university student. "What on earth are you doing?" I inquired, as he entered, grinning at his phone incessantly. Leaning against the headboard, I nibbled on an apple that Lu Xiangwan had just peeled and playfully kicked the hefty fellow beside me. He chuckled in response and shifted to the side, offering no reply. I directed my gaze towards the monkey and the androgynous figure. The monkey, with a dismissive shrug, remarked, "Look at our chubby friend. He is positively glowing with joy. Has he fallen in love? He has been drooling like a dog all day long, even through the screen." As he spoke, the monkey raised his middle finger towards the chubby one. "Who?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued by the sudden topic. The androgynous figure shot a glance at the chubby one and said, "You know her. it's that Liu from our class. With a gesture towards their own face. They reminded me of the girl with the prominent dark mole. To be frank, it was tea that my taste had become refined due to my relationship with Liu Xiangwan. In my eyes, Liu was merely a means to satisfy a man's physiological needs. I had never considered her as a woman. Could it be that the chubby one truly fancied her? Would it be the same, even in the dark? I remarked, didn't she previously reject him? How is it that they are now getting along? The monkey casually snatched an apple from the bedside table, wiped it carelessly on his leg, and took a hearty bite before mumbling, what happened before is in the past. Now is a different story. Who could resist when our chubby brother gifted her an iPhone? How many girls can withstand such temptation? Last week, he went camping at Yanu Lake with the chubby one, and upon returning, I discovered he had been searching for information on the likelihood of pregnancy. This revelation was indeed sensational. Hadn't he, the chubby one, already tasted the essence of womanhood on that young lady's belly? Ever since, it seemed he was consumed with thoughts on how to engage with women more deeply and meaningfully. Moreover, I compensated Liu Xiangwan doubly for the tasks I assigned to her. With ample resources at hand, it was only natural to seek spiritual gratification, which in itself poses no issue. However, after gifting someone an iPhone, could one not opt for a product of superior quality? Choosing a lesser item at this price point is indeed a poor decision. Yet, I am not one to understand the joys of the corpulent. Perhaps they cherish such offerings. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, and it is not for me to judge. Nearly 10 days passed, and I had largely recuperated. Following a series of examinations and obtaining the physician's consent, Liu Xiangwan facilitated my discharge from the hospital. Nevertheless, having recently recovered from serious illness, I appeared quite gaunt and chose not to return to school immediately, deciding instead to reside in Liu Xiangwan's villa for a while to regain my strength. The day after my discharge, Yi Jiuxiao called, mentioning that several esteemed monks from the Buddhist community wished to meet with me. I surmised that this was primarily concerning the sealed artifact. To speak candidly, I felt quite uncertain. The Zen monk had yet to provide me with a clear explanation regarding the nature of the Taoist golden elixir that transcends all methods. Such a sophisticated item as the golden elixir seemed far beyond my reach. Perhaps the Zen monk possessed it? That seemed unlikely. I had heard that eminent Buddhist monks might possess relics, but a golden elixir? Regardless, since the Zen monk held such confidence, I could not continue to evade the matter, as it would only serve to draw more attention. That noon, I accompanied Yi Jiuxiao, Sumei, and the ancient Yinggu to Putuwa Temple in the eastern part of the city. Typically, this temple is bustling with devotees, yet today, it was devoid of any visitors. In the expansive temple, ancient pines stood in silent repose, imparting a sense of somber tranquility. Within the grand and majestic hall of great strength, the rhythmic chanting of scriptures resonated, causing my heart to race with a blend of trepidation and excitement, apprehensive of inadvertently revealing any misstep. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, a monk clad in robes greeted us with a warm smile and a respectful bow. Amipa, I am the temple steward of Putuwa Temple. My Dharma name is Mingjing. Please, esteemed guests, enter. I raise an eyebrow, slightly, recognizing that a temple steward is responsible for finances. Indeed, his demeanor mirrored that of his name, Mingjing. I followed behind Yi Jiuxiao and the others, returning the greeting before accompanying Mingjing into the hall. Inside, beneath the imposing and solemn golden Buddha statue, 3 monks sat upon meditation cushions, leading the assembly of monks from Putuwa Temple in their recitations. Their appearance bore hints of exotic Western influences, suggesting that they were indeed eminent monks from the West. However, with only 3 present, did the Zen master lack sufficient stature? As we entered, the elder monk seated in the center gently raised his hand, and the chanting abruptly ceased. Amiba, let us conclude for today. The monks clasped their hands in reverence and dispersed. Mingjing approached the elder monk, addressing him. Master Huining, our guests have arrived. The monk named Huining turned his gaze towards us, rising slowly, his countenance benevolent yet resonant with authority. I have heard that you have been unwell. Thus I refrained from intruding. May I inquire about your recovery? He bypassed Yi Jiuxiao and the others, speaking directly to me. I mirrored his gesture, placing my hands together in reverence, and replied, "Thanks to your profound blessings, I am well." Subsequently, Huining gestured for us to take our seats on the cushions. At that moment, Yi Zhouxiao cut straight to the chase, saying, "Master Huining, feel free to speak candidly. Our young master has just been discharged from the hospital and is in a rather frail condition." "You are the one who is frail." I silently scoffed inwardly. Huining nodded, and when he turned his gaze towards me, I noticed a fleeting glimmer of a translucent hue in his pupils. Then, as if declaring a certain principle, Master Huining intoned solemnly, "Umitba, do not speak falsehoods." In an instant, an intangible force enveloped me, and a powerful thought surged within, frantically reminding me that lying is wrong. In that moment, I felt as if my consciousness was slipping from my grasp, compelling me to speak the unvarnished truth. Good heavens! Is this the legendary precept of the Zen masters? Truly insidious. I swallowed hard, internally chanting, "The Taoist golden elixir transcends all laws. The Taoist golden elixir transcends all laws." Yet, that sense of being bound did not wane. I could distinctly feel the weight of that precept still bearing down upon me. "Zen master? Speak, Zen master." I could no longer contain myself. "Hey, you old monk, demon monk." The unyielding monk ignored me. Indeed, one can never awaken a person who pretends to be asleep. Just as a cold sweat broke out on my back, and I felt too guilty to meet Master Huining's gaze, he softly inquired, "May I ask, esteemed patron, how old are you this year?" I found myself speaking uncontrollably. 21. Even I was terrified by such an honest reaction. "How many people are there at home?" 3. Cold sweat began to seep from my forehead, and I thought to myself, this is it. If this continues, I might even have to divulge the color of my underwear today, or whether I habitually use my left or right hand while enjoying new shows. Master Huining continued to inquire about trivial matters, and I understood that his purpose was to assess my obedience. After asking 4 or 5 questions, he suddenly shifted the conversation and asked, "What did you see at the old residence?" At that moment, my eyes had lost their focus and anxiety, and I mechanically replied, "I saw a monk." Master Huining nodded in satisfaction and continued with his questioning. "Where did he come from, and where did he go?" As his question was posed, Yi Zhouxiao and the others all turned to look at me, their expressions revealing their concern for my response. "I don't know." The corners of Master Huining's eyes twitched slightly, seemingly surprised by my answer. "I heard that you had an encounter with that monk at the old residence. How skilled was he?" This question had already been agreed upon with Yi Zhouxiao and the others beforehand. I replied, "The monk was formidable. Shortly after we began to engage, I lost consciousness, and I know nothing of what transpired thereafter. Although I am uncertain of the exact reasons, I can distinctly sense that just a moment ago, I suddenly broke free from the constraints of that doctrine and regained control of my consciousness." Observing the cold sweat trickling at my temples, Sume hurriedly wiped it away with concern. I remarked that a monk is indeed a monk, seemingly oblivious to the pain of others. Our young master, having just recovered from serious illness, cannot endure such torment. As you can see, the situation is as follows. Had we not arrived in time, our young master would have already fallen victim to the malevolent hands of those from your Buddhist sect. Seeing this, the elderly Ingu stomped his cane in agreement. "Master Huining, we have shared everything we know rather than squander time on us. It would be more prudent for the Buddhist order to hasten the search for the whereabouts of that sealed object." Yi Zhouxiao straightforwardly inclined his hand in respect towards Master Huining. "Given this, we shall first escort our young master back to rest. We hope the master swiftly locates the sealed object to prevent further calamities. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." With that, he supported my arm and began to exit, while several monks did not attempt to impede us. "Master, are we truly allowing them to leave just like that?" A young monk standing beside Huining furrowed his brow, adopting a deeply aggrieved expression. Master Huining, with his eyes half closed, gazed in the direction of our departure and replied, "What else should we do? Do you suspect him of lying? In the Buddhist path of introspection, he should be too weak to resist. If he is not deceiving us, then does he truly know nothing?" Master Huining nodded, somewhat skeptical, yet did not provide an answer. The The young monk continued to inquire. Master, what should we do next? Huaining sighed deeply. Inform the bodhisattva. The sealed object has been freed. The young monk gazed at Huaining in astonishment. Must we alert the bodhisattva? What exactly is this sealed object? What will happen now that it has escaped? The bodhisattvas of the Buddhist realm had been in seclusion for an extended period. Trifling matters should certainly not disturb them. Initially, they had believed it to be merely a minor sealed entity, something they could reinforce without issue. Yet, who could have anticipated that it would necessitate the bodhisattva's attention? Huaining turned and shook his head, stating, if the sealed object has broken free, the Buddhist world shall be in turmoil. A succinct phrase that rendered the two young monks' expressions rigid, their eyes wide with disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Huaining cast a glance at his disciples, withholding a truth that would diminish the esteem of others. If the sealed object were to escape, even the bodhisattvas would be powerless against it. Did that bald monk question your conscience? Stepping out of Putuo Temple, Yi Jiuxiao inquired uncertainly. After all, they were oblivious to the whereabouts of the sealed object, leaving him uncertain whether he had spoken falsely under the Buddhist precept of self-reflection. Of course, he could discern the true intent behind the inquiry, an intrigue regarding how he had managed to evade the scrutiny of the Buddhist conscience. He swallowed hard, his heart racing despite having navigated the perilous situation. Conscience? What does that mean? He feigned ignorance, for prior to this, his understanding of Buddhism was limited. The only knowledge he possessed about their two cultivation systems was gleaned from their own words. Should I, at this moment, acknowledge that I have discerned the essence of the Buddhist inquiry, it is inevitable that speculations regarding the whereabouts of the sealed object would arise in their minds. The young master knows nothing of the Buddhist inquiry. He merely spoke the unembellished truth. You are not unaware that throughout the vast expanse of the world, only the Taoist golden elixir possesses the ability to transcend the Buddhist precepts. Even though the young master is exceptionally gifted, having cultivated innate vital energy at such a tender age, the golden elixir remains a distant aspiration for him. Sume shrugged her shoulders, convinced that I had indeed spoken candidly before Master Huaining. I took a deep breath, finally calming my tumultuous emotions. They had also mentioned the Taoist golden elixir, and the Zen monk had spoken of it as well. This leads to the realization that I am indeed endowed with the power of the Taoist golden elixir. Otherwise, I cannot have resisted the earlier Buddhist inquiry. Yet, where might this golden elixir reside? Is it with my master, or perhaps with the Zen monk? I bit my lower lip, pondering deeply, when suddenly my pupils dilated as I recalled a crucial detail. Lu Xiangwan had previously encountered the Buddhist inquiry and had warned me, stating that these monks were peculiar. However, they still failed to extract any information regarding the sealed object's whereabouts from her. This suggests that Lu Xiangwan possesses a means to withstand the probing of the Buddhist inquiry, implying that she too harbors the Taoist golden elixir. If this hypothesis holds true, then the answer becomes apparent. The two jade pendants belonging to Lu Xiangwan and myself? The Taoist golden elixir? Chapter 78. Master, I feel you are deceiving me. Upon returning from Putuo Temple, I shut the door behind me and ascended the stairs with haste, bursting into my bedroom. With a swift motion, I kicked off my shoes and flung myself onto the soft, inviting bed. Eagerly, I removed the jade pendant from around my neck, intricately engraved with the characters for Luan and Feng singing in harmony. I breathed onto it fervently, gently polishing it with my garment before bestowing a fervent kiss upon it. The golden elixir. This trinket is indeed the fabled golden elixir. As I lay on the bed, my legs kicked with excitement. Ever since I came into possession of this pendant, my grandfather had repeatedly emphasized its significance, urging me to guard it with utmost care. Yet, I had never taken his warnings to heart, often carelessly setting it aside during my baths, only to remember and retrieve it the following day. Now, upon discovering its true nature as the golden elixir of the Taoist tradition, I longed to keep in my mouth at all times, though I feared it might dissolve. It seems that the Zen monk, that old bald donkey, had been scheming all along. He must have known that this jade pendant possessed the power to transcend all laws, which is why he exchanged it with me, seeking refuge within the pendant to nurture his lingering spirit. His ulterior motive was to evade the pursuit of the Buddhist order. However, while I have yet to reach that level, I glean from Yi Jiuxiao and others that the golden elixir is not something just anyone can cultivate. Beyond the accumulation of time, it necessitates a blend of talent and serendipity, an intricate interplay of favorable circumstances that cannot be overlooked. However, returning to the matter at hand, I pondered the origins of the golden elixirs that resided within both myself and Lu Xiangwan. Lying in bed, I contemplated this question deeply, yet concluded that, given my current level of understanding, I could not grasp its essence, and thus I decided to let it go. I shifted my focus to communicating with the Zen monk. Master, can you hear me? I sat cross-legged, feeling the flow of energy within me, and sensed the presence of the Zen monk responding. I have always been here. You have always been here, indeed, I retorted, recalling how he had brazenly feigned death on our journey to Putuwa Temple. Why did you not speak earlier? If I had responded, the other party would have taken notice. Ah, I see, the Zen monk continued. What troubles you? Master, I have successfully concealed your whereabouts from the scrutiny of the Buddhist sect, but as for recovering your memories, there seems to be no immediate prospect, and we must not rush it. However, the situation with Lin Suin is dire and cannot wait. I yearn for the Zen monk to impart the methods of soul nurturing to me, as a form of reciprocation for my efforts to protect his presence from the Buddhist authorities. Of course, I harbored my own ulterior motives. Once the monk revealed the techniques to me, I would subtly gain the upper hand in our relationship. In other words, should I encounter a perilous situation akin to today's in the future, I could choose to sacrifice the Zen monk for my own survival. The Zen monk spoke with a steady tone. Very well. After a brief pause, he continued. The soul of that young lady was torn asunder by heavenly lightning. I, utilizing the secret arts of the Buddhist teachings, managed to piece her spirit together, yet it grows increasingly frail. Without timely nourishment, it shall soon dissipate into nothingness. Upon hearing this, a weighty sorrow enveloped my heart, for Lin Suin's plight was akin to my own recent experience in the ICU. No, to be more precise, her condition is even more dire than mine was at that moment. While I, in death, could still transform into a ghost, her soul, if it were to vanish, would cease to exist entirely. Despite the passage of time, I remained perplexed by the drastic shift in Lin Suin's demeanor towards me. Initially intent on taking my life, she later risked her very essence to shield me from the celestial thunder. What could have prompted such a transformation? Yet, from a personal perspective, had our roles been reversed, I doubt I would have exhibited the same courage as she did. Thus, even if but a glimmer of hope remains, I shall exhaust every effort to aid her. I inquired earnestly, is the nourishment of the soul what the Master speaks of? How shall one go about providing such sustenance? The Zen Master replied with measured calm. The soul is of the Yin essence. To nourish it, one must gather the bestowal of Yin energy, particularly the primal Yin. You may extract this from the spirits that have attained a certain state. However, be warned, the Yin energy often carries with it a force that can strip one of reason, which accounts for the malevolent nature of many spirits. Fear not, though. I possess the means to refine it. Ultimately, the essence of all things inevitably returns to the concept of nurturing and supplementing. The old monk, however, held back a crucial piece of knowledge. He revealed to me how to nourish the soul, yet withheld the methods for doing so, retaining the core techniques firmly in his grasp to prevent me from taking advantage of him once my needs were met. Reflecting upon this, it is not difficult to comprehend. At the level of a Zen monk, each individual is akin to a seasoned coin, adept at preserving their own interests. It is merely a fundamental principle to leave oneself a safety net. Shortly thereafter, the Zen monk continued, stating that to refine the malevolent energy within the Yin essence, one requires items that nurture the spirits of heaven and earth as aids. I furrowed my brow slightly, pondering what these items might be. The inner elixirs of birds and beasts in the mountains, possessing a century of cultivation, are of the highest grade. Herbs that have absorbed the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, infused with spiritual resonance, are of medium grade. If none of these are available, herbs that have grown for over 10 years may serve as substitutes, albeit with significantly diminished efficacy. Inwardly, I contemplated the rarity of encountering the inner elixirs of century-old creatures, while the spiritually resonant herbs are not entirely unattainable. They undoubtedly come at a steep price. As for the lowest grade alternatives, their effectiveness is so lacking that I scarcely wish to entertain the thought. Thus, the crux of the matter remains that this is fundamentally a problem solvable by money, and any issue that money can resolve is not truly a problem. Yet the key issue is my lack of funds. Liu Xiangwan possesses the means, but my intention is to save Lin Suan. Although I am certain that Liu Xiangwan would support me if I were to be completely honest, doing so would only serve to highlight my own inadequacy. It appears I must begin to toil away and set myself a modest initial goal, such as earning my first 100 million. Master, how long do you suppose it will take for her to recover? The Zen monk murmured a Buddhist chant, Amit Ba. If it is merely to nourish the soul, it cannot restore her to her former self. I could scarcely contain my frustration. Monk, I suspect you are jesting with me. What do you think? Were it not for my inability to overpower you, I would have certainly struck you already. The humble monk merely speaks the truth, he replied. Her soul has been torn asunder, akin to an unfathomable abyss. Nourishing the soul can only prevent its disintegration, to restore her to her original state. 3 rare treasures are required to mend her soul. My fists clenched tightly as I fought against the urge to abandon this endeavor and inquired, what are the 3 treasures? The Zen monk responded, corpse ginseng, ghost gall, and luminous eyes. Corpse ginseng, ghost gall, luminous eyes? Master, may I confess that I have never even heard of these? Chapter 79. A unique fate. Though I harbored doubts about the old monk's sincerity, I found myself with no alternative. After all, this was the only solution to save Lin Suan, and I had to make an attempt. As for the nature of corpse, ginseng, ghost gall, and luminous eyes, I would need to inquire further. That evening, after dinner, I was engaging in casual conversation with Liu Xiangwan on the open-air balcony of the 2nd floor when my phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, I was astonished to see it was a call from He Qingchuan. Ah, Taoist, what brings you to recall me today? Given the affirmation I received from him and his disciple during our last encounter concerning the continuation of the dragon vein, I held a modicum of fondness for He Qingchuan. He spoke humbly from the other end of the line. Your words are far too flattering, for in my heart, you are like the North Star of Mount Tai, a beacon of guidance, though I seldom dare to intrude. I replied with a smile, raising an eyebrow slightly. So, does this imply there is a matter at hand today? He Qingchuan chuckled awkwardly, adopting a tone of flattery. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen insight. I find myself in need of your esteemed assistance in a rather urgent matter. Presently, I am troubled by a lack of work, and since He Qingchuan has sought my help, I can deduce the nature of his request with a mere thought. It must be something beyond his capacity to handle. What is it? Do enlighten me. He Qingchuan stated, in the presence of a true master, I shall speak candidly. A few days ago, I took on a task at Chunlan Garden. As you know, my skills are rather modest. I can manage ordinary affairs with some degree of competence. Yet this particular matter is beyond my capabilities. Thus, I remembered you and earnestly hope for your assistance. Regarding compensation, in addition to the 100,000 promised by the client, I would be willing to offer you an additional 100,000. What do you think? In truth, He Qingchuan is a competent medium. Otherwise, he would not have successfully managed the affair with Tang Jia. The reason he struggles this time is not only due to the inherent complexity of the task, but also because he had been previously harmed by the talisman I inscribed on the rotund fellow. Though I have since helped him dispel its effects, some residual consequences remain. His willingness to offer an extra 100,000 stems from 2 motivations. First, in this realm, reputation often holds greater value than mere gold. Should He Qingchuan fail in this endeavor, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among his peers. Over time, my reputation has deteriorated to the point where I can barely secure my livelihood. Secondly, in his eyes, I should belong to the esteemed category of individuals with profound mastery of the arts. Given his understanding of this profession, my appearance fee would not be trifling. Thus, an additional 100,000 is warranted. First, to honor my status, and second, to emphasize this point as a gesture of goodwill towards me. As for whether the host truly agreed to provide only 100,000, that ultimately depends on He Qingchuan's conscience. I trace my fingers lightly over my thigh, reflecting on the irony of wanting to rest while someone offers me a pillow. Clearing my throat, I adopted an air of nonchalance, as if to convey that money holds no value for me. Taoist, how could you say such a thing? Given our friendship, the matter of money is trivial. The crucial question is, are there indeed ghosts? From the words of the Zen monk, I learned that in order to sustain Lin Suin's spirit, it must be continuously nourished. The simplest and most direct method is to capture ghosts for feeding. On the other end of the line, He Qingchuan paused, seemingly taken aback by my rather simplistic inquiry. If there were no ghosts, why would he seek me out? To be frank, based on my understanding, it should be quite fierce. I gently tapped the table and stood up, declaring, "Fierce is precisely what we need. Please send me the time and location of my phone, and I shall arrive punctually." After hanging up, Lu Xiaowan inquired, "What was that about?" I briefly recounted the situation, and upon hearing it, she furrowed her brow slightly, expressing concern. "Are you capable of handling this now? Perhaps you should rest a few more days?" I rolled my shoulders and threw a couple of punches into the air, responding affirmatively. "Rest assured, everything is fine, and I have my reasons for undertaking certain matters." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xiaowan nodded in agreement. "Very well. I trust your judgment. However, do not overexert yourself. Should the need arise, do not hesitate to call upon Yi Jiuxiao and the others." I stepped forward, gently placing my hands on her shoulders. "There is no need for concern. I am well aware of my limits." Lu Xiaowan playfully flicked my forehead with a smile. "All right then, since we have matters to attend to tomorrow, it would be prudent to retire early." The night passed in silence. The following morning at 9 o'clock, I took a taxi to Chunlanyuan, following the address provided by He Qingchuan. This villa community, nestled in the southern part of the city, is well known as a haven for the affluent, with properties here commanding significantly higher prices than in other areas. To acquire a villa in such a prime location suggests that the owner is quite prosperous. Given this, He Qingchuan's claim that the owner would only offer a mere 100,000 yuan raises considerable suspicion. After alighting from the taxi, I called He Qingchuan. My apologies. Esteemed Taoist, I encountered a bit of traffic. Please bear with me for a moment." After hanging up, I surveyed my surroundings and settled onto a bench at a nearby bus stop. Just as I was about to take out my phone to scroll through a couple of short videos, suddenly, a familiar figure caught my eye. She was clad in denim overalls paired with a simple white t-shirt, her head adorned with a light gray sports cap, and in her hands, she carried 2 plastic bags containing food, one holding a cup of freshly ground soy milk and the other containing 5 large meat buns. As I observed her plump cheeks descending from the bus, making her way towards me, I instinctively rose to greet her. "Oh, what a surprise to see you here." The words escaped my lips almost involuntarily, as if we had known one another for an eternity. The young lady, with her lips glistening and slightly furrowed, resembled a pufferfish. She glanced around before ambiguously pointing at herself and inquiring, "Are you speaking to me?" It dawned on me that, despite having encountered her previously, she did not recognize me. Feeling a bit awkward, I scratched my head, pondering how to bridge the silence when she suddenly posed a question. "Are you seeking my contact information?" Her demeanor suggested that she had navigated such situations numerous times, handling them with remarkable ease. Noticing my silence, she lifted her hand, waving the plastic bag containing several hefty buns, and quipped, "Perhaps not. You couldn't afford it." After that, she seized one of the buns and took a hearty bite, skipping past me with a playful little hop that exuded an unexpected charm. I shrugged it off, unconcerned. Her presence here was likely orchestrated by He Qingchuan, either to enlist her assistance or to introduce her to a broader world. Following her seemed a sound choice. However, I was utterly unprepared for the twist of fate that would lead her to perceive my innocent pursuit as that of a lecherous stalker. "Uncle, he has been following me. I'm so frightened." I am uncertain where I followed her, only aware that shortly after she flaunted several large meat buns in her hands, 2 officers in uniform approached me. As I lifted my gaze, I was struck by the realization that I had been brought to the police station. No. Please allow me to explain. I was not stalking her. The incident occurred so suddenly that I was at a loss for words. The young lady beside me continued to fan the flames, insisting that I had followed her without pause, claiming that I had disembarked on Dongguang West Road, taken several turns. And wherever she went, I followed. Hence it could not be anything but stalking. Alas, it seemed I could not clear my name, even if I plunged into the Yellow River. Just as the officers were preparing to escort me into the station for a reprimand, I spotted He Qingchuan approaching the young lady. After exchanging a few words, He Qingchuan's expression shifted to one of concern upon noticing me. Hey, this is a misunderstanding. He stepped forward to position himself between me and the officers, repeatedly clarifying, "Comrades, this is indeed a misunderstanding. This is my friend and my apprentice." They were previously unacquainted, resulting in this blunder. Purely a blunder. He quickly signaled to the young lady, "Cursin, why don't you quickly explain this to the officers?" Cursin, with a look of skepticism, darted her gaze between me and He Qingchuan, and after a moment of contemplation, she provided a brief explanation to the two officers and offered her apologies, thus diffusing the crisis. Once the officers departed, He Qingchuan exhaled a sigh of relief, and, with a stern gaze, beckoned Cursin, saying, "Cursin, come here and apologize to Xiao Dao." Ku Xin approached with her hands clasped together, her head slightly bowed, and unexpectedly let out a loud belch. She glanced at me without offering an apology, instead murmuring under her breath, "After all, it was he who had been following me. What more is there to say?" He Qingchuan made a gesture as if to reprimand his disciple, but I intervened. Let it be. This is merely a misunderstanding," he said, taking a deep breath and lowering his raised hand. "Please don't take offense, esteemed Taoist. My disciple possesses a rather peculiar fate, one that shuns restraint. She is whimsical and unpredictable, and often I find myself at a loss with her." I furrowed my brow, curious. "What do you mean by a peculiar fate?" He Qingchuan explained. "She possesses the rare fate of a six-winged white tiger, albeit with a flaw. She lacks wings and thus cannot soar." Upon hearing this, my eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Ku Xin. "So, you're the white tiger?" No sooner had I uttered the words than I realized my folly, for I could see the dark lines on Ku Xion's forehead rising visibly with each passing moment. Chapter 80. The Fire of the Same Path. Realizing my mistake, I hastily masked my embarrassment with a smile. It was evident that had He Qingchuan not been present, Ku Xin would likely have already engaged me in a confrontation. He Qingchuan cleared his throat to ease the tension. "Ahem, our esteemed Taoist certainly did not mean it that way. Ku Xin, do not overthink it." I nodded fervently, eager to smooth things over. Indeed. What I meant was that her fate is quite extraordinary. By the way, might I inquire about your birth date and time? Although He Qingchuan claimed that his disciple possesses the destiny of a six-winged white songhu, it does not necessarily mean that she is the individual I seek. Hence I felt the need to ascertain this. He Qingchuan glanced at Cursin. Despite her petite and delicate appearance, she seemed rather carefree, embodying a character that harbored no grudges, seemingly having already forgotten the earlier incident. Noticing Cursin's lack of opposition, He Qingchuan proceeded to divulge her birth details to me. He then continued, explaining that he met Cursin during his previous work at an orphanage when she was merely 7 years old. Due to her tendency to snatch food from the other children, she faced ostracism from her peers. Later, he learned from the director that Cursin had an extraordinary appetite, akin to an insatiable abyss, often consuming food equivalent to that of 7 or 8 children. The funding available to the orphanage was limited, and with numerous orphans requiring care, Cursin remained there, likely experiencing inconsistent meals. Moved by compassion, He Qingchuan offered her a chicken leg, asking if she would be willing to leave with him. At that moment, Cursin replied that she would accompany him if it meant having chicken legs every day. Finding her endearing, he decided to keep her by his side. Upon his departure, the director of the orphanage presented him with a red cloth pouch containing Cursin's birth details. However, little did He Qingchuan anticipate that the cost of living in the first month would nearly compel him to return her. Who could have imagined that a 7-year-old girl could consume as much as 3 or 4 adults? The most perplexing part is that despite her voracious appetite, she appears as though she has been starved, lacking any semblance of flesh. "Master, I have recently been regulating my diet, This morning I only indulged in 12 steamed buns. My stomach quivers uncontrollably at the thought of such a breakfast. Is this the same kind I had seen before? I can only say that it is a testament to He Qingchuan's patience that he has not abandoned you. He Qingchuan sighed, and, as we walked towards Shenlanyuan, he spoke. Initially, I suspected that Kursin might be suffering from an illness, which prompted me to take her to the doctor. However, after thorough examinations, there was no indication of any ailment. Later, by mere chance, I overheard a wise individual mention that she possesses the destiny of a six-winged white tiger. Her immense consumption is merely a means of accumulating energy. Yet, she is flawed, akin to a tiger missing its wings. Should fortune favor her, she shall soar to great heights. While He Qingchuan spoke, I contemplated Kursin's fate, interpreting it through the 8 characters, revealing the connection of heaven and earth. The path of heavenly fire. I struggled to contain my excitement upon realizing that she is indeed aligned with my own destiny of heavenly fire. It is no wonder I felt an inexplicable familiarity when I last beheld her. Master, are you there? I silently reached out to the Zen master, seeking clarity on the meaning of the path of heavenly fire, as I still found it somewhat elusive. Amitabha, the humble monk, has always been present. Indeed, the last time, it was due to the presence of Master Huaining that the Zen monk chose to remain hidden. Master, do you know what is meant by heavenly fire companions? The Zen monk pondered for a moment and replied, I possess limited knowledge of matters pertaining to the Taoist sect. Heavenly fire may relate to the principles of one's zodiac cultivation. As for companions, there are 2 interpretations. The first refers to becoming partners in the Tao. The second signifies a lineage passed down through generations. I furrowed my brow slightly. Becoming partners in the Tao, is that akin to dual cultivation? In an instant, I envisioned a scene of unadorned honesty between man and woman. However, there is a fundamental distinction between being partners in the Tao and dual cultivation. Dual cultivation is essentially a method employed by those ensnared in the demonic paths to extinguish their karmic flames, which is indeed an evil practice. In contrast, becoming partners in the Tao, while necessitating mutual exchange, serves to complement each other's deficiencies. The notion of complementing deficiencies resonates with the divination left behind by the old master Lu Qingmu. Now that I have realized that Kursin is a person on my heavenly fire path, her shortcomings are glaringly apparent, akin to a tiger without wings. In other words, can I not compensate for her inadequacies? But correspondingly, what could she offer me in return? To address this query, I sought further counsel from the Zen monk. His response was blunt. Your flaws are equally conspicuous. What? I have flaws too? I exclaimed, bewildered. I was unaware of that. Although I do not consider myself to be overly confident, I genuinely do not perceive any glaring deficiencies within myself. The Zen monk, however, was unreserved and struck at the heart of the matter. Your cultivation techniques are flawed. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon me. Indeed, I have consistently been subjected to the backlash of my own practices. Had it not been for Lin Suwen, I would have already perished and lost my path. From this perspective, it is evident that my cultivation methods are indeed problematic. Upon reflection, it is evident that my grandfather, in his wisdom, had instructed me to refrain from utilizing the arcane arts until I had found my fiancé, Lu Xiangwan. He must have been aware of the deficiencies in my cultivation method. I needed to seek out those aligned with the heavenly fire path to rectify this flaw and ultimately eliminate the backlash wrought by the Taoist techniques. Indeed, a cunning strategist leaves traces for the astute to discern. Although I had deciphered the auguries left by the venerable Lu Qingmu, without the guidance of the Zen monk, I would struggle to grasp their full significance. Wait a moment. How did the Zen monk come to know of the deficiencies in my methods? What other secrets does this old sage harbor? Yet, if I were to bond with Kursin as a Taoist partner, I remained uncertain how to explain this to Lu Xiangwan. At that juncture, the Zen monk continued, one need not necessarily form a romantic union in the heavenly fire path. The term comrade can also denote a lineage shared, teacher and disciple too. Form a connection. Understanding this, I reined in my thoughts, smiling as I draped my arm around He Qingchuan's shoulder, pulling him aside to create some distance from Kursin. Lowering my voice, I said, Taoist priest, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. He Qingchuan blinked, intrigued by my inquiry. Please speak, young Taoist. Clearing my throat, I discreetly glanced at Kursin and said, Taoist priest, I would like to request that you grant me your disciple. He Qingchuan appeared momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. Kursin is 19 this year. She seems to be of a similar age to you. In a couple of years, she will be ready for marriage. No problem at all. No problem. I wholeheartedly agree. Ku Xin is an orphan, and in matters pertaining to her personal affairs, He Qingchuan possesses the authority akin to that of her parents. Moreover, should Ku Xin choose to accompany me, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous opportunity for her, certainly more promising than aligning herself with him. Furthermore, if I were to establish a bond with Ku Xin, it would inevitably enhance my relationship with him in the future. Whether it be for his sake or for Ku Xin's, such a development would be most welcome. Chapter 81. Sufficient provisions? I did not mean it in that manner. I'm already engaged. What I intended to convey is that she possesses exceptional talent, and I wish to take her as my apprentice. He Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly licking his lips as he spoke. That would indeed be a good thing. As he said this, He Qingchuan turned and beckoned to Ku Xin. Ku Xin, come here. What is it, master? She responded. He Qingchuan gently pushed Ku Xin towards me, smiling as he said, Ku Xin, this esteemed young master has expressed that you possess extraordinary talent and wishes to take you as his apprentice. Do you have any objections? I stood with my hands clasped behind my back, adopting the demeanor befitting a master, eagerly awaiting Ku Xin's enthusiastic nod like a chick pecking at grain. To my surprise, the girl furrowed her brow and looked at He Qingchuan with a face full of grievance, saying, Master, do you think I eat too much and no longer want me? He Qingchuan hastily waved his hands in denial, explaining, How could that be? I have already stated that this esteemed young master believes you are exceptionally gifted. This is an invaluable opportunity for you, so you must seize it. From He Qingchuan's perspective, whether I am to wed Ku Xin or take her as my disciple, it represents a rare opportunity for her, one that is both fortuitous and elusive. Given my prodigious talents at such a tender age, it is merely a matter of time before I ascend to the pinnacle of the Xianmen martial world. Undoubtedly, Ku Xin would glean far more knowledge under my tutelage than under his. Hence, for both personal and professional reasons, he fervently hopes that Ku Xin will acquiesce. You claim that I overindulge, yet I have already stated my considerable restraint. If you intend to deceive me, at least conjure a more plausible excuse. Did you not mention that today you were tasked by a senior from our lineage to guide a young person in broadening their horizons? You referred to him as Dao Yi because of his esteemed lineage. What abilities could he possibly possess? Caught off guard by the bluntness of his earnest disciple, He Qingchuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. I, too, glanced at He Qingchuan, questioning whether I truly needed a guide to broaden my horizons. Realizing the truth could no longer be concealed, He Qingchuan candidly stated, Ku Xin, let me be frank. This young Dao Yi has previously crafted 18 talismans, yet your master could not even break one, nearly losing his life in the process. Surely, you must now believe in his genuine prowess? In this moment, He Qingchuan had laid everything bare. The concern for his reputation was momentarily cast aside. Initially, I expected Ku Xin to exhibit a look of admiration, as even her master had spoken so highly of me. Surely, in her eyes, I should appear as an awe-inspiring figure, making a grand and formidable entrance. However, her expression did not betray disbelief, nor did it reflect the expected astonishment. Instead, she inquired. Master said that when the Liu family held the recruitment for a son-in-law last time, if he had participated, he might have had the chance to win the heart of a beauty. But he didn't dare to go, and a very handsome middle-aged uncle stole the spotlight. As she spoke, Kursin raised her hand towards the heavens, fingers splayed as she gazed at me and remarked, Heavenly thunder strikes 18 times. Are you as formidable as he? I could only respond, that was indeed me. It was evident that Kursin was at an age where she idolized heroes. Despite my efforts in crafting talismans for the stout fellow, she had never witnessed them firsthand. So even if He Qingchuan sang his praises, she remained unimpressed. However, the charming elder, amidst the throngs of the Xianmen Jianghu, summoned the heavenly thunder, and connected with the dragon vein, undeniably stealing the show and overshadowing the entire realm. That vivid scene had long been etched in her mind, irreplaceable. Rubbing my chin in contemplation, I realized that even if I claimed that the elder was in fact me, she would not believe it. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I snapped my fingers, saying, "If you take me as your master, I guarantee you abundant meals in the future." Initially, I thought that such conditions would require time to negotiate, a back-and-forth process of bargaining. Who could have anticipated that this girl, as innocent as a blank canvas, would break into a smile at the mention of plentiful food? "All right, is it really that simple? Then shouldn't I call you master right away?" He Ching-Chuan gently nudged Curson, with a smile revealing two shallow dimples. Curson sweetly exclaimed, "Master, my name is G. Curson. I shall leave my meals in your hands from now on." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I scratched my head, still unaccustomed to addressing him as master. Nevertheless, to find someone who shares my path in the realm of Tianhua is a rare blessing. If he can resolve the backlash of my cultivation technique, then even if I end up supporting a freeloader, this endeavor would still be a profitable venture. As for the subsequent master-apprentice ceremony, that can be arranged at a later date. For now, it is imperative to settle the matter at hand. Having just taken on a disciple, while I may not be able to showcase the Thunderclap 18 strikes, I should at least demonstrate some fundamental skills like tearing apart malevolent spirits or kicking zombies. Under He Ching-Chuan's guidance, the three of us made our way to Villa Number 7 in the Chunlan Gardabi district. Although this villa does not boast as much land as Lu Xiangwan's, its value lies in its location within the affluent southern district of the city. Judging by the current real estate market, its worth cannot be much less. Thanks to He Ching-Chuan's prior phone call, a middle-aged man in pajamas, looking haggard with bloodshot eyes, had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. "Daoist He, you have finally arrived. There was another incident last night. Her condition is worsening by the day. If you hadn't given me a talisman last night, I wouldn't have dared stay at home." The man, named Xie Junliang, hurriedly approached He Ching-Chuan, his face etched with worry. While Xie Junliang was conversing with He Ching-Chuan, Ku Xin recounted the general circumstances of the situation to me. Their predicament is rather peculiar. The issue does not originate from him, but rather from his wife. Approximately half a month ago, he noticed that his wife began to suffer from insomnia. In the dead of night, she would sit in the living room, not watching television, merely staring blankly at the coffee table. Initially, he did not think much of it, assuming it might be related to menopause, and planned to take her out for a change of scenery once his work eased. However, about a week ago, he sensed something was increasingly amiss with her. She was unable to awaken during the day and could not find rest at night. Strangely, every time she sat on the sofa, she would initially gaze at the coffee table, but soon began to laugh inexplicably and occasionally spoke a few words, as if engaged in a conversation with an unseen companion seated beside her. Xie Junliang took his wife to see a doctor, who reported that aside from her poor sleep and some nervous weakness, she exhibited no other ailments. It was then that he sought our assistance. Upon hearing this, I rubbed my chin and inquired whether they had uncovered the cause. Ku Xin sighed deeply, her thumbs flicking the straps of her overalls, and replied, "If we could find a reason, Master, no, the previous Master Wu Ti have sought help. We had thoroughly examined the situation, yet found no anomalies, nevertheless." His wife's condition was undeniably real. I nodded slightly and continued to ask, is it possible that she is experiencing sleepwalking, or perhaps family discord has led to her mental instability, resulting in hallucinations? I hold a considerable appreciation for He Ching-Chuan's abilities. If it is indeed true that Xie Junliang's wife is afflicted by malevolent forces, it should be evident. Ku Xin tilted her head and remarked, "We have considered this, and even suggested that Xie Junliang take his wife to see a psychologist. However, just 4 nights ago, he discovered his wife sitting in the living room. He discreetly approached the corner of the living room, barefoot, hoping to overhear her words. To his astonishment, as he crouched at the corner, his hand, resting against the wall, unexpectedly encountered another hand. It is worth noting that only he and his wife reside in the house." Chapter 82. Why go to psychiatric hospital? Perhaps many can relate to the experience of feeling their way up a dark staircase. Imagine, in complete darkness, suddenly encountering a hand. What a startling sensation that would be. I believe Xie Junliang would be the most qualified to speak on this matter. With only himself and his wife at home, and her seated on the living room sofa, he touched the hand of a third party, which would likely send anyone of timid disposition into a state of panic. At this moment, He Qingchuan and Xie Junliang had engaged in a thorough discussion when I and Xian approached and overheard Xie Junliang say, Daoist he. I heard from a friend that some patients in psychiatric hospitals can communicate with spirits and attract unclean entities into their homes. If you are unable to resolve this matter, I am considering sending my wife to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. I wonder if that would be necessary? Upon hearing this, Xian pouted and retorted, what would be the purpose of sending her to a psychiatric hospital? To learn how to slay deities? This line of thought is indeed rather unconventional, leaving most people struggling to keep pace. While Xie Junliang is still contemplating how to master divine slaying within the confines of a psychiatric hospital, I have already taken a closer look at him. Although his countenance appears haggard and his complexion somewhat sallow, and according to his account, he has encountered a ghost in this villa. Rather, he has had a tangible experience with one. His aura remains undiminished. This suggests that, even if spectral entities do exist, they have not ensnared him. The peculiar pallor in his expression is largely attributable to psychological factors. In simpler terms, he is merely frightened. I stepped forward and inquired, before this situation arose with your wife, did she visit any unusual places or associate with any strange individuals? Xie Junliang turned to me, his brow furrowing slightly. Who are you? His apparent distrust stemmed from my youthful appearance. Observing this, He Qingchuan quickly intervened, stating, Mr. Xie, do not be misled by his youth. In our profession, regardless of seniority or true capability, he far exceeds me. Given the complexity of your situation, I deemed it prudent to enlist his assistance. Upon hearing He Qingchuan's introduction, Xie Junliang immediately retracted his earlier disdain, stepping forward to shake my hand. Apologies, young Taoist. I did not mean any offense. I was merely feeling a bit unsettled, and I hope for your understanding. Xie Junliang is indeed a person of adaptability, one who navigates social circles with remarkable finesse. Such individuals easily find favor, particularly in the realm of business. I waved my hand dismissively. No problem. Let's first discuss the matter concerning the lady. Perhaps it is due to a lack of rest in recent times that my reactions have become somewhat sluggish. After a moment of contemplation, I recalled what I had just inquired. My wife typically does not associate with peculiar individuals, nor does she frequent strange places. Ever since we sent our child abroad for studies, her routine has revolved around socializing with friends for spa treatments and beauty sessions, and occasionally indulging in a game of mahjong. Even during our travels, I have always accompanied her. Thus, I cannot fathom what unusual circumstances she might encounter. I nodded and followed Xie Junliang as we made our way to his home. From his narrative, it seemed his wife epitomized the typical affluent woman, albeit not among the exceedingly wealthy. Nevertheless, her lifestyle was undoubtedly more comfortable than that of many peers who toil tirelessly to support their children's mortgage payments. Soon, Xie Junliang opened the door, inviting us in. There was no need to change shoes. The past few days had been overwhelming, leaving him little energy to concern himself with such details. Once the tumult had passed, he could easily hire domestic help. He ushered us directly into the living area. I glanced around briefly. The residence was a two-story duplex. The spacious living room led to a garden at the back, while an open kitchen was located to the left. The wall directly opposite was adorned with numerous photographs, including a family portrait and snapshots from Xie Junliang's travels with his wife. The largest among them was their wedding photo. To my surprise, Xie Junliang bore a striking resemblance to his younger self in that picture. As we glanced around, Xie Junliang pointed to the coffee table in the living room and remarked, "It's right here. Every night, my wife sits here, staring blankly at this spot on the table, her eyes not blinking at all. And over here, the last time, I crouched down to listen to what she was saying, only to accidentally touch that hand. It was ice cold to the bone, and the moment I made contact, it immediately recoiled." At this juncture, Xie Junliang, like a startled bird, scanned the surroundings, lowering his voice in a tone that suggested he feared disturbing something. Little Taoist, do you think there might be something unclean residing in my house? The moment he uttered these words, before I could respond, Ku Exine interjected, visibly displeased. What are you talking about? We've already told you that your house is perfectly clean, devoid of anything dirty. It was evident that although Ku Exine and he Qingchuan's connection had waned, she still held him in high regard. I nodded in agreement, looking at Xie Junliang with curiosity. Indeed, it's quite clean. Why do you feel otherwise? Xie Junliang licked his lips, swallowed hard, and while retrieving water from the refrigerator, he explained, actually, when I bought this house, it was to assist a friend. As you know, in the business world, many relationships are hard to untangle. At the time, I didn't pay much attention, but recently, with issues arising at home, I decided to inquire further. An elderly resident nearby recounted that during the construction of this villa complex, numerous corpses were unearthed, dismembered, and abandoned. It is said that at some unknown time in the past, a mass slaughter occurred here, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of resentment. Human nature is such that, prior to any incident, all is serene, and one might dismiss others' beliefs as superstitions. However, once calamity strikes, there is an instinctive tendency to explore various potential causes. Clearly, at this moment, He Qingchuan and Curson could not escape such associations, although they had previously inspected the house. The overall layout of the complex and the flow of its feng shui remained elusive to them, leading their gaze to settle on me. I cleared my throat and stroked my chin, stating, indeed, this complex harbors certain elements that ought not to exist. It is highly probable that this location was once a site of mass slaughter or an unceremonious burial ground. In principle, such places are not entirely unfit for use. They are often repurposed for schools, where the considerable number of occupants can generate sufficient positive energy to dispel negativity. However, constructing a residential complex here could subject its inhabitants to frequent misfortunes and, in severe cases, bizarre ailments. Upon hearing my words, Xie Junliang smacked his thigh, exclaiming, I knew it. This complex must indeed be problematic. Does this mean we should consider relocating? I took a deep breath, unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle Xie Junliang had handed me, took a sip, and replied, this site undoubtedly harbors issues, emanating from the lingering stench of corpses, vengeful spirits, and malevolent energies. But I trust you have been residing here for some time now, have you not? I wonder if you have heard about any issues concerning your neighbor? Xie Junliang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head and responding, no, I haven tea. I casually placed the half-finished bottle of mineral water on the coffee table and remarked, isn't that just as well? When this community was constructed, it must have consulted an expert for its layout. Have you noticed that there are stone pillars on either side of the entrance, each entwined with a serpent, sharing a single head? Xie Junliang thought for a moment, unable to recall, as ordinary individuals often overlook such details unless specifically pointed out. Ku Exine inquired, one head. Two bodies. What sort of creature is that? I raised an eyebrow and replied, that is a mythical beast recorded in the Shanhai Jing, known as Fei Yi. According to the Shanhai Jing, regions where Fei Yi appears often suffer from severe droughts. Therefore, I surmise that your community differs from others, lacking facilities like fountains or pools, correct? Upon hearing this, Xie Junliang nodded. So, you mean to say that this Fei Yi has subdued the malevolent energies here? I continued, not subdued, but rather altered the feng shui of the community. Fei Yi is known for dispelling darkness and driving away evil spirits. Though I have not witnessed it, I can roughly deduce that your community has two gates, one located in the due east, marked by two stone pillars of Fei Yi. The other gate should be situated in the due north, facing a lawn where a white Pishio lies, its mouth surely directed towards the community. Am I correct? Chapter 83. Farewell, senior brother. As I finish my explanation, He Qingchuan and Ku Exine both turned their curious gazes towards Xie Junliang. Indeed, there is a lawn situated directly in the center of the northern gate, where a magnificent jade-like creature reclines, facing inward toward the community. Initially, I mistook it for a lion, only to realize now that it is, in fact, a Pishio. I had previously expressed my discontent, suggesting that having a lawn there impedes access. However, it turns out to be a deliberate arrangement of feng shui. What purpose does it serve? I smiled gently and replied, the Pisho possesses the ability to dispel malevolent spirits and drive away darkness. Any negative energy within the community is directed towards the Pisho located at the northern position of Xuanwu, which is characterized by its nature of only receiving and never releasing. Thus, the negative energy within this community will gradually diminish, ensuring that it does not adversely affect the residents. After hearing my explanation, Xie Junyang remarked, so, the issue does not lie within the community itself? Certainly not. Where is your wife? May I have the privilege of seeing her? Xie Junyang pointed upstairs and said, she is upstairs. Please follow me, Taoist. Ascending the stairs with Xie Junyang, he gently pushed open the door to the bedroom. Within, a spacious room housed a woman of exquisite beauty, her delicate features adorned with subtle crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, peacefully slumbering with a hint of rosy hue upon her cheeks. I observe her forehead's aura, finding no anomalies. She bore no signs of being afflicted by any external forces. If possible, Taoist, you may approach her, Xie Junyang gestured, indicating that I could enter the bedroom. I waved my hand dismissively, saying there's no need. Closing the door behind her, Curson cautiously inquired, Master, what is happening to her? I rubbed my chin, momentarily at a loss. If I were to assert that there was nothing amiss with her, then her nighttime behavior would remain inexplicable. Yet, if I suggested that she was possessed by a spirit or ensnared by some malevolent force, how could I account for the absence of any adverse effects on her vitality? Upon returning to the living room downstairs, I addressed Xie Junyang. I bear both good and bad news. The good news is that your wife is not currently afflicted by any vengeful spirits or malevolent ghosts. At least, there are no signs of such. The bad news, however, is that she is likely under a spell of seduction, or you might say she has been bewitched. Perhaps the world she perceives and the sound she hears are entirely different from our own. This scenario is even more perilous than possession, for she may act in ways that defy the comprehension of ordinary individuals, posing a risk to both herself and others. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Many might have encountered various accounts of individuals who have taken their own lives through different channels. For instance, there have been instances where numerous individuals have leapt to their death from a particular bridge in a short span of time. Additionally, in a certain dormitory, a person dreamt they were eating watermelon, only to awaken and discover they had opened their roommate's skull. Official explanations may abound, ranging from magnetic field influences to sleepwalking, but fundamentally, these phenomena stem from a state of being bewitched, where one's bodily actions are no longer governed by their conscious awareness. I too possess the authority to speak on this matter.